Hiss! Guo Jia felt heavy-headed, as if there was a fire burning inside his chest. Damn! Guo Jia tapped his forehead. The liquor he had stored at home was all authentic premium Maodai and other famous brands. How come it hit him so hard? This hangover-like feeling was really uncomfortable. Now Guo Jia even suspected whether the alcohol he drank was fake. Besides, over 40 years had passed since that last time he got drunk. From then on, he never touched alcohol excessively again. Of course, business required some drinking from time to time, but as his business expanded, so did his tolerance. There were definitely people who could outdrink him, but they were few and far between. Wait, what? Cursed! Had someone taken advantage of his drunken state and sneaked into bed with him? Feeling another body beside him, Guo Jia became furious. He had clawed his way up from nothing to become a billionaire tycoon, a legend in the business world, regarded by many as a godlike figure. Women wanting in his bed? Too many to count. But whether it was innocent college beauties, cold-hearted aristocratic daughters, or top-tier female celebrities, none had ever succeeded. So here came yet another clever woman trying her luck. Guo Jia wasn't about to let her win. Despite the fire in his chest growing stronger, he tried to push her away, determined to send her packing. But before he knew it, his hand landed on something soft. Ugh! A sweet, tender voice slipped into Guo Jia's ears. The combination of touch and sound was like pouring oil on the flames. The fire inside him roared even louder. Looking closer, though the night was hazy, under the moonlight, he managed to see her face clearly. And just like that, he fell into a trance. It wasn't because she possessed breathtaking beauty or an alluring figure crafted by the goddess Nuwa herself. No, it was because this face, this woman, looked exactly like the one who had haunted every moment of his life after she was gone. Li Rou? Guo Jia couldn't help but whisper her name. The woman beside him softly responded, her voice barely audible. Then she snuggled closer into his arms, her fresh, virginal scent filling his nose. Like a volcanic eruption inside his chest, the moment she answered, Guo Jia nearly lost all self-control. The fire within had completely taken over. Even worse, the woman wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pressing her body against his, writhing gently. His resolve, held firm for over 40 years, finally crumbled. Guo Jia transformed into a wild beast, pouncing forward, fighting fiercely, like General Zhao Zilong charging through Cao Cao's army 7 times at Changban slope to protect young Lu Shan. Dawn slowly arrived. A scream jolted Guo Jia awake. Opening his eyes, his groggy mind quickly cleared. The futon he had slept on last night already fell off, but now, staring at him, was a traditional earthen Kong heated brick bed. The broken reed mat sticking out from under the mattress reminded him this was real. In the corner of the room, near the wall, sat a long-haired beauty curled up tightly. Her hair was messy, but it couldn't hide her fair, delicate face. Clutching the quilt tightly around her, she stared at him with wide, terrified eyes as if looking at a ferocious beast. Because the blanket had been suddenly pulled away, Guo Jia immediately felt a chill on his bare skin. Looking down, he realized was still completely naked. And, per usual morning routine, nature had already kicked in. Blushing furiously, he hurriedly grabbed some clothes nearby and threw them on. Yet when he stood up, the sight of mysterious red spots on the white bedding made him freeze in place. Did he take her innocence last night? Feeling guilty, Guo Jia started moving toward the corner, but before he could speak, she interrupted. Don't come any closer. Seeing him approach, the woman instinctively recoiled. Her back was already against the wall, and when she jerked backward in fear, her head slammed into it. Overwhelmed by panic and pain, she fainted instantly. At this sight, Guo Jia's heart clenched. Just as he was about to rush forward to check her injury, a sharp pain shot through his head. The mighty man clutched his head and collapsed. Guo Jia, standing tall at 185 centimeters, kept himself in excellent shape through years of strict training, yet even he couldn't resist the sudden surge of agony. And precisely at that moment, a flood of memories burst into his mind. More specifically, it was the memory of the 3 years he had spent as a mentally impaired person. After a while, once he fully absorbed these recollections, the pain vanished. Now, Guo Jia understood everything: how he had become a fool, and how he had regained his sanity. Even later, when he built his trillion-dollar empire, he had never remembered anything from those 3 years. But now it was all clear. Looking around the room, the yellowed newspapers lining the walls stained dark by years of smoke told their own story. And hanging on a nail in the wall was a calendar clearly marked, June 3rd, 1980. His pupils widened. His body trembled involuntarily. Only found in novels. Could such a plot happen in real life? Could this be a rebirth? Reborn in 1980 at age 23, final year, he would remain a fool. And the woman lying unconscious before him was none other than the one who had haunted his every waking thought during the second half of his life. The poor woman he hadn't even lived a single day with. The only woman Guo Jia had ever called his wife in his heart. Li Rou. They say men don't cry easily, but now, tears poured from Guo Jia's eyes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Guo Jia wiped his tears and gently shook the woman's shoulder. Li Rou, wake up. Ugh. The woman stirred awake at his call, having already fainted once. When Li Rou opened her eyes again and saw Guo Jia crouching beside her, she wasn't quite as scared. Instinctively, she tightened the blanket around her body, making sure not to expose even a hint of skin. Seeing her movement, Guo Jia also snapped back to reality. Right now, he was a man reborn from 2023. He knew every detail of their past. But for Li Rou, things were different. She didn't know what lay ahead. It was 1980. Li Rou was still a sent-down urban youth. And in her eyes and the eyes of everyone in Daling Village, even those in surrounding villages, Guo Jia was still the village idiot whose brain had been damaged from a fall. Quickly hopping off the Kong, he turned his back to her and stood straight. Li Rou, he said urgently, he'll explain everything later. But right now, get dressed fast and leave through the back door of my house. Go directly back to the educated youth dormitory. No matter who asks, don't mention you spent the night here. By now, sweat had already formed on his brow, not for himself, but for her safety, as a reincarnated soul, having just recovered the memories of those 3 foolish years. Guo Jia knew too well what was coming next. For Li Rou, it would be devastating. Why should I lie? Li Rou asked while hastily dressing. Seeing that Guo Jia had turned his back, she began putting on her clothes without hesitation. Even if he hadn't spoken, she needed to cover herself quickly. Being naked in front of village idiot was more than awkward, it was unbearable. It's not lying intentionally, it's because Chun Suelian from your dorm is plotting against you. Guo Jia stamped his foot in frustration. I'm done. You can turn around now. Eyes brimming with tears, Li Rou spoke coldly. Wasn't this the classic case of a man sleeping with a woman and then pretending it never happened? Telling her not to talk about spending the night here meant he could walk away clean. And the excuse he gave was so flimsy. Chun Suelian was her best friend. Why would she try to harm her? Yesterday, the village held an early farewell party celebrating the first group of educated youths receiving transfer orders back to the city. In a few days, they'd return to urban life. Everyone was excited and had a few drinks, including Li Rou. Before the celebration ended, she had gotten so drunk she couldn't stand, and her close friend Chun Suelian helped her leave. She only remembered getting drunk because Chun Suelian kept forcing her to drink more glasses. However, how she ended up in Guo Jia's house, the village idiot's hut, was a mystery. All she recalled was Chun Suelian helping her, saying she was taking her back to the dorm. But what happened afterward remained hazy. Still, fragments of the night returned to her mind. There had been a strange fire inside her, guiding her toward forbidden fruit. And on that calm, with Guo Jia, somehow, she had been the one who initiated it. Thinking about it, Li Rou blushed deeply, her face burning. Drunk and confused, she had willingly slept with a village idiot. Chapter 2. Last night, she had entered the room of the fool, feeling quite suffocated, and even now her legs felt weak. Li Rou desperately tried to hold back her tears, but they fell uncontrollably. The man before her was familiar. She had heard the villagers speak of him. He was once recognized as a prodigy in the surrounding villages, but 3 years ago, he suffered a fall that left him with a damaged mind. Now, he had become a simpleton. To make matters worse, he often cavorted with the village chief's son. The chief's son, named Wang Da, was chubby and had been nicknamed Fatty since childhood, to the point where few called him by his given name. In their village of Daling, Fatty was known as a troublemaker, engaging in theft and brawls, committing all manner of misdeeds. Before Guo Jia's downfall, although he had maintained a cordial relationship with Fatty, he had been a refined scholar, well-mannered and cultured. However, since becoming a fool, his imposing stature led him to assist Fatty in fights and wrongdoing, making him even more despised than Fatty himself. Li Rou couldn't fathom what had compelled her to act so recklessly the previous night. Guo Jia, having traversed from another era, was well aware that contemporary women valued their chastity far more than those in the future, holding steadfast to ideals of loyalty. They were generally virtuous, upholding the belief in lifelong fidelity. Guo Jia, fearing that Li Rou might act impulsively again, saw her in tears and hastily declared, "Since what happened last night has already transpired, I will take responsibility for you. I will find a way to marry you without affecting your return to the city." No. Although she had just doubted Guo Jia's sincerity and feared he would abandon her after satisfying his desires, upon hearing his intention to marry her. Li Rou anxiously interrupted him, shaking her head vigorously. She no longer cared about politeness. She firmly and unequivocally rejected his proposal. Not only did she already harbor affection for another, but even if she were still pure, she had resolved to embrace a life of solitude, to take a step back. Under no circumstances would she ever consider marrying a fool. If she did, she would be far worse off than he. Indeed, a greater fool. The girl was taken aback by Guo Jia's words, momentarily forgetting her tears. Guo Jia was not surprised by her reaction. After all, in everyone's eyes, he remained a fool, still engaged to Sun Shuqin. To put it in contemporary terms, he still had a girlfriend. Li Rou, first and foremost, my foolishness was suddenly cured last night. A fact you can verify through any test. Furthermore, I can assure you that although I was engaged to Sun Shuqin 3 years ago, I have not so much as touched her hand since my accident. She also despises me for being a fool. After the incident, she has not come to see me. Even if I had intentions towards her, they would be futile. Guo Jia offered a brief explanation, hoping to reshape Li Rou's perception of him. He then tapped his own head, chiding himself for being unable to discern the gravity of the situation. He continued, "Let us set that aside for now. You should hurry back to the youth dormitory and keep your distance from Chen Suilian. She harbors ill intentions." Guo Jia hastily opened the back door. "But she is my good friend. Why would she want to harm me?" Seeing Guo Jia's evident distress, Li Rou spoke as she walked towards the back door. "The reason is that Chen Suilian has feelings for Zhao Yong from your youth station, who has been pursuing you all along. I'll explain everything else to you later. Just go back quickly." As Guo Jia gently pushed Li Rou outside, he promptly closed the door behind her. Although the person on the other side was somewhat foolish, it was undeniable that Li Rou had indeed spent the night in Guo Jia's room. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that it was Chen Suilian who had offered to escort him back to the dormitory, and she had been the one supporting him on the way home. This made it impossible for Li Rou to dismiss Guo Jia's words. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Li Rou hurriedly made her way back to the youth station. Phew! Watching through the back window as Li Rou left safely, Guo Jia exhaled a sigh of relief and sank down onto the edge of the Kong. Memories flooded back to him. From a young age, Guo Jia had been raised by his grandfather. In 1965, when he was 8 years old, his grandfather informed him that his parents had perished in the Vietnam War. Since his grandfather, Guo Linggong, had been a veteran who had killed many enemies, the state provided him with generous support, amounting to a monthly allowance of 45 yuan. In an era where the average monthly wage was just 36 yuan, this was indeed quite substantial. Consequently, Guo Jia was afforded an excellent education and was recognized alongside Sun Shuqin, a girl from a similarly prosperous family in town, as the most promising candidate for university admission. Particularly, Guo Jia had earned the title of child prodigy throughout the surrounding villages. During the late 1970s, it was common for rural couples to get engaged and married at an early age. With the help of a matchmaker, Guo Jia and Sun Shuqin became engaged in early 1977, planning to marry by year's end. However, fate had other plans. Shortly thereafter, Sun Shuqin's father fell gravely ill and, after exhausting the family's resources, he passed away. As the eldest child, Sun Shuqin bore the responsibility of caring for her younger sister and 2 brothers. Her mother, worn down by hardship and unable to cope with the loss of her husband, fell ill and lost her sight. The weight of the family's burdens fell solely on Sun Shuqin's shoulders. As her fiancé, Guo Jia could not stand idly by. He assisted the Sun family with chores and forage for wild produce to help sustain their household of 5, struggling with illness and poverty. In late August, the situation grew dire as the Sun family faced starvation. Guo Jia had no choice but to take Sun Shuqin up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables and mushrooms to stave off hunger. Sun Shuqin, having grown up in town, was unfamiliar with foraging and simply waited at the foot of the mountain. Thus, the responsibility of gathering supplies fell entirely on Guo Jia. Regarding the monthly sum of 45 yuan allotted to grandfather, it was evident that the Guo family's elder, Guo Jiafeng, was too frugal to provide for the Sun family. Grandfather Guo Linggong had 2 sons. The elder, Guo Jiafeng, along with his family, toiled in Daling village, while the younger, Guo Jianxi, served as a military personnel alongside his wife, who were, in fact, Guo Jia's parents. As grandfather Guo aged, he could only reside with his elder son, Guo Jiafeng, who was responsible for his care. Consequently, the aforementioned monthly allowance of 45 yuan became subject to the scrutiny of Guo Jiafeng's family. rather than being solely at the discretion of the elderly gentleman. Guo Jia, indifferent to his grandfather's meager income, did not contest it with his uncle's family, believing firmly in his own potential to forge a prosperous future through diligence. As he gathered an abundance of wild vegetables, preparing to descend the mountain to reunite with Sun Shuqin, he suddenly slipped, tumbling down the slope. Though the incline was not steep, the momentum gained during the fall caused Guo Jia's head to strike a rock, rendering him unconscious. Upon discovering this, Sun Shuqin hurriedly returned to the village to summon help. Awakening Guo Jia, the once astute prodigy had now become a muddled fool, and news of his unfortunate transformation spread like wildfire throughout the neighboring villages. Unable to reconcile the change from genius to simpleton, Sun Shuqin ceased to seek out Guo Jia thereafter. At this juncture, a mere 2 months remained until October 21, 1977, when major media outlets would announce the resumption of the National College entrance examination. This year's exams were scheduled for November, a stark contrast to the summer examinations that would follow. Fate had played a cruel jest on Guo Jia, as his fall had severed his ties to a life-altering opportunity. Similarly, with Guo Jia no longer able to provide care, Sun Shuqin, burdened with the responsibility of her family, contributed to the reduction of candidates among the 5.7 million who would sit for the examination that year. In pursuit of sustenance, Sun Shuqin took a temporary position at a garment factory where her father had worked, earning a paltry monthly wage of 20 yuan. During this period, state-owned factories offered minimal pay for temporary workers, akin to that of apprentices, and bore no comparison to the salaries of full-time employees. Yet, for the sake of her family's survival, she had no choice but to accept such terms. This opportunity was only afforded to her through connections and the goodwill stemming from her late father's long-standing service in the factory. In truth, she could have inherited her father's position, as was customary during that era. However, in a bid to fund his medical expenses, her father had sold the succession rights to his apprentice, thus depriving Sun Shuqin of her rightful claim. Meanwhile, rumors circulated about Li Rou's overnight absence, with whispers suggesting she had spent the night in the company of the simpleton. Guo Jia sat in contemplation within the confines of his room when a woman's sharp voice broke the stillness from outside. Chapter 3. What one cannot attain. Others shall not possess, Chun Tzulian exclaimed. One may indulge in food, but one must not speak recklessly. A nearby male youth, his face flushed, issued a warning. Comrade Zhao Yong, is this mere folly? We shall ascertain the truth once we enter the fool's abode, remarked Chun Tzulian with unwavering confidence. Behind her stood a multitude of individuals, young and old alike, their expressions grave as they gazed intently at Guo Jia's door. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Tzulian stepped forward and rapped upon the door. Fool, open up. Zhao Yong raised his hand to intervene, but, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately relented. Li Jiqing must be inside with Jiaohua. Earlier this morning, as I passed by, I distinctly heard what seemed to be a woman's scream emanating from within. Spoke a villager from Daling village, belatedly realizing the situation. Did you all hear that? Chun Tzulian, seizing upon the revelation, feigned terror and exclaimed, Everyone. We must break down the door quickly. Could Li Rou be in danger? Indeed, the resident within is a fool, prone to unpredictable moods. The villagers chorused in agreement. Li Rou, do not be afraid. We shall rescue you. Upon finishing her plea, a barely perceptible smirk flitted across Chun Tzulian's face. She then turned to Zhao Yong and whispered, I wonder what Li Rou is thinking. To disregard such an exceptional comrade like you and shamelessly seek refuge in a fool's dwelling. At that moment, Zhao Yong's expression grew cold. Chun Tzulian's words struck deeply, piercing his heart. The villagers had already claimed to have heard a woman scream from the fool's domain, and it was nearly certain that Li Rou was ensconced within Guo Jia's quarters. In an instant, Zhao Yong's feelings of resentment towards Li Rou surged forth. He had never felt such humiliation. The girl he ardently pursued would rather entangle herself with the fool than accept his advances. Zhao Yong felt as though Li Rou was ruthlessly slapping his face with the dirtiest soles. Everyone, step aside. I shall kick down the door. Zhao Yong declared as he charged toward Guo Jia's door, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick. He intended to burst through and expose the illicit couple before everyone's eyes. He resolved that if he could not possess her, he would destroy her reputation so that no one else could claim her. Creak. Just as Zhao Yong's foot was about to make contact with the door, the ancient wooden barrier emitted a grating sound and swung open. Crack. Due to the momentum, Zhao Yong failed to strike the door, tumbling to the ground in a split position. Unfortunately, his most sensitive area landed squarely on the threshold. With a cry of agony, He sprang up with a speed surpassing that of his fall. Clutching his groin, the pain caused him to collapse once more, rendering him unconscious. The sight evoked sympathetic discomfort among the onlookers. Quickly, members of the crowd lifted him and transported him to the village clinic. In his previous life, Guo Jia had been a figure Zhao Yang had sought to investigate. Originally, during their time in the countryside, he had persistently pursued Li Rou. But after the villagers cornered Guo Jia and Li Rou in bed, everything changed. He not only resorted to mockery but also attempted to coerce Li Rou into a relationship. Yet, despite her outwardly gentle demeanor, Li Rou possessed an indomitable spirit, resolutely refusing to yield, which thwarted Zhao Yang's advances time and again. In the previous life, after Guo Jia thoroughly investigated, he naturally delivered Zhao Yang a fate that left him in utter despair. Now, having been reborn, how could Guo Jia allow Zhao Yang to escape unscathed? He sought to repay him 100-fold, 1,000-fold, avenging Li Rou. What had just transpired was merely an appetizer. At this moment, everyone noticed Guo Jia standing ominously at the entrance. Shatsi, is Li Rou in your room? Jiawazi. Did Li Jiqing spend the night at your home? The other educated youths and villagers from Delinquent clamored with questions. Upon seeing Guo Jia, a towering figure blocking the doorway with an intimidating demeanor, no one dared to intrude further. After all, he was known as Shatsi and possessed considerable strength. Provoking him would be unwise. What are you all doing? Picking on my brother Jia alone? Just as Guo Jia was about to speak, a voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone could tell without turning around who it was. Only the fatty would come, his voice laced with a certain wickedness that made one uncomfortable. Similarly, Guo Jia spotted Wang De, pushing through the throng. The good brother who had never left his side in the previous life, Wang Fatty. In their former existence, Guo Jia and Li Rou had been cornered. And had it not been for Fatty's timely arrival, Guo Jia would have undoubtedly faced a severe beating. After Guo Jia's foolishness had been cured, Fatty had played a monumental role in the creation of an immense business empire. It could be said that Fatty was Guo Jia's most trusted companion in this life. Don't worry, Jiago, I've got your back. Fatty finally squeezed to the front and addressed Guo Jia in a rather confident manner. Aha, thanks, Fatty. Guo Jia, who had often expressed himself in such a manner during his 3 years of foolishness, found these words rolling off his tongue effortlessly, his signature silly grin reappearing. It's worth noting that Guo Jia had been reborn, and such a naive smile had not graced his face in decades. Get lost. Who are we to each other? No need for thanks. Fatty stood before Guo Jia and then loudly addressed the crowd gathered at the entrance, dear uncles and aunts, and fellow educated youth. Guo Jia has been a fool for more than just a day or two. Upon hearing this, Guo Jia nearly kicked Fatty away in protest. You're the fool. Your whole family is filled with fools. Guo Jia silently cursed. It was well known that Fatty's words rarely contained any wisdom, otherwise the gossiping women of Delinquent would not avoid him like the plague. Fatty, we all know Jiawazi has been foolish for 3 years. The villagers nodded in agreement. Well then, if Li Jiqing did indeed spend the night in my brother Jia's room, it cannot be deemed as him being lewd. You all should understand that a fool cannot be guilty of murder, let alone sleeping with a woman. Fatty, having circled around, finally articulated the crux of the matter. Standing behind him, Guo Jia was also deeply moved. This was his brother. In a past life, it was in such a manner that he had been saved. Now, having been granted a second chance, he resolved to help his brother achieve greatness once more. Guo Jia harbored a plan within his heart. Naturally, a fool could possess no subjective thoughts. Fatty, you should persuade Jia to step aside. We will not trouble him. Everyone merely wishes to ascertain if Li Jiqing is in danger. Just now, old Zhang mentioned hearing a woman scream from within, remarked Fatty's uncle. Very well, Jiago. Please step aside and allow them to enter and take a look. It's nothing. Fatty, realizing he had ensnared everyone with his words, turned to persuade Guo Jia. Fatty, there's no woman in my room, Guo Jia replied with a smile. Before him, Fatty appeared remarkably youthful, unlike in 2023, when they had all begun to show signs of aging. To become a plump individual in the 1980s was no easy feat. Many in that era still struggled to find sufficient food, were it not for Fatty's father being the village chief and their family being well off. It would have been quite challenging for Fatty to develop such an appealing physique. Someone saw Li Rou enter your room, and you still dare to quibble. Step aside quickly. Chun Tzulian exclaimed, sensing her plan was about to come to fruition. Who saw it? Who exactly saw it? Guo Jia retorted, his face contorted with anger. As soon as he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes turning towards Guo Jia. Such words could hardly be uttered by a fool. Could it be that Jiawa was no longer foolish? Speak up. I'm asking you. A thunderous voice startled Chen Suolian, causing her to tremble. This only solidified the crowd's earlier suspicions. Chen Suolian realized she was in trouble. What she had initially intended to brush aside now seemed irretrievable. Regardless of who had claimed to witness it, it would not do, as it was merely a fabrication of her own. In truth, it was she, Chen Suolian, who had stealthily assisted Li Rou into Guo Jia's room the previous night. I saw it with my own eyes. With no other recourse. She could only resort to that claim. Chapter 4. The Sow's Fertility Medicine in the Dead of Night. What business does a young woman have at my home? Guo Jia pressed on relentlessly. Is it not permissible to pass by? Is the road in front of your house? Chen Suolian immediately transformed into a furious shrew, entering a state of rage. Jiago, you're not foolish anymore? Fatty, astonished, inquired. He cared little about whether Jiago had any romantic interests, rather. He was more concerned about whether his brother's foolishness had been cured. Guo Jia was 2 years older than Fatty, and they had always been close. Guo Jia would always share his treats with Fatty. As a seasoned foodie, Fatty had always regarded Guo Jia as an older brother. You are the fool. Guo Jia emphatically slapped Fatty on the shoulder. Holy smokes. You're truly not foolish anymore. Fatty exclaimed, leaping into the air. The villagers of Daling Village now wore smiles, rejoicing for Guo Jia. Fatty, why are you still standing there? Quickly go tell Jiawa's grandfather to bring joy to Guo Laoyi. Fatty's uncle laughed heartily. Yes. The rotund figure swiftly made his way to Guo Jiafang's residence. 3 years prior, Guo Jia had suffered a fall that left him mentally impaired, and his grandfather, Guo Linggong, was stricken with illness due to distress, ultimately rendering him bedridden. Consequently, Guo Jiafang was compelled to take his father into his home for better care, while Guo Linggong's ancestral house was left solely for Guo Jia's occupancy. It was unrealistic to expect a simpleton like him to tend to his elderly grandfather. Step aside. We must rescue Li Rou, Chen Suolian interjected, sensing the situation veering off course. It's not difficult to inspect my dwelling. However, you must first elucidate the purpose of the sow hormones you acquired from veterinarian Liu. Guo Jia regarded Chen Suolian with an amused expression. What medication? I have no knowledge of it. Chen Suolian's brow began to glisten with perspiration. Should I summon veterinarian Liu? Guo Jia was determined not to let Chen Suolian, who sought to implicate Li Rou, escape unscathed. I am responsible for the piglets in the village. Is it wrong to enhance the breeding frequency of sows? I am contributing to the overall welfare of our village. A greater yield of piglets ultimately benefits us all, she retorted, swiftly conjuring a means of self-preservation. Comrade Chun is an admirable individual. Her spirit of dedication is worthy of emulation. Zhang Xingli, who was tasked with promoting Marxist ideology in the village, applauded Chen Suolian's rhetoric. Did you hear that, simpleton? If you do not step aside, you are opposing the entire society. Chen Suolian seized upon the support she had garnered and pressed her advantage. Li Rou had been personally delivered by her last night, and once she retrieved Li Rou, all her plans would come to fruition. With such explosive news, no one would linger on her minor transgressions. What Chen Suolian had not anticipated was Guo Jia's sudden lucidity, as he was aware of her dealings with the sow hormones. Yes, Guo Jia, I warn you, you are opposing the people. Those like you and Wang De, who are detrimental to society, will inevitably face the people's retribution. Zhang Xingli elevated the discourse, preparing to use this opportunity to publicly shame those he deemed unworthy. Step aside. Chen Suolian boldly shoved past Guo Jia, who stood at the doorway. Though she felt an intense fear of his imposing stature, the presence of others deterred him from any overtly aggressive actions. It was imperative that the interior of the house remained hidden, otherwise, Li Rou would find it difficult to explain herself later. Guo Jia, too, felt compelled to let everyone see. However, as Chen Suolian surged into the house, an idea struck him. He followed closely, and while the attention of the crowd was diverted, he discreetly filled a porcelain cup with water from the tank. Li Rou had long been discreetly ushered out through the back door. The crowd would certainly find no trace of her within. As the onlookers directed their skeptical gazes toward Chen Suolian, Guo Jia unexpectedly seized her by the arm. Chen Suolian, last night you deceived me into believing that this cup contained sweetened water, compelling me to drink it. To my surprise, I have regained my senses, haven't I? Upon hearing this, Chen Suolian's delicate face turned pale with fright. Last night, after sending Li Rou to the bed of that foolish man, she, fearing the situation might escalate, indeed administered a sedative to Guo Jia, using the enamel cup by the water tank. Subsequently, She awakened the unconscious Guo Jia, misleading him into thinking it was sweetened water. Chen Zuilian, apprehensive about what further actions this fool might take, hastily fled before he could consume the concoction and return to the youth commune. After all, Li Rou was already drunkenly asleep on that fool's bed. Both of them had been drugged, so what was there to fear? You are speaking nonsense. I did not. Chen Zuilian vehemently struggled, attempting to free her arm from Guo Jia's iron grip. However, compared to the robust Guo Jia, her feeble strength was almost negligible. If you claim you are not lying, then why did you say you witnessed Li Rou entering my room, yet there was no one inside? Guo Jia pressed on relentlessly. Well, I must have misseen. Chen Zuilian, terrified, resolutely refused to admit the truth and decided to obfuscate. She was also puzzled as to where Li Rou had vanished. Just moments ago, in her search, she had rummaged through the bed and the cabinet, but found nothing. Chen, you are mistaken. If you did not see clearly, how can you cast unfounded accusations? Zhang Xingli, the representative of Marxist-Leninist thought from Daling Village, interjected. He was a man devoted to dedicating his life to Marxism, believing that all matters should be elevated to the highest principles for resolution. In the pitch darkness, who could see anything clearly? Firm in her resolve, Chen Zuilian adopted an attitude akin to a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Why is there no spirit of courage to admit your mistakes? What kind of youth are you? Are those portraits of great figures on the hall walls merely decorative? Have you forgotten their teachings? It is truly disheartening. Zhang Xingli, a year younger than Guo Jia at only 22, always presented himself as a learned scholar, often quoting old masters and their doctrines, even muttering them in his sleep. At that moment, he appeared utterly grotesque, as if he had swallowed a fly. Guo Jia, observing from the side, couldn't help but think how remarkable it would be if this were 2023. He would undoubtedly win an Oscar for his performance. Yet, this was not an act. It was pure, heartfelt emotion. Do not burden me with your trivialities. Our city youth possess knowledge far beyond yours. Just moments ago, Chen Zuilian had felt she had garnered Zhang Xingli's support, which made him appear significantly more agreeable. But now, upon further reflection, he seemed utterly repulsive, verging on nauseating. Since you are so adept at wrangling, then drink this cup of water. Guo Jia raised the cup in his other hand. I am not thirsty. Why should I drink water? Chen Zuilian dared not comply. To prove your innocence, if you dare to drink this cup of water I gave you last night, it indicates that you have no guilty conscience. Guo Jia revealed a mischievous smile as she brought the enamel cup to Chen Zuilian's lips. The typically eloquent Chen Zuilian found herself at a loss for words. Surely, she could not claim to be allergic to water, could she? Chapter 5. A sense of standing out among the crowd. Allow me to clarify for you. This water contains a dose of medication for sows. Moreover, I observe the dosage is quite substantial. If you drink it, not only might you tear your clothes when angered, but you could also face life-threatening consequences. Do you realize this is veterinary medicine? When used on humans, its potency is magnified. Guo Jia inwardly cursed Chen Zuilian, her own inner turmoil still simmering. Although they had played several rounds of cards the previous night, did she truly require such substances? After all, she was capable of spitting 2 meters in the wind. How could she be compared to those who merely urinated on the ground? To administer medicine to her was nothing short of an insult. What? Xin Zichqing. Is what Jiahua said true? At this moment, the villagers turned their gazes towards Chen Zuilian. Chen Zuilian felt her mind go blank, utterly unsure of how to respond. If you drink this cup of water and allow everyone to observe you for a while without incident, it would prove my claims to be false. Guo Jia sneered, pushing the enamel cup forward once more. Chen Zuilian instinctively shuddered. To her, the water within the cup appeared to be nothing less than a lethal poison. With Li Rou absent, Guo Jia, seemingly miraculously recovered, had clearly not consumed the tainted water she had prepared the night before. If she were to drink it now, she would certainly embarrass herself once the effects took hold. What if, as Guo Jia warned, she were to be harmed by the medication? I won't drink it. Chen Zuilian covered her mouth with her hand, tears streaming down her face. Yet, these were not tears of regret, but rather those of fear. In comparison to life, reputation was inconsequential. Chen Zuilian instinctively made her choice. She acquiesced. Chen Zichqing, how could you do this? I remember you and Li Rou were inseparable friends. At this moment, the village chief, Wang Fu, who had just arrived, spoke up. He was the father of the portly fellow. Originally, he had planned to organize the villagers and the youth to work in the fields, just as he did every morning. However, from a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered at Guo Lingong's old residence. Thus, he led the few villagers who had gathered to investigate. Among them was Li Rou. Despite having experienced a tumultuous night that left her weak and weary, she dared not take a day off. Her inherently gentle nature, compounded by the significance of the assessment period for returning to the city, made her reluctant to cause any further complications. After all, how many educated youth wish to remain in the countryside? In that era, if a youth married during their time in the countryside, they would be barred from returning to the city for job placement. Upon the emergence of news regarding the return to the city, a multitude of individuals hastily abandoned their spouses and children, enacting tragic scenes reminiscent of human despair. Chen Suelian noticed Li Rou standing behind the village chief, and, feeling a surge of guilt, lowered my head, at a loss for words. Village chief, Chen Suelian perceives me as a simpleton. Last night, she came bearing medicine, hoping to win my favor. She assumed my mind was clouded, believing her actions would remain undisclosed. Little did she realize that, inexplicably, I miraculously regained my senses yesterday. Guo Jia proclaimed loudly to the village chief, casting a discreet glance at Li Rou. You speak nonsense, Chen Suelian exclaimed, her anger mounting as Guo Jia audaciously twisted the truth and sullied her reputation. What nonsense have I uttered? It was you, lacking any sense of shame, who, upon my refusal, began to shout and holler in my dwelling, prompting others to overhear a woman's voice within. As for Li Rou, I have never even seen her here. As Guo Jia advanced towards Chen Suelian, his eyes wide in confrontation, the mention of Li Rou drew the attention of those present, who suddenly remembered the individual who should have been the focus. With numerous gazes upon her, Li Rou nervously twisted the hem of her garment, stammering, I had an upset stomach last night and visited the restroom countless times. I cannot even recall how many. How could I possibly have the energy to run around? Finally, she managed to concoct a feeble excuse. However, her trembling legs only served as the most compelling evidence in the eyes of the onlookers. Village Chief Wang Fu, exhibiting great concern, remarked, as the saying goes, even the strongest man cannot withstand 3 splashes of filth. Li Jiqing, you shall not toil in the fields today. Take the day off. Indeed, when faced with difficulties, one must voice them to the organization. Society shall not exploit any laborer. Zhang Xinli proclaimed with a tone reminiscent of Marxist teachings. As the crowd's attention remained fixated on Li Rou, Guo Jia leaned close to Chen Suelian, whispering in a tone only she could hear, if you were to disclose the matter of Li Rou being drugged and sent to my room, do you think you would escape the death penalty? At that moment, Chen Suelian's face drained of color, her mind racing with the gravity of the situation. She had never anticipated it could escalate to such dire consequences. Even a sentence of 20 to 30 years would render her an elderly woman upon release. How could that compare to the freedom of the outside world? Guo Jia continued, his voice dripping with menace. You shudder at the thought of imprisonment. A failed temptation would merely result in some criticism within the village. My warning is for your own good. He concluded with a whisper intended solely for her ears. Guo Jia harbored a deep desire to bring Chen Suelian to her ruin, for she was the woman who had brought untold suffering to Li Rou in a past life. Yet, for the sake of Li Rou's reputation and the subsequent events that would unfold, Guo Jia was compelled to retreat for the time being. However, he intended to collect interest first by tarnishing Chen Suelian's name, with the promise of further reckoning to come. The village chief, acknowledging his errors, admitted, it was I who indulged in excessive libations yesterday, losing my true self and consequently committing a grave mistake. I accept all criticisms from the organization. This revelation jolted Chen Suelian into confessing her own faults. The news was rather sensational, leaving everyone astonished, their mouths agape. The most surprised of all was Li Rou, equally astonished as she had been the previous night. She had observed Guo Jia whispering something to Chen Suelian. How did he manage to persuade her to take the blame upon herself rather than mentioning Li Rou's presence on Guo Jia's bed? Li Rou was now filled with questions. Furthermore, the now astute Guo Jia stood there, exuding an air of superiority that made him appear as a crane among chickens. Li Rou quickly shook her head, trying to dispel such thoughts from her mind. Entertaining such notions felt like a betrayal to the one she secretly admired, leading her to chastise herself for her folly. Confused, how could I think this way? The village chief pondered for a moment before stating, we cannot delay production. Everyone should return to work in the fields for now. We shall convene in the village hall tonight for a criticism meeting. Indeed, I support the village chief's decision. We must balance production with ideological work. At the evening meeting, I shall represent Marxism and the people, vigorously criticizing Chen's capitalist ideologies to liberate her from the quagmire of erroneous thoughts. Zhang Xinli began his lengthy sermon once more. Enough. Do not put on airs as if you are above everyone else. If you disagree, why not take it to the mountains? At that moment, the rotund fellow just returned, noticed Zhang Shunli's pretentious behavior, and directly confronted him. I firmly believe that righteousness will triumph over evil, no matter how many times you ascend the mountains. It will not shake my steadfast convictions. Justice will indeed cut through the thorns. Come, let us ascend the mountain to discuss our ideals. Seeing Zhang Shunli's incessant monologue, the rotund fellow feigned an attempt to grab him. Village chief, save me. Zhang Shunli, who had just been exuding an air of righteousness, dashed to the village chief, alarmed at the approaching confrontation. Chapter 6. You are truly cunning. Quickly, get to work in the fields, or I shall break your legs. The village chief, Wang Fu, addressed his son with a paternal yet stern demeanor. Dad, my stomach hurts a bit. I wish to take a day off, the rotund fellow pleaded. What? Do you wish to emulate the women who endure discomfort for days each month? If you want to take a week off from meals, then you may request a leave. Wang Fu glared at his son, deeply frustrated with this unambitious child, yet unable to bring himself to strike him as he was a late-born son. By the way, Li Jiqing, you should rest well in your dormitory. The rest of you, come with me to work in the fields. As he spoke, Wang Fu seized his son's ear and led him forward. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts. Dad, please let go. I can go to work. The rotund fellow found himself at the mercy of his father. Had it been anyone else, he would have swiftly delivered a left hook followed by a side kick to bring them down. After all, did he not care for his own dignity? However, standing before his father, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Simultaneously, he did not forget to tease Guo Jia with a few playful remarks, implying that he would seek him out when time permitted. The other villagers followed suit and departed, leaving only Guo Jia and Li Rou in each other's company. I am heading back to the youth station, Li Rou murmured, her voice barely audible, akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito as she turned to escape, only to find Guo Jia eagerly trailing behind her like an ever-adhesive plaster. No, it's quite all right, thank you, Li Rou timidly replied. By the way, let me share the detailed events with you. Unfazed by Li Rou's objections, Guo Jia continued speaking. Upon hearing Guo Jia's intention to discuss the previous day's occurrences, Li Rou, curious to know more, slowed her pace. Though unspoken, her actions conveyed her interest. Observing the fragile young lady, Guo Jia's lips curled into a subtle smile. Li Rou, the Zhao Yong at the youth station. I hear he comes from a respectable family background. Therefore, Chun Shui Lian aims to attach herself to him, hoping to circumvent decades of hardship. What hardship? Does it really take that long? Li Rou blinked her large eyes in confusion, struggling to grasp Guo Jia's words. What I mean is, Chun Shui Lian wishes to marry Zhao Yong to gain entry into a wealthy household, thereby freeing herself from the need to strive. Guo Jia found it challenging to adapt, as many profound sayings from later times were beyond the comprehension of the present individuals. Oh, your description is indeed apt. No wonder the villagers refer to you as a prodigy from the past, Li Rou responded, having grasped the implication of avoiding hardships. Are you now pondering how you transformed into a fool later on? Guo Jia suddenly inquired with a grin. Ah? Li Rou stole a glance at Guo Jia before quickly lowering her gaze, hesitant to look further. She was perplexed by his uncanny ability to discern her thoughts. It was because I assisted the Sun family in gathering wild vegetables on the mountain to sustain themselves, and I accidentally rolled down a slope, striking my head against a rock. Li Rou, already slow in her stride, faltered momentarily, although the young lady remained silent. Her concern for Guo Jia was evident to anyone who observed. Let us momentarily set aside this discussion and return to yesterday's events. Chun Shui Lian noticed that Zhao Yong's eyes were solely on you, leaving her with no opportunity. Furthermore, upon receiving news of the chance to return to the city, she boldly took action. Once everyone learns that you and I, this simpleton, share a bed, Zhao Yong will undoubtedly cease his pursuit of you. However, I have consistently ignored Zhao Yong and have always avoided him. Why would Chun Shui Lian act in such a manner towards me? I have always considered her a dear friend, Li Rou exclaimed, recalling Chun Shui Lian's recent display of disgraceful behavior, halting to inquire of Guo Jia. Because she never regarded you as a true friend, this is merely your own delusion. Her only concern is herself and her ambitions. I believe that if the temptation were substantial enough, she would not hesitate to forsake even her closest kin. Guo Jia sought to help Li Rou, this naive and innocent girl, to recognize the true nature of the so-called friend by her side. Fearing that she might fall victim again, Li Rou's gaze dimmed. The feeling of being betrayed by a close friend was indeed painful. She deeply regretted the events of the previous night, which had transpired due to the drug administered by Chen Suilian. Observing that Li Rou grasped the situation and would henceforth be wary of Chen Suilian, Guo Jia shifted the topic. Did you not say you didn't take the medicine? I saw you just now holding a porcelain cup, Li Rou remarked, feeling somewhat perplexed. At that time, my illness had not yet improved. Naturally, I took the medicine. Foolishness only fades away once you are with me, she added, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple. All right, I won't mention it. The cup of water I was holding earlier was drawn from the water tank to deceive Chen Suilian. Guo Jia continued to clarify. You are truly cunning. Li Rou paused momentarily but ultimately voiced her inner thoughts. One must employ cunning against wicked individuals. To deal with someone like Chen Suilian, one must resort to extraordinary measures. If I hadn't intimidated her, would she have admitted to placing you in my bed last night? So you were speaking softly to her as a form of intimidation? Li Rou's eyes widened. Although her demeanor appeared exceedingly gentle, it did not indicate a lack of intelligence. On the contrary, Li Rou had always excelled academically before going to the countryside, a true campus belle and scholar. My wife is not only beautiful, but also astute. When you called me cunning, I shall take it as a compliment, Guo Jia said, eyeing the sweet and naive girl before him, eager to tease her. Who is your wife? Do not speak recklessly. Li Rou hurriedly glanced around, fearing others might hear. She was too shy to utter the word wife. Yesterday, the raw rice was cooked into a meal. I vow to take responsibility for you. Guo Jia finally expressed the words he had longed to say in his previous life. That is not solely your fault. I too was willing. Chen Suilian drugged us both, so let us refrain from discussing this matter further. Besides, you have a partner. If this incident were to be revealed, it would not only jeopardize your relationship, but also expose you to potential legal consequences. As always, Li Rou considered others before herself, rarely contemplating her own well-being. Li Rou, the reason I have not brought up our situation in front of others is primarily due to your impending return to the city. However, this does not affect my intention to marry you. Once you return, I shall formally propose to your family, ensuring that nothing is delayed. As for my engagement to Sun Shuqin, I shall promptly dissolve that relationship. This is not a matter of indifference. Rather, the Sun family has acted most ungraciously. Guo Jia continued with indignation. When I regained my faculties last night, I also recalled the memories of the past 3 years. The Sun family, who once struggled to make ends meet, benefited from my efforts to forage for wild vegetables to fill their bellies. Yet, after my unfortunate incident, they never once came to see me. Tell me, can such people truly be deemed fit to share a future with? Chapter 7. A Woman's Fragility. Strengthened by motherhood, this is indeed unacceptable. The Sun family is utterly devoid of compassion. Li Rou completely empathized with Guo Jia, feeling indignant on his behalf. Not only did Sun Shuqin neglect to visit me, but her younger sister, Sun Shumi, was even more despicable. During my 3 years of stupor, she frequently visited my grandfather, resorting to threats. If he refused to give her money, she would demand that her sister dissolve our engagement. My grandfather, fearing that no one would care for me, a simpleton, after he was gone, succumbed repeatedly to her demands. He scrimped and saved, allocating all his funds to the Sun family, merely to ensure they refrained from calling off the engagement. He hoped that genuine feelings might eventually sway the Sun family, allowing me to care for him in his absence. When Guo Jia recounted this, tears brimmed in his eyes. In his previous life, his grandfather, Guo Linggong, succumbed to old ailments in 1981. Exacerbated by the stress of Guo Jia's mental decline, the funds he possessed were deceitfully extracted by the Sun family, leading to a long-term lack of nutritional support, ultimately resulting in his death. Meanwhile, Sun Shuqin's third brother, Sun Dahua, roamed the streets, seeking to vent his frustrations on Guo Jia whenever he encountered misfortune. Had Guo Jia retained his faculties, his imposing stature would have easily outmatched Sun Dahua. However, given Guo Jia's current state of mental deficiency, the circumstances were quite different. At the end of 1980, Sun Dahua returned seeking to take out his ire on Guo Jia. In a moment of chaos, he inadvertently struck Guo Jia on the head with a stick. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. This blow did not claim Guo Jia's life, but fortuitously restored his faculties. Naturally, the Sun family would not divulge the true cause of Guo Jia's recovery. After Guo Jia's decline, the Sun siblings frequently deceived him into working for them in town. Now that Guo Jia's mind had returned, the Sun siblings incessantly resorted to moral coercion, claiming that despite Guo Jia's 3 years of mental incapacitation, their eldest sister, Sun Shuqin, had never abandoned him. Initially, Guo Jia felt immense gratitude towards Sun Shuqin, redoubling his efforts to assist the Sun family. However, over time, through the accounts of his uncle Guo Jia and the villagers, as well as his own experiences, Guo Jia gradually discerned the true nature of the Sun family. Apart from the now-blind mother of Sun Shiqin, the remaining siblings could be described as ungrateful and treacherous. Over the past 3 years, the Sun family had deceived him out of his wealth, and his grandfather's health continued to deteriorate. In a bid to earn money for his grandfather's treatment, Guo Jia sought opportunities outside. After his recovery, he learned about the reforms and openings through newspapers. Although he was not a reincarnated being in his previous life, he still sensed the potential for business. Yet, money does not simply fall from the sky. The accumulation of wealth requires time. Shortly after Guo Jia left home, his grandfather passed away, preventing him from bidding farewell one last time. In his previous life, Guo Jia firmly believed that the Sun family bore an irrefutable share of the blame for his grandfather's death. Had it not been for their threats of breaking the engagement and their relentless exploitation of his grandfather, he would never have found himself in a position where he could not afford medical care. Heartbroken by the Sun family, Guo Jia, regardless of his rise from humble beginnings to becoming a wealthy magnate, refrained from any romantic entanglements, even developing an aversion to women. This changed when Li Rou unexpectedly appeared in his office. This former educated youth, who had once been sent to their village, tearfully implored him to save her daughter. Upon hearing Li Rou recount the events of that fateful night, Guo Jia discovered that he shared a profound connection with this woman. Since recovering from his illness, he had no recollection of the past 3 years, no matter how hard he tried. Gradually, he resigned himself to forgetting, considering it merely a span of 3 years. Little did he know that many significant events had transpired during that time. For instance, he was only now learning that he had a daughter in peril. Had Li Rou not sought him out, he would remain oblivious. As a successful businessman, Guo Jia contemplated whether Li Rou might be fabricating her story. After all, the villagers knew of his 3 years of mental incapacitation, and Li Rou, as a fellow educated youth, would undoubtedly be aware of it as well. Yet, upon hearing that a child's life was at stake, and that his rare blood type and bone marrow were needed for her treatment, Guo Jia unhesitatingly agreed to help. Whether the critically ill child was indeed his flesh and blood, or whether Li Rou was being truthful was secondary, should he not prioritize saving this precious life. Such was Guo Jia's principle of conduct. Li Rou's desperate search for Guo Jia at the last moment could be traced back to that fateful night. In a previous life, Guo Jia was still a simpleton, yet to regain his faculties. After being drugged by Chen Zuoyan, the two were entangled for an entire night. Before dawn, they were discovered in bed by villagers and fellow educated youths who had burst in. Consequently, Li Rou's eligibility for a job assignment back in the city was revoked. In the eyes of the community, she transformed into a woman of ill repute. Ironically, by the time Li Rou returned to the city with the last group of educated youths, she was already visibly pregnant. Upon learning of her condition, Li Rou's parents were furious. After exhausting all means to persuade her to terminate the pregnancy, they cast her out, severing familial ties. Unbeknownst to them, Li Rou's disgrace would also tarnish the prospects of her younger siblings. Thus, to ensure survival for herself and her unborn child, Li Rou sought help everywhere, accepting any temporary work that came her way. At times, when food was scarce, she would scavenge discarded vegetable leaves from the market. She persevered through hardship. And in the quiet of the night, thoughts of the father of her child in Daling village occasionally crossed her mind. However, he was a simpleton, barely able to sustain himself. What assistance could he possibly offer her and their child? Moreover, there was no certainty that he would even remember her existence. While working, others occasionally urged her to terminate the pregnancy, deeming the child unworthy of life and questioning how she could endure such a burdensome existence alone. However, a woman may be fragile, yet she becomes resolute for the sake of her child. Since the moment she discovered the presence of a new life within her, Li Rou has never entertained the thought of abandoning her. From the time of her daughter's birth until her 12th birthday, Li Rou has exerted efforts far beyond those of other mothers. Although the journey has been fraught with challenges, her daughter has blossomed into a bright and dutiful young lady, bringing Li Rou immense joy. Yet, on the very day of her daughter's 12th birthday, she suddenly collapsed without warning. Despite their years of shared hardship, Li Rou immediately rushed her daughter to the hospital. When the test results were revealed, Li Rou fainted upon hearing the diagnosis. Her child was afflicted with an exceedingly rare blood disorder, necessitating both a blood transfusion and a bone marrow transplant. Tragically, the child's blood type is extraordinarily uncommon, colloquially referred to as golden blood. Fewer than 50 individuals worldwide possess this blood type. It is termed golden because it has the ability to save individuals of any blood type, making it a true universal blood type, infinitely more precious than panda blood. Conversely, other blood types cannot save her. Setting aside the exorbitant treatment costs, where could one possibly find such rare blood and marrow? The medical team indicated that if treatment were to continue, they would need to begin searching for donors among the child's close relatives. As their blood bank held no golden blood, the attending physician, adhering to protocol, offered no glimmer of hope for the child's survival. It was not a matter of indifference. Rather, it was the overwhelming convergence of exceptional circumstances that had befallen this child. "Doctor, I implore you not to abandon the treatment. I will go find her father and see if he is a match," Li Rou exclaimed, suddenly clutching at the faintest hope. Over the years of raising her child, she had heard news of Guo Jia's miraculous recovery. He had since become a trailblazer, hailed as a pioneer in private enterprise, and various accolades had been bestowed upon him. Reports about Guo Jia were increasingly prevalent in the media. Li Rou recognized that he had soared to great heights. However, back then, she had been drawn to another man who had captured her heart, and thus could never find herself choosing the simple-minded Guo Jia. Now that he had achieved success, she had no intention of rekindling old feelings. Her stubbornness played a part, but more significantly, the man with whom she had shared mutual affection had, after her return to the city, become her brother-in-law, having wed her sister shortly after Li Rou's departure to the countryside. This betrayal had led Li Rou to lose faith in men entirely. As for Guo Jia, she had always regarded him as a transient figure in her life, neither harboring hatred nor love. The memories of him had faded, but now, prompted by the doctor's words, Li Rou resolved to attempt reaching out to him for her child's sake. Even if the chance were a mere 1,000th or 10,000th, a mother would never relinquish hope. Whether Guo Jia would believe that this was his daughter was inconsequential to her. If he doubted, she would kneel before him until he accepted the truth. If her own life could serve as proof, she would not hesitate to sacrifice it. For her child, she would risk everything. Chapter 8. Everything is timely. Guo Jia relinquished all his scheduled engagements, entrusting them to his subordinates, and accompanied Li Rou to the hospital, where they proceeded to cooperate with the medical staff in conducting various examinations and comparisons. The outcome was that all indicators were in alignment. Upon hearing this, Guo Jia became more vigilant, instructing Fatty to take samples of hair and other belongings from the child awaiting treatment and secretly visit a relevant hospital for paternity testing. Guo Jia harbored doubts about the multitude of coincidences in the world. The only plausible explanation for the congruity of all indicators was that they were indeed father and daughter. Li Rou exerted every ounce of her strength, yet she could not avert the impending tragedy. Due to the late discovery of the illness and the child's exceptionally frail constitution, the surgery ultimately ended in failure. In his desperate attempt to save the child, Guo Jia disregarded the doctor's warnings and insisted on administering additional blood transfusions, along with the necessity of a bone marrow transplant, which led him to collapse on the hospital bed. It was only upon awakening the following day that Guo Jia learned of the surgery's grim outcome. Accompanying this revelation was the even more heart-wrenching news. Li Rou, unable to accept the death of her daughter and devoid of a spiritual anchor, leapt from the 6th floor of the hospital building. At this juncture, Guo Jia realized that from the moment Li Rou had sought him out in his office to their cooperation at the hospital, they had only exchanged hasty glances, amounting to mere fleeting encounters. In contrast, during the 3 years he had spent in Deling village, he could not recall how many times he had seen her, nor did he retain any memory of those moments. Moreover, the results of the paternity test that Fatty had gone to procure had yet to arrive, and the unfortunate child, who was likely his daughter, had been visited by him only a handful of times. As she was perpetually engulfed in the turmoil of medical rescue and remained in a comatose state, the image that lingered in Guo Jia's mind was of a frail little girl with withered hair and a gaunt face, evoking deep sympathy. Finally, Fatty appeared at the door of the ward, and Guo Jia felt as though he had been waiting for an eternity. When the paternity report materialized before him, Fatty beheld a different facet of his brother. In their earlier days, he had guided Guo Jia from nothingness to entrepreneurship, confronting thugs and rogues with knives in hand. Later, as they delved into international business, they faced adversaries armed with firearms. During financial skirmishes, they contended with the insidious tactics of global tycoons. Throughout it all, Guo Jia had always met challenges with a smile. Yet now, as he gazed at the report, tears streamed down his face like a child. Fatty had, of course, reviewed the results. The child was indeed Guo Jia's daughter. However, Upon returning and learning of the circumstances surrounding Li Rou and her daughter, Fatty felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. The brother, who had not encountered a woman since leaving Deling village, had just discovered he had a wife and child, only to lose them both in an instant. How bitter must his heart be? Fatty firmly grasped Guo Jia's shoulder before turning to exit, uttering not a single word. There was no need for Guo Jia to issue any commands. Their years of shared struggles had forged an unspoken understanding between them. Subsequently, all personnel involved in intelligence gathering within Guo Jia's commercial empire were mobilized. Fatty's directive was clear. Every detail concerning Li Rou and her daughter must be meticulously investigated, regardless of the cost. Those who have assisted Li Rou and her daughter, as well as those who have harmed them, are known to Fatty. Once Jia Ji's injuries have sufficiently healed, he will take it upon himself to repay them all in kind. For now, Fatty's priority is to identify these individuals. Who are they, and how can they behave in such a manner? Li Rou's delicate face flushed with indignation. It was precisely her outraged words that snapped Guo Jia back to reality. How wonderful. Everything is still salvageable. Guo Jia gazed at Li Rou, a smile breaking across his face. How can you remain so cheerful after they treated you that way? Li Rou, observing Guo Jia's mirth, began to doubt whether he had truly recovered or if he was merely feigning ignorance. After all, one can gain from losses. Guo Jia's laughter grew more jubilant. His grandfather was still alive, his beloved wife remained by his side, and his daughter was yet to be born. Everything was still within reach. He even appeared to have regained his eloquence. Perhaps his foolishness had indeed dissipated. Li Rou silently contemplated this. If it turned out that Guo Jia was still unwell, she would need to devise a plan to distance herself from this foolish man. After all, no one could predict when he might lose his temper or lash out. All right. We have arrived at the youth station. You should head back now. Li Rou wished to hasten her departure from Guo Jia. Very well. Make sure to rest well and avoid strenuous work. I shall visit my grandfather and return to see you tomorrow. Guo Jia was acutely aware of Li Rou's lingering fear of him. Hence he could only proceed with caution. Altering her perception of him would not be an overnight endeavor. Moreover, according to his previous life's investigations, Li Rou currently had an object of mutual affection named Song Shu. Guo Jia understood that to win her heart, he must first ensure her safe return to the city. Only then could she recognize that her so-called beloved, Song Shu, was in truth a heartless opportunist. After her departure to the countryside, he had promptly turned his attentions to Li Rou's sister, Li Lan, and had already married her. Guo Jia was aware that only by allowing Li Rou to remove Song Shu from her heart could he have a chance with her. Following the trajectory of his past existence, the previous night had likely been tumultuous. Thus, Guo Jia's aspirations extended beyond Li Rou alone, encompassing the child she carried. His current objective was to keep Li Rou in the countryside, close to him, but merely possessing her physical presence was insufficient. He yearned for her genuine affection. As he watched Li Rou dash back to the girls' dormitory at the youth station without a glance back, Guo Jia shook his head. His path to winning her heart was fraught with challenges. Grandfather, I am well again. Upon returning from the youth station, Guo Jia went directly to Guo Linggong's room. Excellent. How wonderful. Guo Linggong lay upon the Kong, raising a hand to gently stroke Guo Jia's head. He continued, just a moment ago, Fatty came to inform me that you have regained your senses, and I could hardly believe it. Now, merely looking into your eyes, I can see that my clever grandson has returned. Guo Linggong's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Grandfather, I have recovered, and now it is your turn. Guo Jia grasped Guo Linggong's hand, tears cascading down onto their joined hands. In his previous life, Guo Jia had never had the chance to see his grandfather one last time, a regret that haunted him deeply. Upon returning to life, the sight of my grandfather stirred an overwhelming surge of emotion, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Is it my turn now? The esteemed Guo Linggong failed to grasp the meaning behind his eldest grandson's words. Grandfather, my affliction has been cured. I will soon earn money to treat your ailments. And then it will be your turn to recover. Guo Jia wiped away his tears, his face radiating determination. My dear child, who is free from death, to witness your recovery before my own demise is a fulfillment of my heart's desire. If only I could also learn of your elder brother Guo Cheng's whereabouts. That would be even more delightful. Guo Linggong, a veteran who had fought against the Japanese, had long since come to terms with life and death. The only burdens on his heart were his two grandsons, one, the son of Guo Jiefeng, and the other, the son of Guo Jianjie. Grandfather, your illness is not as grave as it seems. It primarily stems from my troubles weighing heavily on you. compounded by long-term malnutrition. Now that your grandson's affliction has been alleviated, we shall seek treatment at the hospital, and your health will soon improve. As for my elder brother, I am determined to find him. Whether he is alive or deceased, I will ensure his remains return to our homeland. Guo Jia, having improved nearly 6 months earlier than in his previous life, felt an overwhelming sense of timeliness. Chapter 9. Guo Linggong, young lad, is your ailment truly resolved? Guo Jiafang returned from harvesting potatoes, having heard from villagers that Guo Jia had recovered. Upon entering the house, he found Guo Linggong and Guo Jia engaged in conversation and quickly inquired, "Uncle, my illness has indeed been cured. I am grateful for your care over the years for both grandfather and me." Guo Jia promptly rose to express his gratitude. "What need is there for thanks? I am your uncle, and that man is my own father. Caring for you is a matter of course. Your recovery is a matter for which we must give thanks to heaven and our ancestors." Guo Jiafang chuckled, his face etched with the markings of time. "Old Guo, why haven't you delivered this month's funds yet? Must I come to retrieve them myself?" Before Guo Jia could respond, a sharp voice rang from outside. At that moment, a woman in her 20s appeared at the door. She was of modest height, approximately 5 feet 6 inches. Yet her weight was likely no less than 140 pounds. It is the second niece of the Sun family. It is not that we have failed to send the money. We have simply been occupied with farm work and have not had the time. The old man's subsidy was only issued yesterday. We just finished harvesting potatoes and were preparing to deliver it today. Guo Jiafang said with a forced smile upon seeing the visitor. "Shumi has arrived. Grandfather has good news for you." Guo Linggong, feeling rejuvenated by Guo Jia's recovery, wished to share his joy with son Shumi. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Your subsidy has increased?" Son Shumi's eyes gleamed with greed. She completely disregarded Guo Jia standing nearby, viewing him as nothing more than an imbecile unworthy of attention. "How much has it risen?" "If it remains at 40 yuan, that will not suffice. It must increase accordingly. Otherwise, my sister will not spend her life caring for such a fool." Son Shumi began to prattle on. Calculating Guo Linggong's subsidy. "It is not an increase in the subsidy, but rather the recovery of my nephew Guo Jia, due to his illness." Lord Guo was unable to speak, leaving Guo Jiafang to interject hastily as he sensed the situation was deteriorating. Originally, the monthly subsidy of 45 yuan was reduced to a mere 5 yuan for the Sun family. If clarity was not achieved now, they would struggle to raise the amount further. Would the foolish illness ever truly heal? Son Shumi turned to Guo Jia, doubting him completely. At that moment, Guo Jiafang retrieved the money he had just received the previous day from the cabinet. A thick bundle of cash, wrapped meticulously in layers of handkerchiefs. Upon seeing Guo Jiafang produce the money, Son Shumi's attention shifted away from whether the fool had indeed recovered. She resolved that this money would no longer go to the Sun family, and that not a single cent would be given to them henceforth. Guo Jia had refrained from speaking to Son Shumi throughout, but now he stepped forward and seized the money from Guo Jiafang's hands. "You scoundrel! What are you doing? Why are you stealing my money?" Son Shumi erupted in anger as she witnessed the money being taken away by the fool. "Do you have no shame? Now that I am well, you still come to demand money?" Guo Jia, his face flushed with rage, retaliated directly. Guo Jiafang showed no intention to intervene. Over the past 3 years, the Sun family had caused him considerable distress, particularly Son Shumi, who incessantly referred to him as Old Guo without a shred of respect for his elders. Furthermore, they were relentless in demanding Guo Linggong's subsidy, arriving the very next day after it was issued, regardless of the weather. "How can you speak so? This is your future sister-in-law. We are all family." Lord Guo, lying on the bed, quickly intervened upon hearing Guo Jia's harsh words. In the old man's mind, the eldest daughter of the Sun family, Sun Shuqin, was destined to become his granddaughter-in-law, and he wished to avoid any escalation. "Do you hear me? You two have no sense of reason for someone lying on the bed nearing death. Even if one has become a fool, my elder sister has not abandoned you. What is wrong with asking for a little money? Moreover, this money is meant for your care in the future." Son Shumi became increasingly arrogant. Her chin raised high as she approached Guo Jia, incessantly poking his chest with her finger. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed, causing Son Shumi to spin 360 degrees. Stunned, she covered her face in disbelief, glaring at Guo Jia, her eyes ablaze. "How dare this fool strike her? You insolent fool! You dare to hit me? I will not let this matter rest with the Guo family today." Son Shumi erupted in fury. She accused Guo Jia of being ungrateful, proclaiming that her elder sister had selflessly cared for him for 3 years, and that Guo Jia's foolishness had not deterred her loyalty. like a bamboo tube spilling beans. She shouted incessantly. As the quarrel escalated, many villagers gathered at the door, though they were mostly frail and unable to work. The able-bodied had already gone to the fields to toil. Sun Shumi, close your mouth. My foolish ailment has healed, and I remember everything from these past 3 years. Guo Jia pointed at her, glaring fiercely, causing Sun Shumi to be genuinely afraid to speak further. Her face still throbbed with pain from the slap. Such a clumsy and brutish individual, I could easily imagine them inflicting fatal harm with merely a few strikes. How dare you accuse me of ingratitude? How did I come to suffer such foolishness? Guo Jia pointed to his own head, lamenting. Is it not due to your Sun family's inability to make ends meet that I ventured into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables and suffered this fate? Yet, after I tumbled down the mountain, did any of you from the Sun family come to check on me? Instead, once I had healed from my injuries, you incessantly demanded that I, your so-called fool, toil for you, washing clothes, cooking meals, gathering firewood, and even fetching water for your foot baths. This is your notion of caring for me over the past 3 years? And your elder sister, Sun Shuqin, frequently exchanging glances with the son of the vice factory director. Did you think I was oblivious? Not once did she brew medicine for my ailments or visit me after I was injured because of your family. Is this what you call unwavering support? Meanwhile, you have shown me nothing but neglect, even seizing 40 out of my grandfather's monthly stipend of 45 yuan. Now, as my grandfather lies ill on the bed, there are no funds to seek treatment. You shamelessly curse him as a dying man. Do you possess no conscience? Is your Sun family even human? Guo Jia's chest heaved violently as he unleashed all his pin-up fury. Eldest grandson Guo Linggong attempted to intervene, hoping to quell the escalating situation. Yet Guo Jia grasped Guo Linggong's hand firmly, speaking earnestly. Grandfather, you are a valiant protector of our homeland, a man of profound wisdom. How can the likes of the ungrateful Sun family, mere parasites draining your lifeblood, ever deserve to be your granddaughter-in-law or kin by marriage? However, your lifelong happiness. Guo Linggong worried that his grandson might struggle to find a suitable partner in the future. Grandfather, we need not concern ourselves with Sun Shuqin and her ilk. My grandson will undoubtedly find the finest wife. The most pressing matter is that your illness cannot be delayed any longer. Immediate hospitalization is imperative. Guo Jia clutched Guo Linggong's hand tightly. Chapter 10. Sun Shumi indeed. The Sun family in town is utterly outrageous. It is as if they are exploiting a fool for their own gain. Old Master Guo is a national hero, yet the Sun family has taken all the funds, refusing to provide for his medical needs. Guo Jia is justified in his actions. What value is there in such a match? Restoring old Master Guo's health is of utmost importance. Brother Guo, you should heed your grandson's advice. The villagers chimed in, voicing their support. Guo Linggong, bedridden, realized only then that his grandson had been treated as a servant by the Sun family. Observing the villagers rallying behind Guo Jia, and knowing they were in Daling village, Sun Shumi understood that further rebuttal would yield no benefit. Thus, she retracted her earlier outburst and addressed Guo Jia loudly. Everyone in Daling village has heard this. You, Guo Jia, were the one to initiate the withdrawal from the engagement. We all heard it. With parasites like you, why should we maintain the engagement for the sake of the new year? Among the villagers, an irate elder retaliated directly, unable to contain his frustration. That is well and good. During the engagement, the dowry and the 3 turns and 1 sound were agreed upon, and the Sun family shall not return a single cent. Sun Shumi, realizing her scheme had succeeded, promptly exclaimed, You wretched girl, how could your heart be so cruel? The elderly gentleman, who had just spoken, now recognized he had been deceived. Wu San, you need not concern yourself with her, even if she returned the so-called 3 turns and 1 sound. I would consider them tainted and would prefer to do without. Guo Jia quickly interjected to soothe the situation. The elderly Wu, who was of similar age to Guo's grandfather, should not be agitated lest he fall ill. That would be a great misfortune. Additionally, aside from the bicycle, all other items pertaining to the dowry had long been sold to pay for Sun Shuqin's father's medical treatment. Presently, Guo Jia desired those items. Yet the Sun family had none to offer. The bicycle had not been sold for money. Rather, it had been secretly ridden away by Sun Dahua, who subsequently never returned it, which was why it remained. Truly, Guo Jia is a paragon of virtue. Indeed, this child has been astute since childhood. The recognized prodigy of 10 miles and 8 villages, this title was not bestowed lightly. Given that Guo Jia's illness has been cured by divine providence, he shall undoubtedly prosper. Yes, what 3 turns and 1 sound? Guo Jia will surely earn an entire set in the future. No, 5 sets. The villagers once again raised their thumbs in admiration for Guo Jia. Meanwhile, Guo Linggong, witnessing his grandson's magnanimity, felt immensely gratified. Whether it be Guo Jianxi or Guo Jia, they truly are the offspring of a hero. All are his descendants, and they are commendable. Guo Linggong cast aside the previous gloom, and his spirits brightened considerably. Guo Jiafeng, too, wore a cheerful countenance, finally free from the Sun family's scrutiny. Had it not been for his father's continued restraint, Guo Jiafeng would have erupted long ago. As for Sun Shumi, she had stealthily departed from Guo Linggong's house while everyone was praising Guo Jia, leaving Daling village to return to town. She intended to relay the news to her elder sister and 2 younger brothers without delay. That Guo Jia was no fool, and they would no longer be able to swindle money from him. Sun Shumi's discreet exit did not go unnoticed by Guo Jia, yet he refrained from intervening. It was not that he wished to spare the Sun family, rather, his priority was to attend to his grandfather's health. Conversely, the Sun family would certainly seek retribution, and it would be exacted doubly. Guo Jia was no saint. Grandfather, shall we take my grandfather to the hospital now? After dispersing the onlookers, Guo Jia said to Guo Jiafeng, very well, I shall borrow some money, and then we shall depart. Little Jia, please tidy up the cart at home. Guo Jiafeng replied as he prepared to go out to procure funds. Grandfather, there is no need to borrow money. We have the 45 yuan subsidy here, do we not? Guo Jia lifted the money in his hand, which he had just seized from Guo Jiafeng, concerned that his grandfather might hand it over to Sun Shumi. How foolish of me to forget. Each time, the moment the money is in hand, it is demanded by the Sun family, so I had not considered this angle. Guo Jiafeng chuckled briefly, yet his expression darkened once more. This 45 yuan will suffice for a few days. I have plans for the future, and you need only focus on caring for my grandfather in the hospital, Guo Jia quickly reassured, noticing Guo Jiafeng's apprehension. But what plans could you possibly have? Guo Jiafeng inquired, turning his gaze towards him. At this advanced stage of my life, I feel I have lived enough, and it is time to reunite with your grandmother and my brothers in life and death, remarked Guo Linggong. Dear uncle, your nephew is renowned as a prodigy. He surely possesses ways to generate wealth. Moreover, grandfather, your life force is so robust that even the king of hell dares not claim you. It would be best for you to continue living peacefully above. Guo Jia concluded with a hearty laugh. What a spirited lad. Guo Linggong and Guo Jiafeng joined in the laughter. With a flatbed cart available at home, there was no need to borrow one. Guo Jia spread a quilt upon it and, alongside Guo Jiafeng, carefully lifted Guo Linggong onto the cart. Guo Jia then took hold of the cart and set off towards the county hospital. Initially, Guo Jiafeng intended to pull the cart, but Guo Jia insisted against it. How could he allow his elder uncle, over 50 years of age, to exert himself? Instead, he instructed Guo Jiafeng to ensure the comfort of Guo Linggong on the cart. The horse-drawn vehicle still belonged to the collective, and with the production team overwhelmed with work, it was impossible to borrow one. Those wishing to reach the county town had to rely solely on their own legs, as Daling village, being a remote mountain hamlet, lacked any bus service to the county seat. Transporting grandfather to the county hospital via the flatbed cart was the only feasible option. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, merely 10 kilometers of mountainous terrain, which would take a little over 2 hours to traverse. 45 yuan, for decades later, would seem trivial. However, in 1980, it was a substantial sum. At the Pear County Central Hospital, Guo Jia paid a 20 yuan deposit for his grandfather's hospitalization and subsequently arranged for him to be admitted to a ward. Having spent his entire life in the countryside, Guo Jiafeng was bewildered in the hospital, unfamiliar with its workings. Yet, he remembered his nephew's instructions to care for the elder and leave everything else to him. Observing Guo Jia handle the various procedures with remarkable composure, both Guo Linggong and Guo Jiafeng were taken aback. This lad hardly resembled someone who had been muddled for 3 years. Instead, he appeared more akin to a staff member at the central hospital, well-versed in the protocols. Little did they know that for Guo Jia, reborn as a billionaire in 2023, the mere act of admitting his grandfather was hardly a challenge. The next phase involved a series of examinations at the hospital, during which Guo Jia guided Guo Jiafeng, instructing him on where to find nurses, where the restrooms were located, and so forth. He then entrusted the remaining funds to Guo Jiafeng, instructing him to remain by grandfather Guo Linggong's side during his stay, with the necessary examinations. Waiting for results and consultations with doctors, Guo Linggong was left with no choice but to remain hospitalized for the time being. However, Guo Jia could not afford to wait. He needed to earn the upcoming treatment costs. It was utterly impossible to remedy the ailment with just 45 yuan. Having settled grandfather and uncle, Guo Jia hurriedly departed the hospital, but not towards home. Instead, he made his way to a nearby mountain forest on the outskirts of the county town. Were it not for a recollection from his past life, Guo Jia would have hesitated to venture to the hospital with merely 45 yuan in hand for his grandfather's treatment. This particular memory promised a fortune, ample enough to cover his grandfather's medical expenses, and it was located within the very forest adjacent to Pear County's town. Chapter 11. The specialty of machine maintenance. There once circulated an old saying, proclaiming that in an era where merely possessing a machine around one's waist made one the most dapper individual on the street, a person wisely chose to study machine maintenance. While aspirations were lofty, reality proved rather stark. Tragically, before this individual could graduate in their chosen field, machines had already rendered their existence obsolete in the world. This just once elicited hearty laughter from countless individuals. However, when Guo Jia, having recovered from his previous folly, ventured into the world, he encountered a variation of this joke. Remarkably, it was the very protagonist of the tale who recounted it to him. This man, named Li Rou, was an unemployed drifter. When Guo Jia was engaged in small business dealings, he found himself embroiled in a brawl with a group of ruffians, during which he became acquainted with Li Rou. This occurrence took place in 1994, a year etched in Guo Jia's memory, for it was the very year Li Rou was released from prison. Upon his release, lacking any means of livelihood, Li Rou resorted to a life of petty crime, which led to their fortuitous meeting. Guo Jia vividly recalls a particular occasion when he, along with Li Rou and his band of brothers, partook in revelry over drinks. In a drunken stupor, Li Rou sobbed profusely, thereby unveiling the tale that would bring joy to those who heard it for an entire year. With tears streaming and nose running, Li Rou recounted a significant caper he executed 2 decades prior, in 1974. He had orchestrated a grand heist, cleansing all the grain shops and supply cooperatives in the county overnight. Yet, he eschewed all manner of goods such as bicycles and televisions, focusing instead on one singular objective, the various forms of ration coupons. During this time, acquiring any goods necessitated the possession of these coupons: grain coupons, oil coupons, cloth coupons, industrial coupons, and many more. People were required not only to pay, but also to present the corresponding coupons to purchase anything. Simply breaking into a grain store or supply cooperative to seize tangible items would expose one too easily and yield meager spoils. Industrial goods like bicycles were impractical for concealment, given Li Rou's lack of adequate storage space, and attempting to resell grain would be tantamount to self-incrimination. Possessing a remarkably agile mind, Li Rou had devised a plan beforehand to seize only the coupons. These coupons were diminutive, smaller than a 1-cent bill, making them exceedingly easy to hide. Moreover, they would not spoil over time, unlike perishable goods such as rice or flour. Once obtained, he could procure rice and flour with grain coupons, acquire cooking oil with oil coupons, and purchase bicycles or televisions with industrial coupons. There were no identifying marks on these coupons. Whoever held them could claim ownership without fear of repercussions. Most importantly, these various coupons could be exchanged for cash and were highly sought after, as individuals found themselves with money yet powerless to purchase anything without the necessary coupons. In this era, one could assert that tickets are indeed omnipotent. Li Rou, utilizing the ancestral skills of a gentleman, plundered every grain store and supply cooperative in the county overnight, without even counting the multitude of tickets he had acquired. He hastily retreated into the mountains bordering the town to conceal his ill-gotten gains. He then returned home to lie low. During a gathering over drinks, someone inquired of Li Rou why he did not immediately exchange these tickets for money or goods. Sipping his drink, he revealed with a pained expression, "In our line of work, we abide by certain rules. One must allow time to pass before claiming what has been obtained unlawfully. Only after this period does it truly belong to you, and you may dispose of it at will. Conversely, if someone with connections comes looking for assistance during this time, one must return the items to their rightful owner. Of course, they would offer some form of compensation, ensuring that your efforts are not in vain. Moreover, considering that the grain station and supply cooperative had just reported their tickets stolen, it would be sheer folly to sell them off immediately." It was through Li Rou that Guo Jia learned of this code of conduct. Goodness! The grain ticket theft case that shook the entire province in 74 was orchestrated by Brother Liu? He exclaimed. What happened next? The others at the table eagerly pressed for details. Excitement palpable in the air. Damn it. Chen Lu took another sip of his drink before exclaiming, I never anticipated that on the very day I returned home, the police would come knocking. Initially, I feared I had slipped up, leaving a trace behind. However, upon arriving at the station and seeing my fellow associates gathered, I realized that the police had rounded up all of us with prior theft records. They were investigating the grain ticket theft from the stores and cooperatives. Guo Jia quickly interjected. It's true, those engaged in trade are astute. They catch on quickly. Chen Lu commended. He continued, the operation was solely mine. The others were completely oblivious. Yet, when questioned, everyone feigned ignorance, and the police were not pleased. This led to a series of overly friendly interrogations, which became unbearable, resulting in confessions not just about the grain ticket theft, but also about other misdeeds. Consequently, the majority received prison sentences. Brother Lu, was it this incident that led to your 20-year sentence? Inquired a younger associate at the table. Had I confessed back then, I certainly wouldn't be here drinking now. Guo Jia chuckled, draining his glass. I drink to that. Chen Lu raised his glass to Guo Jia and downed his drink. The other associates followed suit, lifting their glasses and downing their contents. Brother Jia is right. I too believe that if I confessed, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chen Lu rubbed his face in contemplation. However, the police's attentiveness was overwhelming. I couldn't withstand the pressure and ended up confessing to other offenses, resulting in a 20-year sentence. Yet, I maintained a smile throughout my time inside. Others may not have known, but I was aware of the truth. That hefty bundle of various tickets included at least over 100,000 pounds of grain tickets alone. Converted into money, I would have been a wealthy man. As Chen Lu spoke, a hint of pride illuminated his face, revealing the immense joy he once felt. Sixth brother, it's not merely a matter of 10,000 yuan. We're talking about several 10,000 yuan households. One of the younger brother's eyes gleamed with excitement. Damn it, I have been eagerly awaiting the day of my release from prison. And the very first thing I did was rush to the forest where I hid the ration coupons. When Chen Lu uttered these words, his face was etched with bitterness. Goodness, I've struck gold. Sixth brother, just how many grain coupons are there? Upon hearing this, the younger brothers erupted with enthusiasm. What a joke. Chen Lu spat vehemently onto the ground. Sixth brother, did someone discover the items you hid and take them away? One younger brother suddenly had a flash of insight. How could that happen? The things I hid are often left in the same spot. From the southern edge, count the 18th tree into the forest. Then walk 100 steps and turn left. Subsequently, Chen Lu revealed the precise location of his concealed coupons. I ask you, in such a secluded place, who could find it unless I divulge the secret? Now, let us drink. Chen Lu clumsily raised his cup, his tongue stumbling over the words. Chapter 12. A bag full of ration coupons. Sixth brother, did anyone discover the coupons you concealed? In the end, how many pounds of grain coupons are there? Right. How many oil coupons? How many industrial coupons? A chorus of inquiries arose. Damn it, I might forget other things, but the total number of grain coupons, I shall never forget for the rest of my life. It's engraved in my memory. Chen Lu slammed his hand heavily on the table and then extended 2 fingers. 20,000 pounds? Are you out of your mind? Sixth brother just said there are at least over 100,000 pounds. How could it be just 20,000? It must be 200,000 pounds. After giving a light smack to the back of the head of the one who guessed 20,000, the person beside him remarked. Usually, I say that Zhuzi is smarter than you, and you refuse to admit it. Now you see it, don't you? Chen Lu burst into hearty laughter. I've simply had too much to drink today, my mind isn't functioning properly. Otherwise, I would have figured it out too. Li remained unconvinced. There is no need for sixth brother to engage with him. If we were to dispute with Li, wouldn't that lower our own intelligence? Zhuzi appeared indifferent, shaking his head, his eyes slightly drooping from the drink. Guo Jia scrutinized this individual named Zhuzi, committing him to memory. Little did Zhuzi know that it was this drunken banter at the table that would lay the foundation for his future ascent in life. But that is a tale for another time. The total amounts to 200,785 pounds. Chen Lu let out a belch. Goodness, we've struck it rich. The one referred to as Li sprang to his feet, but promptly staggered and fell back down, having consumed too much to stand upright. Ha ha. Guo Jia laughed heartily and shook his head. What? Did I say something wrong, Jiago? Li asked, somewhat dazed. Hey Li, do you know when sixth brother was released from prison? Zhuzi propped himself up on the table, preventing himself from leaning overly much. It was this year, 1994. Li was displeased and replied, Zhuzi, I warn you, our intellects are on par. In less than a year, do you think I'm foolish enough to forget? After saying this, Li felt a tinge of smugness. Slap. Chen Lu could no longer tolerate it, and gave Li a sharp smack on the back of his head. Ouch. Sixth brother, why did you hit me? As Li discerned that the person capturing him on camera was Chen Lu, he refrained from losing his temper. Initially, the situation itself was infuriating. But hearing your words only intensified his ire. Chen Lu, visibly agitated, inquired, Li, can you enlighten me as to when ration tickets, such as food stamps, were abolished nationwide? Why, last year, in 1993 of course. What's the matter, Lu Guo? Li responded, still processing the information. So, let me ask you this. It is now 1994, and I still possess those 200,000 gene of grain tickets. What purpose do they serve? Even if I had 2 million, or even 20 million, what would they be worth? I wouldn't dare to sell them as scrap. If discovered, I'd be in serious trouble. Chen Lu was visibly furious. Isn't this just torturing a person? Li, belatedly grasping the situation, uttered a phrase from traditional culture, then turned to Guo Jia, who was about to speak again. So that's what made Jia smile just now? You are far more torturous. Bang. Before Guo Jia could respond, Zhu declared something and promptly collapsed onto the table, dozing off, oblivious to the overturned empty dishes around him. Chen Lu, similarly, gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, his expression one of desolation, as if on the verge of tears. This was akin to spending considerable time and money to finally meet the beloved online girlfriend, only to indulge in a shopping spree filled with designer clothes, luxurious bags, and exquisite meals, culminating in a romantic movie after booking a hotel for the night. Upon returning to the 5-star hotel, and after a refreshing bath, just as one is about to retire for the night, one discovers that the partner is, in fact, a man in disguise. Guo Jia surmised that this encapsulated Chen Lu's current sentiment. Old Lu, do not be disheartened. Follow me from now on, and I shall ensure you partake in the feast as well. Guo Jia stood and patted Chen Lu on the shoulder. Really? Thank you, Jia Guo, Chen Lu exclaimed, his inebriation dissipating significantly. Remember to bring Zhu along. I've already settled the meal expenses. You may drink, but let us refrain from excessive talk after. With that, Guo Jia departed the private room, maintaining a steady demeanor, as though he had not consumed any alcohol at all. Chen Lu was suddenly gripped by a cold sweat. Henceforth, he resolved to limit his alcohol intake. What I said today must remain buried within me. It cannot be shared with anyone, understood? He looked towards his subordinates, only to find none seated. Some were sprawled across the table, while others had slid to the floor, all deep in slumber. Goodness. Tomorrow, once these fellows awaken, I'll have to issue a warning again. Chen Lu staggered his way homeward. Guo Jia, reflecting on the time spent drinking with Chen Lu, began counting the trees, starting from the first one in the southern direction. Upon reaching the 18th tree, he ventured inward. After navigating through the winding paths, Guo Jia finally spotted the crooked tree deep in the mountains. Though there may be slight discrepancies in his count, this was the only crooked tree in the vicinity. Likely the one Chen Lu had mentioned. Guo Jia retrieved a tree branch as thick as an arm and began digging in the shadow of the crooked tree. A short distance away, given the secluded nature of the deep mountains, the ground was relatively untouched, making it easy to excavate. At a depth of approximately 20 centimeters, Guo Jia's branch struck something solid. Upon witnessing the gleam of joy on Guo Jia's face, he realized that he had stumbled upon a hidden jar buried by Chen Lu. Chen Lu had mentioned that he would conceal his ill-gotten gains in this very spot, waiting for the opportune moment. Guo Jia meticulously scanned his surroundings once more, confirming the absence of onlookers, before proceeding to clear the soil from the jar. Eventually, a large jar with a wide mouth came into view. Its opening as broad as a rice bowl, sealed with a layer of earth. Guo Jia removed the outer layer of soil, revealing 2 layers of oil paper, which were further covered by several layers of cloth. At the innermost layer lay a piece of plastic, the origin of which Chen Lu had likely procured from unknown sources. This material was a rarity at the time, unlike the ubiquitous white refuse of the future. As Guo Jia peeled back each layer, a wry smile crept across his face. Acknowledging Chen Lu's meticulousness, he surmised that the precaution against moisture and mildew was indeed prudent for the paper currency buried within. However, upon glimpsing the contents, a grin began to form at the corners of his mouth. It was now 1980, and Chen Lu had only spent 6 years imprisoned, still cherishing dreams of emerging as a wealthy individual. Guo Jia retrieved a large cloth bag he had prepared in advance. eagerly scooping up various forms of currency from the jar and stuffing them into the bag. Indeed, the tickets were haphazardly scattered within, rather than bundled together. Whether this was Chun Lu's method during his thieving escapades at various grain stores and supply cooperatives, or simply a means of facilitating their storage in the jar, remained uncertain to Guo Jia. Nevertheless, these grain tickets, oil tickets, cloth tickets, and industrial tickets were equivalent to currency in the 1980s. A fact Guo Jia was well aware of. Ah, Lu, by the time you emerge, these tickets will be rendered worthless, leaving you unable even to sell them as scrap. For now, allow me to alleviate your worries. He chuckled, his bag brimming with the spoils, revealing a broad smile showcasing his 32 pearly whites. Chapter 13. Guoying after restoring the jar to its original state and filling the earth back in. Guo Jia hoisted the bag over his shoulder and made his way towards the flatbed cart he had left at the forest's edge. Along the way, he gathered numerous dry twigs, placing them atop the bag to create the facade of collecting firewood. Once he had secured the branches, Guo Jia cheerfully pulled the cart towards Daling village. By the time he returned, twilight had descended. Upon arriving home, he first concealed the substantial bag of tickets. Afterward, he set off for his uncle Guo Jiafang's residence. Given the abrupt nature of Guo Jia's departure to escort their grandfather to the hospital, he had not yet informed his uncle's family. Now, it was his duty to convey the news. As for family, only his 4 female cousins remained. Guo Jiafang's wife had passed away early on, leaving him to raise their 4 children alone. The eldest was a son, while the other 3 were daughters. The eldest son, Guo Cheng, had ventured out to seek his fortune, claiming that riches awaited him in the Soviet Union. However, since leaving home, he had fallen silent, and years had slipped by without a word. Guo Jiafang had enlisted help in searching for his son, but to no avail. In time, the family had no choice but to accept the grim reality, believing that Guo Cheng had perished. Guo Jiafang's second daughter, Guo Lian, and third daughter, Guo Yu, have already married and established their own families, leaving the youngest, Guo Ying, yet to wed. Today, my uncle and I accompanied our grandfather to the central hospital in Lixian, where he is now settled in and is hospitalized. Upon entering the house, Guo Jia found Guo Ying preparing a meal. What's wrong? Is grandfather gravely ill? I was puzzled upon returning from work to find him absent from his bed, and there was no one at your home either. By the way, Xiao Jia, the villagers say you have recovered from your illness? Guo Ying inquired, setting down her spatula. Fourth sister, grandfather is not critically ill. He simply needs timely treatment for his ailment. I believe we must not delay. My foolish sickness has already subsided, and I am grateful for the care you, third sister, and uncle have provided over the years. It is now my turn to show filial piety towards you, Guo Jia said, squatting beside the stove to help stoke the fire. We are all family. There is no need for thanks. Your recovery from that foolish illness signifies that grandfather's condition can also improve. Even our second uncle and aunt in heaven can rest easy, Guo Ying replied, stirring the vegetables in a large pot. The vegetables were freshly harvested from their own garden. Such is the way of rural life. Whatever grows in the fields is what one consumes. Purchasing vegetables? That is out of the question. Grandfather says my parents were great heroes, aiding in the resistance against the U.S. in Vietnam, and that is indeed glorious, Guo Jia added, adding a few more twigs to the fire. He no longer remembered his parents' true appearances, as he was too young at the time. He could only gaze at the framed photograph to reminisce about the past. It depicted his parents on their wedding day, both adorned in military uniforms, looking particularly splendid. Throughout his childhood, he diligently polished that frame to keep it spotless. A ritual he only neglected during the 3 years of his illness. Xiao Jia, let us not dwell on that. We should eat. You must be famished, Guo Ying said, serving the stir-fried vegetables onto a plate and inviting Guo Jia to dine. Fourth sister, how did you know I was hungry? It's a 10-kilometer trek back from the county town over the mountain roads. It would be strange not to feel hungry, Guo Jia responded. Guo Ying handed him the only corn flatbread. Fourth sister, you have worked all day in the production team. You should eat the rations, Guo Jia insisted, pushing the flatbread back. I'll be fine with just some porridge. There are stewed green beans as well, so I can simply have more vegetables. Guo Ying persisted and offered the flatbread again. Then let us split it in half. Otherwise, I want to eat any. Guo Jia smiled at his cousin. Just like in his previous life, apart from his second cousin, everyone in his uncle's family treated him with great kindness. Very well. Now that your foolish illness is past, you can't be easily fooled anymore, haha. Guo Ying teased as she broke the flatbread in two. So it was you who always tricked me while I was foolish. Guo Jia feigned indignation. Haha. The two sisters erupted into laughter. Perhaps it was genetic. Although Guo Ying was slender, she possessed a robust frame. Her manner of speaking was straightforward and boisterous, far removed from the delicate demeanor of a refined lady. However, this did not explain why Guo Ying, at the age of 24, remained unmarried. On the contrary, her industriousness made her a valuable asset in the production team, attracting many suitors to her family. However, Guo Ying noticed that her elder brother had been uncommunicative, and her second and third sisters were both married. Should she choose to wed, there would be no one left to cook and take care of their father and grandfather. Moreover, her foolish cousin could easily starve without someone to look after him. Thus, Guo Ying resolved to decline all matchmaking proposals, wishing to care for her family for a few more years. As for how long that would be, she had not contemplated. She would take it one step at a time and, if necessary, remain unmarried for life. By the way, Li Rou had always treated Chen Suilian with kindness, so it was unexpected for Chen to slander Li Rou. During the recent criticism meeting, Chen Suilian was roundly condemned by everyone. Guo Ying held a strong bond with Li Rou and spoke out in her defense. Sister 4, Li Rou is a good person. Please look after her more often. Guo Jia popped a piece of green bean into his mouth. Although the vegetables were all from their own garden and entirely organic, the stewed green beans lacked meat and were barely seasoned, resembling boiled beans more than a proper dish. This insipid fare was truly unpalatable for Guo Jia, who had been reborn from 2023. Hey, you little rascal, we must not be greedy, eating from the bowl while eyeing the pot. You are already taken. Cease your flirtations with Li Rou. Guo Ying immediately transformed into a champion of justice. Sister 4. You know what kind of people the Sun family are without me having to explain. Once I have earned enough for grandfather's medical expenses, I will go to the Sun family and call off the engagement. Also, that Sun Shumi came to our house asking for money again today. Then, Guo Jia recounted the events of the day. The Sun family is utterly unreasonable. It's better to forego this match. Guo Ying was equally incensed. So, Sister 4, do speak a few kind words on behalf of Li Rou. As Guo Jia spoke, he thoughtfully served her more food. You little rascal, your ambitions are grand indeed. Setting your sights on my good friend. Are you aware that Li Rou is recognized as the most beautiful woman within a 10-mile radius? Guo Ying poked Guo Jia's forehead playfully. Sister 4, please help me out. Guo Jia appeared quite humble. However, having Li Rou as my sister-in-law does seem quite appealing. You're taking advantage of me, Guo Ying remarked, beginning to envision Li Rou as her sister-in-law. Thank you, Sister 4. Please enjoy your meal. Go on. Let someone else hear that and shiver. They laughed heartily. Wait a moment, you just mentioned earning money for grandfather's medical treatment? How do you plan to do that? Guo Ying suddenly realized. Sister 4, today I saw that people in the county had difficulty accessing vegetables. They had to line up at the state-run market. So, I told them I would deliver vegetables to their homes tomorrow, eliminating the need to queue at the market. Guo Jia had already devised his plan for the return journey. Otherwise, it would be impossible to navigate with so many ration coupons. Are you considering engaging in speculation? That won't do, little Jia. Listen to your sister and abandon that idea. Guo Ying's hands trembled as she spoke, having heard of many being imprisoned for such dealings in the past. Chapter 14. Preparing to harvest Sister 4. That was in the past. We are now in an era of reform and opening up. The government encourages individual economic initiatives. As clearly stated in the newspapers, Guo Jia continued, sharing relevant policies with Guo Ying. However, our family garden does not yield a great deal of vegetables. How much can we possibly sell? Guo Ying finally grasped the concept of personal economy. Fourth sister, with just our family's greens, there is certainly not much. But what if we gathered vegetables from the entire village? From the 10 or so villages around? Guo Jia smiled at Guo Ying. But we don't have that much money. Guo Ying was acutely aware of the few pounds her family had. The funds were consistently taken by the Sun family, leaving her pockets emptier than her face. She had heard that she could deliver the greens to their apartment building, and the townsfolk had given her some food stamps and ration tickets in advance. Guo Jia spoke with an air of seriousness. Aren't they afraid you'll deceive everyone? They just hand over the ration tickets so easily? Guo Ying felt that her cousin had returned to his senses, yet the townsfolk seemed quite mad. It was not as if everyone received the same amount of ration tickets. Each person was given a little, perhaps a pound or half a pound, which was hardly substantial. They consider it a deposit. They are not only unafraid of being cheated, but are also concerned that I might not show up. Guo Jia continued his nonsensical chatter. But have you remembered everything? You must not mix up their tickets. Guo Ying was somewhat uneasy, particularly since Guo Jia had been daft for 3 years. And suddenly he seemed to have returned to normal. She was still adjusting. Fourth sister, I am capable of attending university. I can certainly manage such minor accounts. Guo Jia struck a proud pose. You certainly are remarkable, and it is truly wonderful that your health has returned. Guoning expressed her joy. Fourth sister, I will take advantage of the villagers being home now to discuss things with them and have them rise early to pick vegetables tomorrow. Guo Jia stood up. Shall I accompany you to ask each household? Guing also rose, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Fourth sister, you have worked all day. You should rest early. My uncle will stay in the hospital to care for grandfather for a few days. Once grandfather's health is restored, he will return. During these days, you should remain at home and remember to secure the door at night. Once I earn money and become familiar with the business, I will bring you along. And we shall no longer engage in such laborious and dirty work, Guo Jia said with a smile as he exited the house. All right then. I look forward to grandfather's swift recovery and the arrival of better days for our family. Xiao Jia, be cautious when you reach the city tomorrow. Stay sharp. Guoying called out as Guo Jia walked away. Understood, fourth sister. Although they were the closest of kin, Guo Jia chose not to disclose the matter of his rebirth. Not only was there the risk of being discovered and subjected to dissection for research, but even his family could find themselves in peril. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet holding precious jewels brings guilt. To protect himself, and even more so his family, Guo Jia resolved to keep the secret of his rebirth buried deep within, never to speak of it to anyone. He returned to his own home, selecting a few half-pound and pound ration tickets to tuck into his pocket. He refrained from taking any tickets of higher denominations, fearing that the villagers might become suspicious. After all, this was his first time collecting greens. Subsequent endeavors would surely be easier, and when larger denomination tickets appeared, he could claim they were earned. He still had the pencil and notebook he used for studying before his mental lapse, which he now retrieved and placed into a cloth pouch, slinging it over his shoulder in preparation for record-keeping. After some contemplation, Guo Jia's first visit was to the home of the village chief, Wang Fu. As the village chief, he was more likely to comprehend the nation's reform and opening up policies and would be more amenable to selling his vegetables. Moreover, securing the cooperation of the village chief would facilitate Guo Jia's subsequent visits to other villagers, as he could simply state that the chief was already selling him vegetables, alleviating their fears of being implicated in any speculative dealings. The early 1980s were markedly different from later times, with far fewer individuals venturing into commerce. Jiagu, where have you been? I looked for you at your house this afternoon and couldn't find you. Wang Da, the chubby boy, queried eagerly upon seeing Guo Jia enter the courtyard. I took my grandfather to the county hospital with my uncle today. His illness cannot be delayed and must be treated promptly, Guo Jia replied, giving Wang Da a pat on the shoulder. Come find me this afternoon. You've snuck out from the production team again? Haven tea you? Before Wang Da could respond, the voice of his father resonated from inside the house. Indeed, if he doesn't participate in labor, he won't earn any work points. I'll punish him by not allowing him dinner tonight. The village chief, Wang Fu, sat angrily on the edge of the Kong. Uncle, please calm down. Wang Da simply isn't cut out for farming, Guo Jia said as he stepped into the room, with the lagging Wang Da trailing behind. It appeared that a battle had recently taken place here, a fierce reprimand from father to son. Jiahua, you've arrived. It seems your health has genuinely improved. I am truly happy for you, my dear nephew. Wang Fu's expression softened upon seeing Guo Jia. Did you say you took your grandfather to the county hospital? Do you have enough money? If not, I can rally the villagers to contribute. Your grandfather has made significant contributions to the nation and the people. We must not forget him, Wang Fu expressed earnestly, demonstrating a commendable awareness. Uncle, my grandfather's subsidy just came through, totaling 45 yuan, and I also wish to earn some money to help cover the medical expenses, Guo Jia replied, touched by Wang Fu's willingness to assist. He recognized that this noble sentiment stemmed from the villagers' respect for his grandfather's character. If there is anything you need help with, do not hesitate to ask. As a village chief, I will do my utmost to assist you. Regardless of your grandfather's bravery on the battlefield or the sacrifices made by your parents for the nation, they certainly deserve the support of the people. The Guo family, particularly Guo Linggong and his second son, Guo Jianxi, were the pride of the Ling village, a true household of heroes. Their reputation even elevated Wang Fu in the eyes of higher authorities during meetings, as leaders frequently cited the Guo family as a model for others to emulate. Uncle, the nation has embarked on reform and opening up, and newspapers and television have been extensively covering it. I wish to collect the surplus vegetables from our villagers' gardens and deliver them to the workers in the city. This would not only resolve the workers' difficulties in obtaining vegetables, but also allow us to earn a modest income to supplement our households. Furthermore, our villagers would receive food stamps for purchasing grain, achieving a trifecta of benefits. Guo Jia understood that to persuade the village chief, he needed to speak grandly, aligning his words with Marxist-Leninist ideals and notions of selflessness. You are indeed responding to the nation's call, Jiahua. I support you, Wang Fu, as village chief. Seem to have embraced the change. Thank you, uncle. Starting tomorrow, I will rise early to harvest all the vegetables you cannot consume, regardless of the type. I will acquire them at the state-run market prices. Guo Jia is adept at seizing opportunities. These are homegrown vegetables, and you need to earn money to support Elder Guo's medical expenses. I do not require any payment. I assure you I will gather everything by dawn. Wang Fu waved his hand grandly, exuding a sense of magnanimity. However, upon hearing this, his wife's expression immediately turned frosty. Guo Jia noticed this and promptly retrieved some food coupons from his pocket. He selected 2 coupons, each worth £1, and pressed them into the village chief's wife's hand. Aunt, please hold on to these coupons for now. We will calculate the exact weight of vegetables tomorrow morning. Oh, but how can I accept these without having harvested the vegetables yet? Wang Fu's wife protested, yet her grip on the coupons was firm. Consider this a deposit. These coupons were given to me by city dwellers. Otherwise, how would I possess any? Guo Jia subtly justified his possession of the coupons. Oh, I see. Wang Fu's wife replied, her mood lifting as she tucked the coupons away eagerly. In the eyes of rural folk, these coupons hold far greater allure than cash. With food scarcity rampant, mere currency is of little use. One cannot procure grain without both coupons and cash. It is akin to how, in the face of hunger, no amount of gold, renowned paintings, or rare antique porcelain holds more value than a simple bond. Women will be women. How can this be? Wang Fu mused aloud, though he had no real intention of objecting. After all, a refusal could lead to dire consequences at home, where his wife could create an uproar. Uncle, I can also profit from a small margin. It would be unfair to take from everyone without giving something in return. By the way, since the fat one does not enjoy working in the production team, why not accompany me? I will pay him a daily wage. Although it was uncertain how much profit could be made, Guo Jia assured that the fat one would earn more than he would in the production team. As a lifelong brother, Guo Jia could never abandon him. All right, Brother Jia, I will stick with you. The fat one's eyes lit up with excitement. Forget about money. Otherwise, this rascal will never settle down. If he follows you, he might behave better. Just be sure to discipline him harshly if he misbehaves. Wang Fu understood his son's character. Perhaps under Guo Jia's guidance, he might improve. As for Wang Fu's wife, she was the most indulgent mother. Seeing her son's agreement, she concurred. Very well, fat one, go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow morning, you will learn how to harvest vegetables and their prices. I will inform others as well, so we do not delay tomorrow's gathering. Guo Jia said as he moved towards the door. All right, Brother Jia, just make sure to guide us well. As long as it's not working in the production team, anything else is fine. The fat one joyfully escorted Guo Jia to the gate. Fat one, I promise to help you achieve great wealth in the future, Guo Jia vowed. Whether I become rich or not is irrelevant. My father will earn for me. As long as I can play with Brother Jia, that is enough. The fat one, having never experienced hardship, did not hold strong notions about wealth. The conversation unfolded with a sense of gravity. One cannot articulate it that way. No parent's youth is everlasting. And we all must confront the inevitability of aging. If we do not strive earnestly when our parents grow old, who shall we rely upon? And who will our children depend on in turn? After delivering this poignant message, Guo Jia proceeded to the next household, leaving the stout man alone at the doorway. Lost in contemplation. On this summer day, the windows were flung wide open, and the words exchanged between Guo Jia and the stout man were clearly audible to Wang Fu and his wife, seated within their abode. As for the father of the child, encouraging his son to stay close to Jiahua seems rather prudent, remarked the husband. Nonsense. Who am I? The village head. If I were oblivious to this matter, would I have acquiesced to Jiahua's request? He scoffed. Bah, you call him stout, yet you seem out of breath. The stout man paid no heed to his parents' opinions. It would be a considerable time before he returned to his dwelling. Guo Jia's words, however, ignited something within him. He felt an invigorating surge of ambition, yearning to embark on a significant venture that would allow his parents to enjoy a life of comfort alongside him. Guo Jia continued his rounds, visiting over a dozen households, ensuring that the village head had already secured the vegetables he intended to sell. This strategy was designed to guarantee that each household would agree to rise early the following day to harvest the produce. Guo Jia employed the same method, leaving behind 2 pounds of grain tickets as a deposit at each home. Since it was his inaugural foray into vegetable procurement, Guo Jia had yet to establish any credibility among the villagers and relied solely on the grain tickets to pave his way. As he made his rounds, Guo Jia returned home well past 10 o'clock at night. The village lay silent, save for the occasional bark of a dog. No other sounds pierced the stillness. In this rural setting, entertainment was scarce, with not a single television in the entire village. As night descended, couples either engaged in deep conversation or retired early to bed. For the next day beckoned with labor in the fields. In the profound silence, a sliver of moonlight streamed into the courtyard, illuminating the earthen Kong inside the house. Guo Jia retrieved the large cloth bag once more, and by the soft glow of the moon, he began the meticulous task of sorting through the tickets. Lighting a lamp was out of the question. Guo Jia feared being seen by others. The moonlight was sufficiently bright, rendering it an ideal companion for his task. Among the tickets, grain tickets predominated, a reflection of the bounty that Qin Lu had amassed from the grain stores. Guo Jia lost track of time as he sorted, his hands growing weary and cramped before he finally bundled all the tickets together. He arranged 5-pound grain tickets with others of the same denomination, creating neat bundles of 100. Likewise, he sorted oil tickets, cloth tickets, meat tickets, and industrial tickets, all of which were likely plundered from the supply and marketing cooperative by Qin Lu, categorizing them meticulously for separate bundling. Upon surveying the final outcome, Guo Jia could not help but admire Qin Lu's remarkable memory. The total amount of grain tickets was indeed 200,785 pounds. As for the other tickets, meat, oil, sugar, and so forth, their denominations varied, each consisting of 100 or so. Exhausted, Guo Jia merely categorized and bundled the tickets, counting only the grain tickets. The remaining tickets would be addressed later. With the dawn of a new day demanding his attention for a trip to the county town to sell vegetables, Guo Jia glanced at the clock. It was already 2 o'clock in the early morning. After tidying up and securely hiding the tickets, he collapsed into bed, surrendering to the embrace of sleep. In the abode of Guo Jia, who had been foolish for 3 years, security was remarkably high. Even the petty thieves from nearby villages would circumvent this place. The thieves feared that they might leave something behind and end up worse off. Jiago. Guo Jia was on the brink of entering a bridal chamber with Li Rou in his dreams when he was abruptly awakened, incensed by the interruption. It took him several seconds to regain full consciousness, and outside the window, a rotund figure continued to knock insistently. If you break the window, you will compensate. Guo Jia was still in a grumpy mood. Jiago, hurry and open the door. Didn't you say you would rise early today? The portly man muttered from outside. Guo Jia glanced at the wall clock. It was just 5 o'clock. The chimes rang out 5 times in succession. He had only managed 3 hours of sleep. Guo Jia scrambled out of bed, opened the door, and the rotund fellow squeezed through the gap. I didn't expect you to be so eager this time. Guo Jia praised while washing his face. Jiago, what you said at the front gate yesterday resonated with me. Just as your illness has improved, I, the fat man, must also strive for a fresh start. Wang scratched his head. Very well, with such determination, I will help you carve out a place for yourself. Guo Jia was about to deliver an inspiring speech when the rotund man interrupted. Enough of that, brother, mere slogans are futile. Let us focus on practical matters. I've already harvested all the vegetables from the garden while you were still in bed. The rotund man wore an expression of disappointment and dashed away. Damn it. You've really become something, fat man. Don't let me catch you. Guo Jia locked the door, grabbed a cart, and chased after him, laughing and scolding. Their first destination was naturally the fat man's vegetable garden, where the harvest was already complete, and they intended to show it to the other villagers. In Chapter 16, Righteousness over Commerce, the villagers grew seasonal vegetables in their gardens, primarily consisting of green beans, eggplants, green peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, and more. In the fat man's garden, several baskets were filled to the brim with freshly picked greens. Guo Jia set the cart down and, alongside the rotund man, began weighing the vegetables. Jiago, what are the prices for these greens? I want to know when we go to collect from others. The fat man appeared troubled. Don't worry. I prepared everything for you long ago. Just remember after reviewing it a few times. Guo Jia pulled out a paper from his cloth pouch, densely written with various vegetable purchase prices. He had prepared this the night before, along with some food stamps and writing materials. This is excellent. There are fixed prices, so there will be no mistakes. It seems there's a reason for waking up late this morning. The fat man praised the contents. Let us get to work. You weigh and report the numbers, and I'll keep the accounts. Guo Jia retrieved his writing materials again. Come now, it's your own vegetables. You needn't be so meticulous. The fat man's mother remarked, though she proceeded to place an eggplant on the scale. Auntie, that one do. Family is family. But finances are finances. We can't mix them up. Guo Jia refrained from pointing this out and began weighing and counting. The portly man beside him felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of collecting money for the vegetables from Jia Ge. However, when it came to his mother, he knew his father, Wang Fu, would sidestep the issue, let alone himself, who dared not utter a word. As for the village chief, Wang Fu, he simply chose to remain indoors, preferring to avoid the sight of it all. The prices were as follows: tomatoes at 10 cents per pound, eggplants at 3 cents per pound, and green peppers at 8 cents per pound. After weighing all the vegetables, Guo Jia calculated the total based on the price list he had meticulously noted down from the state-run market in the county. His purchasing price was approximately 2 cents lower per pound than the selling price at the market. Ultimately, the total for the vegetables from the portly man's family amounted to 5 yuan and 60 cents, a result that brought joy to the portly man's mother. Previously, the vegetables were solely for family consumption. She never imagined they could be sold for such a sum. At that time, labor in rural production teams was measured by work points, with a strong laborer earning 10 work points in a day, considered one work unit. However, wages were not dispensed daily or monthly. Instead, they were calculated at the new year, when the brigade and team would tally work points and finalize accounts. After deducting various fees, the remaining distributable income was divided by the total work hours of all members, resulting in the income per work unit. In prosperous times, if the village's agricultural and side businesses thrived, a work unit could yield as much as 1 yuan or even more. Conversely, during less favorable conditions, a work unit might only yield a few cents. There were even times when, after a year of arduous labor, members found themselves in debt. Although such realities seemed unbelievable, they were indeed the prevailing circumstances of the time. In Daling Village, the average work unit was roughly 50 cents over the past few years, meaning a strong laborer earning the maximum of 10 work points in a day would only bring home 50 cents. Besides inclement weather, health issues such as headaches and colds could prevent a laborer from working, leading to approximately 300 working days in a year. Thus, a robust laborer would earn around 150 yuan annually. For women, minors, or those in poor health, daily earnings might only amount to 7 or 8 work points, falling short of even 50 cents, resulting in a pitiful annual income. Therefore, the sale of these vegetables for 5 yuan and 60 cents equated to over 10 work units. How could the portly man's mother not be delighted? Auntie, the city folk pay me with grain coupons, so let us settle this with grain coupons as well. Guo Jia proposed to the portly man's mother. That sounds perfect. Grain coupons would be the best, as I could exchange them for more rice and flour at the grain store, she replied, her smile widening. In fact, grain coupons were currently more enticing than cash, leading to a fierce competition for them. Consequently, a black market emerged in the city, where a pound of local grain coupons could sell for 10 cents, while a pound of universally accepted grain coupons could reach 15 cents. Auntie, the city sells grain coupons at 20 cents per pound. For your total of 5 yuan and 60 cents, I should give you 28 pounds of grain coupons. Please count them. Adding the 2 pounds I gave you yesterday makes exactly 28 pounds. Guo Jia extracted a grain coupon from his pocket and pointed it towards the vendor. Compassion does not govern armies, and righteousness does not engage in commerce. As the helmsman of a future trillion-dollar commercial empire, Guo Jia acutely understood the principle that no business thrives without a hint of unscrupulousness. At present, he found himself devoid of funds, with his grandfather in the hospital requiring financial support for treatment. Moreover, he needed to pursue Li Rou from the educated youth point. And according to the trajectory of his previous life, it was highly probable that she was already pregnant. For the sake of his daughter, Guo Jia resolved to amass wealth swiftly. Otherwise, the regrets of his past life might remain irreparable in this reincarnation. He decided to adopt a ruthless approach in business. Once wealth was accumulated, he could invest in the development of his hometown, alleviate poverty in underprivileged mountain villages, and contribute generously to society. Hence, he priced the local grain coupons and the nationally accepted ones at 20 cents each, with nary a blush or quiver of his heart. In rural areas where information was relatively scarce, the true market value of grain coupons was not widely known, and many were unaware of the existence of a black market. Additionally, farmers were desperately in need of food, and even if they recognized the inflated prices of the coupons, they were unlikely to quibble over it. Among the 200,000 pounds of grain coupons, although the majority were nationally accepted, there were still a considerable number of local coupons. For the time being, Guo Jia intended to utilize the local coupons. He understood that retaining the nationally accepted ones would provide him with greater competitive advantage in the future. Thank you ever so much, Jiawazi, the chubby woman beamed as she counted the coupons. In this era of simple folk, as long as the coupons could be exchanged for rice and flour at the grain store, villagers paid little heed to whether they were local or nationally accepted. Only those who worked in the city and frequently traveled to other provinces placed greater importance on the latter. Jia Ge, I truly feel embarrassed. I cannot bear to take from my mother. Upon leaving, the chubby man repeatedly apologized to Guo Jia. What are you saying, my friend? This is a business transaction. I would never take anyone's vegetables without compensation. We are the best of brothers, after all. Guo Jia reassured him. Moreover, your assistance will not go unrewarded. There will be wages. Guo Jia was genuinely pleased to receive the vegetables from the village chief's family. What wages are we discussing? Otherwise, I might as well be idle. The chubby man said while helping to push the cart. If it's just for a single day, I won't pay you a dime. But we are in this for the long haul, aren't we? Don't you wish to prosper? Guo Jia cast a playful glance at his companion. Of course I want to prosper. Ever since you mentioned those things yesterday, I've made up my mind. I want to earn a lot of money so we can both become wealthy. The chubby man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Then, I'll demolish our thatched house and build a brick and tile house, at least 3 rooms. Your vision is limited, Guo Jia retorted. Becoming a wealthy individual and settling for a 3-room brick house is simply insufficient. In the future, we must reside in high-rise buildings in the city. With countless accounts boasting wealth, he casually tossed a grand vision into the air. Really? That would be splendid. The chubby man eagerly pushed the cart towards another vegetable garden. Chapter 17. A bit sleepy, Jiawa. You have arrived quite early. I overslept today, but I will finish harvesting shortly. In the vegetable garden, Li Rou led his family in a hurried endeavor to gather vegetables. In truth, Li Rou had risen early, discreetly observing the village chief's home, which was conveniently visible from his own. His nickname was not without merit. He was indeed a seasoned individual. Although last night, Guo Jia had provided 2 pounds of grain tickets as a deposit, one could never be certain if the village chief would actually sell vegetables to him. These were merely Guo Jia's words, and Li Rou felt the need to witness the truth with his own eyes. Lo and behold, when Li Rou observed the vegetables being weighed in the village chief's garden, only to see them handed over to the village chief's wife in exchange for a substantial stack of grain tickets, the reality dawned upon him. Everything was indeed true. With a triumphant shout, he rallied his family, and everyone, barring those unable to walk, rushed to their own garden to gather vegetables. Thus unfolded the scene just witnessed. Guo Jia, perceptive yet discreet, merely remarked that his family was large, and the vegetable harvesting would not take long. Cucumbers were priced at 12 cents per pound, pumpkins at 3 cents, and chives at 8 cents. With the multitude of hands in Li You's family, they quickly finished collecting the greens, prompting Guo Jia to begin tallying the accounts. Uncle Li, you have quite a bountiful harvest. The total amounts to 9 yuan and 8 jiao. Guo Jia cheerfully presented the account for Li Rou to review. There can be no mistake. Jiawa is universally acknowledged as a prodigy, a prospective university student. He would not err in such simple calculations. Li Rou kept his gaze fixed on the ledger, rapidly memorizing the figures inscribed therein. Fear not, should there be an error. You may consult me again. I can adjust accordingly. Guo Jia continued. This is a total of 47 pounds in grain tickets, along with last night's deposit, making it precisely 49 pounds, which is the rate the village chief is applying. Guo Jia counted out the grain tickets from his pocket and handed them over. Oh, so 1 pound of grain tickets equates to 20 cents. Li Rou calculated swiftly. Indeed, had it not been for the city dwellers' promise of grain tickets, we would find ourselves unable to procure rice or flour even if we exchanged our vegetables for cash. Guo Jia subtly nudged the conversation in that direction. True enough. Jiawa is astute. Grain tickets are far more practical than cash. Li You's household had long been devoid of grain, relying solely on foraging wild vegetables and the produce from their garden to survive. The prospect of exchanging greens for 49 pounds of grain tickets felt like a timely blessing. While wild vegetables could stave off hunger, a lack of grain would sap one's strength. How could they, as robust laborers, earn more work points under such circumstances. With these grain tickets, they could purchase cornmeal at the grain shop and mix it with wild vegetables for sustenance. Uncle Li, I will harvest these greens daily. Once your garden yields another crop, please notify me. Guo Jia made his intentions known before departing. Very well, very well. It appears greens are truly valuable. We shall no longer consume any from our garden, but reserve them all for you. Li Rou clutched the stack of grain tickets, warmth flooding his heart. Guo Jia, however, refrained from commenting on Li You's words. In an era where some struggled to fill their bellies, discussing balanced diets and vegetable combinations would indeed be folly. Life is nearly extinguished, yet one still concerns themselves with hairstyles. This situation resembles a man who has secured a hotel room, meticulously prepared, with sildenafil coursing through his veins, while a woman is luxuriating in the shower. At this moment, you abruptly burst into the room, urging the man to embody the virtue of Lu Xiaohui. What do you suppose the outcome will be? It is merely a matter of how one would retaliate. Subsequently, Guo Jia, accompanied by his rotund friend, procures 2 additional batches of vegetables for which deposits were made the previous night. The flatbed cart brims with baskets filled to the brim. Guo Jia was unprepared for the abundance of vegetables in each household and hastily informed the others who had paid deposits to refrain from harvesting until he gave the signal. Little did he realize that upon seeing the tangible currency of food stamps, the villagers were eager to relinquish their vegetable seedlings to Guo Jia. Leaving none for their own consumption, the need for sustenance was paramount. While there were wild vegetables to forage in the hills, there were no substitutes for grain. Tying the baskets securely with ropes, Guo Jia and his hefty friend pulled and pushed their way toward the county town. In the village, the inhabitants began to rise in succession, observing Guo Jia and his companion collecting vegetables, gathering to discuss and exchange information. While most were amenable to the situation, one individual was decidedly outraged. Hearing the news, he rushed over, only to find that Guo Jia and his friend had already departed after finishing their collection. This individual was none other than Zhang Xingli, a representative of Marxist thought from Daling village. Frustrated at not encountering Guo Jia, Zhang Xingli angrily sought out the village head. Wang Fu, village chief, is this not a rebellion against the heavens? Guo Jia is merely the tale of capitalism. Collecting vegetables to sell in the city is nothing short of speculation. How can you support him? Upon seeing Wang Fu, Zhang Xingli immediately began to shout. Xingli, I know you are a fine young man, a steadfast executor of Marxist ideals. However, the nation is currently implementing reforms and opening up, encouraging individual enterprise, as has been announced in the grand assemblies. Moreover, just look at these newspapers. They publish it all clearly and unmistakably. Wang Fu handed over the newspaper he had received from Guo Jia to Zhang Xingli. How can this be? How suddenly has it ceased to be speculation? Zhang Xingli's spirit waned as he perused the newspaper. Xingli, one must adopt a developmental perspective on issues. We cannot be dogmatic. This has been emphasized by our leaders in meetings. Wang Fu reassured Zhang Xingli, patting him on the shoulder. He held a favorable view of this young man. Although he, along with his son Wang De and Guo Jia, were of similar ages, Wang Fu recognized that among them, his son was the least capable. Guo Jia was astute, clearly destined for higher education, while Zhang Xingli, with his elevated ideological consciousness, was also recognized as an exemplary youth in the village. Only Wang De was known for his mischief, engaging in petty theft, brawls, and idleness, spending his days aimlessly. The village had felt a headache coming on. Hoping Guo Jia could lead his son back onto the right path. Commence work. After calming Zhang Xingli, Wang Fu began to rally the villagers to engage in production. Although Zhang Xingli was momentarily defeated by the content of the newspaper, he remained unconvinced. How could Wang De, who had never done a good deed in his life, suddenly be deemed legitimate and lawful just by associating with Guo Jia in collecting vegetables? Although Wang Fatty frequently dragged him up the mountain to ponder life's mysteries, Zhang Xingli firmly believed that righteousness shall ultimately triumph over adversity. He would never bow to evil. After a grueling 10 kilometers of mountainous terrain, with a cart brimming with vegetables, Guo Jia had not eaten breakfast and found his legs trembling upon entering the county town. Fatty, let us head to the breakfast shop for a bite, Guo Jia suggested. Brother Jia, that will cost quite a bit. Do not worry about that. I will ensure you dine lavishly in the future. Soon enough, 2 voracious figures stormed into the breakfast shop. Had the proprietor not collected their meal tickets in advance, he might have suspected they were attempting to dine and dash. These 2 were none other than Guo Jia and Fatty. Guo Jia, having skipped breakfast and toiled extensively, while Wang De, a true gourmand, was particularly ravenous. He devoured 3 bowls of tofu pudding, an entire steamer of buns, and a generous portion of fried dough sticks. Onlookers could only stare in disbelief, as if these two had emerged from a prolonged fast. "Brother Jia, I'm feeling a bit drowsy," Fatty exclaimed, his belly full and content. "I'm stuffed," he added, pushing the cart behind him. Chapter 18. Heisey Get Lost. I've made a note of this, from now on. When we dine out, you are only allowed to eat until you are half full. Guo Jia halted. "Come on, Brother Jia." I suddenly feel invigorated, not at all sleepy. Fatty, startled, shook off any lingering fatigue. In Wang Fatty's own words, "You may strike me, but you cannot deny me a meal." This was also the reason he feared his father, Wang Fu. The village head, Wang Fu, would discipline Fatty by withholding food, neither striking nor scolding him. "Brother Jia, why have we stopped?" Fatty inquired. "We've arrived. You stay downstairs with the cart while I go upstairs to deliver the vegetables," Guo Jia replied, feigning a casual demeanor. This charade was to uphold a previous fib, claiming that the townsfolk had paid in meal tickets as a deposit for the vegetables. In truth, there was no such play. Guo Jia simply sought to venture inside the residential building, hoping for good fortune. Fatty, unaware of this deception, followed trustingly behind. "Stop. What are you two doing?" As they approached the entrance of the residential building, the security guard halted them. "Sir, would you care for a cigarette?" Guo Jia paused, retrieving a pack of cigarettes he had just purchased from a vendor. White Sand cigarettes, 96 cents a pack. As Guo Jia and Fatty finished their breakfast, they spotted a man passing by. Guo Jia immediately recognized him as a cigarette vendor, his shirt pocket revealing nearly half a pack of cigarettes in an obvious display. Guo Jia also knew this individual well. In his past life, he had met him while purchasing cigarettes, and everyone referred to him as Heisey. The origin of his nickname, whether due to his dark complexion or his shrewd business acumen, remained a mystery. However, Heisey later became a secret weapon for Guo Jia, contributing significantly to the establishment of his trillion-dollar business empire. How could Guo Jia fail to recognize him? Seeing Heisey return to his youthful days filled him with great joy. However, the individual known as Heisey was not acquainted with Guo Jia. He cast a lingering glance at the entire box of Baisha cigarettes that the latter purchased. For it was customary nowadays for many to acquire cigarettes one by one, particularly when it came to foreign brands, which were often prohibitively expensive to buy in bulk. Guo Jia did not engage in excessive conversation with Heisey. After all, this was their first encounter since his rebirth. Should Guo Jia exhibit undue enthusiasm, it could easily frighten Heisey away, especially since Heisey was currently engaged in illicit activities. If apprehended, he would face fines and incarceration. Guo Jia remained unperturbed. As long as Heisey's activities remained unchanged and he continued selling contraband cigarettes, several interactions would suffice to reclaim his former associates. "Ah, young man, quite impressive. Baisha cigarettes." The elderly gatekeeper chuckled upon receiving the offered cigarette. Typically, he smoked hand-rolled cigarettes, having long pleaded with his spouse for a pack of the coveted Haigang Jixing, which he reserved for special occasions or guests. It is often said that cigarettes serve as the swiftest means of communication between strangers, a notion that rings true. The gatekeeper accepted the cigarette, casually tucking it behind his ear. "Are you here to visit relatives?" "Yes, sir. We have come from the countryside to visit family." Guo Jia replied in accordance with the conversation. "Whom are you looking for?" The gatekeeper, having accepted the cigarette, displayed a warm demeanor, seemingly eager to escort them to their relative's floor. The rotund individual behind Guo Jia appeared somewhat taken aback. "Li Aigua." Guo Jia fabricated a name on the spot. The surname Li is quite common, and during this era, names such as Aigua, Jianjun, and Yuanshao were prevalent, making it easy to encounter duplicates. "Oh, then do hurry inside. His residence is in the last building, Unit 3, 5th floor." The gatekeeper enthusiastically provided directions. "Thank you, sir," Guo Jia said, guiding the cart into the complex. While the stout man followed, not forgetting to smile at the gatekeeper. Casting a glance at the cart laden with baskets, the gatekeeper sensed something amiss. However, in his eagerness, he removed the cigarette from his ear and took a whiff, dismissing any further concern. "Brother Jia, the people in the city truly know how to enjoy life. Not only do they reside in brick and tile houses, but they also live in high-rises." Although the stout man frequently visited the county town, he still envied the urban lifestyle. What is there to envy about these pigeon towers? In the future, we shall reside in even better accommodations. Upon reaching the innermost part, Guo Jia parked the cart aside. "Pigeon towers? Now that you mention it, It does resemble one, the stout man remarked, gazing up at the residential building with a contemplative expression. Guo Jia picked up a backpack, filling it with various vegetables before slinging it over his shoulders. Keep an eye on the cart. I will ascend to deliver the vegetables. Guo Jia harbored no doubts about selling these vegetables. The service attitude of those working in state-run markets resembled that of high-ranking officials, and customers had long grown weary of it. Armed with modern sales concepts from a later era, Guo Jia was poised to offer a stark contrast to the service provided by state employees. Additionally, visiting state-operated markets often required enduring lengthy queues, with customers frequently spending hours just to make a purchase. In contrast, Guo Jia would deliver an array of vegetables directly to the door of the residential building, knocking and inquiring if anyone wished to buy. Most importantly, Guo Jia had ventured to the state-run vegetable market in advance, meticulously recording the prices of all the vegetables. He decided to sell them at the same prices, offering not only the same cost but also fresher produce than that found in the market, making it impossible for him to fail in his sales endeavor. Most of the residences were in a tube building. Guo Jia approached the first door on the ground floor and knocked. "Just a moment, please," came the reply. The door was opened by a white-haired elder, who paused in surprise at the sight of Guo Jia, not recognizing him at all. With a warm smile and an earnest demeanor, Guo Jia said, "Good sir, I apologize for the disturbance. I've come from the countryside. Might you be in need of some fresh greens? I picked them early this morning, and you can still see the dew upon them." As he spoke, he gently lowered his basket to the ground before the older man for inspection. Noting the honest and simple nature of the vegetable farmer, the elder relaxed his guard. He and his wife had intended to go to the state-run market to buy vegetables, yet here was someone bringing produce directly to their doorstep, an unexpected convenience indeed. "Dear, come take a look at what we need. Today we can procure our vegetables without stepping outside," the elder called back into the house. "Goodness, are you dreaming in broad daylight? How can we buy anything without leaving the house?" came the retort from inside. Shortly thereafter, a similarly white-haired old woman emerged. Upon seeing the array of fresh vegetables in the basket, she momentarily forgot what she had intended to say. "These vegetables are remarkably fresh, just as if they were plucked straight from the garden." After a brief moment, the old lady regained her composure. "Indeed, these greens were just harvested this morning and brought here without delay. Look, the cucumbers still have their blossoms attached, and they prick the fingers." Guo Jia displayed a playful grin. "Dear young man, these vegetables are indeed fresh. As someone who has consumed vegetables my entire life, I can certainly tell," the old lady affirmed, nodding in approval. "You are indeed a discerning individual. I can tell you were once a remarkable figure in your youth, surely a model worker." Guo Jia praised enthusiastically. "Can you truly discern such details? A hero does not speak of past glories. Young man, how do you price these vegetables?" The old lady's heart swelled with joy at the flattery. "Given their freshness and delivery right to your doorstep, surely they must be quite expensive?" interjected the white-haired elder. "Rest assured, dear grandparents, the prices are precisely the same as those at the market. My greens are all about freshness, with no markup. Delivered to your home free of charge," Guo Jia declared as he began to unpack the vegetables from his basket, arranging them neatly on the ground. "Ah, a well-educated young man with a way with words," laughed the elder heartily. As the commotion attracted the attention of other neighbors in the tube building, they began to gather around Guo Jia. "Dear young man, do share the prices of these greens. I wish to see if they match your claims," the old lady urged. For she was well versed in the daily prices of various vegetables. Tomatoes, 13 cents per pound. Eggplants, 5 cents per pound. Green peppers, 10 cents per pound. Cucumbers are priced at 1.5 cents per pound, while pumpkins cost merely 5 cents per pound, and chives are offered at 10 cents per pound. Guo Jia vocally proclaimed these vegetable prices not solely for the elderly lady's benefit, but also to inform the gathering crowd. These prices reflect those of the state-run vegetable market, where uniform pricing prevails, ensuring consistency across all locations. Indeed, the prices mirror those found in the market. The elderly lady, elated by Guo Jia's quotations, was astonished that such fresh vegetables could be acquired at the same price as the market, delivered right to her doorstep. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. "Dear grandfathers and grandmothers, our brigade's grain harvest has been poor, and many families are nearly out of food. In dire circumstances, we have no choice but to seek alternative means of survival, considering trading our homegrown vegetables for some money to sustain ourselves. Fortunately, with the nation's recent reforms and opening up of the economy, we now dare to offer our homegrown produce. Guo Jia lamented about his plight while educating others to deter any potential reports against him. It was indeed a challenge, but since I must purchase vegetables anyway, I might as well buy from you, given that the prices are the same. The elderly lady began selecting the vegetables she wished to purchase. The quality was not merely comparable, these were far fresher than those at the market. Moreover, the convenience of home delivery eliminated the need to stand in line. Indeed, I shall buy from here as well, exclaimed another. In the blink of an eye, all the residents on the first floor were eager to buy Guo Jia's vegetables. Young man, with this single basket, you won't have enough to sell, remarked the elderly lady as she finalized her vegetable selection, awaiting Guo Jia to weigh them. Yes, young man, why don't you bring more? Other residents began to feel a sense of urgency. A single basket of vegetables was hardly sufficient for their needs. Fear not. There are more vegetables available. If these run out, I shall fetch more, Guo Jia assured them as he swiftly weighed the produce. Grandma, the tomatoes you selected weigh a total of 5 pounds, priced at 13 cents per pound, making it 65 cents in total. In this era, plastic bags were not yet commonplace. Everyone brought their own woven baskets to carry their purchases. Guo Jia placed the tomatoes into the basket the elderly lady had brought. Wait a moment, I need to find my vegetable coupons, she exclaimed after handing over the cash. Grandma, you needn't worry about the vegetable coupons. We have plenty at home and do not require them, Guo Jia replied, having thoughtfully considered this approach. Oh, does this imply that your vegetables are even cheaper than those at the market? She mused. Indeed, the prices are the same, but the market requires vegetable coupons. The surrounding neighbor's eyes sparkled with interest. What an honest young man. Next time you come, just deliver directly to my door, and I shall continue to buy. The elderly lady thought, growing fonder of Guo Jia. I only have a grandson and no granddaughter. Otherwise, I would surely consider him for my granddaughter. A fine match indeed. Very well, I suppose I shall return in a few days and simply knock on your door. Guo Jia smiled, tucking the 65 cents into his pocket. Young man, quickly weigh these cucumbers for the old gentleman. I wish to know their cost. An elderly gentleman in his 60s grasped a bundle of cucumbers. Old Zhang, you're being rather selfish. There are only so many cucumbers here, and you've taken them all. I was hoping to enjoy some cucumber dishes for lunch. Another man of similar age grumbled, his hands busy as he picked up a pile of eggplants. Old Wang, you're no different. You've taken all the eggplants for yourself, and I was planning to prepare garlic eggplant. An elderly lady shouted from nearby. Beneath her feet lay a bundle of chives, which she promptly seized without hesitation. Such scenes unfolded among everyone on the first floor, each individual grabbing the vegetables closest to them. The weight of the vegetables and whether they could consume them all in one meal were of no concern. With prices akin to those at a market and no need for vegetable coupons, who wouldn't he want to buy? Moreover, these fresh greens could easily last a few days at home. Please, don't rush. There are plenty of vegetables available for purchase. I'll weigh each one for you. Guo Jia was now busily engaged. Sir, the cucumbers weigh a total of 6 pounds, priced at $1.50 per pound, totaling 90 cents. Ma'am. The pumpkin you selected weighs 3 pounds, at 5 cents per pound, amounting to 15 cents. Guo Jia weighed, calculated, collected payments, and provided change seamlessly. The crowd praised Guo Jia for his swift arithmetic. It was work hours, and the majority remaining in the building were retirees. They usually bought groceries, cooked, and cared for their grandchildren, allowing the younger generation to work with peace of mind. Before long, Guo Jia had sold every last vegetable from his basket. Some residents even pleaded with their neighbors, lamenting that they hadn't secured their most desired items. Don't worry, I'll fetch another basket right away. You can continue to choose what you wish to buy, Guo Jia announced, hurrying out of the corridor to refill his basket with an array of vegetables. Goodness, it's gone already. A hefty man outside felt as though he had barely settled when Guo Jia emerged from the building. Our greens are fresh, and everyone loves them, so of course they sell quickly. Without pausing, Guo Jia filled his basket and dashed back inside. The hefty man, no longer sitting idle, quickly grabbed another basket to fill with assorted vegetables. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait until I've brought out all the vegetables. Otherwise, they may get squashed in the basket. Guo Jia said as he returned to the first floor corridor, where he was soon surrounded by eager patrons. He hurriedly urged them not to rush. Thus, while the first floor was abuzz with fervent vegetable purchases, the commotion caught the attention of the residents on the second floor. When some came down to investigate, those who had already finished their shopping began to promote Guo Jia's offerings. The vegetables are fresh, the prices are reasonable, and no coupons are needed. Their words left the residents from the second floor astonished. Gradually, Guo Jia's basket made its way to the second and third floors. "Hey there, big guy. How about a bundle of chives?" A lady called out. "Would you like some cucumbers? They can be used in salads and even sliced for facial treatments." In a moment of miscommunication, Guo Jia swiftly intervened, realizing the potential for embarrassment should the other party retaliate. However, it appeared that many of the jokes from later generations were still unknown to the people of this era. Observing that the elder sister opposite him bore no anger, Guo Jia exhaled in relief. The 6-story residential building had seen all its vegetables sold out by the time they reached the 4th floor. Those on the 5th and 6th floors, along with some residents on the 4th, were relentless in their pursuit of fresh greens. Only after Guo Jia made countless assurances that he would return to the village for more vegetables were they finally permitted to leave the building. As he exited, a throng of elderly residents surged after him, their eyes filled with reluctance. Guo Jia was momentarily bewildered. What had he done to elicit such an attachment? He offered no further explanation, hastily pulling the cart out of the community, intent on returning to Daling Village to gather more greens. Passing by the entrance, he paused to greet the security guard, presenting him with a cigarette. The guard, though noticing that the cart held only an assortment of empty baskets and sensing something was amiss, promptly searched for a match to enjoy the cigarette. Those damn filtered cigarettes were truly delightful. The guard squinted, reclining comfortably, and exhaled a ring of smoke into the air. "Jiago, what does this white sand cigarette taste like?" As the portly friend took over pulling the cart, they took turns resting along the way. "If you want to smoke, just say so instead of beating around the bush," Guo Jia quipped, tossing a pack of white sand cigarettes to his friend before lying back on the cart himself. After all, it was an empty cart. Whether Guo Jia pulled it or lay upon it, the effect was the same. This arrangement allowed them to alternate resting, ultimately increasing their speed. His friend, savoring the cigarette, lit one up and adopted a rather flamboyant posture with his head tilted at a 30-degree angle. Their banter and laughter made the journey back to Daling Village feel surprisingly effortless. Passing the supply and marketing cooperative, Guo Jia purchased noodles and minced meat. Upon returning home, he set about boiling water for the noodles, planning to prepare a savory sauce with the miso and meat, a quick yet delectable meal. By this point, it was the turn of his friend to take over the cart, who had succumbed to a deep slumber, having never been an early riser. The slothful fellow found it challenging to cope after exerting himself so much that day. As noon approached, Guo Jia parked the cart in the shade of a large tree, allowing his friend to rest undisturbed. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Jia quickly slipped inside the house to retrieve a stack of grain coupons, tucking them into his pocket. This was the only way to rationalize the procurement of over 200,000 pounds of grain. Given the rapid turnover of the first load of vegetables, these coupons would be easily utilized. The enticing aroma of the meat sauce awakened his friend, who was soon joined by a few loose dogs from outside. "Jiagu, what are you cooking? It smells incredible, like meat," he exclaimed, rushing to the stove. "Goodness, meat sauce? Noodles? Am I dreaming?" His friend displayed an exaggerated expression. "Should I pinch you to check?" Guo Jia chuckled, extending his hand. No, I fear I might wake up from the dream." The stout fellow, unabashed, carried a large basin of noodles into the inner room. Guo Jia, meanwhile, retrieved 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks from the rack, along with the enticing meat sauce, and followed him inside. The Kong table had already been set on the earthen bed, and Guo Jia and the stout man sat across from each other, enjoying bowl after bowl of boiled noodles. In the intervals of cooking the noodles, Guo Jia took the opportunity to organize the small change in his pocket. He had sold a flatbed cart of vegetables for a total of 51 yuan and 80 cents. The profit from the price difference of the vegetables alone had yielded nearly 10 yuan, and the grain coupons used for purchasing the vegetables were essentially free. Thus, one could assert that Guo Jia's sale of a cart of vegetables netted him a profit of 51 yuan and 80 cents. However, Guo Jia would not count it that way. He would calculate based on the price difference, estimating a profit of approximately 10 yuan from the cart of vegetables. He pulled out 2 yuan and pressed it into the stout man's hand, saying, "Here, this is your wage for delivering a cart of vegetables. From now on, for every cart you take to the county town, I will give you 2 yuan. Brother Jia, you've already given me cigarettes, treated me to noodles with pork, and even provided buns this morning. I can't possibly take your money," the stout man protested, attempting to return the money. "Stout man, this vegetable business can still be pursued for some time. Soon, you will be the one transporting vegetables to the county town alone, while I remain here to sell. If you refuse to accept payment, how can I continue to rely on you?" Guo Jia insisted, pressing the money back into the stout man's hand. Take it. This is how it will be arranged. For each flatbed cart of vegetables you deliver to the county town, I will pay you 2 yuan. But, Brother Jia, this seems excessive for wages, the stout man replied, genuinely surprised. Stout man, if you find it insufficient, that's all that matters. Right now, I need to accumulate initial capital to make substantial profits. Once I become prosperous, I will make it up to you later. Brother Jia, it's more than enough. In Daling Village, a strong laborer earns only 50 cents a day, and I make 2 yuan for a cart of vegetables. If my parents found out, they would surely put me on a pedestal, the stout man chuckled foolishly. If your father hears of this, he will be furious. Guo Jia laughed in jest. 2 yuan for a cart. If I were to deliver 3 carts in a day, that would yield me 6 yuan daily. In Daling Village, I could walk with my head held high. Who else could earn as much as I do? I would infuriate Zhang Xingli. The stout man seemed to envision Zhang Xingli's furious expression at that moment. You only talk big when that outsider bullied Zhang Xingli. Weren't you the first to rush in and chase him away? Guo Jia remarked while clearing the bowls and chopsticks. That's different. I can bully Zhang Xingli, but not outsiders. The stout man defended, feeling justified in his reasoning. Let us go. We've eaten our fill, and it's time to work. The villagers are returning home for lunch. We should go collect the vegetables, Guo Jia said. All right, let's go. The stout man eagerly grabbed the flatbed cart, while Guo Jia slung the bag over his shoulder. I can't do without this. The grain coupons are in there. Earlier that morning, the vegetables had been directly traded for grain coupons, and by noon, the entire Daling village had learned of the arrangement, with many expressing their desire to sell their vegetables to Guo Jia. With experience gained, Guo Jia directly informed the 4 families who had paid a deposit the previous night, instructing them to simultaneously harvest the vegetables. There was an overwhelming quantity, far too much for the flatbed cart to accommodate. Seizing the opportunity during the lunch break, these 4 families swiftly gathered the greens, and Guo Jia diligently compensated each one with grain tickets. Throughout the entire process, no one harbored any doubts, not even the rotund individual. The villagers believed that the urban dwellers ordered their vegetables using grain tickets, while those purchasing from the residential buildings in the city remained oblivious to the fact that Guo Jia was procuring the vegetables with grain tickets. As for the rotund fellow, during the first delivery of vegetables, he was preoccupied outside observing the cart, completely unaware of whether Guo Jia was receiving cash or grain tickets inside the building. Witnessing Guo Jia utilize grain tickets once more for the second batch, the rotund man instinctively presumed that the city folk were indeed paying with grain tickets for their produce. Chapter 21. Another visit to relatives? Halt. You are committing a mistake. Just as Guo Jia and the rotund man secured the baskets on the cart with ropes, preparing for their second journey to the city, someone, panting heavily, rushed over. Zhang Xingli, has your skin tightened again? Shall we ascend the back mountain to discuss life? The rotund man turned around to find Zhang Xingli, his expression relaxed. You need not boast, for one day, I shall stand as a representative of the people, wielding the steel whip of Marxist-Leninist thought, to deliver a sound thrashing to you, the scourge of Daling village. Zhang Xingli proclaimed with righteous indignation, adopting an air of solemnity. Xingli, this is not a mistake. Observe this newspaper, it clearly states otherwise. Not only is it not speculation, but it also aligns with the national call and will receive commendation. Guo Jia always carried the newspapers with him, as he often encountered dogmatic individuals while selling vegetables. Only by employing the content from these newspapers could he persuade them. The village chief has shown me these newspapers, Guo Jia. I warn you, do not allow the rotund man to lead you astray. With your astute intellect, you ought to serve the people more. Trust that evil will never triumph over truth. The tale of capitalism will never grow long. Although it may seem somewhat relaxed now, this tale will eventually be severed by the great people. Zhang Xingli began to speak at length once more. Xingli, we shall discuss this later. These vegetables cannot afford to be delayed, for they will lose their freshness over time. Guo Jia pulled the flatbed cart forward with determination. If you continue conversing with Zhang Xingli, he will keep talking until nightfall without pausing for breath. The rotund man grumbled as he pushed from behind. You, my friend, possess a tongue that knows no restraint, speaking as if you have bested Zhang Xingli in battle. Every time we ascend the back mountain, are you not merely engaging in a war of words? Guo Jia chuckled and scolded lightly. The process is of little consequence. Just tell me, do we not conclude each encounter with my victory? The rotund man declared proudly. That is because you are unreasonable, lacking in logical rebuttal. Guo Jia retorted, revealing the truth. Inquire around Daling Village, and even the most formidable gossipmongers would surely take a detour upon encountering our rotund man. Zhang Xingli is still quite green. The rotund man puffed out his chest proudly. Alas, just as brine enhances tofu, one is often countered by its counterpart. Zhang Xingli's encounter with you, fatty, is indeed his misfortune. Ha ha ha. As the two exchanged banter, they made their way towards the county town. In a past life, Guo Jia had never paid much attention to Zhang Xingli. Since leaving Daling Village, their paths had diverged. According to Fatty, Zhang Xingli had always been the most deserving of a beating in the entire village. The two took turns pulling the cart, not overly fatigued. And by 3 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the residential complex they had visited that morning. Why are you back to visit relatives again? The security guard, upon recognizing Guo Jia and his companion, stepped out to inquire. Here, old man, this pumpkin is for you. It's excellent for making porridge. Guo Jia handed the guard a cigarette and then retrieved a large pumpkin from the cart. This is too much. I can't accept such a large pumpkin. It must weigh at least 5 kilograms. The guard protested. It's all homegrown. I'm just bringing it over to make it easier for the workers to have some vegetables. Guo Jia insisted, placing the pumpkin into the guard's arms once more. Well, thank you then. You two go on in. The guard, now cheerful, waved them through. And even if he were a bit slow, he had grasped the situation. Fatty had learned a great deal from this interaction. Brother Jia, you're amazing. After walking a short distance, ensuring the guard couldn't hear, Fatty gave a thumbs up. Remember, when doing business outside, one must be willing to give in order to gain. Being a miser won't work, Guo Jia advised, knowing that Fatty had yet to leave Daling Village and needed gradual guidance. After all, he would soon become his right-hand man. Got it, Brother Jia. Fatty was particularly attentive to Guo Jia's words. Upon reaching the innermost building of the complex, Guo Jia ascended to the 4th floor, carrying a basket of fresh vegetables. After word had spread among the neighbors from those who had shopped earlier, everyone was aware of the young man selling vegetables door to door. Guo Jia's knocks on doors to sell produce were now met with open arms. Moreover, the enthusiastic residents would even promote him voluntarily. In the expansive corridor, a single shout could be heard by multiple households on the same floor. Thus, one basket after another of fresh vegetables was delivered upstairs, quickly snatched up by eager buyers. By the time he reached the top floor, the remaining vegetables were just enough to satisfy the demand of that level. The second cart of vegetables had been completely sold out. Wow, incredible, Brother Jia. Did you really sell 2 carts of vegetables in just this building? Fatty was somewhat incredulous. Did city dwellers really love vegetables that much? Little did he know that Guo Jia did not require vegetable tickets. So the buyers felt they were getting a fantastic deal and thus bought in abundance. Additionally, Guo Jia had mentioned he wouldn't return for several days, making it sensible for them to stock up on such fresh produce that wouldn't spoil quickly. Most importantly, the salespeople at the state-run vegetable market behaved as if everyone owed them money, and people were thoroughly fed up with it. Moreover, they had to stand in line. Unlike the comfortable door-to-door delivery Guo Jia offered. Fatty, here, this is your pay for the cart. Guo Jia handed over 2 yuan. Well then, I want to be polite. Fatty accepted without hesitation, having already discussed it with Guo Jia beforehand. First, let us visit my grandfather at the hospital, and then we'll head home. Guo Jia expressed his concern for his grandfather and wanted to check in on him. All right, let us go. The 2 individuals made their way directly to the central hospital of the county. The hospital was bustling with a multitude of patients, as villagers from nearby towns, suffering from more severe ailments, sought treatment here. The local clinics could only attend to minor illnesses such as colds and fevers. For more serious conditions, everyone ventured to the county hospital or even to the provincial or capital cities. Xiao Jia, what brings you here at this late hour? Inquired Guo Jiafeng upon seeing Guo Jia and the chubby boy enter the ward. He was entirely unaware of Guo Jia's endeavor to sell vegetables in the county. My eldest grandson has come, along with the plump lad from the Wang family, remarked Guo Linggong, lying on the hospital bed. Grandfather, Guo Yi. Both Guo Jia and the chubby boy exclaimed in unison. In Daling Village, Guo Linggong held more esteem than the village chief, and the chubby boy held a deep respect for the elderly gentleman, who had once wielded a gun on the battlefield against the Japanese. He regarded Guo Linggong with the same reverence he would have for his own grandfather. How are you feeling? Is there any improvement? Guo Jia expressed his hopes for his grandfather's swift recovery. This foolish boy, what miraculous medicine could yield such rapid results? Guo Linggong responded with a light-hearted demeanor, unperturbed by the boy's eagerness. Indeed, I suppose my impatience is to blame. Guo Jia scratched his head in embarrassment. once you are discharged. I wish to hear your tales from the battlefield. They would be more captivating than any storyteller. The chubby boy chimed in. One day without a proper routine. And you, young lad, are not so young anymore. It is time for you to take on some responsibilities. Guo chuckled as he looked at the chubby boy. Grandfather, I am currently learning alongside Jiago. You need not worry, the chubby boy replied with a grin. Here, uncle, this is 15 yuan. If the hospital expenses are insufficient, please use this. I expect to earn more tomorrow, Guo Jia said, pulling out a stack of money from his pocket, the largest denomination being 5 yuan, and handed it to Guo Jiafang. Where did you acquire such a sum? Guo Jiafang, astonished, asked without accepting the money. Though 15 yuan seemed insignificant compared to Guo Linggong's monthly subsidy of 45 yuan, Guo Jiafang knew that Guo Jia had given him all his money just the day before. How could he have suddenly acquired another 15 yuan in a day's time? Uncle, this money is what I earned from selling vegetables. I should make even more tomorrow, Guo Jia explained. Speculation? Xiao Jia, that is not permissible, Guo Jiafang exclaimed, rising abruptly. Grandson, what exactly is going on? Guo Linggong looked at Guo Jia intently, though with a calm demeanor, unlike Guo Jiafang's reaction. Well, since I have recovered from my illness, I wanted to understand the current situation through the newspapers. I came across reports about the reform and opening up, along with related policies. The country now encourages personal entrepreneurship. Engaging in small businesses is no longer mere speculation. Guo Jia elaborated, pulling out a somewhat crumpled newspaper to show to his grandfather and uncle. To think that during my illness, such monumental changes have transpired, Guo Linggong mused. Then added, Grandson, continue your endeavors. Following the party is undoubtedly the right path. Guo Jiafang wished to voice further objections, but seeing his father nod in agreement, he swallowed his words. Truly, my grandfather stays attuned to the rhythms of the times. Others cannot compare. The chubby boy interjected. Cease your flattery. We live in progressive times. If you continue to shirk your responsibilities, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Guo Linggong chided with a laugh. Master Guo, it would be best if you were to rise and kick me. That would surely cure your ailment. The rotund man interjected with a grin. Doctor, I implore you, please treat my mother first. If funds are insufficient, I shall quickly borrow. At that moment, a man's desperate plea echoed from outside. Guo Jia and the stout fellow exchanged knowing glances. They were all too familiar with that voice. Master, I shall step outside to investigate. It seems to be Zhang Xingli from our village, Guo Jia declared as he rose to exit. I shall accompany you. Wait for me, Jiago. The stout man followed closely behind. Indeed, in the corridor, Zhang Xingli was clinging to a doctor's arm, pleading earnestly. Comrade, I completely empathize with your situation. But the hospital has regulations. Without funds, I am unable to continue treatment, the doctor in the white coat lamented. How much more must I pay to continue the treatment? Zhang Xingli suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Guo Jia, stout fellow, weren't you two supposed to be selling vegetables? What brings you to the hospital? Confusion clouded Zhang Xingli's mind as he pondered Guo Jia's inquiry regarding the outstanding payment. Are you also relatives of Deng Fang? At present, you must pay at least 10 yuan. I hope you can find a way. The treatment is progressing well, and halting now could jeopardize everything, risking paralysis, the doctor stated. It turned out that Zhang Xingli had lost his father at a young age and was raised with great hardship by his mother, Deng Fang. Recently, suffering from years of labor and rheumatism, he was unable to walk and was taken to the county hospital for treatment. However, his family was in dire straits. After a few days in the hospital, they ran out of money without a cure. The hospital subsequently notified them to complete discharge procedures. What will we do if treatment must continue and he risked paralysis? Guo Jia, without hesitation, responded to the doctor's words. He then turned to Zhang Xingli, saying, Here are 15 yuan, all that I earned today. Take this to pay for the treatment. I will provide the remainder once I earn more. Guo Jia had some money left, but due to the grain ticket issue, he could not withdraw more. His grandfather's funds were still sufficient for the time being, and he chose to directly aid Zhang Xingli through this crisis. In this era, where opportunities abound like gold, Guo Jia firmly believed that acquiring money would be effortless. He would not allow his grandfather's treatment to be delayed, nor would he permit Zhang Xingli's mother to suffer the loss of her son to paralysis. Today, Jia Ge gave me 4 yuan, and I have 1 yuan of my own savings. I will give it all to you, the stout man chimed in, emptying his pockets and handing every last coin to Zhang Xingli. However, Zhang Xingli, once eloquent, now found himself at a loss for words. Enough of this and that. The priority is your treatment. The stout man combined the funds from both their hands and forcefully placed them into Zhang Xingli's grasp, giving him a gentle push toward the payment counter. Thank you. I shall repay you swiftly, Zhang Xingli exclaimed gratefully. Zhang Xingli's eyes were bloodshot as he turned towards the payment counter. With money in hand, he could procure the necessary medication and receive intravenous treatment, restoring everything to normalcy. Over the past few days, Deng Fong had been recovering well, able to care for herself with the aid of crutches. Otherwise, Zhang Xingli would have been unable to return to the village to work, and without earning work points, the prospect of affording medical care or even food would be bleak. Upon returning to his grandfather's side, Guo Jia recounted the events, and grandfather Guo praised his grandson's actions profusely. Subsequently, Guo Jia, accompanied by Fatty and Zhang Xingli, departed the hospital, preparing to head back to Daling village. Guo Jia and Fatty needed to wait until the following morning to continue their vegetable harvesting and selling. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingli had already lost an entire afternoon of work, and he aimed to return home to make up for the lost time the next day. As they passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, Guo Jia halted Fatty and Zhang Xingli. You two wait here for a moment. I need to exchange some grain coupons. But those city folks buying vegetables, don't they all pay with grain coupons? Why do you need to exchange them? Fatty, who frequently visited the county town, was aware of the black market for grain coupons. However, Zhang Xingli was different. He had remained in Daling village, rarely venturing out. And his mind was filled with Marxist-Leninist ideology, oblivious to the complexities of the world. Aren't grain coupons issued uniformly? Can they be exchanged privately? Isn't that chaotic? It's utterly lawless. Zhang Xingli immediately expressed his strong opposition. Calm down for a moment. Now that you know, you're making a fuss, but back when you were unaware. How many days went by without anyone exchanging grain coupons? Fatty retorted directly to Zhang Xingli. That's different. Back then I didn't know, but now that I do, I must fight for justice. Zhang Xingli stood his ground unwaveringly. Enough of your squabbling. Listen to me. Guo Jia hastily intervened to stop the debate between Fatty and Zhang Xingli, fearing the attraction of onlookers. Regardless of the era, there was never a shortage of curious spectators. Xingli, adhering to Marxist-Leninist thought and pursuing a socialist path, is certainly commendable. As citizens of Huaxia, we all firmly support it. However, have you not seen the newspapers? The nation is vigorously implementing reform and opening up. What is the purpose behind it? Guo Jia sought to use this opportunity to enlighten Zhang Xingli and posed a question. I do not understand. It is difficult for me to grasp. Zhang Xingli shook his head. Take today's situation as an example. If we had not sold vegetables and earned money, your mother's medical expenses, though we wish to lend you some, would not have been possible. Guo Jia continued. Listen to me, Xingli. He interrupted Zhang Xingli's protests, continuing, why do I dare to sell vegetables? Because the country is now encouraging personal economic initiatives through its reform and opening up. The state allows a portion of individuals to prosper first, so that those who are better off can assist those who are less fortunate, ultimately achieving common prosperity. Just like today, Fatty and I earned nearly 20 yuan from selling vegetables. While this amount cannot be deemed wealthy, it can certainly help your mother continue her hospitalization. If we had not sold vegetables and earned this money, wouldn't your mother risk being discharged with potential paralysis? Guo Jia gazed intently at Zhang Xingli. One must approach issues with a perspective of development, avoiding rigid dogmatism. Consider this. When the villagers sell their vegetables to acquire more food stamps for purchasing grain, do they not feel elated? Conversely, the city dwellers, spending not a single extra penny, are able to relish fresh produce. Are they not equally content? Furthermore, this scenario assists those in need, embodying a multifaceted win-win situation. Personal economics should not be misconstrued as the vestige of capitalism. The nation's implementation of reform and opening up is, in fact, a commendable stride towards a path that aligns with our own socialistic ideals. Guo Jia patted Zhang Xingli on the shoulder, urging him to ponder deeply, promising to return shortly. With that, he sauntered towards a distant ticket vendor. In reality, Guo Jia had no intention of exchanging food stamps. It was merely a performance for Fatty and Zhang Xingli. His skepticism towards Fatty was not due to a lack of trust, but rather the vast implications surrounding the 200,000 pounds of food stamps. Shielding them from knowledge was, in truth, a form of protection. Zhang Xingli refrained from observing Guo Jia's subsequent actions. As his mind replayed Guo Jia's words like a profound epiphany, the notion of the affluent aiding the less fortunate, ultimately striving for shared prosperity, resonated deeply. We must perceive issues through a developmental lens. We must tread a path that aligns with our own socialistic principles. These sentiments echoed in his ears, and suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. Casting his gaze towards Fatty, who lay on the cart gazing skyward, Zhang Xingli shook his head. Here was a layabout, seemingly devoid of ambition. Yet he appeared to grasp the situation more acutely than himself. In the distance, Guo Jia was now returning. Zhang Xingli silently nodded in admiration. Indeed, he was the acknowledged prodigy of the 10-mile radius. Even after 3 years of folly, upon regaining his senses, he swiftly comprehended all. Have you come to an understanding? Guo Jia inquired as he approached. With his stubborn disposition, could he truly arrive at clarity without hitting a wall? Fatty, reclining on the cart, curled his lips in disdain. What is wrong with my brain? Compared to brother Guo Jia, I weigh more than you by half a pound. Zhang Xingli retorted sharply, then turned to Guo Jia, exclaiming, Brother Jia, I've seen the light. It's utterly enlightening. Understanding is key. Now, let us proceed to the supply and marketing cooperative to make purchases. Guo Jia waved his hand grandly, leading the charge towards the cooperative. Brother Jia, wait for me. Zhang Xingli, you stay here and watch the cart. Upon hearing of the impending visit to the cooperative, Fatty sprang from the cart. Why should I guard the cart? Zhang Xingli seized Fatty, asserting, you surely lack funds. What business do you have in the cooperative? Fatty wore a knowing expression, as if fully in control. As if you have money. Didn't you just give me 5 yuan at the hospital? Zhang Xingli remained steadfast, refusing to release his grip. You heartless wretch, how can you lack gratitude? Fatty furrowed his brow defiantly. That's one matter, this is another. Zhang Xingli countered, equally unyielding. Very well, let us all go. The cart is secured to the tree. Guo Jia, witnessing the antics of these two, felt a headache coming on. You lock it. No, you do it. He dismissed their bickering and strode directly into the cooperative. Zhang Xingli ultimately did not manage to persuade the rotund man, instead opting to lock the vehicle and hurriedly rush into the supply and marketing cooperative. The classic 28-inch bicycle, truly splendid. The stout fellow, lacking funds, merely wandered about, glancing here and there. Your absence of a television is unfortunate. This device allows one to grasp the world's affairs in real time. Zhang Xingli approached a black and white television set, observing intently. The two comrades could only gaze upon it, as any mishap would incur a cost beyond their means, cautioned a female sales attendant from behind the counter. Bicycles and televisions are considerable investments, indeed precious commodities. Polished to a brilliant sheen, they could reflect one's image. I am merely looking, not touching. Zhang Xingli maintained a law-abiding demeanor. However, the stout man was quite the opposite. Upon hearing the sales attendant's remarks, he slapped his hand on the seat of a Phoenix bicycle, causing the springs beneath to vibrate audibly. Hey, how can you behave this way? The sales attendant, now visibly agitated, exclaimed. Are these goods displayed here not meant for us to examine? How else can I make a purchase? The stout man remained undeterred. Observing his streetwise demeanor, the sales attendant refrained from further protest. She could manage the docile rural folk. But encountered with someone assertive, she felt trepidation. Upon entering the cooperative, Guo Jia first procured some rice and pork. The journey from Daling village to the county town is incessant. Without proper nourishment, one's body simply cannot withstand it. Succumbing to fatigue would only waste more time. Guo Jia aimed to swiftly accumulate initial capital. With various ration coupons and cash in his pocket, he felt no anxiety about his purchases. Comrade, could you fetch me 2 more twisted pastries? Guo Jia contemplated a visit to the youth point. After completing his shopping, he signaled to the stout man and Zhang Xingli to depart. The female sales attendant, watching the stout man's retreating figure, silently cursed his ancestors. Brother Jia, is it necessary to exchange grain coupons for just over 10 kilograms of rice? Upon exiting, the stout man noted Guo Jia's acquisitions. I do not seek to exchange grain coupons merely for rice. There is profit to be made hidden within, Guo Jia replied with a smile. A price difference? Both the stout man and Zhang Xingli inquired almost in unison. Indeed. The grain coupons originally priced at 20 cents per kilogram can be negotiated down to 15 cents due to the volume I require. Guo Jia approached the flatbed cart and placed his purchases upon it. This method not only generates profit during the sale of vegetables but also during the procurement. The stout man unlocked the cart. You are embracing the tail end of capitalism, Zhang Xingli remarked, accustomed to making such comments, though he quickly suppressed any further thoughts. Habit has become second nature, and he now found it difficult to restrain himself. We cannot toil without reward, can we? Does your mother's medical care not require funds? My grandfather's hospitalization similarly demands financial resources, Guo Jia shrugged. By allowing the stout man and Zhang Xingli to believe that his grain coupon exchanges were solely for profit, he ensured that his future supply of coupons would remain unchallenged. Brother Jia, earlier at the hospital, did you mention that you and the stout man earned nearly 20 yuan in a day? At this moment, Zhang Xingli reminisced about previous events, realizing that he had been solely preoccupied with his mother's medical expenses. It dawned on him that there was no pretense involved. Today, he had transported 2 carts of vegetables, and Jia had rewarded him with 4 yuan. The portly fellow was quite proud of himself. Earning such a sum in a single day warranted a bit of swagger, otherwise it would be akin to dressing splendidly yet walking unnoticed in the night. Xingli, do you wish to join me? He proposed. I will pay you 2 yuan for each cart of vegetables you transport from Daling village to the county. Guo Jia extended an olive branch. Chapter 24. I will buy you delicious food, setting aside how much Guo Jia earned in a day. Just the thought of the portly fellow earning 4 yuan from 2 carts of vegetables was astounding to Zhang Xingli. Could commerce truly be this lucrative? If transporting 1 cart yielded a 2 yuan wage, what about 2 or 3 carts? Jia, is it indeed 2 yuan per cart? Is it based on the amount of work done? Zhang Xingli couldn't help but inquire. Yes, indeed, it's 2 yuan per cart. If you can manage to transport 10 carts in a day, I shall pay you 20 yuan, Guo Jia replied with a smile. Then I shall work with you. Zhang Xingli, the embodiment of Marxist thought in Daling village, had willingly succumbed to the law of irresistible allure. The portly fellow, upon hearing Guo Jia's words, began to contemplate, his eyes darting about, as if concocting a plan. He then couldn't resist teasing Zhang Xingli. What is this? No longer calling it the tale of capitalism? Get lost. I call this keeping pace with the times and responding to the call of the higher-ups. Zhang Xingli refused to concede. All right, later on. You both will fetch a flatbed cart, and tomorrow, bring the vegetables to the county for me, Guo Jia said, quickening his pace, for he had many tasks awaiting him. Jia, what time shall we start tomorrow morning? Zhang Xingli inquired. Xingli, arrive at my house by 4 in the morning. While I collect the vegetables, you can observe and learn. At 6, the portly fellow will begin gathering vegetables, and you can follow him to familiarize yourself. By 8, you shall start collecting on your own. Once you deliver to the county, you can return to gather the second batch of greens. The amount you earn will depend on how many trips you make in a day. Guo Jia outlined his preliminary plan. All right, I will go back and request leave from the village chief. Zhang Xingli nodded. Regarding this rice, once we return to the village, you both can take 3 jin each, which I have brought for you. Guo Jia gestured towards the bags of rice on the cart. No need, Jia, I still have some cornmeal at home. Zhang Xingli instinctively declined, as his principles dictated that he never accepted anything from others without a just cause. How can you have the strength to haul the cart if you do not eat well? How will you earn that money tomorrow? Guo Jia insisted, wanting them to accept his offer. Once you have earned your money, you can buy rice, flour, and such for yourselves. For now, I will take care of it. He only wished for them to accept, as he was helping to rebuild his commercial empire. Not to mention, Guo Jia would oversee their livelihood for a lifetime, attending to every aspect of their needs. You may not know this, but this morning we had large meat buns, bursting with juice at the first bite. For lunch, we enjoyed noodles with meat sauce. A few bowls of that were an absolute delight. The portly fellow boasted, seemingly wishing to wipe his mouth afterward. Tell me, Zhang Keisai, how long has it been since you savored white noodles and pork? The portly fellow couldn't resist provoking Zhang Xingli. I have told you countless times. My name is Zhang Xingli, not Zhang Keisai. Please refrain from assigning me frivolous nicknames. Zhang Xingli finds no means to contend with fatty. Is this not a commendation for you? It signifies your exemplary work in propagating Marxist thought in Daling village. Why the confusion between merit and demerit? I do not require your praise. Simply attend to your own affairs. Guo Jia has grown accustomed to the ceaseless verbal sparring between Fatty and Zhang Xingli, finding it rather entertaining. Upon returning to Daling village, Fatty and Zhang Xingli each took home the rice bestowed by Guo Jia. Guo Jia placed the items he purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative atop the cupboard in the room of his fourth sister, Guo Ying, ensuring she would see them upon her return from work. There was a considerable amount: rice, soybean oil, pork, and fried dough twists, and notably, Guo Jia had procured double portions. As the end of the workday approached, Guo Jia took one of the packages and made his way to the educated youth point. After a day of labor, the villagers returned to their homes. Although weary, the youth still shared laughter and merriment along the way. Have you heard? Zhao Yong's two possessions seem to have shattered. I have heard as well. It is painful to contemplate. Will he never grow facial hair again? Will his voice remain shrill? Who knows? The most discussed subject among the male-educated youths these days is Zhao Yong, who suffered an unfortunate mishap at Guo Jia's threshold, leading to his immediate transfer to the county hospital, as the village clinic was at a loss. The male-educated youths who accompanied him to the hospital returned with the news that, upon examination, both of Zhao Yong's possessions had indeed been irreparably damaged. Meanwhile, the female-educated youth spoke in hushed tones about Qin Suilin. Her indiscretions and attempts to ensnare her close friend Li Rou have left her ostracized by the others. Although Li Rou and Qin Suilin still share the same dormitory, they no longer engage with one another. Comrade Tianjing, could you please call for Li Rou? I need to speak with her. Upon arriving at the educated youth point, Guo Jia fortuitously encountered a female-educated youth from the same dormitory as Li Rou. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Tianjing, noticing Guo Jia carrying a bulging cloth bag, responded affirmatively and returned to the dormitory. Daling Village has had its share of news in recent days. Guo Jia, who had been simple-minded for 3 years, has suddenly regained his faculties, sparking curiosity among the villagers. During his foolishness, they paid little attention, but now that he has recovered, he appears quite handsome. Tianjing mused internally. Why are you here? Li Rou emerged from the dormitory, somewhat uncomfortable at the sight of Guo Jia. She had only taken a single day of rest before returning to the fields to work. There was no alternative. Other educated youths received food stamps or money from home, ensuring their children were not deprived. However, Li Rou's family has never provided her with such support. At times, they even sought financial assistance from her to supplement household expenses. Without earning work points, she would be unable to survive. Li Rou was perplexed by her parents' lack of affection towards her, despite being their child. Her younger sister Li Yu and younger brother Li Gang were particularly favored, leaving her, the eldest, feeling as though she had been adopted. She was burdened with the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, while the best food and clothing were reserved for Li Yu and Li Gang. In those years, when the decision was made to send a child to the countryside, Li Rou was unequivocally chosen by her parents from among their 3 children. Today, while laboring in the fields, thoughts of Guo Jia intermittently invaded her mind, particularly recalling the events of that fateful night. Now, standing before her, Guo Jia appeared even more handsome than yesterday, his once vacant gaze transformed. I ventured to the county today to conduct business and earn some money. I brought back a few items for you, Guo Jia remarked, observing the bashful demeanor of Li Rou, which only deepened his affection for her. He resolved to hold on to her tightly in this lifetime, vowing to shield her from any grievances. Oh, you need not buy me anything, Li Rou quickly protested. Surprised by Guo Jia's thoughtfulness, especially since their interactions had been minimal aside from that night. You are my wife, having earned some money. It is only natural for me to bring you delicious treats, Guo Jia insisted, extending a large bag towards her. Please do not speak so. I have already said that we should move past that incident, Li Rou replied. Taken aback by Guo Jia's persistence in calling her wife, she refrained from reaching out to accept the bag. Chapter 25. Do you still wish to return to the city? Take it. It would be wasteful to let it go to waste, Guo Jia urged with a smile. How could it be wasteful? You can eat it yourself. Or even share it with Sister Guoding, she countered, maintaining her stance. I have stated that the matter is not your fault. You need not bear any responsibility. Her friendship with Guoding was solid, often working together in the fields. This is a matter between the two of us. It cannot be dictated solely by you. If I say you must take responsibility, then that is the case, Guo Jia continued, unwavering. Moreover, I like you and wish to marry you. But we hardly know each other, and there are other factors to consider. You should relinquish such notions, Li Rou responded, harboring affections for another, a man named Song Shu, who worked in her father's workshop and was also his apprentice. Song Shu frequently visited her home and had discreetly conveyed his feelings through notes. Despite Guo Jia's frequent appearances in her thoughts and his greater attractiveness compared to Song Shu, she found it difficult to forget him. You are not married, which does not entitle you to hinder my pursuit of you, Guo Jia pressed on, presenting the bag once more. He leaned in and whispered, Do you still wish to return to the city? If you desire a smooth journey back, you must accept these items and ensure that you consume every delicious morsel. Guo Jia had devised a new strategy. You are incorrigible, Li Rou exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears at his audacity to coerce her so brazenly. I do this for your benefit. Look at how thin you have become. A mere gust of wind could topple you. You must eat more to strengthen your body. Guo Jia said, Though unspoken was his concern that Li Rou was likely consuming food for two. Without proper nourishment, not only would she suffer, but their future child might also face rare illnesses as in a previous life. I will eat it all, Li Rou huffed as she took the bag, feeling its weight. That's the spirit. Whatever you desire or require, do not hesitate to tell me. Guo Jia observed Li Rou's furious demeanor, chuckling softly to himself. With nothing else to attend to, he decided to return to his dormitory. Li Rou, however, was eager to distance herself from him. His audacity in threatening her was unforgivable. There was a piece of pork that needed to be cooked and consumed promptly, lest it spoil in the heat. Noticing Li Rou turn away, Guo Jia hurriedly advised her. For a moment, she paused, taken aback that he had indeed purchased pork. The rich cut of meat cost a considerable 1.06 yuan per jin, while the less desirable lean meat still fetched 0.70 yuan. Beyond the monetary aspect, the meat rationing tickets were scarce, typically reserved for festive occasions. Who would indulge in buying meat otherwise? Nevertheless, forgiveness eluded her, and she remained silent, continuing toward the dormitory door. Also, I've bought you a twisted donut. You must eat it quickly, or it will spoil and upset your stomach, Guo Jia called out, trailing behind her like a concerned mother, his admonishments unceasing. Stay strong. Do not forgive him, Li Rou resolved inwardly, still refusing to respond as she muttered to herself and entered the dormitory. Guo Jia, hesitant to enter the girls' dormitory, recognized that Li Rou was too irate to emerge again and thus turned back to the village. Having heard that food could elevate one's spirits, Guo Jia thought that the snacks he had purchased for Li Rou, including the twisted donut and white rabbit candy, might win her forgiveness. Unbeknownst to him, chaos ensued within Li Rou's dormitory after his departure. Cough, cough. There's a piece of pork that needs to be cooked quickly, or it will spoil in the heat. Tianjing mimicked Guo Jia's voice, trying to deepen her tone. And don't forget the twisted donut, chimed in another dorm mate, Zhou Xian, imitating Guo Jia as well. How can you eavesdrop on a conversation? Li Rou felt utterly embarrassed as her friends teased her. It's primarily because you spoke so loudly that we couldn't help but overhear. Tianjing stifled a laugh. Come clean. When did you two start dating? Zhou Xian inquired, drawn into the gossip. It's not what you think. Li Rou found herself at a loss for words. Look at this twisted donut. It's enormous. And this white rabbit candy, you certainly bought plenty. The two girls continued to jest at Li Rou's expense. Meanwhile, Chen Shuilian observed the scene with a gnawing resentment. Guo Jia had tarnished her reputation. And the man she fancied, Zhao Yang, was still hospitalized. Could it be true, as those male youth claimed? The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. Burying herself beneath her blanket. Everyone, come and enjoy the candy. Li Rou distributed the white rabbit candy to her dorm mates, and upon reaching Chen Shuilian, she hesitated before placing it on her blanket. Is this a celebratory treat? Are you preemptively sharing it with us? Tianjing continued her playful banter. Say another word. And I want to share it with you. Li Rou blushed deeply in response. After leaving the youth point, Guo Jia proceeded to the villagers' homes to place orders for vegetables. Meticulously scheduling when each household would harvest their crops, some by 4 a.m., others by 6 a.m., and some by 8 a.m. Guo Jia had his reasons. Delivering vegetables in bulk to the county could result in them losing freshness over time, especially considering the journey from Deling village to the county took over 2 hours. The three of them managed to carve out some time to address the issue, simultaneously ensuring that Guo Jia could continuously sell vegetables in the county town, significantly increasing profits. Having already received 2 truckloads of vegetables, with the grain tickets settled at that time, Guo Jia's credibility was firmly established. He also informed the villagers that Fatty and Zhang Xingli would assist him in collecting the vegetables. It mattered not who collected them among the three of them. Once everything was arranged, Guo Jia headed towards the home of his fourth sister, Guoying, as he had yet to have dinner and intended to join them for a meal. Xiao Jia, you must be prudent. We cannot waste money so recklessly. Guoying began to admonish him upon his arrival, pointing at the items on the cabinet, rice and pork, that could easily deplete one's finances. Fourth sister, I earned quite a bit today. Indulging a little is not an issue. Look at this fried dough twist. I specifically bought it to honor you, Guo Jia replied, placing the remaining piece of the twist into Guoying's hand, as he had originally planned to purchase 2 from the supply and marketing cooperative. After 3 years of foolishness, Guoying had taken care of him considerably, and now that he was earning money, he needed to save rather than squander it. After all, one must reserve funds for marriage. Guoying wore an expression of exasperation. Fourth sister, health is the foundation of revolution. Great figures have always said so. Now that I can earn money, I will not be impoverished or poorly clothed. You stay inside and rest. I will prepare dinner today." With that, Guo Jia picked up the pork, ready to head to the kitchen to clean and chop it. "Oh dear, you have no money to give my second sister, yet you can afford to buy meat? You truly are asking for trouble," came a voice from the doorway as Sun Dahu, the third son of the Sun family, entered, followed by his elder sister, Sun Shiqin. Upon seeing Guo Jia holding the fatty pork, Sun Dahu's anger flared. "Guo Jia, I heard your foolishness has been cured. Why did you not inform me at the first opportunity? Moreover, when my second sister came to collect money yesterday, how could you deny her?" He continued, showing no regard for Guo Jia's response. "My second sister, along with the third and fourth brothers, are all waiting for that money to support their schooling. I toil from dawn till dusk. Can't you allow me some peace of mind?" Without waiting for Guo Jia to reply, Sun Shiqin began to berate him. "You have your own home, yet you come here, making us search for you. Hurry and give me the money. The fourth brother is at home, crying for braised meat. Also, our firewood is nearly depleted. You must go chop some for us tomorrow. Remember to split it into small pieces and neatly stack it in the storage room." Sun Shiqin paid no heed to Guo Jia's darkened expression and continued her incessant chatter. If Guo Jia did not take on these tasks, Sun Shiqin would have to do them herself upon returning from work. The second sister, Sun Shumi, merely used her homework as an excuse to avoid chores, while the third son, Sun Dahu, lounged about all day, utterly unwilling to help with housework. The youngest son, Sun Dagua, is merely in his teenage years and is the family's little darling, making it impossible for them to assign him any chores. Did I fail to express myself clearly that day, or did Sun Shumi neglect to relay my words to you? Guo Jia interrupted Sun Shiqin with a stern expression. "I have already stated that I am voluntarily breaking off our engagement. We shall have no further entanglements. You may return home now. The evening has grown dark, and the roads are treacherous." Guo Jia promptly ushered them out. "Guo Jia, I understand that you speak in anger. I shall not hold it against you this time. Have my efforts over the past 3 years not sufficed? Even when you suffered a mishap, I did not demand an annulment. So what has changed now? Are you concerned about spending money? I, too, have my burdens, you know. A whole family relies on me for support, and I couldn't even sit for the college entrance examination. You are my partner. What harm is there in assisting me with the household?" Sun Shiqin spoke, her voice rising as tears streamed down her face. "Do you still dare to call me your partner? Does your face not flush with shame?" Guo Jia pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Shiqin. "After my accident, did you ever come to visit me even once? Is this what one does to a partner? Moreover, I sustained my injury while foraging for wild vegetables for your family. Can you truly reconcile that with your conscience?" Guo Jia reprimanded loudly. "But you often visited my home, did you not? You frequently came to see me. Must I be the one to visit you?" Sun Shiqin's words lacked the conviction they once held, contrasting sharply with her earlier confrontational demeanor. "That was long after I had become a fool. And it was Sun Shumi and Sun Dahua who deceived me into working at your home. You were exploiting free labor, treating me like a simpleton." Guo Jia's ire intensified. "You think you can manipulate me with a mere token of goodwill?" Sun Dahua stepped forward, seizing Guo Jia by the collar, preparing to strike. Yet, before his hand could land, it was caught by Guo Jia herself. "Over these 3 years, you have struck me countless times. It is time to settle the score," Guo Jia declared, delivering a knee strike. Sun Dahua, caught off guard, doubled over from the pain. With a swift elbow strike, Guo Jia followed through, landing a blow to Sun Dahua's back. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Sun Dahua found himself on the ground, with a resounding kick to his face. Guo Jia sent him rolling for several meters, leaving him bloodied and dazed. Dizzy and desperate to rise, he found himself unable to do so. Guo Jia held no regard for such street thugs. Throughout their journey, she had faced numerous fights, and no ordinary group of 3 or 5 could approach her. "What do you intend to do?" "Guo Jia, cease this at once." Sun Shiqin rushed to assist Sun Dahua. "Step aside. This is the partner you have chosen." Once Sun Dahua regained his footing with the help of his sister, he forcefully pushed Sun Shiqin away. Having witnessed Guo Jia's display of skill, he realized he was no match for her. In his frustration, he took it out on his sister, storming out of the house and cycling away with haste. The incident transpired so suddenly that Sun Shiqin found herself seated on the ground. By the time she stood, her youngest brother had long since vanished. "Guo Jia, your behavior is utterly excessive. That is my younger brother. How could one resort to violence so readily?" Sun Shiqin persisted relentlessly. "Over the past 3 years, Sun Dahua has struck me countless times. Did you ever intervene? Back then, Why didn't you confront Sun Dahua and declare that I was your partner, his future brother-in-law? Guo Jia let out a cold laugh. That left Sun Shuqin at a loss for words. At that time, Guo Jia was rather foolish, resilient, and tough-skinned. A few blows would not have harmed him, and indeed, she had never intervened. Let us depart. Out of respect for our past engagement, I shall refrain from using foul language. However, I must advise you, do not take others' goodwill for granted. No one owes your family a single penny. Guo Jia was aware of the Sun family's destiny from a previous life. The third son later fell into gambling, unable to repay his debts, and even introduced his elder sister to the creditor, effectively selling her. The brother whom Sun Shuqin had tirelessly supported showed no gratitude while she slept. Sun Dahua brought the creditor into his sister's room. Unable to endure the humiliation from the creditor, Sun Shuqin eventually took her own life by drowning. The second daughter, Sun Shumi, was consumed by superstitions, always seeking shortcuts. She later worked in a dance and dining establishment, only to fall into disgrace and become a typical example during a crackdown, suffering greatly. The third son, Sun Dahua, a ne'er-do-well, engaged in reckless behavior and faced repercussions even before his sister encountered her own troubles. The fourth son, Sun Dahua, was raised as a dependent child, and after losing all his family members, he resorted to begging for survival. It was said that one particularly cold winter, he tragically froze to death by the roadside. Upon seeing Guo Jia's unwavering determination, Sun Shuqin felt a surge of anxiety. With a meager salary of 20 yuan a month, how could she possibly support her family of 5? Without the 40 yuan monthly assistance from the Guo family, they would struggle to find enough to eat, let alone enjoy better fare. Guo Jia, I was wrong in the past. Can I change now? Sun Shuqin finally felt a sense of crisis. They were registered as urban residents, with no land to their name. Without the Guo family's support, survival would be impossible. It's too late. I have someone I care for now. Guo Jia, unyielding, pushed Sun Shuqin away as she lingered. Let us not quarrel any longer, shall we? I acknowledge my faults. Sun Shuqin grasped Guo Jia's arm, continuing, I have heard that Qin Sualian intends to intrude upon your abode. But how could you possibly be fond of such a flighty person? Upon hearing Guo Jia mention having affections for someone, Sun Shuqin assumed it was the widely discussed Qin Sualian. She is simply unworthy. Guo Jia shrugged off Sun Shuqin's grasp. You can abandon any hopes of continuing to benefit from my grandfather's assistance. Lastly, I must caution you. Your siblings have committed numerous wrongs. Beware of retribution. With that, Guo Jia turned and retreated indoors, leaving Sun Shuqin alone in the yard to weep. Chapter 27. You are no longer the person I once knew. Guo Ying offered not a single word of counsel to Guo Jia. As an observer, she had long recognized the Sun family as parasites. As Sun Shuqin departed in tears, Guo Ying inquired with a smile, You've invested everything into this. Do you harbor any regrets? Regret? What is there to regret? Wealth is but a transient possession. Discovering true love is of utmost importance. Guo Jia placed the chopped meat into the pan to saute, as he too prepared to make braised pork. By the way, fourth sister, you share a good rapport with Li Rou. Do remember to speak highly of me. You, my friend, are utterly devoid of loyalty, but you are my sister. After dining at Guo Jia's home, he returned to his own abode, retrieving a large cloth bag he had concealed, from which he extracted several food coupons. Tomorrow, he intended to procure a flatbed cart. The increased vegetable yield necessitated a greater number of coupons. On his return, Guo Jia feigned casual conversation with the ticket vendors, putting on a show for Fatty and Zhang Xingli, though he purchased not a single coupon. His primary objective was to swiftly rationalize the 200,000 food coupons. With initial capital secured, he would be poised to join the gold rush and lead the charge. The following day, Guo Jia was awakened not by Fatty, but by Zhang Xingli. What the heck? Have you two switched shifts? Is there no respite? Guo Jia grumbled, noticing it was only 2:30. Sleep was no longer an option. He reluctantly dressed. The family scheduled to load their carts at 4 had yet to rise, so Guo Jia decided to lead Zhang Xingli into Uncle Guo Jiafang's vegetable garden. Rather than idly waiting, they would harvest their own vegetables to earn a bit more money. Naturally, Guo Jia would pay Uncle for the vegetables by weight. He would not take them for free. While Uncle and fourth sister remained silent, their cousin Guo Lian would not approve. Zhang Xingli, driven by dreams of wealth to fund his mother's medical treatment, diligently picked vegetables. Once they finished harvesting from Uncle Guo Jiafang's garden, Guo Jia handed Zhang Xingli a price list he had prepared the previous night, having already provided a copy to Fatty. The prices for the green vegetables were fixed. If one forgot, they could simply refer to the list. Unlike in later years, the state-run vegetable market operated under a system of unified procurement and sales, with prices set by authorities and remaining stable over time. Once a vegetable's price was established, it seldom changed, often remaining the same from one year to the next. He instructed Zhang Shengli on how to categorize the vegetables, weigh them, and keep accounts, ultimately determining that Uncle Guo Jiafeng's vegetables yielded a total of 6 yuan and 50 cents. At that moment, other families began to harvest as well, prompting Guo Jia to accompany Zhang Shengli to assist them. By the end of the morning, Zhang Shengli had learned the entire process, while Guo Jia took the flatbed cart into the county town alone. He navigated the familiar neighborhood with ease, engaging in brief conversation with the gatekeeper, slipping him an entire box of cigarettes, and informing him that 2 more people would be bringing carts in that day. The gatekeeper readily agreed, recognizing that they were merely selling vegetables, not planting explosives, and there was no danger involved. Furthermore, how could he refuse such a generous gift? Ultimately, Guo Jia left behind a few cucumbers before entering the community. The innermost building had all been sold out yesterday, so today, I ventured to the adjacent second building. After neatly parking the cart aside to avoid obstructing pedestrian traffic, Guo Jia began to fill his backpack with an assortment of fresh vegetables. With the eloquence of his silver tongue, much like the previous day, he quickly established a rapport with the residents of this building. These vegetables are truly fresh. I heard the people from the back building mention them yesterday. What a delightful home delivery service. The residents chattered excitedly, expressing their fondness for Guo Jia's novel selling method. Through their conversations, Guo Jia learned that this community was a housing complex for employees of a soda factory. In Pear County, the largest soda manufacturers were the first and second soda plants. The individuals residing in this complex worked at the Tianqing soda factory, which, when compared to the first and second plants, was a mere younger sibling. However, during the summer season, the factory was performing reasonably well, barely able to distribute wages. Due to the abundance of soda factories in Pear County, the supply exceeded demand, leading some plants to cease operations. "Young man, do you sell eggs here?" inquired a resident from the second floor while purchasing vegetables. "No, but if everyone is interested, I can certainly bring some next time," Guo Jia replied with a smile. Realizing that this business would only expand, "We would love to buy some, otherwise, we have to queue at the market again." "You should also bring some pork to complete the selection," the residents enthusiastically suggested. "Certainly, I will consider all your suggestions." "Thank you," Guo Jia responded humbly, fostering a sense of participation among the residents, which naturally heightened their desire to purchase. "For instance, since you mentioned wanting eggs, if I bring them next time, wouldn't you be more inclined to buy?" With laughter and banter, Guo Jia sold out his entire cart of vegetables, while the rotund friend had yet to arrive. The timing was indeed a bit off this time. Guo Jia sat on the cart to rest, pondering this. After approximately half an hour, the plump friend finally arrived. Drenched in sweat, "You look quite exhausted," Guo Jia teased with a chuckle. "What? Jia Guo, you may call me fat, but don't say I'm weak. I want to stand for that." The rotund friend wiped the sweat from his brow. "You could wring out water from your clothes. You really need to exercise more," Guo Jia remarked as he helped secure the cart. "Hee, I do need to work out." "Jia Guo, have you sold the entire cart of vegetables?" the plump friend inquired, diverting the topic. "I need to adjust the timing for tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't have enough to sell," Guo Jia replied, pulling out 2 yuan and handing it over. "Jia Guo, let us pool our money." The plump friend declined. "One cart, one payment. It gives us energy to run," Guo Jia insisted, slipping the money into his friend's hand. "All right then, I'll go buy some bonds. I haven't eaten breakfast and am absolutely starving. I passed by the breakfast shop earlier, and my legs felt heavy. If I hadn't given all my money to Zhang Shengli yesterday, I would have definitely sat down to devour 2 trays of meat buns," the plump friend said as he accepted the money. "Here you go, make sure to eat." "I was just thinking you might skip breakfast," Guo Jia said, retrieving an oil paper bag from his cart. "Wow, meat buns. I can even smell the savory aroma through the paper." The rotund man opened the package with a loud exclamation. It turned out that Guo Jia had brought him breakfast earlier that morning. "Take your time. I will head upstairs to fetch some vegetables," Guo Jia said. Having waited for quite a while, he would not squander any more time and began to fill his basket with produce. Shortly thereafter, he planned to return with the empty cart, hoping for a swift round trip. Once he had filled his basket with fresh greens, Guo Jia addressed the rotund man once more. "Understood, Brother Jia. Do not be deceived by my size. I am not foolish." The rotund man, his mouth stuffed with buns, spoke with a slurred clarity. By the time Guo Jia had sold all the vegetables in his basket and descended once more to collect more, the rotund man had vanished. The nearby empty cart was also gone, likely returned to Daling Village with him. Guo Jia proceeded to refill his basket with an assortment of vegetables and ascended again to sell his second load. By shortly after 9 in the morning, he had sold all the produce from his second trip. Zhang Xingli was scheduled to depart from Daling Village at 8, expected to arrive in Lixian County Town around 10. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Jia decided it would be prudent to fetch lunch beforehand. Otherwise, he would be unable to leave once Zhang Xingli arrived with the vegetables. Additionally, Zhang Xingli would need to return to Daling Village in the afternoon, so it would be wise to bring back his share as well. Guo Jia left the empty cart in the family quarters, confident that the familiar faces would ensure its safety. He returned to the nearby breakfast shop. "Good morning. Do you still have buns?" he inquired. The owner recognized Guo Jia, recalling how much he had purchased earlier that day. "My goodness, young man. You bought so many buns just hours ago, and you're hungry again?" Guo Jia chuckled, realizing he had been mistaken for a glutton. "Oh, we still have meat buns. But the vegetable ones are all gone," the shopkeeper replied. "People are low on cash. The vegetable buns are cheaper and sell quickly, not because they wish to eat healthily." "Perfect. Please pack me a steamer full of meat buns," Guo Jia requested, considering that Zhang Xingli would likely eat quite a bit on his first try. Unlike the small soup dumplings of later times, a steamer here held over 30 buns. The shopkeeper grinned widely, quickly wrapping the order in oil paper. After paying, Guo Jia strolled down the street with the oil paper package in hand. Despite his previous life's memories, he wished to witness the current market for himself. Indeed, it was an age where opportunities abound, yet vendors were remarkably few in number. Any essential item brought to town sold quickly, and competition was almost non-existent. He needed to accumulate capital rapidly. Realizing the time was appropriate, Guo Jia turned and returned to the Tianqing Soda Factory residential building. After waiting briefly at the entrance, he spotted Zhang Xingli approaching with the cart. After greeting the security guard and introducing themselves, they entered together. Due to his continuous labor in the production team, Zhang Xingli transported a cart of vegetables without breaking a sweat, unlike his portly companion. Approaching the vacant flatbed truck, Guo Jia instructed Zhang Xingli to pull over to the side. He then handed 2 oil paper packets to Zhang Xingli, containing meat buns to be consumed whenever hunger struck. After a brief respite, Zhang was to return with the empty cart. It was imperative to expedite the process, lest he be unable to supply the vegetables for sale. Guo Jia tucked the 2 packets he reserved for himself onto the vegetable-laden flatbed. "Brother Jia, I'm not hungry just yet. I'll cook when I get back to Daling Village." "You can keep this for yourself," Zhang Xingli replied, uncomfortable accepting favors. "I still have some here. Besides, by the time you return to Daling Village, it will be past noon. If you cook then, it will delay your vegetable delivery. Each additional cart you send means an extra 2 yuan in your pocket." Guo Jia smiled. "All right then, thank you, Brother Jia." Zhang Xingli placed the oil paper packets on the empty flatbed. "Here, this is 2 yuan. It's a small incentive for each delivery." Guo Jia offered another 2 yuan. "Thank you, Brother Jia," Zhang Xingli exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The earnings from delivering this cart of vegetables to the county would equate to 4 days of toil in the production team. Driven by the desire to fund his mother's medical treatment, he was determined to make multiple trips in a day. "I'll head off to sell the vegetables now," Guo Jia stated as he began loading his basket. "I'll also return promptly, aiming to make an extra trip," Zhang Xingli replied. Not pausing as he set off with the empty flatbed, Guo Jia did not deter him. Everyone needed to exert themselves if they wished to earn. Before long, Zhang Xingli had vanished from sight, and Guo Jia filled his basket to the brim. "Young man, could you sell me some vegetables? I need to leave shortly." An elderly lady approached. "Certainly, I can carry the vegetables up to your apartment door," Guo Jia responded cheerfully. "No, I have to head out today. And you'll only reach the 4th floor. By the time you get to my 6th floor apartment, it will be too late," the elderly lady explained. "Very well. I shall sell you the vegetables first," Guo Jia said, placing his basket down. "I'll take tomatoes, cucumbers, and a pumpkin. These potatoes look fine." "I'll have 5 of those," she added, placing her small basket on the ground. Guo Jia weighed the vegetables as requested. "Madam, that will be 96 cents in total." Guo Jia calculated. "Here, 1 yuan." The elderly lady presented her neatly stacked money. "Here is your change of 4 cents. Guo Jia adapted to the current situation. He mused that in 40 years, one would hardly see such small denominations, even a few dimes would be rounded off. "I also wish to buy some vegetables here." Another voice rang out. "Me too." exclaimed another, as a few more individuals approached after the elderly lady had left. Refusing to sell was out of the question. Such a stance would surely offend. Moreover, having customers come downstairs would alleviate Guo Jia's burden of climbing stairs repeatedly. Of course. What vegetables do you all need? No need to rush. I'll attend to each request in turn, Guo Jia replied with a smile. Soon, an ever-growing crowd gathered around him. Everyone at home was eagerly anticipating the moment. Moreover, descending to gather together created a lively atmosphere, where conversations flowed as they purchased vegetables. This cart of greens proved to be a third more efficient than the previous ones. Just as Guo Jia finished selling this load of vegetables, believing he would have to wait for quite some time, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Goodness! Fatty, have you brought our village's tractor? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Guo Jia was taken aback. The only tractor in Daling village was public property, owned collectively by the village. However, due to the necessity of diesel fuel, which incurred significant costs, the production team usually relied on horse-drawn carts or human-powered flatbeds. Consequently, this tractor had remained idle. Fatty, having heard Guo Jia tell Zhang Xingli that a few loads of vegetables delivered to the county would yield a few payments, had an idea. Just before heading home, he opted to purchase diesel. Upon returning, he began to plead with his father, Wang Fu, to borrow the village's tractor. Observing that his son had earned 4 yuan yesterday and was willing to lend money to Zhang Xingli for his mother's medical treatment, Wang Fu realized that allowing Fatty to team up with Guo Jia was indeed a wise decision. Moreover, the diesel he bought was quite expensive, 32 cents per kilogram with a receipt, and 48 cents without. At that time, gasoline and diesel were measured in kilograms, transitioning to liters later on. The approximately 4 kilograms Fatty procured confirmed that he had indeed earned money. Chapter 29. You're so slow if I don't lend this rascal the tractor. His diesel purchase would go to waste. Wang Fu could only nod in agreement. You little rascal, already learning to act first and report later. Wang Fu scolded. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. Do you know how to operate a tractor? Wang Fu suddenly recalled this crucial question as he walked with Fatty towards the collective. Motor vehicles are no trifling matter. Accidents can easily occur. Dad, I can do it. I learned from the tractor driver in our production team. It's particularly simple, Fatty assured, thumping his chest. I would be a fool to believe your words. Demonstrate your skills to me shortly. If you can't drive it, I'll have you gently set it down. Wang Fu took a puff from his pipe. Dad, try this, the white sand cigarettes, Fatty said, applying what he learned from Guo Jia and his father. Didn't you say you lent all your money to Zhang Xingli? Where did these cigarettes come from? Besides, can't you save a little when you earn money? They cost 96 cents a box. Shouldn't you reserve some for your future wife? Wang Fu chided. Though his hands honestly accepted the cigarette, he took a deep sniff, savoring it before tucking it behind his ear. There were still homegrown tobacco leaves left in his pipe. He intended to smoke it later in a crowded place for effect. Dad, this is a gift from Jia, meant for treating guests. We wouldn't dare indulge ourselves. Fatty licked his lips, clearly craving the cigarette. In truth, he had already consumed more than half a box. This is more like it. In the future, I should learn more from Jia. When seeking favors, offering a cigarette is always a sure way to pave the path. Wang Fugong, in a fit of irritation, abruptly halted his steps. You little rascal, are you attempting to bribe me with cigarettes in advance? I had thought you had matured and learned to show filial piety towards your elders. Realizing the situation, Wang Fugong moved to reprimand the portly boy. Not at all. I am merely demonstrating my respect for you. Given our father-son bond, to use cigarettes as a means to persuade you would be to belittle our relationship. The boy quickly dodged the impending reprimand. Now that is more like it. A smile graced Wang Fugong's lips as he guided the boy towards the tractor. Zhao, the custodian. I need to borrow the tractor today, the village chief, Wang Fugong, stated. Chief, the tractor can certainly be lent to you, but currently, we are out of diesel. With the chief's request, Zhao could hardly refuse. No worries, I will purchase the diesel myself, Wang Fugong replied. Very well, I shall fetch the starting handle for you. Zhao returned to the storage room. This handle could be likened to the key for the tractor. Without it, the machine could not be ignited. Once Zhao retrieved the handle, Wang Fugong gestured for the boy to take charge. He only had one son, and should he discover that his son was incapable, not even the finest cigarettes could persuade him to allow the boy to operate the tractor. The boy accepted the handle, recalling the steps imparted by the tractor driver. It was essential to grip the handle firmly while ensuring it did not reverse unexpectedly, as this could lead to injury. The first step was to add diesel. Following the instructions from memory, the second step involved aligning the notches, The third required applying pressure, while the fourth called for a vigorous motion with the right hand. The boy positioned himself before the tractor, feet apart, leaning slightly to the left. He gripped the handle tightly, using upward force to turn it. Careful not to apply downward pressure that could cause it to reverse suddenly and injure him. Following the tractor driver's teachings meticulously, he gripped the handle, released the pressure, and began to turn it slowly, gradually accelerating. At the appropriate moment, he released the pressure, igniting the tractor, and the handle automatically withdrew. The machine roared with a rhythmic thrum, and Wang Fugong felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The boy, brimming with confidence, took his place in the driver's seat. Starting the engine was the challenging part, while driving proved far simpler. He reveled in the sensation of steering the tractor left and right. "Drive slowly," Wang Fugong shouted from the back as he observed the boy skillfully maneuvering the tractor out of the yard, perhaps due to the tractor's loud noise. The boy did not hear his father's words. Instead, he merely gestured a farewell to his father, driving off with a flourish. That rascal. When did he learn to drive a tractor? Wang Fugong chuckled to Zhao. The swell of pride nearly overwhelmed Zhao. A hero father breeds a heroic son. The village chief's child is bound to excel. Zhao effusively flattered him. "Oh, not at all. Ha ha ha. Zhao, do continue with your work, but do visit my home sometime. We should share a drink." Wang Fugong felt particularly content that day. His son had finally brought him a measure of glory. In the past, it had always been a source of embarrassment for him. In the village, disputes often led to brawls, with the rotund man being involved in 8 out of 10 such incidents. Indeed. Take care, village chief. Zhao Tian watched as Wang Fu walked away, spitting onto the ground in disdain. That rotund fellow was hardly a commendable character, had it not been for the village chief's direct involvement. Zhao Tian would have claimed that the tractor was out of commission and could not be lent to him. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Zhao Tian returned to the storeroom, meticulously counting various tools. When the tractor arrived in the village, the rotund man began notifying families from the village entrance. A single tractor could transport the equivalent of approximately 10 flatbed carts, so he informed 40 households to simultaneously harvest vegetables. They would then bring the produce to the tractor for weighing. Guo Jia's grain tickets were certainly insufficient, so the rotund man told the villagers to wait a moment and settle the accounts upon their return with the vegetables. From yesterday until now, Guo Jia, the rotund man, and Zhang Xingli had already transported 5 flatbed carts of grains. Trust had been established, and no one minded that the grain tickets would be settled later. Thus, all 40 households joined in the labor, although the able-bodied had gone to work in the fields. The elderly and young children at home proved to be adept at harvesting vegetables. This task required neither special skills nor brute strength. Anyone could do it. Gradually, all the greens were transported to the tractor parked in the village's center, with the rotund man meticulously recording the accounts for each family. The villagers assisted in securing the carts, ensuring that nothing would fall. With the tractor restarted, smoke billowing from its exhaust, the rotund man set forth on his journey. This flurry of activity had left him utterly exhausted. Weighing and tallying the produce, loading the vehicles, it was certainly not a task meant for a single individual. As he drove, new plans began to form in the rotund man's mind. No human could outrun a tractor. Zhang Xingli, having delivered a cart of greens to Guo Jia, was halfway back with an empty flatbed when he encountered the rotund man's tractor. "Goodness, you're moving so slowly. How dare you use the village tractor?" They both shouted at each other. "What? You're making a profit now and want to criticize me?" The rotund man deliberately provoked Zhang Xingli. "I labor with my own strength to pull the flatbed cart. You, on the other hand, using the village tractor, are infringing upon public property. Can they be compared?" Zhang Xingli stuttered, finally clarifying his thoughts. Chapter 30, Acceleration. "True, the tractor belonged to the village, but I purchased the diesel myself. The vehicle is simply parked there. What is wrong with borrowing it for a while? I am also a member of this village, aren't I?" The rotund man, seated in the driver's seat, showed no signs of fatigue and continued to tease Zhang Xingli. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Let us wait until we see Jiago and let him adjudicate." Zhang Xingli had hoped to make another trip, but for the first time, he refrained from lengthy discourse. "Even if you run until your legs give out, you can't catch up to me. Do you know how much this tractor can carry? A full 10 flatbed carts." The rotund man jumped down from the tractor and approached Zhang Xingli, removing the towel from his neck to wipe the sweat from Zhang Xingli's brow. Continuing the conversation, "With such a substantial quantity, there is no need to pull it oneself, which is hardly tiring at all. Moreover, the speed is remarkably swift. While you traverse one round trip with a flatbed cart, I can make 4 or 5 trips with a tractor. The rotund fellow wore an expression that seemed to invite a reprimand. Indeed, your prowess is undeniable. Zhang Xingli felt a pang of helplessness. The facts presented by the rotund man were irrefutable. It takes him over 2 hours to reach the county town on foot, while the tractor requires less than an hour. One round trip with a flatbed cart is equivalent to the rotund man completing 10. Comparing one to another can be infuriating. With the advent of the tractor, Jia no longer needs the flatbed cart, and Zhang Xingli, having just begun his duties, may find himself out of a job. These were the very thoughts the rotund man had concocted during their journey. Zhang Xingli felt utterly exasperated. The rotund man could supply Jia Gu with the equivalent of 10 flatbed carts in one go. Let us do this. Seeing as you seem pitiful, lend me a hand, and I shall pay you a wage, the rotund man suddenly proposed with a twist of fate. Oh, you rotund fellow, Jia Gu treats you rather well, does he not? Are you truly considering digging ditches? Zhang Xingli erupted in indignation. What nonsense is this? The vegetables should be delivered to Jia Gu. Let us utilize this tractor together. The rotund man dared not maintain his feigned profundity any longer. This young man, Zhang Xingli, was adept at ensnaring him in a web of moral quandaries. Unacceptable. Now that is more like it. Zhang Xingli calmed down, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. This tractor is equivalent to 10 flatbed carts. We shall split the earnings 70-30. Once stability was achieved, the rotund man promptly articulated the profit-sharing ratio. Tell me, rotund fellow, why not simply seize it for yourself? We are performing the same task in harvesting. Why should you take 7 portions while I receive merely 3? You are not merely a tail, you are a quintessential capitalist. Zhang Xingli immediately resumed his protest, the earlier satisfaction evaporating. Stop, stop, stop. I ask you, can this tractor run on water alone? The rotund man interrupted Zhang Xingli's lengthy discourse. I am not foolish, tractors run on diesel. Zhang Xingli seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Then allow me to inquire. Shall we push the fully loaded tractor ourselves? The rotund man wore a mischievous grin. Isn't that common sense? If it can drive, why would we push it? Besides, we wouldn't be able to move it anyway. Zhang Xingli found himself thoroughly ensnared in the rotund man's reasoning. Then it's settled. I shall pay for the diesel. I operate the tractor. So why should the profits be split evenly? The rotund man suppressed a laugh. How could I be the capitalist? Your argument holds merit. I must have been remiss in my considerations. Very well, I agree to this arrangement. Zhang Xingli also came to terms with the situation. Through arduous labor, he could manage only 3 flatbed carts in a day. Yet, if he collaborated with the rotund man, he could earn the equivalent of 3 flatbed cart profits from a single trip with the tractor. If they were to make 2 trips in a day, the profits would multiply exponentially. He would not have to exert himself as much. However, when it comes to harvesting, you must take on a heavier share of the work, or I shall feel at a disadvantage. The rotund man sought to negotiate for additional benefits. The recent endeavor with the tractor had exhausted him thoroughly. No, we must work together. That is my bottom line. Zhang Xingli remained resolute. Very well, if that is the case, I too must embark on a journey of weight loss. Let us toil together. Upon your return, refrain from pulling the cart alone. Instead, notify the 40 households in the village to gather vegetables. I shall commence from the eastern edge of the village, and you may continue the notifications from there. The hefty fellow has perfectly achieved his objective. The cost of diesel for one trip is merely 1 yuan, and driving the tractor is a personal delight. We shall agree on a profit-sharing ratio of 70-30 rather than 60-40, as the hefty fellow yearns to teach Zhang Xingli a lesson. Let him witness the disdain he once held for the hefty fellow, who was always referred to as a street ruffian. These events transpired along the way. Unbeknownst to Guo Jia, he approached the hefty fellow and remarked, "Well done, my friend. I never anticipated that we would have a tractor in our village. This development has resolved my dilemma of insufficient supply for selling vegetables with remarkable ease." Guo Jia was indeed elated. Otherwise, he had contemplated summoning He Zi, the seller of contraband cigarettes, in advance. However, given their initial encounter, the latter would certainly not trust him. After all, our intellect shall not bring shame to Jia Gu. The hefty fellow chuckled at the thought of Zhang Xingli's mortified expression. Now that we have a tractor, let us allow Xingli to assist you in gathering the vegetables. One person cannot possibly manage such a large cart alone, Guo Jia suggested. Indeed, it is Jia Gu who possesses the insight. I only thought of it halfway through. Yet you grasped it instantly. Subsequently, the hefty fellow recounted the entire affair regarding Zhang Xingli. You truly have a knack for bullying Zhang Xingli. Guo Jia jestingly chided. Jiago, my intention with the first load is merely to vex him. The next load can be split 50-50. Driving a tractor is no trivial matter. The hefty fellow expressed his thoughts candidly. Then let us settle on a 60-40 split. Operating the tractor counts as a skill investment. Guo Jia pondered and replied. As the saying goes, familial bonds are one thing, but financial matters are another. An unwavering adherence to egalitarianism may lead to counterproductive outcomes. A fair distribution based on effort is just. I shall heed your advice, Jiago, and inform him of the 60-40 split during the second load. Ha. Guo Jia and the hefty fellow shared a hearty laugh. It is indeed quite amusing to tease Zhang Xingli from time to time. As they chatted, the two of them unloaded the baskets from the tractor onto the ground. Fresh vegetables had arrived, prompting a young man to exclaim, "Hurry, please weigh some for me." At that moment, an elderly gentleman approached. He had arrived late during the previous load and missed out on purchasing vegetables. So he had been keeping a keen eye on the proceedings. Seeing the baskets piled high, he hurried over. "All right, sir, which vegetables would you like?" Guo Jia began to weigh the produce for the first elderly gentleman. "Jiago, are you now selling directly without needing to climb stairs?" The hefty fellow observed the change. "Indeed, everyone finds that method too slow. By selling down here, not only is it quicker for everyone, but it also allows for a bit of socializing and stretching. I can save more than a third of my time selling vegetables," Guo Jia explained while weighing the produce. "Very well, Jiago. I shall return now. Zhang Xingli has likely arrived home by now," the hefty fellow said, turning to leave. "Wait a moment, hefty fellow," Guo Jia called. "Take these ration tickets back, otherwise, who will allow you to transport vegetables again?" As the hefty fellow approached, Guo Jia whispered, "You truly are attentive, Jiago. I almost overlooked this matter. If I return empty-handed, it would indeed be quite challenging to procure fresh vegetables again." The stout man accepted the bundles of food stamps handed over by Guo Jia, carefully organizing them before starting the tractor and heading back to Deling village. Meanwhile, Guo Jia was now surrounded by eager onlookers, no longer able to pay attention to the stout man's driving skills. It was not just the few buildings at the center. The entire community had learned of the fresh vegetable sale and had gathered around. Chapter 31. Haizi joins in the pace of vegetable sales had significantly increased. And within approximately an hour, the entire load from the tractor had been sold out. The residents of the Tianqing Soda Factory's housing complex had also stocked up on fresh vegetables. Guo Jia arranged the baskets and moved them to the side of the guard station, stacking them neatly along with the scale, asking the elderly guard to keep an eye on them. Seizing the opportunity while the stout man and Zhang Xingli were away fetching another load of vegetables, Guo Jia made his way to the cinema entrance. "Haizi, 2 packs of Hometown Mountain, please." Guo Jia had deliberately sought him out. Purchasing cigarettes was secondary. "Brother, you sure smoke a lot," Haizi remarked, though he hoped everyone would buy more of his cigarettes. This person, whom he had only just met 2 days prior, was rather extraordinary. Yesterday, he had intercepted Haizi near the breakfast shop to buy a pack of Baisha cigarettes. This morning, he had returned to the very spot Haizi often frequented to purchase another pack. Now, having moved to the cinema area, Haizi was astonished that the same individual could still locate him. Were it not for Haizi's careful scrutiny of the surroundings, ensuring there were no suspicious individuals, he might have suspected Guo Jia of being an undercover officer intent on apprehending cigarette vendors like themselves. The few cigarettes he could afford were merely for his own enjoyment, and he did not wish for his fellow earners to suffer losses. Guo Jia chuckled. Haizi raised an eyebrow but quickly concealed his emotions. "Brother, the price of Hometown Mountain is not low. It's a yuan per pack, and I only have 1 pack left. I want to have more until tomorrow." Haizi retrieved the box of Hometown Mountain cigarettes from his backpack. "All right, I'll take 1 pack for now. You can get me another when you have more." Guo Jia didn't haggle and handed over a yuan without hesitation. "Thank you, brother. You're truly generous. Those who earn alongside you are fortunate." Haizi was quite the smooth talker. "Honestly, Haizi, you can't be making much profit as a cigarette vendor, can you?" Guo Jia opened the pack of Hometown Mountain and offered a cigarette to Haizi, taking one for himself as well. "Brother, how could I smoke your cigarettes? Especially such an expensive one?" Haizi shook his head repeatedly. "Our meeting is fate. What is 1 cigarette? Take it." Guo Jia insisted, pressing it into his hand. "Well then. Thank you, brother. Let me light it for you." Haizi skillfully produced a match and struck it to ignite Guo Jia's cigarette. Guo Jia, not want to be coy, leaned forward to light his smoke. Haizi quickly lit his own cigarette while the match still burned. In an era of scarcity, everyone understood the importance of frugality. Even a single match held value. What profit can we hope for? The number of cigarette vendors is on the rise. It's rare to find someone like you who buys by the box. Most only purchase 1 or 2 sticks, barely earning a yuan in a day. Heisey exhaled a smoke ring, a bitter smile crossing his face. Heisey, since you are not making any profit, why don't you consider pursuing a different livelihood? Illegally selling cigarettes is against the law, and it would be too late if you were caught. Guo Jia intentionally steered the conversation in that direction. Brother, I am well aware that this activity is illegal. However, we have no other options, and besides, I lack the capital. Otherwise, if you were to buy 2 packs of cigarettes, I wouldn't be unable to provide, would I? It's simply due to insufficient funds for inventory. Heisey wore a bitter expression. Both of his parents were honest, hard-working farmers, toiling in the fields their entire lives. They endured countless hardships, yet they never managed to accumulate wealth. In difficult years, the entire family even had to face hunger. Determined to forge a different path, Heisey left the countryside, seeking opportunities in the county town of Li Rou. Yet, without skills or capital, carving out a niche in the city proved to be exceedingly challenging. After much wandering, he eventually found himself among the ranks of cigarette vendors, earning meager wages, barely managing to eat from one day to the next. As he finished a cigarette, Heisey briefly shared his predicament, filled with sorrow. Heisey, if you can trust me, let us work together. I assure you, we shall not engage in any illegal activities, and furthermore, the daily earnings will exceed your current income by at least double. Guo Jia discarded the cigarette and extinguished it with his foot. Selling vegetables? The first time Heisey encountered Guo Jia, he saw him with a portly individual, pushing a cart laden with vegetables. Indeed, for the moment, they would be selling vegetables. But there would be many other ventures to pursue in the future. Guo Jia nodded. Brother, while the crackdown on speculative activities has eased somewhat, selling vegetables hardly seems lucrative. Does it? Heisey was skeptical about this line of business. The profits were mere cents. How much could one realistically sell in a day? The earnings would be negligible. Heisey, if you are earning less than a yuan daily selling cigarettes, I will guarantee you a minimum wage of 2 yuan each day. Simply assist me in selling vegetables, and I will teach you anything you do not know. Once you are satisfied and wish to continue working with me, I will increase your salary. If you decide not to stay, you may leave at any time. Wages are settled daily, allowing you to return to selling cigarettes without any hindrance. If you are still apprehensive, I can provide your daily wage up front in the morning, allowing you to receive payment before starting work. This is a crucial opportunity for Guo Jia. A key figure in his past life's commercial empire, he was determined to win over Heisey, albeit nearly half a year earlier than in his previous life. At this juncture, Guo Jia refrained from offering Heisey an excessively high salary, fearing it might frighten him away. Even in 2023, there remain unscrupulous individuals luring people to northern Myanmar with promises of high pay, let alone in the 1980s, when many were coerced into labor under dire conditions. In the oppressive underground workshops, laborers toil until they perish, stripped of all freedom, let alone fair wages. With the conversation reaching this point, Heisey made his decision. Guo Jia's proposals were wholly beneficial to Heisey, alleviating any concerns he might have. Brother, once I sell off the remaining cigarettes, I will come to find you. Heisey shook his backpack. All his limited funds had gone into purchasing these cigarettes, and selling them was imperative. These cigarettes have all been wrapped. Now come with me, and let's familiarize ourselves. Upon seeing Heisey's agreement, Guo Jia felt immense joy. Brother, is this really appropriate? Heisey appeared somewhat bewildered. Although the cigarettes in his backpack were not numerous, the total value of various brands amounted to over 10 yuan. No worries. Count them up and see how much they total. Guo Jia paused to alleviate Heisey's concerns completely. Let me check. Heisey began rummaging through his pockets. Brother, based on the cost price, it comes to 11 yuan and 30 cents. Heisey had not calculated the retail price, as that would be rather uncouth. All right, let us round it to 12 yuan, and I'll give you an extra yuan as a gesture of goodwill for this afternoon's work, Guo Jia said, pulling out the cash. Counting out 13 yuan and handing it to Heisey. This, brother, I will definitely work diligently for you. Heisey, now aware that he was dealing with a person of discernment, hastily assured him. Let us go. I promise you won't regret this. Brother, here are the cigarettes. Please hold on to them for me, and I will ask for them when needed. As Guo Jia and Heisey conversed, they made their way to the Tianqing Soda Factory's residential building, where they were to meet Fatty and Zhang Xingli. The security guard inside was dozing off, so Guo Jia chose not to disturb him, quietly lifting the scale used for selling vegetables. Haizi, on the other hand, was wide-eyed, astonished by the towering stacks of empty baskets, wondering how much produce had been sold. Chapter 32. Everything is ahead of schedule when Fatty and the others returned with the tractor. Guo Jia introduced everyone to one another and then led them to the next residential area. At this point, the city had yet to see commercial housing. The workers' accommodations were constructed collectively by their respective enterprises. The residents of a single community could be said to be employees of the same factory. Larger factories had even formed a closed-off micro-society, complete with workers' dormitories, company schools, hospitals, canteens, and even cinemas. Guo Jia was now entering the residential building of the first sugar factory in Lixian County. Sugar, a strategic commodity, was under strict control and was currently in high demand. Within state-owned enterprises, it was one of the few that consistently remained profitable. The workers at the sugar factory were quite affluent, free from the worries of being rotated out of work or having their salaries delayed. Utilizing the same approach, Guo Jia quickly gained access to the security guard at the sugar factory's residential building. However, given that this was a lucrative place, Guo Jia discreetly handed the guard a box of cigarettes, standing beside him. Haizi finally understood what Guo Jia meant by using cigarettes to pave the way and grasped the reason behind his generous expenditure on them. Equally astonished was Zhang Xingli, who had never witnessed Guo Jia bestowing gifts upon a security guard before. The previous Tianqing soda factory residential building had also been prearranged by Guo Jia. Had it not been for Fatty's presence, Guo Jia's Marxist sentiments would have erupted uncontrollably by now. Once inside the sugar factory community, Guo Jia again chose to navigate from the innermost point, stopping beneath the last building. Guo Jia, the stout figure, along with Zhang Xingli and Haizi, swiftly unloaded the baskets from the tractor onto the ground. Subsequently, Guo Jia instructed the stout fellow and Zhang Xingli to hasten back to Daling village to fetch another load of fresh vegetables. Brother Jia, our village might only be able to manage one more load, as all the families have already harvested their greens. It will take a few days for the next batch to mature, the stout one reminded him. Then we shall collect from the neighboring village. There are plenty of greens within a 10-mile radius, Guo Jia replied, confident that by the time they made the rounds, the second batch of vegetables would have grown sufficiently. Indeed, then we shall take our leave, the stout one said as he started the tractor, with Zhang Xingli assisting by cranking the handle. Their cooperation was commendable, despite their ongoing banter. Don't forget to bring back those empty baskets from the entrance of the Tianqing soda factory residential building, Guo Jia called out as the tractor began to move. Understood, came the stout fellow's voice, accompanied by the plume of black smoke from the tractor's exhaust. Haizi, you stay here to manage the stall while I head upstairs to sell the vegetables. Once everyone knows, we can both stand here together to sell, Guo Jia instructed. Here is the retail price list for the vegetables. Take a moment to memorize it while we have time. He handed the price list to Haizi. Sure thing. Brother Jia, I have a remarkable memory. Everyone calls you Brother Jia, and I shall do the same from now on, Haizi smiled. All right. Take your time to familiarize yourself. Guo Jia began to fill his backpack with various vegetables, intending to carry them upstairs so that everyone could see the fresh produce. With the advanced marketing skills reminiscent of future times, Guo Jia found selling vegetables to be remarkably effortless. Freshly picked and sold on the spot, the vegetables were a delight. Most importantly, Guo Jia did not require vegetable coupons, which became his ace in the hole, ensuring his success. Soon enough, word spread throughout the building. And after just 2 trips upstairs with his backpack, residents began to flock downstairs to make their selections. Haizi's memory was indeed impressive. Guo Jia even suspected he possessed an extraordinary ability to remember details. He accurately recalled all the vegetable varieties. With Haizi's assistance, the vegetables sold even faster. After dispatching a wave of customers, if no one else arrived, Guo Jia would carry his backpack to the next building to promote his wares, drawing in another wave of patrons. After several rounds, the entire load of vegetables was sold, and the residents were now aware of a vegetable seller in their midst. Not only were the vegetables fresh and reasonably priced, but they also did not require coupons. Upon hearing Guo Jia mention, he would return shortly with another load. Those who had missed out on purchasing vegetables eagerly peered out of their windows, hoping to seize the opportunity to buy. Brother Jia, this is truly unbelievable. Vegetables can be sold this way. The residents' fervent purchasing, while exhausting, exhilarated him. Now you have confidence, right? This is what we call door-to-door delivery, Guo Jia laughed heartily. From now on, I will work with Brother Jia. Haizi felt he had made the right choice. Starting tomorrow, you will receive a guaranteed daily wage of 5 yuan. And as our business grows, we can increase your salary, Guo Jia added, directly raising his pay. He is indeed a crucial asset for his future, thus. His salary must rise swiftly. Haizi, being a seasoned cigarette dealer, navigates the trade with ease, requiring no training. Additionally, he possesses remarkable wit and a commendable memory, traits reminiscent of his past life. What? 5 yuan? Brother Jia, this is far too generous. Haizi exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate an egg. This is merely the beginning. Fatty and Zhang Xingli earn even more than you do. Our principle is simple. The better you perform and the greater your contributions, the higher your salary will be. You must strive, with the hope that your earnings will one day surpass those of Zhang Xingli and his cohort. Guo Jia patted Haizi's shoulder encouragingly. Am I truly at the bottom with a mere 5 yuan a day? Brother Jia, how much do Zhang Xingli and the others earn daily? Haizi questioned, filled with curiosity. In comparison to Brother Jia, his previous cigarette sales seemed akin to begging. The 5 yuan I offer is merely a guaranteed minimum wage. It means that if you sell no vegetables tomorrow, you still receive 5 yuan. However, should you sell vegetables, you will earn an additional 5 yuan for each tractor load sold. More sales, more earnings, Guo Jia explained with a smile. Isn't this arrangement rather disadvantageous for you? Haizi pondered, struggling to comprehend. What I desire is for all of us to prosper together, rather than for you to solely profit from my efforts, Guo Jia replied earnestly. Brother Jia, I am committed to you for life, Haizi exclaimed, filled with excitement. Such a benevolent elder brother is truly rare to find. Do not get too carried away. If you deliver a tractor load of vegetables, Zhang Xingli can earn 8 yuan. Ha ha ha. Guo Jia laughed heartily. What? That much? Haizi suddenly found the 5 yuan less appealing. After deducting fuel costs, Fatty approximately earns 11 yuan per load, as he can operate the tractor. Guo Jia continued with a striking revelation. Goodness, Brother Jia, I can hardly fathom this, 11 yuan per load. Haizi felt as though he had heard a legend. If he sells 3 or 4 loads in a day, the total earnings would surpass that of a formal worker's monthly salary. This underscores the significance of possessing skills. Fatty's ability to drive the tractor allows him to maximize his earnings. However, do not feel disheartened, Haizi. You have your own strengths, your cleverness, and good memory. From this day forth, immerse yourself in learning, especially in strategic knowledge, such as the art of war. You will become my secret weapon, clearing all obstacles ahead. I can assure you that your income will never fall below that of Fatty. Guo Jia encouraged Haizi to embrace his future role in advance. Chapter 33. Rising Profits. Brother Jia, I have always enjoyed the tales of Sun Bin and Pang Wan, and I have often studied the 36 stratagems. I promise to learn diligently and not disappoint you, Haizi replied, elated by Guo Jia's plans for his future. He had always admired the scheming figures in storytelling. Possessing an innate cunning, the prospect that his salary would not be lower than Fatty's filled Haizi with exhilaration. Suddenly, the sound of a tractor approached, and Fatty appeared within their line of sight, followed closely by Zhang Xingli. When the delivery of fresh vegetables arrives in the county town, it will already be dusk by the time they return to collect more produce. Additionally, all the vegetables from Daling village have been harvested, necessitating a trip to the neighboring village. Jiagu, you are selling far too quickly, exclaimed Fatty as he descended from the tractor, his voice echoing with glee. Zhang Xingli, equally elated, realized that with the swift sale of vegetables, their income would be secured. After all, his mother was in the hospital and required funds for her treatment. With collective effort, how could they possibly fail to earn a profit? Guo Jia approached to untie the ropes securing the load, and the others joined in unloading, soon arranging all the baskets neatly on the ground. From the residential building above, onlookers rushed down upon seeing the arrival of fresh vegetables. Before departing, Fatty reminded Guo Jia to purchase another scale. By utilizing the new scale, Guo Jia and 3 others could sell vegetables using 2 scales simultaneously, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Residents in the community came to buy vegetables with hardly any need to queue, coming and going with ease. Before long, all the produce was sold out. Guo Jia repeatedly assured the residents that they would return the next day, prompting those who had not secured any vegetables to disperse. Along with the empty baskets, Fatty and his companions loaded everything onto the tractor. Over the course of the day, Fatty had personally transported a flatbed cart and a tractor full of vegetables, while Zhang Xingli had managed a flatbed cart of his own. Together, the two then brought over 2 additional tractor loads. Consequently, Fatty earned a total of 48 yuan for the day, spending 3 yuan on diesel, thus netting 45 yuan. To amuse Zhang Xingli, Fatty proposed a split of 70 to 30 for the first tractor load they collected together, resulting in Fatty receiving 14 yuan and Zhang Shengli 6 yuan. Observing that his earnings were less than half of Fatty's, Zhang Shengli felt a pang of frustration. However, acknowledging that Fatty had covered the diesel costs and operated the vehicle, he found some solace. Having teased Zhang Shengli enough, Fatty advised him that future earnings would be split 60 to 40, considering the need for fuel and potential repairs, which would require funds. Zhang Shengli felt immense gratitude towards Fatty, realizing that the person he had always perceived as a mere street ruffian was, in fact, quite principled. In total, Zhang Shengli earned 24 yuan that day, a significant contrast to his previous earnings in the production team, where he would toil all day for merely half a yuan after a full calculation. Delivering vegetables for Guo Jia had earned him 24 yuan, equivalent to working 48 days in the production team, all while needing to achieve full work points daily. Why would anyone continue laboring in the production team? Not delivering vegetables for Guo Jia would be foolish. I am responding to the national call, leading the way in supporting reform and opening up, and becoming a pioneer in developing personal economies. Fatty jested with Zhang Shengli, delivering his words with a sense of righteousness. As Haizi was leaving, Guo Jia discreetly handed him 5 yuan, stating it was a guaranteed minimum wage for the day, although Haizi had only worked half a day. Guo Jia noticed the envious glances Haizi cast towards Fatty and Zhang Shengli. Jia Ge, you have already given me money. I cannot accept this 5 yuan, Haizi insisted. Although Haizi envied the earnings of his plump friends, he understood that they had put in considerable labor to achieve their wealth. Haizi, as long as I make money, I will never let you down. We are brothers, Guo Jia declared, sliding 5 yuan directly into Haizi's pocket. Brother Jia, I will strive to work hard from now on. You are like a true brother to me. Haizi felt a swell of emotion, not merely due to the monetary gift, but because of the bond shared between brothers. Guo Jia instructed Haizi to gather at the sugar factory's staff quarters the following morning before sending him on his way. He then approached the tractor, where Fatty and Zhang Shengli awaited him. Let us first visit the hospital, then shop at the supply and marketing cooperative, and finally return home, Guo Jia proposed as he hopped onto the tractor's rear compartment. All right, Fatty responded, starting the tractor as it rattled toward the central hospital of Pear County. To save time, Guo Jia intended to visit his grandfather, Guo Linggong, while Zhang Shengli planned to see his mother, Deng Fang. Son, where did you get all this money? Deng Fang inquired, her expression serious as she looked at the 24 yuan Zhang Shengli handed her. She was acutely aware of their family's financial situation. Even 2 yuan and 40 cents was beyond their reach at this moment. She feared that her son might resort to dubious means to secure funds for her treatment, which could jeopardize his future. Zhang Shengli, a staunch advocate of Marxist-Leninist ideology, was regarded as a progressive thinker in their village. Mother, I earned this with Guo Jia and Fatty. Our village's vegetables are now sold to Guo Jia, who brought me and Fatty to the county to sell them. This 24 yuan represents my daily wage from Guo Jia, and I expect to earn even more tomorrow. He shared his joy with his mother like a child who had aced an exam. Son, isn't this speculation? You could end up in prison. Deng Fang's anxiety escalated. Mother, the government has introduced relevant policies that encourage personal enterprise. This is not speculation, and we will be praised for it, Zhang Shengli explained further. The early 1980s marked the dawn of reform and opening up in China, and engaging in private business was fraught with challenges. Many viewed it as speculative capitalism, and the entrenched ideology that placed commerce at the bottom of societal hierarchies made it difficult for individuals to step into the limelight. Son, if it comes to it, we may have to forego treatment. You must promise me not to put yourself in danger because of me. Deng Fang remained uneasy. Mother, rest assured. Focus on your recovery in the hospital. I am capable of earning substantial sums now. They are likely waiting for me, so I must take my leave. Tomorrow, we will continue to harvest and sell vegetables, Zhang Shengli reassured her before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Guo Jia left 20 yuan for his grandfather, Guo Jiafang, deciding against giving more since the hospital funds were still sufficient. Carrying too much cash could attract unwelcome attention from thieves. Guo Jia informed his grandfather that he was now earning a good income, emphasizing that the priority was to ensure his health was restored. Guo Linggong nodded with a smile. His heart lightened significantly upon witnessing his grandson's recovery and newfound ability to earn. As Guo Jia and Zhang Shengli emerged from the hospital, the portly man anxiously circled the tractor. Had he not feared for the vehicle as safety, he would have rushed into the hospital to find Guo Jia and the others. Chapter 34. You are always my wife now. The portly man longed to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase delectable treats for his parents, wishing to demonstrate that he could earn money without working in the production team. As Guo Jia and Zhang Xingli lingered, his impatience grew. At last, you're out. Quickly. Get in the car. We're off to the cooperative. The portly man swiftly ignited the tractor. What is the matter? Is money bouncing around in your pocket? Ready to go out? Guo Jia teased with a grin. You can't fit 2 ounces of fragrant oil in a dog's belly. Zhang Xingli chimed in. Zhang Xingli, your jealousy is evident. You envy my earnings. The portly man was not one to be outdone in banter. Let us go, you two. You always bicker when together. Guo Jia climbed into the back compartment. Zhang Xingli hurriedly followed suit, fearing the portly man might leave him behind in the county, forcing him to walk back alone. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes from above the hospital floor fixated on them with malevolence. Zhao Yang, a young male intellectual remaining at the hospital for treatment. Upon arriving at the cooperative, the portly man immediately switched to buying mode. Noticing Zhang Xingli standing motionless at the entrance, Guo Jia surmised that he must have given all his money to his mother, Deng Fang. Here is 5 yuan for you. Buy whatever you wish. Guo Jia offered the cash. No need, Jiago. I don't have anything I want to buy. Zhang Xingli hesitated to accept charity. Take it. We are brothers. Guo Jia insisted, firmly placing the money in his hands before proceeding to shop for himself. With tears brimming in his eyes, Zhang Xingli reflected on the honor of being Guo Jia's brother. It was a treasure beyond measure. And as for the portly man, despite his sharp tongue, he possessed a good heart. Zhang Xingli cast another glance at the portly man, who was indulging in a shopping spree, before making his way to the counter. Meanwhile, Guo Jia discovered a particularly exquisite hairpin. Comrade, I'll take that hairpin. Make it 2. After some contemplation, he decided to buy an extra one. If he only brought back one for Li Rou, his 4th sister would undoubtedly accuse him of being an ingrate. He must also bring one for her. Upon noticing flashlights for sale, he resolved to acquire one as well, not for himself, but as a gift for Li Rou. After all, if she needed to rise for a midnight visit to the restroom, she would require illumination. After all, she was carrying his child. Guo Jia, drawing from his previous life, believed Li Rou was already pregnant. As for his 4th sister, Guo Ying, she wouldn't need a flashlight. Her robust frame could withstand a fall. Guo Jia continued to browse through the various items. When the trio finally emerged, one might think it was the eve of a festival, given the abundance of goods they had acquired. The back compartment of the tractor resembled a small mountain, filled with rice, flour, oil, and meat, all essential provisions, with the 3 having purchased copiously. Returning to Daling Village, everyone returned to their respective homes. The stout fellow carried a substantial load, seeking to prove himself to his parents. Zhang Xingli also made his way home, intending to cook a pot of rice and stew some meat to take to his mother the following day. It was clear that in the hospital, his mother would scrimp and save, never indulging in white rice and meat. Meanwhile, Guo Jia took his belongings to his 4th sister Guo Ying's house and began sorting them. He set aside a pile for his sister and another for Li Rou. Oh Guo Jia, while others forget their families after marrying, you, without even a wife, seem to favor Li Rou already? As an elder sister, it stings. Guo Ying's expression was quite exaggerated. Dear 4th sister, please bear with me. These are extraordinary times. Once I win Li Rou's heart, I shall surely honor you abundantly. Guo Jia recognized Guo Ying's jest. You must be joking. Guo Ying smirked and added, however, Li Rou worked alongside me today and genuinely enjoyed hearing about you. Oh, my beloved 4th sister, do sing my praises. Guo Jia exclaimed. I shall prepare you some braised pork. By the way, your clothing is far too worn, failing to showcase your graceful figure. I must buy you something new tomorrow. Guo Jia acted like a devoted servant. Enough, enough. What fine clothes can one wear during a day of labor? Do not waste your money. I shall certainly speak well of you, but you must promise me that once successful, you will treat Li Rou well. Guo Ying grew serious. Rest assured, dear sister, I will cherish her for a lifetime. Here is a roast chicken. Let us feast on it tonight, Guo Jia pledged. Oh, do take the roast chicken to Li Rou. I am not foolish. Guo Ying teased, rising to prepare dinner. Then we shall share it. She cannot possibly finish it alone, and we can enjoy the other half together. I will help you stoke the fire. Guo Jia eagerly followed her. You should hurry to the youth station, otherwise it will be too late for you to call on the women's dormitory, Guo Ying advised. Indeed, you are quite wise, dear sister. I shall go at once. Guo Jia replied, gathering the things meant for Li Rou. Keep pretending. I can see your mind is already at the youth station, Guo Ying pointed out directly. Hee. Dear sister, I shall take my leave. Do not wait for me at dinner, as I must visit the neighboring village shortly, Guo Jia announced as he exited the house. What business do you have in Songlin village? You can go after dinner, Guo Ying called after him. Our village's vegetables have all been harvested. I must take this opportunity to ask around in Songlin village to see if anyone is selling vegetables, so I can get up early tomorrow to pick them, Guo Jia explained. Oh, I shall keep the food warm on the stove. Hurry back, Guo Ying replied. Yes, sister, Guo Jia said. Returning briefly to his own home to tally the money earned that day and gather some food stamps as a deposit for the vegetables in the neighboring village. Afterward, he headed towards the youth station. This way, after meeting Li Rou, he could go directly to Songlin village without needing to return, thereby saving time. Tianjing. Have you eaten? Is Li Rou around? Please help me call her. Upon arriving at the female-educated youth dormitory, Guo Jia happened to see Tianjing emerging from within. Is this a futile errand? I shall not undertake it without gain. Tianjing stood there, motionless, deliberately teasing Guo Jia. Come, I shall treat you to some candy. The delightful white rabbit milk candy, which is simply exquisite. Guo Jia, aware of Tianjing's mischievous nature, quickly produced the candy as a bribe. Just wait. Tianjing accepted the white rabbit milk candy and joyfully dashed back to the dormitory. Li Rou, Guo Jia is looking for you, confess honestly. Are you two in a relationship? Tianjing chirped beside Li Rou. No way, don't speak carelessly, Li Rou denied. Yet, her mind instantly recalled that one night, causing her cheeks to flush. Why are you blushing if nothing happened? Tianjing continued to tease Li Rou. I'm not blushing, I'm just warm. Li Rou hastily exited the dormitory, escaping Tianjing's interrogation. The urgency of her departure undoubtedly suggested something amiss. Beside them, Zhou Xian eagerly joined the gossip. Soon, several individuals pricked up their ears, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation outside. Chen Shuilian, standing nearby, seethed in frustration, feeling isolated as no one would engage her in conversation. Why are you here again? The dormitory folks have misunderstood us. Approaching Guo Jia, Li Rou cast a glance before lowering her head timidly. Guo Jia appeared increasingly handsome, and Li Rou dared not meet his gaze. How can this be a misunderstanding? You are indeed my wife. Guo Jia relentlessly pursued her, his face as unyielding as iron. You, don't say such things. Who is your wife? Li Rou still hesitated to utter the word wife. Li Rou, look what I brought you today. Guo Jia placed the cloth bag on the ground, preparing to retrieve its contents. Take it back. I do not want your things. Li Rou firmly rejected him. She and Guo Jia were not close enough to accept his gifts. The delicious treats from yesterday were also coerced upon her by Guo Jia, which she had no desire to retain. Then do you wish to return to the city? Guo Jia asked with a smile. You scoundrel. Li Rou's eyes brimmed with tears. She, who rarely cursed, found herself uttering a harsh word at Guo Jia. Oh dear, come and see what I bought for you. Guo Jia opened the cloth bag, revealing one item after another. This is a flashlight. When night falls, use it to prevent tripping. Don't end up like me, falling and looking foolish. The previously fuming Li Rou, upon hearing Guo Jia's self-deprecating humor, could no longer suppress her laughter. Look, your smile is truly lovely. One must maintain a cheerful disposition. Behold, this is half a roasted chicken. You have one half, and I shall share the other half with Jia. Guo Jia returned these two items to the bag and reached for something else. Li Rou, standing nearby, forgot her anger, intrigued by the delightful items Guo Jia had procured. A big man, yet with such attention to detail. He even thought to buy a flashlight. Henceforth, she would no longer fear the darkness on her way to the restroom at night. Li Rou murmured to herself, I noticed some stray hairs in front of you, so I bought this hairpin for you. I wonder if you like it. However, the sales clerk at the cooperative said, this is the latest style. Guo Jia then handed the hairpin he had purchased to her. I don't want it. Li Rou hastily lowered her head, her voice barely audible, softer than a mosquito's buzz. This hairpin was exquisite, and as soon as Li Rou saw Guo Jia take it out from his cloth bag, she was captivated. Put it on and see if it looks good. If not, I can help you. Guo Jia teased her with a smile. No, I can wear it myself. Li Rou quickly took it and put it on, for she was afraid Guo Jia would adorn her with the hairpin. What would she say if others saw it? This little girl would only agree if I forced her, Guo Jia thought to himself. He then took out some fruits, flour, pork, and other items. Guo Jia intended to enhance Li Rou's nutrition. He believed that if proper nutrition was emphasized from the beginning of her pregnancy, their daughter would be spared from any peculiar ailments. Once the child was born, a thorough examination could be conducted. Early detection and treatment would ensure everything was fine. Guo Jia did not want a tragedy to repeat itself. How much would all this cost? Li Rou gazed at the abundance of fine items, feeling a pang of regret over the money spent. Who isn't tightening their purse strings these days, wishing they could stretch every penny. The amount spent was inconsequential, as long as your health is assured. Also, I find earning money quite effortless now. It's not as arduous as before. Can you guess how much I made today? Guo Jia did not wish to merely hand over the items to Li Rou and leave. He wanted to chat a while longer. After all, how else would they cultivate their bond? This little girl still harbored feelings for Song Shu, unaware that he had already become her brother-in-law. Guo Jia was determined to seize the moment and displace Song Shu from her heart, making room for himself. That fellow, Song Shu, was quite the opportunist. To secure his own success in the garment factory, he purposefully pursued Li Rou, whose father was the team leader in the production workshop, while Song Shu was merely an ordinary worker. However, when he saw that Li Rou, who was on the brink of winning his affection, suddenly went to the countryside as an educated youth, he swiftly shifted his attention to Li Rou's younger sister, Li Rou, who was 1,000 times less attractive than Li Rou. In a previous life, after investigating Song Shu, Guo Jia found it hard to believe that someone so unattractive could manage to court anyone. Was he truly willing to overlook everything for the sake of work? 5 yuan. No, that is not right. You cannot buy these things for just 5 yuan. Li Rou was still too naive, unknowingly led astray by Guo Jia's influence, beginning to speculate on how much he earned. Haha, let me tell you, after all expenses, I netted 248 yuan today. Guo Jia wanted to share his joy and success with Li Rou. However, he was only referring to his profit, considering the food stamps used for the harvest as costs. In reality, Guo Jia had just counted at home, having collected over 600 yuan in cash today. He had given nearly 100 yuan to Fatty, Zhang Xingli, and Haizi, leaving 20 yuan for Uncle Guo Jiafang. After deducting the expenses spent at the supply and marketing cooperative, I currently possess 430 yuan. Li Rou quickly covered her mouth in surprise. She then whispered, "What are you doing? Earning so much money in a single day? I must remind you, engaging in illegal activities can lead to imprisonment." Unbeknownst to Li Rou, the fact that earning 248 yuan in a day was astonishing. But her greater concern was whether Guo Jia had broken the law. "Rest assured, my dear wife, I am merely selling vegetables in the county town. It is a legitimate business. With the ongoing reforms and opening up, the state permits personal enterprises." Seeing Li Rou's concern for him, Guo Jia felt a sweetness in his heart akin to tasting honey. "Oh dear, how many times must I say it? Do not shout indiscriminately. Be cautious while selling vegetables. What if they deem it speculation?" Li Rou's face flushed again, and she hurriedly changed the subject. "Yes, I understand. I will be careful from now on. And please, do not tell others how much I earn. It will only draw in more competitors." Guo Jia smiled as he looked at Li Rou. "Are you not afraid of competing with me?" Li Rou instinctively replied, "We are family. What is mine is yours. How could I fear competition from you?" Guo Jia responded similarly, having long regarded Li Rou as his wife, a part of his family. "If you continue to speak carelessly, I shall not see you again." Li Rou could not bear to hear Guo Jia say such things and turned to return to the dormitory. All right, I will refrain from careless talk. Take these items with you. I must go to the neighboring village to collect vegetables now." Fearing that Li Rou might refuse the things he bought for her, Guo Jia stuffed the cloth bag into her hands and dashed away, heading straight for Songshu Forest Village. Watching his swiftly disappearing figure, Li Rou glanced down at the bulging cloth bag. Although she had spent a disoriented night with Guo Jia, it was ultimately due to Chen Suelian's scheming. Yet, Guo Jia insisted on taking responsibility, caring for her meticulously over the past few days. During the day, she heard from Guo Ying that Guo Jia had lost his parents at a young age and had suffered a fall that left him dazed for 3 years, which was indeed pitiable. At that moment, maternal affection surged within Li Rou as she looked at Guo Jia, who was not only handsome but also someone she wished to cherish. The shadow of Song Shu in her heart began to fade significantly. Chapter 36. An unexplainable hairpin with everyone gone. What was there to see? Indeed, had they become so reluctant to part? While Li Rou was lost in thought, a sudden voice called out from behind her. Turning around, she saw Tianjing and Zhou Xian emerging. "Not at all," Li Rou hurriedly denied. "Come on. Let us see what Guo Jia has bought for our Li Rou." A few young female intellectuals giggled as they snatched the cloth bag from Li Rou's hands and rushed into the dormitory. Having already seen the contents, Li Rou did not feel anxious and followed behind. Wow, a flashlight. Oh my, such a large piece of pork. And white flour too. The group of young female intellectuals rummaged through the cloth bag, exclaiming in delight. Meanwhile, Chun Zuilian felt increasingly distressed. Zhao Yong liked Li Rou, and now that this fool had returned to his senses, he too had taken a liking to her. What was it that set her apart from Li Rou? Chun Zuilian silently shouted within herself. Observing the array of items being pulled out, she understood that Guo Jia must have spent a considerable amount of money. Her reputation is in tatters, yet she has amassed such wealth. Chun Zuilian must intervene. She aims to ensure that Guo Jia suffers as much as, if not more than, herself. Oh, look at Li Rou's hair. At that moment, Tianjing's exclamation drew everyone's gaze to Li Rou's head. In an instant, Li Rou's fair face flushed crimson. Feeling the collective attention upon her, she was overwhelmed with shyness. It is a new hairpin. How exquisite. I have seen it at the supply and marketing cooperative. It is the latest style, costing a staggering 1 yuan and 20 cents each. So expensive. Listening to the excited chatter, Li Rou finally grasped the pricey nature of the hairpin. Just moments ago, Guo Jia had offered to put it on her, causing her to hurriedly don it herself in fright. They soon drifted to other topics, leaving that moment behind. Now, with everyone in the dormitory witnessing the scene, she found herself at a loss for explanation. It is common knowledge that unless a romantic relationship is in play, no man would gift a woman a hairpin. More importantly, if a girl does not have feelings for a boy, she would never accept such a gift. It was akin to a misfortune falling into her lap. A situation she could hardly articulate. With all eyes upon her, Li Rou chose silence. Meanwhile, as the others in the dormitory were in an uproar, Chun Zuilian felt increasingly aggrieved. You cling to Zhao Yong, and now there are unclear ties with Guo Jia. Oh, Li Rou, you are nothing but a vixen. I must make Zhao Yong turn his affections towards me and ensure Guo Jia faces dire consequences. I will see to it that you, Li Rou, end up with nothing. Clenching her fists tightly, Chun Zuilian felt her nails dig into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. As Guo Jia approached Songshu Forest Village, he faintly discerned a familiar figure ahead. Zhangxingli? Guo Jia called out tentatively. The figure halted and turned around. Jiagu? What brings you here? They both exclaimed in unison, laughter following. Are you here to collect vegetables from Songshu Forest Village? Guo Jia inquired with a smile. Indeed, I thought since you've been selling vegetables all day, you ought to rest. And Fatty has been tirelessly driving back and forth. I wanted to come ahead and scout the area, saving you the trouble of going door to door tomorrow. Zhang Shengli replied, scratching his head. Before Guo Jia could respond, a voice called out from behind. Jiago? Zhang Shengli, what are you all doing here? The distinctive voice belonged to Fatty. One need not see him to recognize it. Fatty, are you here to collect vegetables as well? Guo Jia asked with a grin. I thought I'd let you two rest a bit. I'm not tired, so I thought I'd come along, Fatty said as he approached. It seems our trio is in perfect sync. Let us share in the toil. Guo Jia jested, pulling out some food stamps from his back pocket to share with Fatty and Zhang Shengli. The three of them then split up, going door to door to collect greens and secure deposits. With over 200 households in Songshu Forest Village, the trio managed to visit more than 40 households in just under an hour, all of whom readily agreed to sell their vegetables. Due to its proximity, the villagers of the neighboring village had also heard that Daling Village was purchasing greens. After selling their vegetables, the villagers acquired a substantial number of ration tickets, which enabled them to purchase ample rice and flour. Naturally, they welcomed the prospect of having their produce collected right in their village. It was anticipated that a tractor could be filled to capacity, prompting Guo Jia to instruct Pengzi and Zhang Xingli to halt their activities. They would wait until tomorrow to transport a load of vegetables before continuing their orders. This strategy ensured that the vegetables would be freshly picked for sale, guaranteeing their absolute freshness. Additionally, it would mitigate the risk of any unforeseen circumstances arising that could hinder the collection of vegetables and tarnish their reputation. Pengzi, have you stewed the meat you bought? Is it fragrant? Pengzi inquired of Zhang Shengli on their way back. The aroma of the meat wafted through the courtyard, enticing the neighbor's large yellow dog, which barked eagerly. Tomorrow morning, when you collect the vegetables, please take a lunchbox to my mother, Zhang Shengli requested. Having set aside the finest pieces of meat for her, along with a generous portion of white rice. When you get to the hospital, just have the canteen heated up. Who would have thought it? You truly are a devoted son, Pengzi remarked, offering rare praise to Zhang Shengli. And what about you? With all that money piled on the bed, and a whole heap of good things, is your father still scolding you? Zhang Shengli countered. Need I even say? Our village chief, Comrade Wang Fu, was utterly astounded. He checked that stack of money at least 5 times. If I hadn't called a halt, he would have been moistening his fingers with saliva. Pongzi laughed heartily. So, how about it? As long as you walk the right path. Is there any reason to fear the village chief's reprimands? Zhang Xingli wore an expression that conveyed his confidence in Pongzi. Do not flatter yourself. If you weren't constantly fanning the flames, would I still be facing scoldings? And who was it that first partnered with Jiagu to sell vegetables? You speak as if you were the pioneer. Fanning the flames? I was imparting the wisdom of life to you. Their banter quickly escalated into a light-hearted argument. Guo Jia glanced back and quickened his pace. Jiagu, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Pongzi and Zhang Xingli called after him, hastening to catch up. Continue your squabble. I must return home to rest. Guo Jia chuckled. I can hardly bear to engage with him with his endless chatter. Jiagu. I'll walk with you, Pongzi said, keeping close to Guo Jia. That is indeed a truth, mind you. You, a mere child, should quietly learn from it. Zhang Xingli displayed a sense of superiority. Being just a year older than me hardly makes you an authority, Pongzi scoffed. And what of it? At least I've consumed a year more of rice. Zhang Xingli retorted defiantly. Zhang Xingli, that's nonsense. I must have eaten at least 1 bowl more than you at every meal, if we tally it up over the years. I can't say I've eaten significantly more. Pongzi, even if you've eaten more, you're still just a rice bucket. What is that? Do you wish to retreat to the back mountain for a philosophical discussion? Am I afraid of you? As Guo Jia observed the two bickering, he yearned to return to Daling village for some peace and quiet. Chapter 37. The Luo father and son. The following day, Guo Jia and his companions rose early and set off in the tractor to collect vegetables from Songshilan village. After loading the vehicle, the stout man drove while Guo Jia accompanied him to the county town of Li County, preparing to sell their first batch of fresh vegetables for the day. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingli remained behind to collect the next batch of vegetables, tasked with weighing them, so that when the tractor returned, the loading could proceed seamlessly. Without nourishment, one cannot sustain their labor. Upon entering the town, Guo Jia and the stout man parked the tractor in front of a breakfast shop. They ordered 2 large baskets of steamed buns, consuming 1 basket inside the shop while packing the other for Zhang Xingli and Hazy. Yuqing, why do you disregard your second uncle's advice? Regardless of how urgent the task, one must eat, Guo Jia remarked as they voraciously devoured the buns. Suddenly, he heard the shop owner ushering someone inside. Guo Jia looked up to see a figure clad in a green military uniform, a broad-brimmed hat perched perfectly upon his head. It was evident that the individual being brought in by the shop owner was a member of the public security force. Second uncle, how can one be concerned about meal times while on duty? You should hurry and bring me 30 buns. I must leave immediately, the officer urged the shop owner. Aren't you taking over the shift? 24 hours non-stop. Even an iron man would falter, the shop owner mumbled as he retreated to the kitchen. Taking advantage of this moment, the officer settled into a seat by the window, taking a brief respite while keeping a vigilant eye on the outside. Boss, is that your nephew? He looks impressive in uniform. Guo Jia inquired as the shop owner passed by their table. Indeed, that is my nephew, Luo Yuqing, the captain of our Li County criminal police team, the shop owner replied, pride evident on his face. His nephew had brought him much honor, and he often boasted about him. He then proceeded to the kitchen to pack meat buns for his busy nephew, who had been tirelessly on missions day and night, rarely finding time to sit down for a proper meal. While the stout man continued to eat heartily, Guo Jia paused to observe the public security officer at the entrance. Upon confirming that he was indeed the person he had been thinking of, rather than a mere namesake, he stood up. Hello, comrade. May I have a word? Guo Jia approached Luo Yuqing. Greetings, please speak, but I am on duty and will be leaving shortly, Luo Yuqing replied after assessing Guo Jia. I have a few words for you. I hope you remember them in the coming days, Guo Jia said thoughtfully. Enemy traces appear, conceal in the forest, return empty-handed. Do not board the vehicle, approach the cave, the main party hides. Who are you? Luo Yuqing rose, his expression turning wary as he scrutinized Guo Jia. Others might not comprehend Guo Jia's words, but Luo Yuqing understood them all too well. I am a villager from Daling village, but that is of little consequence. What matters is that you are currently in danger. If you do not heed my advice, you might face perilous consequences. At this moment, Guo Jia resembled a soothsayer. Luo Yuqing's hand subtly moved to his lower back, wary of the man before him, who could either be a lunatic or a suspicious character. Yuqing, do you know him? At the height of this tense moment, the owner of a breakfast shop approached, bearing several oil paper packets filled with steaming meat buns. Second uncle, who is this? Luo Yuqing inquired. This young man hails from Dalan village and has been delivering vegetables to the county town these past few days. The tractor at the entrance belongs to him. Since Guo Jia had been dining here frequently, they had already become acquainted. Ah, I see. Luo Yuqing retracted his hand and accepted the oil paper packet offered by his second uncle. Thank you for your advice. He nodded at Guo Jia before turning to leave. Guo Jia returned to his table, though his appetite had evaporated. In a previous life, Guo Jia had read a report detailing events that transpired around this very time. The son of the county chief in Lixian, Luo Yuqing, tragically lost his life while apprehending two fugitives. Initially, those fugitives were merely roaming criminals targeting solitary women, committing robbery and murder with crude weapons like sticks and bricks, leading the police to underestimate their lethality. As the captain of the criminal police team, Luo Yuqing received orders to pursue the fugitives who had fled to Lixian. However, he underestimated their combat capabilities and counter-surveillance skills, unaware that they carried explosives. During the capture attempt, the fugitives lay hidden in a cave and subsequently returned to place explosives beneath the police jeep. After a fruitless search of the mountains, Luo Yuqing and his team were ambushed and met with tragic fates. The county chief, Luo Anmin, was furious, yet despite deploying a significant police force, the fugitives remained at large. Luo Anmin suffered the loss of his beloved son and faced disciplinary action, but this was merely the beginning. The fugitives subsequently orchestrated a kidnapping and extortion case, resulting in 15 deaths and 21 injuries, an immense tragedy. Luo Anmin was stripped of all his positions, effectively ending his political career. The Luo father and son had originally served the nation and its people selflessly, yet fate had dealt them a cruel hand. Guo Jia was reluctant to allow this father-son duo to continue on their destined path, yet he could not express his intentions too bluntly. His actions were like a butterfly flapping its wings, uncertain of the chain reactions they might provoke. Whether the Luo family could alter their fate rested upon their own endeavors. All Guo Jia could do was these small gestures. Furthermore, the future lives of Li Rou and her daughter also required Guo Jia's intervention. This endeavor could be seen as an experiment. If he could successfully alter the fate of the Luo family, perhaps he could also change the tragic destinies of Li Rou and her daughter. He was also curious to see if his interference would trigger unforeseen events that should not have occurred. Once the plump individual finished his meal and packed all the buns, Guo Jia and he made their way to the family quarters of the sugar factory in Lixian. Haizi was already waiting at the entrance of the community, accepting the buns handed to him by Guo Jia, savoring them as he walked. As they passed the guardhouse, the plump man, without needing a reminder from Guo Jia, directly offered several cucumbers and tomatoes to the elderly guard. Subsequently, the tractor rolled into the community. The future is beyond anyone's control. Guo Jia has set aside his thoughts of Luo Yuqing and, along with Fatty and Haizi, begins unloading all the baskets from the tractor onto the ground. Fatty drives the tractor back to fetch a second load, while Guo Jia and Haizi commence selling vegetables within the community. A busy day unfolds. However, as Guo Jia and his companions strive to earn a living, Chun Tilian arrives in Lixian. With no hope of returning to the city, she adopts a reckless attitude. Having observed over the past couple of days that Guo Jia has purchased many fine goods for Li Rou, seemingly having made a fortune, Chun Tilian requests leave from the village chief. She intends to visit the county town to ascertain where Guo Jia sells his vegetables and subsequently report him for speculation, hoping the police will imprison him. Chapter 38. A fruitless endeavor yet. Chun Tilian underestimates the speed of the tractor. By the time she arrives in Lixian County, Guo Jia and Fatty are nowhere to be found. A futile search reveals no vendors on the streets, let alone Guo Jia and his associates. Unbeknownst to her, they are not on the streets but rather selling vegetables within the community. With no leads, Chun Tilian turns her attention to another pressing matter, visiting Zhao Yong at the hospital. Prior to her arrival, she had inquired about Zhao Yong's hospitalization details through the male youths in her circle. Unable to find Guo Jia, she resolves to check on Zhao Yong instead. Her strategy is clear. If she can win Zhao Yong's affection, given his affluent family, her later years will be quite comfortable. Upon reaching the Lixian Central Hospital, Chun Tilian successfully locates Zhao Yong. At that moment, a man of similar age to Zhao Yong is reporting something to him. Chun Tilian, what brings you here? Zhao Yong exclaims, astonished to see her carrying 2 jars of peach preserves. Since his injury, there have been no visitors from his acquaintances in Daling village, save for those who brought him to the hospital. Had it not been for his family residing in Lixian County, he would have been utterly lost these past few days. The results of the hospital examinations have left Zhao Yong and his parents in disbelief. The chicken has not flown, yet the egg has been laid. It is highly probable that he may lose his ability to procreate. The doctor's words land like a heavy blow, leaving Zhao Yong and his parents gasping for breath. Yet, this predicament is a consequence of Zhao Yong's own actions. He cannot blame anyone else and must swallow his bitterness. Nevertheless, Zhao Yong attributes his misfortune to Li Rou and Guo Jia. Were it not for Li Rou, he would never have kicked down Guo Jia's door. Furthermore, had that fool not fortuitously opened the door, he would not have faced such a disastrous outcome. Yesterday, while in the hospital ward, he inadvertently spotted Guo Jia and the others arriving. He instructed his cousin, who was accompanying him, to secretly follow them. The result was that Zhang Xingli left a substantial sum of 24 yuan for his mother, while Guo Jia also gave 20 yuan to Guo Jiafang. These transactions were witnessed by Zhao Yong's cousin in the corridor. Meanwhile, downstairs, Fatty, driving the tractor, departs with the trio. Through the window, Zhao Yong faintly hears Fatty exclaiming his intention to shop at the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhao Yong could never believe that Guo Jia and his companions were anything but ordinary. Therefore, he instructed his younger cousin to lie in wait on the main road leading from Daling village to the county town the following morning. He secretly trailed them on his bicycle to observe their actions. At the moment Chun Sulian entered, it was precisely when the cousin was reporting the situation to Zhao Yong. I intended to visit you that day, but the village chief and others held me back, even conducting an impromptu criticism meeting, she lamented. Now it seems Guo Jia, that fool, has regained his wits, frequently visiting the educated youth dormitory to seek out Li Rou. The two engage in endless flirtation. And I estimate that Guo Jia has spent nearly 50 yuan on her in recent days. I mentioned seeing Li Rou sneak into Guo Jia's room that night. Yet no one believed me. Chen Suelian spoke fervently, having already prepared her arguments. Regardless, after Zhao Yong's subsequent fainting spell and hospitalization, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He was free to say whatever he pleased. Whether Li Rou had indeed entered Guo Jia's room, or if she was a woman of loose morals, he no longer cared. Unbeknownst to him, following his injury, his interest in women had waned. However, Chen Suelian's assertion that Guo Jia had spent 50 yuan on gifts for Li Rou piqued his curiosity. Such a substantial sum of money. How had Guo Jia acquired it? According to his cousin's recent report, it must have been earned from their vegetable sales. Are you certain Guo Jia spent 50 yuan on Li Rou? Zhao Yong inquired. Absolutely. Not only I but also Tianjing, Zhou Xian, and everyone in the dormitory witnessed it. Guo Jia purchased rice, flour, cooking oil, pork, and even a flashlight. Moreover, the hairpin Li Rou is currently wearing was also a gift from him. Chen Suelian continued. Now, Guo Jia, Fatty, and Zhang Xingli are collectively gathering vegetables to sell in the county town, and they must be making a fortune. Believing Zhao Yong would be infuriated by Guo Jia's lavish spending on Li Rou, she hastily added fuel to the fire. Isn't this speculation? You all know they are selling vegetables, and it seems Guo Jia and his friends are brazenly flaunting it. Zhao Yong felt an opportunity for vengeance was at hand. Indeed. I had intended to visit the county town today to discover where they were selling vegetables, so I could report them for speculation, he replied. Chen Suelian brightened at this notion, finally finding someone who shared her sentiments. Currently, in Daling village, the villagers have all been led astray by Guo Jia. Even Zhang Xingli, who once staunchly adhered to Marxism-Leninism, has not been spared. How is it that such blatant speculation and a turn towards capitalism have been accepted by everyone? Do you truly believe this? Zhao Yong asked. Of course, I just searched all around, but unfortunately, I did not spot them on the streets. I am merely speaking up for you. You find yourself in this predicament due to Li Rou and Guo Jia. Yet, those two are now together, enjoying romantic moments, which is infuriating to witness. Chen Suelian stoked the flames of Zhao Yong's hatred for Li Rou, furthering her own ambitions. Little did she know, among all the educated youth, it was Zhao Yong who had treated her the best. At this moment, Zhao Yong was indeed somewhat moved. However, his words were also a means to exploit Chen Suelian. He intended to join forces with Chen Suelian to bring down Guo Jia and Li Rou. Zhao Yong, do you not sense my feelings for you at all? Chen Suelian implored pitifully as she approached the hospital bed. Brother, I will step outside and continue to keep watch while you converse. Zhao Yong's cousin quickly withdrew. Harboring a modicum of admiration for his elder cousin, despite the predicament, he still attracted female attention. What could she possibly be after? Confounded, Zhao Yong's cousin, Zhao Gang, did not dwell on it further and rode his bicycle back to the sugar factory dormitory where Guo Jia sold vegetables. In the hospital room, Zhao Yong and Chen Suilian embraced, marking the establishment of their romantic relationship. Yet, within their hearts, it was not affection for one another that prevailed, but rather a calculated intent to better exploit each other. Suilian, regarding Guo Jia's vegetable-selling activities, I had Zhao Gang keeping an eye on it since I discovered it yesterday, the cousin who just left. After parting from Chen Suilian, Zhao Yong spoke. Do you know where Guo Jia and the others are selling vegetables? I will report them immediately. Chen Suilian sprang to her feet, having just embraced Zhao Yong. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and the prospect of uncovering Guo Jia's location sent her into a fervor, her excitement nearly overwhelming. Hatred consumed her thoughts, rendering Zhao Yong oblivious to his own lack of reaction after their embrace. However, upon seeing Chen Suilian standing there, her cheeks flushed, he became alert. What if this leads to chaos at the fool's home? Zhao Yong shivered inexplicably. It was a terrifying thought. Chapter 39, Mutual Exploitation. Zhao Yong, what are you thinking? Seeing him lost in thought and silent, Chen Suilian inquired. And nothing. Zhao Yong quickly replied. He could not afford to reveal his inadequacies. The last thing he wanted was for others to know and mock him for life. After all, Chen Suilian had been pursuing him all along, so he might as well use her as a shield. Zhao Yong resolved in his mind. Last night, I sent Zhao Gang to find my friend who works in the police force. Apprehending those who engage in speculation is a piece of cake for him. He deftly shifted the topic. Then how is Guo Jia still able to sell vegetables today? Upon hearing that Zhao Yong knew someone in the government, Chen Suilian was filled with excitement, as if Guo Jia and Li Rou were about to be toppled. My friend mentioned that there is an urgent task at hand, and he cannot attend to this matter until it concludes. Zhao Yong spoke with a confidence as if he himself held the authority. What urgent task could be more pressing than apprehending those who speculate? Chen Suilian expressed her envy of Zhao Yong's vast connections. Not only was his family wealthy, but his friends were also formidable. Although we have been close friends since childhood, I cannot allow my friend to make a mistake over something confidential, Zhao Yong asserted. His head held high. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Chen Suilian praised him from the side. Do not rush. I will have Zhao Gang keep an eye on Guo Jia and his associates, tracking their vegetable sales, when they commence and when they conclude. Once I have a firm grasp of the situation, my friend will have completed his task, and Guo Jia will inevitably be compelled to lie low. Zhao Yong revealed a hint of a cold smile. However, compared to the recent realization that he had lost something precious, his resentment ran deeper. Zhao Yong, you are truly admirable. Chen Suilian exclaimed. That Guo Jia deliberately tarnished my reputation in Daling Village. I loathe him. She preemptively cautioned Zhao Yong, fearing he might hear something upon returning to Daling Village after his discharge. As she spoke, she inched closer to him. Zhao Yong's father was the sales director at a garment factory in Lixian, which afforded Zhao Yong a private hospital room. At this moment, Chen Suilian felt no reservations. Zhao Yong did not object, even allowing his hand to rest casually on her shoulder. Chen Suilian shivered slightly but remained silent. She was determined to strive for a life free from worry. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong's expression turned ashen. Just moments ago, he had contemplated using Chen Suilian as a test subject. In the past, whenever he entertained errant thoughts, his younger brother would invariably resonate with them. Now, however, while he had made advances with Chen Suilian, his brother remained as unresponsive as a dead pig. This proved that everything had gone awry. Nevertheless, Zhao Yong quickly composed himself. He must not allow Chen Suilian to perceive any abnormality. He intended to keep her as a shield. After a tender moment, Zhao Yong feigned a lack of recovery and suggested that Chen Suilian return to Daling Village for now. Take the canned peaches with you. Savor them at your leisure. As she prepared to leave, Zhao Yong insisted that she take the peaches she had brought. These were purchased for you. I could not possibly take them back. Chen Suilian refused. Oh, you'll enjoy them more than I would. Please take them back with you. Zhao Yong uttered a small fib. Very well. Do take care of yourself. Recover swiftly, and I shall visit you in a few days. Chen Suilian felt a surge of happiness, imagining that Li Rou must have felt the same joy when receiving gifts from Guo Jia. Such a delightful sensation. Yet, Li Rou feigned indifference, which was utterly detestable. As Chen Suilian walked away, her ire towards Li Rou reignited. Upon her departure, Zhao Yong's face twisted into a grimace. At this moment, he could scarcely muster the appetite for canned peaches. He felt as if his own fruit had been plucked, transforming a once vibrant young man into a mere shadow of himself. No matter how grand his aspirations, this was intolerable. In an effort to plan for the long term, he begrudgingly suppressed his fury. allowing Chun Tzuoyan to take the canned peaches with her. He had no intention of returning to Daling Village. Once discharged, he would have his father leverage connections to expedite his transfer back to Lixian. Had he not been less industrious in village labor, he might have been among the first to receive a transfer back to the city. Meanwhile, all was proceeding as usual on Guo Jia's end. The portly man tirelessly transported vegetables between locations, while Zhang Shengli managed acquisitions in Songshalan village. Guo Jia and He Zi were diligently selling in the community, moving from one residential complex to the next after finishing sales at the sugar factory's staff quarters. Brother Jia, someone has been lurking and watching us closely. Seizing a fleeting moment, He Zi whispered softly into Guo Jia's ear. Upon hearing this, Guo Jia refrained from glancing around but maintained his composure, inquiring, "Are you certain? In which direction?" "To the southeast, there's a man wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and blue trousers. He is over by the sugar factory's residential building and followed us to this neighborhood." He Zi replied, still focused on arranging the vegetables without casting his gaze towards the individual mentioned. As Guo Jia set an empty basket aside, he subtly glanced toward the southeast. Indeed, there was someone looking in his direction. Upon noticing Guo Jia's gaze, the figure hastily turned away. Guo Jia naturally redirected his attention to the baskets on the ground. "I don't recognize him. He doesn't seem to be from our Daling village. Judging by his attire, he appears to be a city dweller," Guo Jia murmured. "Could he be from the speculation office?" He Zi shuddered at the thought, for encountering personnel from the speculation office was the most dreaded scenario when selling tobacco. Now, it had become a conditioned reflex. Merely uttering the words made him tremble slightly. "He Zi, you must strengthen your resolve in this regard. You must learn to remain unperturbed, even when faced with daunting challenges, so you can discern the advantageous from the perilous and confront the adversarial." Guo Jia never missed an opportunity to mentor He Zi. He was a vital pawn in Guo Jia's game, destined to handle many matters on his behalf in the future, requiring him to stand firm on his own. "Brother Jia is truly impressive. I understand the sentiment, but cannot articulate it." He Zi scratched his head. "This is not my own saying. It is referenced by Su Sun of the Song dynasty in Xin Shu," Guo Jia responded. "This is precisely why I encourage you to study diligently." Guo Jia patted He Zi's shoulder. "Understood. I will strive to learn." He Zi felt fortunate to be aligned with Brother Jia. Typically, when an employer hires you, the intention is to generate greater profits for them. However, He Zi sensed that Brother Jia aimed to elevate him, propelling him toward higher aspirations. The question of how much he could earn for Brother Jia seemed inconsequential. That individual cannot possibly be from the speculation office. Not only is personal selling permitted now, but if he were from the speculation office, he wouldn't be playing hide-and-seek with us. A crowd would have already surrounded us, Guo Jia analyzed for He Zi. If he is not from the speculation office and not someone you recognize, then he is likely someone with malicious intent toward us, He Zi proposed. "Do go on," Guo Jia encouraged. "I believe he either seeks to engage in this business himself and is here to learn, or he harbors a grudge against us, waiting for an opportunity to undermine us." He Zi reflected thoughtfully. Chapter 40. Extreme Danger. He Zi, your analysis is astute. This is one of your strengths. Moreover, with your nearly photographic memory, your future is boundless. Guo Jia laughed heartily. He, as long as I have seen a person, I will almost never forget them." The fool beside them thought he was concealing himself well. Yet in truth, He Zi had already taken note of him. Donning an additional hat and changing his shirt had proved futile. He Zi took pride in this particular talent. As long as we remain vigilant and prevent him from taking advantage of us, it is not illegal for him to stand there. "And we have no means to drive him away," Guo Jia remarked. "But what if he also intends to sell vegetables? What shall we do?" He Zi inquired. "With the nation having implemented reforms and opening up, an increasing number of individuals will venture into commerce. For us common folk to establish a truly unique business is nearly impossible. We need not be overly concerned, as long as we ensure we are at the forefront. We shall reap the greatest rewards before others succeed." Not only He Zi, but also Fatty and Zhang Shengli, Guo Jia consistently aided them in broadening their perspectives, urging them to gaze beyond the immediate horizon. Though they could not fully comprehend, He Zi resolved to ponder Guo Jia's words more deeply upon returning. Today, having utilized a tractor from the very start, they achieved an impressive tally of 5 truckloads of vegetables sold throughout the day. Meanwhile, the criminal investigation team in Pear County was under immense tension. During a sweep, they discovered the whereabouts of the fugitive Wang brothers. In recent days, due to the relentless pursuit of these ruthless fugitives, Luo Yuqing and all the officers had endured hardships, sleeping outdoors. Otherwise, He would not be making daily trips to his second uncle's breakfast shop to pack food for the team. Upon receiving a report from his subordinates, Luo Yuchen confirmed. How is the comparison of the suspects progressing? Are we certain it is the Wang brothers? Captain, I can assure you, they match the wanted photographs perfectly, without a doubt. They are the two deranged individuals. The subordinate responded with utmost certainty. All right, commence the apprehension immediately, while ensuring the safety of the surrounding populace, Luo Yuchen ordered. Yes. Several subordinates responded in unison. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yuchen and a few teammates boarded a jeep and headed toward their destination. It was an area on the outskirts of the county, characterized by dense forestation and rampant undergrowth, providing ample cover for concealment. From this vantage, Luo Yuchen realized that those who had previously pursued the Wang brothers had underestimated the cunning of these fugitives. Sure enough, when the jeep came to a halt by the roadside and Luo Yuchen met up with the tracking team, he learned that they had lost their trail once more. However, based on the timing, it was likely that the Wang brothers remained hidden within the nearby mountains. Determined not to let this opportunity slip away, Luo Yuchen commanded everyone to commence a mountain search. He refused to believe that this pair of fugitives could simply vanish into thin air. With an approximate distance of 10 meters between them, the 8-member search team advanced forward. There was no time to return for reinforcements by then. The Wang brothers could have escaped several kilometers away. Unbeknownst to Luo Yuchen and his team, a secluded cave lay not far off, its entrance camouflaged by branches, stones, and undergrowth, meticulously arranged by the Wang brothers. The plan to search the mountains had fallen entirely into their ears. Once the searchers moved further away, the brothers conspired on how to escape swiftly from their hiding place. With the area narrowed down, they knew their legs could not outrun a jeep. Instead of being pursued from behind, grasping their general escape direction, it would be far more effective to take decisive action and sever the tail. The Wang brothers conferred and made their way to the parked jeep. Due to the limited number of personnel and the challenges of searching the mountains, no one was stationed at the jeep. They simply locked all the doors and left it by the roadside. No thief dared to touch a police vehicle. The elder brother positioned the explosives beneath the jeep, while the younger brother stood guard. Once everything was set, the Wang brothers concealed themselves once more in a nearby cave. They would not depart until they confirmed that their pursuers had been obliterated, thus severing the trail and ensuring their own escape. Everything operated according to its predetermined course. Luo Yuchen and several subordinates had been searching the mountains for quite some time without a trace of the Wang brothers, ultimately returning empty-handed. Such an excellent opportunity for capture had slipped away, leaving Luo Yuchen with a bitter feeling. Finding the Wang brothers again seemed an uncertain endeavor, both in timing and location. They might have already become alert and fled to another region. Descending from the mountain, Luo Yuchen glanced at the distant jeep parked by the roadside and suddenly recalled the words spoken to him that morning by a solitary figure at his uncle's breakfast shop. When the enemy is revealed, take cover in the forest, return empty-handed, do not approach the vehicle, seek near the cave, the main target hides. The mention of the enemy's trail seemed to refer to the discovery of the Wang brothers' whereabouts. The instruction to take cover in the forest applied perfectly to this dense thicket. Returning empty-handed mirrored his current situation, having failed to apprehend the fugitives. Do not approach the vehicle? Luo Yuchen found himself puzzled as to why this warning had been issued. However, given the subsequent mention of the imminent danger of being blown to bits, he quickly grasped the meaning of those 3 words. All units, stand by in place. Luo Yuchen's voice was not loud, yet it ensured that everyone heard. Instinctively, the remaining 7 detectives halted in unison. They crouched down, remaining vigilant. Although Luo Yuchen understood there was still some distance to the jeep, he did not dare to be complacent. He crouched low, using the underbrush for concealment. The others followed suit, alertly surveying their surroundings. They assumed the captain had spotted something. Comrades, the Wang brothers may have tampered with our jeep. So do not approach the vehicle, Luo Yuchen whispered, issuing his command. Captain, did you see something? One of the team members inquired. I suspect there are explosives planted. The reasons will be explained later. For now, follow my orders. Luo Yuchen's tone was exceedingly grave, compelling his teammates to take him seriously. Seek near the cave. The main target hides. Luo Yuchen mentally pondered these 2 phrases. Taken literally, it suggested that the individuals they sought were certainly hiding within the cave. But what did near refer to in terms of distance? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Luo Yuchen as he connected the dots. The Wang brothers were not omniscient seers. They could not possibly know when the team would return. Thus, if there were explosives on the jeep, it could not be a timed bomb. If it were not a time bomb, it would necessitate human intervention to trigger the explosion. This implies the presence of someone near the Jeep, poised to manually detonate the explosives once everyone is aboard. Consequently, near certainly refers to the vicinity of the Jeep, suggesting that a concealed cave lies in close proximity, where the Wong brothers are likely hiding, awaiting the opportune moment to obliterate them all in one fell swoop. The mere thought sent shivers down Luo Yuqing's spine, as the hair on his body stood on end. If the claims made by the individual at the shop were indeed accurate, then none of the 8 would escape unscathed. They would all perish in the impending explosion. Chapter 41. Capture Captain? Observing Luo Yuqing lost in thought, the team members whispered their inquiry. Oh. Luo Yuqing snapped back to reality. Everyone, be mindful of your positioning, utilize the advantageous terrain, and search for a cave near the Jeep. I suspect the Wong brothers are concealed within it. Furthermore, if the adversaries possess explosives, we cannot dismiss the possibility of them being armed as well. Vigilance is paramount. We must endeavor to locate this cave without drawing their attention. Having pieced everything together, Luo Yuqing issued the command. Had it not been for the seriousness etched on the captain's face, the team might have thought Luo Yuqing had lost his sanity. What was this nonsense about explosives and caves, with the Wong brothers supposedly hiding within? Surely, the captain's recent lack of rest had led to some hallucination. Due to their skepticism, despite the gravity of Luo Yuqing's orders, the team remained motionless. This is an order. I solemnly remind you once more in the name of the captain. Luo Yuqing's temples throbbed with tension. Understood. Witnessing the captain's demeanor, the team finally took him seriously. They dispersed, utilizing the cover of shrubs and underbrush, inching closer to the Jeep as they searched for potential cave locations. Half an hour later, they honed in on a site at the foot of a mountain. It was in close proximity to the Jeep, backed by a towering mountain, and strewn with a multitude of dry branches and leaves, an ideal candidate for a concealed cave. If this were indeed the hiding place of the Wong brothers, they would remain unaware of the criminal investigation team returning to the Jeep, likely refraining from emerging. Remaining encircled outside would facilitate an effortless capture. However, should their assessment prove erroneous, and there be no one here, days of vigilance would yield nothing. The investigators could not afford such a luxury, time equated to life. And every additional minute might allow the criminals to perpetrate further misdeeds. An offensive approach became inevitable. Yet, what if the adversaries were armed? Venturing forth to clear the debris would undoubtedly render them targets in the eyes of the enemy, exposing them to imminent danger. The situation reached a stalemate. Just as despair set in, suddenly, the dry branches began to move. The investigators stood at the ready, their senses heightened. Luo Yuqing, at the forefront, finally exhaled in relief. All deductions had been made based on that individual's words. Should they misjudge, it would not simply be a matter of ridicule, but a complete loss of the fugitive's trail. As I now observe a figure emerging from the thicket, my heart, which had been laden with pressure, lightens considerably. Don't move. Hands on your head, crouch down, or we will open fire. The moment the individual attempts to flee towards the dense forest, the detectives brandish their weapons and issue a stern warning. Yet, the fugitive remains uncooperative. Upon hearing the shouts, he bolts towards the woods without a glance back. If you run, we will shoot. A few detectives pursue him, knowing that this is one of the Wong brothers, and suspecting that another may still be inside the cave. Bang! A warning shot is fired. Don't shoot. I'm not running anymore. Upon hearing the gunfire, the fleeing man raises his hands, remaining stationary. The detectives swiftly advance to subdue him, and upon inspection, they find that he is indeed the younger brother of the fugitive Wong brothers. How many of you are there? Speak honestly. Is your brother still in the cave? Just as Luo Yuqing poses his question, shouts emanate from the cave once more. It turns out that the elder brother, realizing he had been compromised upon hearing the gunfire, hastily emerges from the cave, only to be apprehended by the detectives stationed outside. The cave is quite small, accommodating no more than 2 individuals, leaving no additional space. The younger brother had been desperate to relieve himself, which prompted his premature exit, inadvertently easing the difficulty of the capture. After confirming that there are no other accomplices, the Wong brothers are handcuffed, and explosives are discovered beneath the chassis of the Jeep. The sight of these explosives sends a chill down everyone's spine. Had they not been prepared in advance, a detonation could have resulted in their complete obliteration. Captain, we owe you our lives. After a moment of silence, one of the team members murmurs, Indeed, we all owe that individual a debt of gratitude. The astonishment on Luo Yuqing's face mirrors that of his comrades. Had they not encountered that person earlier at the shop, or had he not been believed? The consequences would have been dire. Captain, who are you referring to? Yes, we must thank him. The detectives chatter among themselves. It is indeed remarkable. I am truly grateful for having believed his words. Once this matter is concluded, I must express my thanks in person. Now, let's regroup. Understood. Luo Yuqing and the detectives escort the Wang brothers back to the police station. Meanwhile, Guo Jia, after selling his last load of vegetables, instructs Fatty to drive the tractor ahead to the supply and marketing cooperative. He purchases fresh peaches, melons, and 2 barrels of malt milk, dividing the fruits into 2 portions. He leaves one at the hospital for his grandfather and takes the other back for Li Rou. With an increase in funds, Guo Jia also leaves 100 yuan for his uncle, Guo Jiafeng, instructing him to remain in the hospital until his grandfather's health is restored. Guo Linggong's recovery progresses swiftly, largely due to witnessing Guo Jia's improvement and newfound ability to earn money, which has alleviated at least 30% of his ailments. Upon returning to Daling Village, Guo Jia leaves only a peach and a melon for Guoding, taking the rest to the youth commune. Infuriated, Guoding shouts after him, calling him an ungrateful wolf. Yet Guo Jia is aware that his sister is merely teasing. At the girls' dormitory of the youth commune, the workers return from their labor and begin their evening routines. Chen Tilian had returned from the county town for quite some time. Having taken a day off, she immediately lay down in her dormitory. A can of peaches rested beside her, and just the sight of it made her mouth water. It was the last bit of money she had spent on this treat. To her surprise, Zhao Yong was so fond of her that he had insisted she take the can home. Despite her cravings, Chen Tilian was determined to resist. She intended to wait until the other young women returned from their labor before indulging, both to provoke their envy and to flaunt the fact that Zhao Yong had given it to her, signaling that they had begun a romantic relationship. After a long wait, when everyone in the dormitory had finished their evening routines, Chen Tian deliberately made a loud commotion as she opened the can, ensuring everyone noticed her impending feast of yellow peach slices. Oh, peach canning! How extravagant of you, Chen Suelian. The sight of such a delicacy was hard for the other young women to resist. I haven't had canned peaches in ages. The syrup is so sweet, exclaimed one girl, her mouth watering. In those days, one would only bring canned peaches when visiting the elderly or patients, as they were a luxury few could afford on a regular basis. Everyone was struggling in the countryside, and it had been years since anyone had tasted canned peaches. Recently, Guo Jia had been bringing Li Rou delicious treats, which she kindly shared with everyone. Li Rou, despite past grievances, always offered some to Chen Suelian. With the arrival of Chen Suelian's canned peaches, the others were hoping to at least get a taste of the syrup, if not the peaches themselves. Initially, the atmosphere was restrained. However, Chen Suelian continued to clink her spoon against the can, exaggerating the sounds of her chewing and slurping the syrup, each noise tantalizing the other's senses. Chen Suelian, shouldn't you let everyone have a taste? You have 2 cans, after all. Finally, one girl could no longer contain herself. This is deliberate temptation. In the dormitory, it was customary for anyone receiving tasty treats from home to share with the others. No one had ever been selfish. Chen Suelian had previously enjoyed many of their provisions. Now that she had something delightful, why was she withholding it? Oh, by the way, this was a gift from Zhao Yong. I forgot to mention that we are officially dating, she proclaimed, pride swelling within her as her plan bore fruit. You all isolated me. So now I will relish this moment of indulgence. Chen Suelian, can I have a sip of the syrup? I'm so tempted. Several girls urged. We should all share the joy, came the chorus of requests. If you wish to taste, you can always buy your own. No one is stopping you, Chen Suelian retorted. Taking another small sip of syrup, the slurping sound piercing the air. If you lack the means to indulge, then you must simply endure, she scoffed, reveling in the satisfaction of their discomfort. The delight in witnessing their envy was truly exhilarating. In recent days, the collective resentment towards her has finally surfaced. Chen Suelian, how could you behave this way? Whenever there is delicious food, have you ever been left out? Indeed, in the past, when I had treats, I shared them with you. Another chimed in. Exactly. You have been so unfair to Li Rou, yet she still shares her goodies with you. Chen Suelian's words ignited the fury of those around her. That's how I am. What Li Rou chooses to give me is her own decision, and I haven't demanded anything from her. Whether I share food with you is entirely my prerogative. As she uttered these words, Chen Suelian felt a wave of satisfaction. At that moment, Li Rou, who had been silent, felt utterly disheartened by Chen Suelian's attitude. Is Li Rou in the dormitory? A voice called from outside. Yes, I'm here. Before Li Rou could finish her response, Tian Jing had already dashed outside. Guo Jia had been asking her to bring Li Rou out, and Tianjing recognized his voice. The urgency of her departure was, of course, to see what delectable treats Guo Jia had brought today. Whatever Li Rou had, they all would get to savor. Just moments ago, Shun Suilian's canned peaches had tantalized everyone's taste buds. Now, hearing that Guo Jia had arrived, Tianjing was more eager than Li Rou herself. When Li Rou finally emerged, she found Tianjing bending over, rummaging through a cloth bag, nearly burying her head inside it. Tianjing, what on earth are you doing? Li Rou felt a flush of embarrassment. Her friend was causing her such shame. Hee, I'm just checking in advance to see what delicious treats you have. Tianjing exclaimed as she began pulling out items one by one, exclaiming with delight. Wow, malted milk. This is quite expensive. Oh my, fresh peaches. As the saying goes, better to eat one heavenly peach than a basket of rotten apricots. This must have cost a pretty penny. Tianjing, why don't you take the items inside first? Guo Jia suggested tentatively, as he preferred not to have an unwelcome distraction nearby. Understood, understood. I'll head inside right away and won't disturb you, she replied with playful humor. However, we must share the fragrant melon and fresh peaches right now. Guo Jia chuckled, feigning ignorance of Li Rou's protests. That makes sense. My apologies, Li Rou. I'm heading back to the dormitory. Tianjing grabbed the cloth bag and hurried off. You, Tianjing, come back here. Li Rou laughed at her friend's antics, though she only urged her to return without making any move herself. Li Rou, would you accompany me for a stroll over there? Guo Jia asked as he watched Tianjing dart back to the dormitory. Oh, all right. Though she felt it inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be alone together, she found herself unable to refuse the invitation. In recent days, Guo Jia has indulged himself with an array of delectable treats and necessities, a modest request that surely deserves fulfillment. Li Rou continually reassures herself in her thoughts as she trails behind Guo Jia, making their way towards the riverbank. Guo Jia deliberately slows his pace to match her stride, maintaining an equal footing beside her. Were you fatigued from work today? He inquires, seeking to alleviate Li Rou's palpable tension with conversation. No, not at all. I'm quite accustomed to it. Li Rou responds, feeling awkward walking alone with a boy. In truth, prior to their rural assignment, she had never been alone with Song Shu, even during his visits to her home, as her parents or siblings were always present. Their interactions had been limited to secret notes he penned for her, expressing his affections. Shy and hesitant, Li Rou had never mustered the courage to write back. And when she finally intended to reciprocate, she was abruptly sent to the countryside as an educated youth. Since then, she had received no correspondence from Song Shu. Out of modesty, Li Rou buried her feelings deep within, never composing a single letter to him. Now, walking alone with Guo Jia, she finds herself uncertain of her next move. Li Rou, can you guess how much I earned today? Guo Jia, observing her anxiety, seeks to divert her attention. You mentioned earning 248 yuan yesterday, so today should be around the same, right? Li Rou estimates, and indeed, her tension begins to dissipate. Not quite. Guo Jia shakes his head, encouraging her to continue guessing. Not right. Did you earn more or less? Li Rou's interest peaks. Less, actually, you need to guess higher. He replies with a smile. 260 yuan, she suggests, though her heart flutters at the thought of such sums. Earning several hundred yuan in a single day? That could make one a millionaire in just 2 months. How astonishing. Still too little. Guess higher, Guo Jia insists, shaking his head once more. I dare not guess anymore. Please just reveal the answer. Li Rou waves her hand, her heart racing. Haha, today I earned 375 yuan. Guo Jia finally divulges. My heavens. That is an astonishing amount, Li Rou exclaims, covering her mouth in surprise. This sum is calculated after deducting all expenses. Among them, Fatty earned 60 yuan, Zhang Xingli 40 yuan, and Haizi 25 yuan. Guo Jia delights in sharing his joy with Li Rou. Given that we all sell vegetables together, why is there such disparity in our earnings? Li Rou inquires, now free of any lingering tension. This illustrates the difference from the communal meals of the production team. We implement a system of distribution based on labor. Fatty operates the tractor, contributing more than the others, hence his higher earnings. Conversely, Haizi, who merely assists, earns the least for now, though in time, his earnings will not lag behind Fatty's. In the long run, their earnings will level out, as they all started alongside me. I would never neglect any of them, Guo Jia elucidates. Li Rou finds herself in agreement with Guo Jia's perspective. As she flourishes, she must not forget those who have aided her along the way. Although Guo Jia is currently quite adept at earning money, he should refrain from frivolous spending. Items like malt milk and fresh peaches are exorbitantly priced. Please refrain from purchasing them for me in the future. Li Rou does not take pride in the expensive gifts Guo Jia bestows upon her. I have already declared that upon your successful return to the city, I shall visit your home to propose. My intention is to make you my wife. My wealth will be yours, seeing you so slender. I cannot bear the thought of not providing you with proper nourishment. Guo Jia gazes at the delicate Li Rou before him, yearning to embrace her. Stop jesting. If you persist, I shall ignore you, Li Rou retorts, burying her head amidst the towering mountains, unable to meet Guo Jia's gaze. While she verbally dissuades him, her heart warms at his words. Throughout her life, including her parents, no one has treated Li Rou with such kindness as Guo Jia has. Since she can remember, all provisions have been prioritized for her younger siblings. Her parents would always declare her the eldest sister, instructing her to yield to them. Yet, whenever her siblings erred, it was invariably Li Rou who bore the brunt of punishment, a situation she found incomprehensible. Despite her exemplary academic performance, her siblings displayed a disdain for learning and achieved poor results. Nevertheless, her parents insisted that Li Rou abandon her studies to assist with household chores. While her siblings were exempted from such duties, required only to focus on their education, when the call for educated youth to serve in the countryside arose, the family had to nominate one member, fully aware of the hardships that awaited. Without hesitation, her parents chose Li Rou, subsequently urging her through letters to send money home to support the household. They never mentioned her struggles or hardships in the countryside in their correspondence. Although her time with Guo Jia has been brief, it has allowed Li Rou to experience genuine care for the first time. It is evident that Guo Jia, even when he himself goes without, ensures she enjoys delightful treats. This care surpasses that of her parents and siblings, resembling the bond of family. Guo Jia's presence has subtly illuminated the essence of love for Li Rou. She finds herself thinking of him frequently, deeply concerned for each other. This must be what love feels like. The memory of Song Shu is gradually fading in her heart, as she realizes it was merely an immature notion from her earlier days. Reflecting on Song Shu now, aside from slipping her a few notes, he has done nothing more. After going to the countryside, not even a simple letter of concern has been sent. Compared to Guo Jia, Song Shu falls dramatically short. Fine, I shall say no more. As long as you understand my feelings. Nonetheless, the supply of nutritional products and fruits shall remain uninterrupted, for you require sustenance. Perhaps I shall give you peaches now, and when yours are ripe, you may share them with me. Guo Jia tentatively takes Li Rou's hand. I must return now. Startled, Li Rou dashes away like a frightened rabbit at the touch of his hand. She senses something amiss in Guo Jia's words, yet cannot articulate her thoughts. Slow down. Don't trip. Guo Jia calls out from behind. The little girl hastens her pace, frightened, leaving Guo Jia hesitant to speak further. The following day, Guo Jia and the rotund man arrived early in the county town to continue selling the vegetables they had collected. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Yong's cousin, Zhao Gang, had already reached the Pear County Public Security Bureau. Today, Zhao Yong had sent Zhao Gang to ascertain whether his close friend had completed his task. He was eager to apprehend Guo Jia and see him imprisoned, a means to vent his inner fury. After the experiment with Jin Suelian, Zhao Yong had essentially confirmed his own demise. Officer Zhou, can we apprehend that speculator today? My cousin Zhao Yong asked me to inquire. Upon encountering Zhao Yong's close companion, Zhao Gang hurriedly inquired. Indeed, the mission concluded successfully yesterday, and we have time today to address your concerns. Do you know where the suspect is engaging in speculation? Let us there. Officer Zhou donned a cap. Yes, indeed. I just came from there. I will guide the officers right away. Zhao Gang felt elated. As he was finally close to fulfilling his mission, his cousin Zhao Yong had promised him a substantial reward upon success, and Zhao Gang was quite earnest about it. Thus, Officer Zhou, accompanied by a colleague, followed Zhao Gang to a residential complex. This was the family quarters of the glass bottle factory, where Guo Jia was selling vegetables that day. After unloading all the baskets of vegetables, the rotund man drove the tractor back to prepare for a second trip. The vegetables from Songlin village had been completely harvested, and Zhang Xingli was busy collecting greens in the next village, Shaohua. Upon arriving at a new residential complex, Guo Jia would first carry a basket and knock on doors to sell vegetables. Only after the residents were aware of his presence would they be enticed to come downstairs to purchase from the baskets he had set up. At that moment, having just arrived at the glass bottle factory's family quarters, Guo Jia was upstairs promoting his wares. After selling the vegetables in his basket, he descended to retrieve more, only to encounter Zhao Gang leading Officer Zhou and others towards him. Zhao Gang believed he was sufficiently discreet, yet Guo Jia and He Zi had already recognized him. Upon seeing him guiding two officers clad in green uniforms, Guo Jia realized they were about to take action. Comrades, they are engaged in speculation. I have been observing them for quite some time. With evidence in hand, Zhao Gang boldly pointed at Guo Jia, exuding an air of authority. With officers standing behind him, Zhao Gang felt no fear of Guo Jia resorting to violence. If he dared to act aggressively in front of the officers, it would only exacerbate his situation. What is your name? Where is your home? Officer Zhou approached, his gaze fixed on Guo Jia. Comrade, we are from Daling Village. My name is Guo Jia. And this is He Zi. Guo Jia spoke ambiguously, leading the officer to mistakenly believe that He Zi was also a resident of Daling Village. Do you know Xiao Zhou? You are here too? Before Officer Zhou could finish his sentence, a voice from afar interrupted. Zhou turned to see a smile spreading across his face. Captain Luo, what brings you here? Are you on a mission? How can we assist you? We are ready to cooperate. The newcomer was Luo Yuqing. Having captured the fleeing Wang brothers from multiple provinces yesterday, all 8 of them had received commendations. Moreover, a report is being submitted to the superiors to request a collective third-class merit title. Zhou Fa is one of the 8 individuals temporarily assigned to the criminal police team who have made commendable contributions. He has been in close company with Luo Yuqing these past few days, fostering a deep familiarity. Chapter 44. A misunderstanding. I am here to seek out Guo Jia. Luo Yuqing indicated towards Guo Jia, addressing Zhou Fa. Really? Is he implicated in other unlawful activities? Zhou Fa's expression turned serious. I received a tip-off to apprehend him for speculation. No, Xiao Zhou, you've misunderstood. I represent our group of 8 to express our gratitude to Guo Jia. Luo Yuqing quickly clarified, making his way towards Guo Jia. Comrade Guo Jia, I have come specifically to thank you. Without your intervention, the 8 of us criminal police would likely be lying in coffins by now. Luo Yuqing extended his hand. Upon seeing Luo Yuqing approach, Guo Jia surmised that the Wang brothers had likely been captured. He shook Luo Yuqing's hand and replied, to prevent a tragedy from occurring is something we all aspire to. You are the servants of the people. While you protect the public, we also have an obligation to assist you. Furthermore, congratulations on successfully completing your mission and achieving new merit. Listening to this exchange, Zhou Fa, though not the sharpest, grasped the situation. Captain Luo. Is he the one you mentioned yesterday, the one who saved us? Indeed, it was Guo Jia who alerted me at the breakfast stall, which allowed us to escape with our lives, Luo Yuqing confirmed. After escorting the Wang brothers back to the station and handing over all matters, Luo Yuqing hurried to his uncle's breakfast stall, where he learned the essential details about Guo Jia. As the captain of the criminal police, finding Guo Jia was a straightforward task. He arrived early at Daling Village, inquiring about Guo Jia's residence. In this era, when the police come knocking, villagers do not tend to think positively. Whispers circulated among them, though no one voiced their suspicions. They speculated that Guo Jia might face serious consequences for his association with the Wang brothers. As the village chief, Wang Fu did not shield his son, but instead informed Luo Yuqing that Guo Jia and the others had already gone to the county town. Learning that Guo Jia was at the glass factory's residential building today, Luo Yuqing rushed over, forgetting to explain to the village chief his purpose for seeking Guo Jia. In Luo Yuqing's mind, failing to express gratitude to Guo Jia directly would leave him restless. However, as he drove away in his jeep, the entire Daling village was left to speculate. Tianjing, Zhou Xian, and other young female intellectuals felt a surge of concern for Guo Jia. The saying to owe a favor is to be at another's mercy rang true. Recently, they had benefited from Guo Jia's generosity, courtesy of Li Rou. Li Rou, filled with anxiety, had not realized the extent of her feelings until hearing of Guo Jia's potential arrest. She trembled at the thought, her mind consumed by worry for Guo Jia, overshadowing any thoughts of Song Shu. Village chief, you must think of a way. Guo Jia's collection of crops is primarily to ensure that the villagers receive food coupons, enabling them to access sustenance. Is this not lawful? Li Rou stood before the village chief, tears welling in her eyes. Not lawful. Allow me to enlighten you. This is nothing short of speculation and an unequivocal manifestation of capitalist greed. If anyone is reveling in this situation, it is undoubtedly Chen Zuelian. She stepped forward and continued, Li Rou, do you still have any shame? Do you dare claim that Guo Jia acts for the benefit of our Daling village? I ask you, where is he collecting crops now? Is it in Daling village? Surely, he has gathered vegetables from several neighboring villages. As Chen Zuelian spoke, a cold smirk graced her face, occasionally casting a glance at the village chief, Wang Fu. During the critical meeting, this old man had not spared himself from ridicule. Now, with his son Fatty facing trouble, one could only watch how he would maintain his composure. That is not possible. Guo Jia has shown us the newspapers, which now permit private enterprise, Li Rou countered, though her conviction wavered. Indeed, I have seen that newspaper. The state is currently encouraging individuals to sell goods and engage in commerce on the streets. I have witnessed this as well. My third uncle's sister-in-law has a television, and she relayed that the broadcasts frequently cover the matters of reform and opening up. The villagers began to chatter among themselves. Guo Jia is one of their own, and naturally, they did not wish for him to encounter misfortune. Furthermore, the vegetables from each household had been traded with Guo Jia in exchange for food coupons. Now, every family had procured cornmeal and sorghum, while rice and white flour were deemed too expensive for their mates. As they observed the vegetable garden, the various crops were on the verge of fruition once more, promising another harvest in a few days. The eggplant vines, bean poles, and cucumber trellises were laden with produce, which they viewed as sustenance, a veritable bounty. The villagers brimmed with hopeful aspirations for the future. Should Guo Jia face any trouble now, it would signify the shattering of their dreams as well. Do not indulge in illusions. Consider the items Guo Jia has purchased for Li Rou, totaling no less than 100 yuan. Is this not exploitation? It is the blood of the ordinary laborers that he siphons away. These are our hard-earned funds. Chen Suelian remarked with malicious glee. There has never been a day as joyous as today. Silence. I have heard that the items my brother bought were relished by you, Chen Suelian, and not once did you refuse. Li Rou retorted, asserting that she had always shared with the young women from the dormitory. Guo Ying, unwilling to remain silent, moved closer to Chen Suelian as she spoke. Faced with the imposing figure of Guo Ying, Chen Suelian felt fear and quickly ran to the side of village chief Wang Fu. Although she found Wang Fu insufferable, she lowered her head for the sake of her safety. Indeed, Chen Suelian, how can you be so shameless? Every time Li Rou offers you something, you accept it with delight, enjoying it thoroughly. Those items were purchased by Guo Jia. Are you not biting the hand that feeds you? Furthermore, yesterday you received 2 jars of peach preserves yet did not share even a morsel with Li Rou or any of us. Even a spoonful of syrup would suffice to prove me wrong. Take a moment to observe Li Rou, who, unlike you, generously slices the fresh peaches gifted by Guo Jia, distributing them evenly among everyone. Who else is as stingy as you? The young women of the village openly criticize Chen Shuilian. Whether or not to share canned goods is my prerogative. Chen Shuilian proudly holds her head high, but her words are abruptly interrupted by the village chief, Wang Fu. All right, enough of that. The police are here to see Guo Jia for reasons unknown. Let us refrain from speculation and get to work in the fields. Wang Fu resolved to wait and see, deciding that if the heavy-set man did not return with the tractor soon, he would venture to the county for answers. However, the village's production must not be delayed. Let us commence. Let us commence. The villagers echoed as they walked towards the fields. Initially, Chen Shuilian intended to take leave today, but now she reconsidered. Observing Li Rou's furrowed brow and the discontent among the villagers of Deling village, she felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction as she toiled for work points, all the while gleefully watching her former critics squirm in discomfort. Chapter 45. The Umbrella of Protection. Oh dear comrade, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Zhou Fa approached Guo Jia, grasping his hand and shaking it vigorously. Not at all. It is simply my duty, Guo Jia replied politely. Noticing Zhao Gang retreating to the side, he was about to signal He Zi to follow, only to find that He Zi had already pursued him from behind. Guo Jia secretly nodded. He Zi remained unchanged, even with his rebirth. Xiao Zhou, what did you just say about speculating and profiteering? After exchanging a few more words, Luo Yucheng inquired of Zhou Fa. It was all a misunderstanding. We received reports of speculation and profiteering, but it turned out to be Comrade Guo Jia selling vegetables here. Merely a misunderstanding. Zhou Fa now naturally did not regard Guo Jia as a profiteer. He was a lifesaver. Luo Yucheng, quite astute, quickly grasped the situation's essence. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "It seems someone is envious of our comrade Guo Jia's business acumen and initiated the report out of jealousy." Zhou Fa nodded, refraining from mentioning that it was Zhao Yong who had reported him. After all, they had been good brothers since childhood, and revealing his name might lead to repercussions from Captain Luo. How about this, Xiao Shou, when you return? Inform everyone that Guo Jia is a secret informant assigned by our criminal police team. His purpose is to observe criminals and gather intelligence for us. I will report to the higher-ups as well. Henceforth, Comrade Guo Jia shall not be subjected to any restrictions while conducting business. Luo Yuqing effectively granted Guo Jia a golden ticket to immunity, ensuring that any future attempts to report him would be futile. He must protect his benefactor, Guo Jia. All right, I shall return now. You all continue your discussion. Zhou Fa departed with the police officer he had brought along. Observing that the residents hesitated to approach and buy vegetables, fearing they might disrupt Guo Jia's business, Luo Yuqing decided to take his leave as well. Thank you, Captain Luo. In the midst of the crowd, Guo Jia refrained from elaborating further, yet they both understood the unspoken agreement between them. No need for formalities between us. Let us share a drink when time permits. I shall take my leave now. Luo Yuqing was aware that Guo Jia referred to the matter of providing him with protection. If there are any recent troublesome issues that you or your father cannot resolve, Captain Luo, you must come to me. I shall be selling vegetables in various neighborhoods. Guo Jia stated. Initially, he hesitated to speak, for the Wang brothers had been apprehended, altering the course of history. It was unlikely that the kidnapping and extortion case they had planned would transpire, thus sparing Luo Yuqing's father, the chief of Lixian, from being completely ousted. Yet, the unpredictability of life leaves one to ponder what tomorrow may bring. Since Luo Yuqing had provided him with a safeguard, Guo Jia was determined to preserve that protection, ensuring it did not falter or fail, for it was essential to shield him from adversity. All right. Luo Yuqing paused momentarily, but ultimately turned to depart. From Guo Jia's words, he discerned an underlying implication. However, the other party's reticence indicated that the moment for revelation had not yet arrived. Luo Yuqing had become an ardent admirer of Guo Jia, trusting him unconditionally. After Zhou Fa left, he did not seek out Zhao Yong, believing that Zhao Gang would relay the information upon his return. His purpose in returning to the bureau was to inform his colleagues to allow Guo Jia passage in the future. Zhao Gang, as Zhou Fa had anticipated, swiftly returned to the central hospital to report the events to Zhao Yong. Unbeknownst to him, someone had been trailing him closely. You say that Guo Jia is actually good friends with the captain of the criminal police team? Zhao Yong expressed skepticism upon hearing Zhao Gang's words. It seems he also saved Zhou Fa's life, your good buddy, Zhao Gang added. It appeared that relying on the lawful path would be futile. What did you say, brother? Zhao Gang did not catch it clearly. Nothing. We need to keep watching Guo Jia and his associates. They are aware of the surveillance, which may expose us. Zhao Yong replied. Go inquire with the doctor about how much longer I will need to remain hospitalized. Understood, brother. Zhao Gang turned to seek the doctor. Haizi cast one last glance at Zhao Yong, ensuring he would not forget his face, and followed Zhao Gang to the doctor's office. After hearing the patient's basic information, Haizi departed the hospital in search of Guo Jia. Jiaga, the person following us these past few days, is Zhao Gang. He was sent by his brother to monitor us. His brother is currently hospitalized, named Zhao Yong. Due to 2 ruptured testicles, Haizi disclosed the information he had gathered. Oh, Zhao Yong is a well-educated youth from our Daling village, so it was he who intended to ensnare us, Guo Jia remarked, not overly concerned. Believing the other party posed little threat. With Luo Yuqing's protection now in place, any attempts to accuse Guo Jia of speculation and profiteering would be futile. The two continued to diligently sell vegetables. The rumor of Guo Jia being taken by the police was swiftly dispelled when the hefty man returned with yet another truckload of vegetables. That police officer is a good friend of Jiago. He came to express his gratitude. It is said that Jiago saved their lives. 8 individuals in total. The hefty man returned to Daling village, creating quite a stir. The situation was exaggerated, but it effectively dispelled the villagers' concerns. Chen Suelian, who had initially relished the prospect of others mocking her, now found herself with her head bowed low. The slap of reality had come too swiftly. From the disdainful snorts of the villagers, Chen Suelian understood that her time in Daling village was likely at an end. In stark contrast, Li Rou appeared to be a jubilant lark, chattering incessantly upon hearing that Guo Jia was unharmed. Her enthusiasm was uncontainable, even while working. Frustrated, Chen Suelian wielded her labor tools in exasperation. That day, Guo Jia had sold 5 carts of vegetables, finishing work early. There was no choice. If another cart was brought to the county town, it would be too late to sell before nightfall. Nevertheless, selling 5 carts in one day was a considerable achievement, and everyone was quite satisfied. Zhang Shunli's last cart also made its way to the county town, and after selling the vegetables, he planned to visit his mother in the hospital. Today, he earned an additional 40 yuan, which he handed over entirely to his mother. Mother, do not skimp on your meals. Neglecting your health will only hinder your recovery. Now that I can earn good money, it's important you eat well, Zhang Xingli said, brimming with excitement. Who would have thought he could earn so much in a single day? I understand. Mother, you've reminded me countless times to eat on time. But dear, if Jiahua is willing to take you along to earn money, we must heed his advice. That boy has been clever since childhood. He will surely lead us to success. His mother, Deng Fong, advised him. Indeed, I will diligently follow Brother Jia's lead. By the way, he assisted the police and received commendation today. The police officer even visited our Daling village, Zhang Xingli replied with a smile. Through this incident, everyone, except for Fatty, recognized that Guo Jia's vegetable sales were not illegal. Zhang Xingli shared this with his mother to reassure her. As for Fatty, he was unwavering in his belief in Guo Jia. When Guo Jia expressed his intent to sell vegetables, Fatty followed without a second thought. Chapter 46. A lasting peace. Guo Jia also visited his grandfather, Guo Linggong, in the hospital to check on his recovery. Grandfather, allow me to give you another 100 yuan. Let my uncle buy you whatever you desire, Guo Jia offered, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket. No, there's no need. The 100 yuan you left yesterday remains untouched. I am not terminally ill. I do not require so much money, Guo Linggong replied, appearing quite spirited, a stark contrast to his condition just days prior. Guo Jia silently expressed gratitude for having brought his grandfather to the hospital nearly 6 months before his condition deteriorated significantly. Given the current state, it seemed likely that with continued recovery, his grandfather would soon be discharged. Enjoy some delicious food. Both dietary and medicinal nourishment are equally vital, Guo Jia said with a smile. You rascal, seeing you well is more important than any nourishment, Guo Linggong laughed heartily. Guo Jiafeng, standing nearby, shared in the joy. Everything had improved. Uncle, you need not worry about my fourth sister. She is quite comfortable now. We are consuming refined grains like white rice and flour, and every meal includes meat. Guo Jia aimed to alleviate his uncle Guo Jiafeng's concerns about the time spent in the hospital away from home. I knew you would not neglect your fourth sister. I am reassured. As Guo Jiafeng spoke, one could see the relief wash over his face. Guo Jia refrained from addressing the matter directly. After a brief conversation, they awaited Zhang Xingli's arrival. The representative of Marx's thought from Daling village offered formal condolences to the esteemed Guo Laoying. Subsequently, Guo Jia pulled him out of the hospital room. The portly man had long been in a state of agitation. The group did not exit the hospital. Instead, they shifted to another ward on a different floor. Heisey had already disclosed the precise location. Although he had initially intended to join them, Guo Jia had declined his participation. They had previously engaged in a detailed discussion during the vegetable selling venture, and moving forward, Heisey would remain in the shadows, serving as Guo Jia's secret weapon. Such public endeavors were not to be entrusted to Heisey. What are you up to? Zhao Yong exclaimed as he sat up abruptly from his hospital bed upon seeing the 3 newcomers, inadvertently pulling a muscle that elicited a wince of pain. You are a youth of knowledge and, in a sense, a resident of Daling village. We came to pay you a visit, the portly man said, his grin betraying a lack of sincerity. Ah, thank you. Thank you for coming to see me. Zhao Yong quickly corrected himself, realizing that he was alone since Zhao Gang had just left, leaving him no choice but to concede. Indeed, we cross paths often. It would be unwise to harbor ill will behind one another's backs. The portly man casually draped his arm around Zhao Yong's shoulders like an old friend. Of course. Zhao Yong's forehead began to glisten with sweat. Zhao Yong, considering your current condition, I shall refrain from being forceful. However, if you wish to engage in underhanded tactics, you are still rather inexperienced, Guo Jia interjected. Yes, I was wrong. I want to dare again, Zhao Yong nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Clearly, they had come to confront him, undoubtedly aware of his past actions. Zhao Yong, adaptable as he was, promptly acknowledged his mistakes without feigning ignorance. Look at you. How can you sit up in your condition? Lie down quickly, the portly man urged, offering his assistance to help Zhao Yong recline. Thank you. I can manage on my own. Zhao Yong's words were abruptly cut short as he emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, leaving Zhang Xingli beside him utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he had been perplexed by the portly man's sudden kindness towards Zhao Yong. As the portly man assisted Zhao Yong in reclining, his other hand unexpectedly pressed against Zhao Yong's groin. Even a healthy individual would flinch at such pressure, let alone Zhao Yong, who was already in a vulnerable state. This sudden action nearly incapacitated him, soaking his clothes with sweat as he gasped for breath. Oh dear. My apologies, you were too heavy. I couldn't hold you up and inadvertently press down on you. Is everything all right? The portly man said, while simultaneously pushing him. Zhao Yang cried out once more, desperately shielding his groin with both hands, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Guo Jia. Didn't you say you wouldn't resort to violence? Has your injury affected your cognitive faculties as well? But I am standing right here. Not laying a finger on you, Guo Jia replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. Yet, Zhao Yang was in so much agony that tears streamed down his face. What just transpired was indeed an accident. Jia Ge stated that there would be no physical altercation, yet I remained silent. What do you imply? Should I extend my hand? The plump fellow wore an expression that begged for a reprimand. No, it's unnecessary. I concede my defeat. I was in the wrong. Zhao Yang swiftly regained his composure. Before him stood Guo Jia, who, devoid of any moral code, would only lead to further suffering if he continued to argue with this rogue. Acknowledging one's faults is sufficient. I sincerely hope there will be none next time, for if there is, it shall not be so effortless. After voicing his thoughts, Guo Jia turned to leave, with Zhang Shengli closely following. Although Zhang Shengli neither spoke nor engaged in any physical confrontation, his decision to refrain from intervening on behalf of the plump fellow was a significant improvement. Guo Jia felt content with Zhang Shengli's performance. The plump fellow lingered, playfully patting Zhao Yang's face and chiding, Kid, just because Jia Gu is soft-hearted does not mean others will be as well. If there is a next time, I shall surely make you suffer, ensuring your pain endures. With that ominous proclamation, the plump fellow strode off, indifferent to all. Learning that Zhao Yang had been the one scheming behind his back, he was determined not to let the matter slide easily, as it was imperative that Zhao Yang face some repercussions. On the hospital bed, Zhao Yang was seething with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He had initially intended to expedite his discharge and seek vengeance through his connections in the underworld. However, after the plump fellow's recent antics, the pain below had become unbearable, leading to yet another delay in his release. Guo Jia, along with the plump fellow, you shall pay for this. Zhao Yang roared inwardly. I must say, plump fellow, your cruelty knows no bounds. Zhao Yang was already injured in that area, yet you insist on aggravating it further. You even had the audacity to repeatedly inquire about his condition. Could you not hear his cries? Upon exiting the hospital, Zhang Shengli engaged in a playful banter with the plump fellow. Zhang Shengli, you have unjustly accused me. I am wronged beyond compare. I merely sought to assist him in lying down, yet I did not anticipate his weight. The plump fellow's eyes sparkled with mirth, and he muttered under his breath. If I hadn't pressed there, he wouldn't feel pain elsewhere. Are you truly so malicious? To believe you? Zhang Shengli retorted incredulously. Moreover, Zhao Yang is rather vicious himself. He even reported us to the authorities. If we are apprehended, we shall find ourselves incarcerated. Who will care for my mother then? And who will earn medical expenses for Jia Ji's grandfather? Zhang Shengli was not one to confuse right and wrong. I, the plump fellow, am a model youth. How could I possibly harbor ill intentions? The plump fellow teased, provoking Zhang Shengli further. Such absurdity. Would I be envious of you? Zhang Shengli had indeed fallen into the trap. Let us make a brief stop at the supply and marketing cooperative. I need to collect my tailored clothing. Guo Jia announced as he initiated the tractor. Is this for Sister Li Rou? She is truly fortunate. Jia Gu, why was I not born a woman? Had I been, I would have joined you in your bed long ago. The plump fellow remarked, playfully mimicking a delicate gesture. Get lost. Focus on driving. Guo Jia laughed and scolded him. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengli contemplated the imagery, involuntarily shuddering at the thought, internally cursing the vile nature of capitalism. Chapter 47. You are truly beautiful inside the supply and marketing cooperative. The sales clerk presented a charming floral dress. Comrade, your design skills are remarkable. This fabric is simply exquisite for a dress. The saleswoman extolled while handing the dress to Guo Jia. The sales staff at the supply and marketing cooperative are all formal employees of state-run enterprises. Whether customers purchase goods or how much the cooperative manages to sell does not affect their wages in the slightest. The saleswoman's comments were not mere flattery. She genuinely admired the dress designed by Guo Jia. The fabric was selected in advance by Guo Jia, and the style was discussed with the seamstress. Once the dress was completed, it captivated everyone present. Thank you. Please wrap it up for me, Guo Jia requested, paying both in cash and with fabric coupons. Noticing the milk powder on the counter, Guo Jia added, could I also have 2 bags of milk powder? And a few apples as well. Guo Jia entered a buying frenzy. She was acutely aware that her child suffered from a peculiar blood disorder, likely linked to malnutrition. During her pregnancy, Li Rou had not received adequate nutrition and had to work tirelessly to support herself. After returning to the city, she was cast out again and following the child's birth. Both mother and child endured a meager diet of husks and vegetables. If adults could withstand such hardship, how could a child possibly endure it without falling ill? Thus, regardless of whether money was scarce or not, Guo Jia was determined to ensure Li Rou had access to nutritious food, both for the adult and the child's sake. The chubby boy remained as clumsy as ever, poking and prodding at everything. His antics irked the saleswoman, whose face flushed with irritation. Zhang Xingli, why aren't you buying anything? Seeing him standing idly, the chubby boy approached with a question. I don't need anything. We still have rice and meat at home. Zhang Xingli replied. To allow his mother, Deng Fong, to recuperate in the hospital without worry, he devoted every penny he earned to her care. Huh. Don't think I'm unaware. You've saved all your money for your mother. How about I lend you some? The chubby boy reached into his pocket. No need. Thank you. I truly don't lack anything. We're not like Jiago, who has a partner to buy things for. Zhang Xingli blocked the chubby boy's attempt to lend him money. He had already repaid the 5 yuan the chubby boy had lent him and did not wish to incur further debt. As for Jiago, he owed a significant amount and would have to deal with that later. Wow, Zhang Xingli, how can you be so ungrateful? I offer to lend you money. And you wound my heart. The chubby boy clutched his chest, feigning distress. What's wrong, chubby boy? I haven't done anything. Zhang Xingli, slightly panicked, wondered what was bothering him. Jiago broke off his engagement with Sun Shuqin from town and still has the most beautiful young intellectual as his partner. Yet here I am, with nothing. The chubby boy lamented. How can that not hurt? Ah, so that's what it is. I thought you were ill. Zhang Xingli, exasperated, released his grip on the chubby boy. However, now that I remember you're also single, I feel much better. The chubby boy laughed heartily and ran off. Chubby boy, I want to let this go. Zhang Xingli, fuming, chased after him. He had just worried that the chubby boy might be unwell, only to find out he was merely teasing him. The two had no particular items to purchase, so they ventured outside to frolic. Guo Jia, unconcerned with their antics and the supply cooperative, understood that it was indeed unusual for the pair to remain tranquil together. Once they had gathered all their belongings, Guo Jia emerged with an array of bags, placing them all onto the tractor. Have you finished shopping, brother Jia? This seems excessive. Upon seeing Guo Jia, the two chubby friends ceased their ruckus. I bought something for my grandfather, and also for Li Rou. There's a share for you, and Xingli as well. All brought for you, Guo Jia stated, spending money on these companions without a hint of regret. You needn't have bought anything for me. I have plenty of my own funds, the chubby one replied promptly. Indeed, brother Jia, your generosity is already overwhelming, Zhang Xingli chimed in from the side. This time, I purchased gifts for your parents. Since you've assisted me in earning, it is only right that I show them my respects. Guo Jia remarked as he climbed into the tractor's rear compartment. Then thank you, brother Jia. The chubby one grasped the lever to start the tractor, while Zhang Xingli scratched his head, reluctantly following suit into the vehicle. The bond among these friends grew ever stronger, rendering superfluous any further expressions of gratitude. This person truly possesses great wealth, remarked Li Hong, the sales clerk who had attended to Guo Jia, as she watched the tractor depart. Yet that chubby fellow is rather bothersome, not purchasing anything yet meddling about. Another clerk, Ding Xiang, retorted with irritation. She had long harbored a disdain for the chubby one. People are not all the same. There is no need for anger, Li Hong, significantly older at around 30, offered in consolation. Sisterly, you speak truly. Ah, look at the other one. Though he too buys little, he conducts himself with propriety. Ding Xiang clearly referred to Zhang Xingli. Oh, have you taken a fancy to that individual? Shall I have Sisterly introduce you? Li Hong laughed heartily. Given that there were no other customers in the cooperative, their banter went unheard. Sisterly, you jest. Ding Xiang's cheeks flushed crimson. The two resumed organizing the items on the counter, their chatter filling the air. As the cool evening breeze swept through, it alleviated the heat of the day. Entering the month of August, the air was imbued with the fragrance of ripening crops. Guo Jia and Li Rou walked side by side along the small river at the village's edge, the water gurgling and frogs croaking in harmony. The floral patterned dress, aided by the gentle breeze, appeared increasingly enchanting. Wrapped within that dress, Li Rou radiated beauty, eclipsing the moon and captivating the heart. You look truly beautiful, Guo Jia complimented earnestly. Do not look any further, or I shall return home. Li Rou, feeling sweetly bashful, pretended to turn away. No. Please walk with me a little longer, Guo Jia implored, reaching out to grasp her hand. Li Rou lowered her gaze and softly acquiesced with a gentle After returning from the county town, Guo Jia, neglecting dinner, hurriedly took the items he had purchased for Li Rou and dashed to the youth station. Guo Ying, trailing behind, teased him for being infatuated. Calling Li Rou out from her dormitory, Guo Jia eagerly requested that she don the floral dress for his admiration. After all, who among women does not cherish beauty? Upon seeing the delightful dress, Li Rou too was quite taken with it. Shyly returning to the dormitory, Li Rou donned her floral dress, which immediately elicited a chorus of exuberant gasps from her companions. It's simply stunning. Li Rou, you must let me borrow this dress sometime. Please, do inquire with Guo Jia about where he purchased it. I too wish to acquire one. The girls in the dormitory gazed at the dress with glimmering eyes, fixated on its beauty. Under their scrutinizing stares, Li Rou strolled away with Guo Jia to the riverbank. Chapter 48. The pillar having entirely relinquished her innocent affections for Song Shu, Li Rou now wholeheartedly embraced Guo Jia's pursuit. Moreover, their relationship had already taken on a marital essence, deepening her commitment. Guo Jia, money is hard-earned. Please, refrain from spending it on me, she said while tenderly caressing the fabric of her dress, revealing her conflicted feelings. Money is secondary. Your happiness is of utmost importance. Once the official orders for our return to the city are issued and all procedures are completed, I will have saved some money. At that time, I will formally seek your hand in marriage, and I assure you, we will acquire other things you desire. Guo Jia envisioned their future together. Ultimately, it matters little what we purchase. What truly counts is living joyfully together, Li Rou whispered, her true sentiments surfacing. What? Guo Jia exclaimed, digging at his ears, his eyes wide with astonishment. Are you saying you agree to my pursuit and will be my partner? His joy was palpable as he leaped in delight. Why shout so loudly? I must return. Li Rou, feeling bashful, hurried back to the dormitory, anxious that someone might overhear. Oh dear, my little darling, do slow down. Guo Jia stood there, anxious, fearing she might trip again, especially with another life within her. He hesitated to chase after her, worried she might run even faster. He watched with bated breath until she safely entered the female dormitory at the youth station before he turned to leave. Why did she rush back so quickly? She hasn't even told me how much she earned today, he pondered. Days swiftly passed, and Guo Jia and his companions had harvested the vegetables from the surrounding villages. In Pear County's town, he sold vegetables to several neighborhoods. The locals soon became aware of Guo Jia's venture, consequently abandoning their patronage of the state-run vegetable market, which suffered a significant decline in business. Once bustling with queues, the market now saw only a handful of customers. However, from the market's director to the sales staff, none expressed concern. Fewer customers meant less work, and their salaries remained unaffected. What a fortunate arrangement. In these few days, Guo Jia had expended a total of 50,000 grain tickets on produce. If these tickets are not considered as costs, Guo Jia had effectively become a person of considerable means. To be precise, after accounting for the purchases made for Li Rou, her grandfather, and others, as well as the wages owed to Peng Zi, Zhang Shengli, and He Zi, Guo Jia still retained a significant sum. The matter of finances remains unresolved, as the calculations for some small notes and coins have yet to be finalized. With the autumn harvest drawing ever closer, Guo Jia has observed a conspicuous decrease in both the variety and quantity of vegetables from each household. The laws of nature are beyond his current capacity to alter. He is also aware that the trade in vegetables is nearing its conclusion. With no greenhouses in sight, any further sales of vegetables must wait until the following year. Guo Jia cannot afford to wait. If this venture fails, he will pursue another. In this age where opportunities abound, there are countless lucrative businesses to explore. With nearly 150,000 Gina food vouchers at his disposal, Guo Jia swiftly conceived his next course of action. Presently, Fatty, Zhang Xingli, and Heizi can handle the collection and sale of vegetables, allowing Guo Jia to extricate himself from this task. After selling today as produce, he intends to embark on a journey to prepare for his next business endeavor. A new chapter is about to commence. As today they are headed to the Tianqing Soft Drink Factory's residential complex. However, before the tractor could enter the county, it was obstructed by a fallen tree lying across the road. What the hell? Why is there a tree down? Fatty exclaimed, halting the vehicle. This is not a mere fallen tree. Someone is blocking the way. Prepare yourselves, Guo Jia remarked, having boarded the tractor for the first delivery of the day. He then retrieved 2 pickaxes from the cargo and handed one to Fatty, a precaution that had long been prepared. knowing well that traversing between the countryside and the county was fraught with potential incidents. Fatty accepted the pickaxe, surveying the surroundings. Having grown up in a brawling environment, he was never one to shy away from trouble. In fact, he felt a thrill in the face of danger. As anticipated, once the tractor came to a halt, a group of about 10 men emerged from the woods and the nearby shrubbery, surrounding Guo Jia and Fatty as they disembarked. Brothers, we take wealth to avert calamity. Don't hold it against us today. Think carefully about who you've offended. One lean man with a square face, standing around 6 feet tall, declared. Guo Jia studied the speaker closely, sensing an uncanny familiarity, though he could not immediately recall where they had met. Juzi, you're all talk. Let us get this over with so we can collect our payment, another man with a sharp face chimed in. Li. Didn't Juzi say we shouldn't call each other by name? Another voice interjected. A chuckle escaped Guo Jia and Juzi simultaneously. One was unable to contain his laughter, while the other was resigned. Are you all fools? Do you intend to disclose your home addresses one by one? Juzi lamented, his expression one of exasperation. Upon hearing the name Juzi, Guo Jia felt a sudden clarity. No wonder he felt so familiar. This was Juzi, who had been with Chen Lu. In a previous life, Guo Jia had met Juzi while drinking with Chen Lu back in 1994. Now, in 1980, Juzi was still a young man, making it impossible for Guo Jia to recognize him. Juzi was not only intelligent but also remarkably capable, having helped Guo Jia carve out a niche for himself after their introduction through Chen Lu. At present, it is illogical to refuse what has been brought forth. Thus, with a smile, I remarked, Brother Juzi, I fear that today's affairs may not reach fruition for you. What nonsense! With 10 of us against just 2 of you. What is there that we cannot accomplish? Before Juzi could respond, Li interjected. Think before you speak. Otherwise, what difference is there between you and a barking dog? Just moments ago, Guo Jia had spoken amiably to Juzi, but he now turned to Li with a fierce glare. Just because you are called Li and he is named Juzi, do you truly believe that Captain Luo Yuqing of the criminal police can't find you? Guo Jia directed his words at Li, yet his peripheral vision remained focused on Juzi. Indeed, upon hearing Guo Jia's words, Juzi stirred slightly but quickly regained his composure. Anyone can boast. I could claim to know the head of Li Xian. Who would believe that? Li was unfazed. Upon hearing Guo Jia's scolding, he was determined to teach the other a lesson. Come at me. He spat fiercely on the ground and raised the blade in his hand. Wait. Juzi's voice rang out, attempting to halt the impending conflict. The others, having heard Juzi's command, refrained from attacking. However, Li's knife was already in motion, aimed directly at Guo Jia's head. Remarkably, Guo Jia did not flinch or evade. He stood resolutely in place. This left Li perplexed. Could it be that his opponent was a fool? Would he not even attempt to dodge? If that strike landed, it would surely split his skull. While Li was brave in battle, he was not reckless. He had no intention of courting death. Yet, with the tension mounting, he felt compelled to act. To hesitate now would invite ridicule from his comrades and embarrassment before Juzi. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, before Li could even formulate a proper response. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, followed by the sound of the blade clattering to the ground. Ah, my hand. The pain finally registered in Li's mind as he looked down to find his hand, which had gripped the knife, was broken. Beside him, a portly man had retrieved the pickaxe and casually rested it on his shoulder, regarding Li with a mocking expression. Following this, Li succumbed to oblivion, the pain overwhelming him. Although Juzi managed to restrain the others, Li's incapacitation only served to tighten the circle around Guo Jia and the portly man. The necessity of striking Li was regrettable, but it was either that or risk having his own skull split. Guo Jia turned to Juzi, gesturing to his own head. Moreover, I wish to demonstrate to everyone that a blade is nothing against a pickaxe. Guo Jia's display indeed intimidated the opponents. The police force recognized the criminal police captain, and the decisive defeat of Li showcased sheer resolve. How could they possibly continue? Brother Juzi, I am aware that you were sent by Zhao Yong. But do you know that Zhou Fa from the Public Security Bureau is a close associate of Zhao Yong? When he attempted to report me for speculation and profiteering, it was Captain Luo Yuqing who suppressed it. Now that he has approached you, what are his true intentions? Guo Jia stood before the pillar, his face adorned with a smile. Even if, hypothetically speaking, you were to overwhelm both of us today, could you truly escape unscathed? Apart from the meager sum Zhao Yong has provided you, once trouble arises, do you truly believe he will come to your aid? Guo Jia's words pierced through the hearts of those present, leaving them momentarily stunned. This incident had been instigated by Li, who claimed a close friend sought his assistance in settling a score, with intentions to give someone a beating. According to Li, his good friend named Zhao Yong had connections within the police force, allowing them to strike freely, as long as they did not resort to lethal force. Guo Jia's revelations aligned perfectly with this narrative, revealing Zhao Yong's intentions to employ them as pawns, shielding himself from repercussions while they bore the brunt of the consequences. For a paltry sum, these men faced imprisonment. At this moment, the onlookers regarded the pillar with newfound admiration. Meanwhile, Li, who lay on the ground, felt a wave of resignation, contemplating that this individual might eventually lead to their demise. Brother, you are right. Today we acted rashly. We shall take our leave now. Given the opportunity, I will host a feast to atone for my actions. The pillar, recognizing they had been manipulated, yearned to vacate the premises. With one faction acquainted with the police and another with the criminal investigators, they had no desire to be caught in the crossfire of divine conflict. Here are 30 yuan. Take it to the hospital to mend Li's arm. The remaining amount shall serve as nourishment for him, Guo Jia declared, retrieving 3 large notes from his pocket and handing them to a member of the opposing group. He then turned to the pillar, stating, "Whatever Zhao Yang promised you, I shall cover it. There is no need for further exchange. My brothers may simply use it to enjoy some drinks. However, I kindly request that Brother Zhuzi remain for a moment, as I wish to converse earnestly." Guo Jia's true aim was Zhuzi, seeking to retain him through dialogue. "Such generosity cannot be accepted, brother. It is against the code. If you wish for me to stay, I will naturally heed your counsel," Zhuzi replied without hesitation. The opposing party did not exert their influence, but instead offered medical expenses for their own. Their lavishness indicated that the funds were sufficient to restore Li's full health. Furthermore, their presence was voluntary, and now, wishing to depart without rectifying matters would seem remiss, especially given the current dynamics where they were clearly at a disadvantage. "Zhuzi, if we are to remain, let us all stay together. If we are to leave, let us leave together." Others misinterpreted this, believing Guo Jia intended to trouble Zhuzi. Li urgently needed medical attention, and any grievances directed towards Zhuzi would not preclude them from locating Guo Jia in the future. "Rest assured, I genuinely have matters to discuss with Brother Zhuzi." Hearing that Zhuzi was willing to stay, Guo Jia felt elated. "Let us hasten to take Li to the hospital." Zhuzi called out to the others, "Here are 20 yuan. Let us dine together at noon, my treat." Guo Jia produced 2 additional notes, handing them to another individual. Meanwhile, the stout man observed intently, his eyes darting as if he were absorbing newfound wisdom. The recipient of the money appeared uncertain, glancing towards Zhuzi for guidance. "Take it, my friend Jia. We have established our acquaintance," Zhuzi declared with resolution. "Very well, let us escort Li to the hospital." The remaining companions hoisted Li and began their journey. Meanwhile, someone made sure to clear the large tree obstructing their path. "Brother Zhuzi, let us converse as we walk. Once we reach the county town, I shall treat you to sumptuous meat-filled steamed buns," Guo Jia urged as he pulled Zhuzi onto the tractor. The stout man placed 2 pickaxes back into the vehicle, retrieved the tractor's crank, and started the engine. Amidst the cacophony of noise, Guo Jia and Zhuzi had to raise their voices to communicate. The tractor's din was deafening. Upon arriving at the breakfast shop, the stout man skillfully parked the tractor. The group entered, and the proprietor greeted them. "Ah, Guo Jia and the stout fellow have arrived. Shall I prepare a steamer of meat buns?" "Uncle, let us start with 1 steamer, and if it's not enough, we can order more later. Today we have an additional friend," Guo Jia replied. Recently, Luo Yuqing had frequently visited this breakfast spot, awaiting Guo Jia's arrival for a chat. Hence, Guo Jia had taken to calling the shop owner uncle as well. "Jia, are you suggesting that I accompany you to ensure your safety, and in return, I receive a monthly salary?" On the way, Guo Jia had briefly explained the situation to Zhuzi. Now, without the tractor's noise, Zhuzi inquired further, intrigued by the prospect of such a job. "Indeed, but one person alone will not suffice. We need to recruit more, with a preference for veterans who possess certain skills." Guo Jia intentionally led the conversation. He remembered that Zhuzi's elder brother had recently returned from military service, a genuine special forces soldier, an asset Guo Jia could scarcely hope to find elsewhere. Zhuzi's martial prowess had been imparted by his brother. "Really? My brother has just returned from the military. Perhaps I could arrange for you to meet him tomorrow?" Zhuzi expressed without suspicion. After all, hiring someone to be Guo Jia's bodyguard would entail a financial commitment. There was no reason for deceit. Chapter 50. The Great Dragon Zhuzi. I am preparing to embark on a long journey tomorrow. If possible, please seek out your brother shortly. Guo Jia contemplated before continuing. For now, I will offer you a salary of 150 yuan per month. It will certainly increase as my earnings rise, and consequently, yours will too. However, consider that this endeavor carries risks. There may be months where you cannot return home. Guo Jia laid out the pros and cons from the outset. The salary was indeed generous. In the 1980s, earning 150 yuan a month was exceptionally rare. Yet, high rewards came with high risks, and this era was fraught with peril. Being a bodyguard could mean facing life-threatening situations. Very well, Jia. I shall return home now and discuss it with my brother. Zhu, demonstrating strong resolve, stood and turned to leave. Even the allure of meat buns could not distract him. Guo Jia hurried after him and pressed 2 meat buns into Zhu's hands, ensuring that he would indulge before departing. Jia, we are but farmers. Is it truly necessary to spend 150 yuan a month on bodyguards? Moreover, to hire 2 directly. The stout man remarked, taking a bite of his meat bun, his words slightly muffled. The rotund fellow, you have yet to step beyond the confines of Pear County, and all you have encountered are mere obstacles akin to the sticks and blades that block your path. Yet outside lies a vast world, where many wield firearms. Money, while a valuable asset, pales in comparison to life itself. It is worth nothing when placed beside your very existence. Remember, my friend, that we must venture forth into the world. In the face of danger, regardless of the sum at stake, preserving your life is paramount. For while money can be regained, a brother lost is irreplaceable. Guo Jia patted the rotund fellow's shoulder. Brother Jia, though I find your words somewhat mystical, I deeply appreciate this bond of brotherhood. Come, let us enjoy a bun together. The rotund fellow glanced down, noticing only a bun in his hands, rendering the idea of a toast impractical. You glutton, Guo Jia exclaimed, seizing a bun and taking a hearty bite. Do not take my words lightly. It seems even great figures have uttered similar sentiments, though I cannot recall their exact phrasing. The owner of the breakfast shop, who was serving buns to others, overheard their conversation and interjected, to preserve land while losing people results in the loss of both. To preserve people while losing land leads to the gain of both. Uncle Heir, that is indeed what the great figures have said, Guo Jia chuckled. You young folks are quite cultured. I only grasped the essence of it, the breakfast shop owner remarked, wiping his hands on his scarf. How did we come to discuss military strategy? Just then, Luo Yuqing entered. Uncle Heir, I'd like 2 buns and a bowl of porridge. As he spoke, he attempted to take a seat beside Guo Jia. Shoo. Get it yourself. Do you truly think your uncle is a waiter? Uncle Heir chided playfully. Hey, what's wrong with that? I can manage on my own. Luo Yuqing retorted, heading to the kitchen himself. Let me handle it. Don't spill my porridge again. You may be adept at capturing criminals, but you're no chef. The breakfast shop owner rushed into the kitchen. Yuqing, I may be away for a few days. Fatty and the others are selling vegetables in the county, so please keep an eye on things, Guo Jia said after finishing his meal. After spending several days together, they had grown quite close, calling each other brothers. No worries, Brother Jia. Where are you headed? Luo Yuqing inquired, sipping his porridge. I'm off to Guangdong province to procure some machinery, Guo Jia replied. It's not very stable over there. Be sure to exercise caution while you're away, Luo Yuqing cautioned. Subsequently, Luo Yuqing headed to work, while Guo Jia and the rotund fellow went to the neighborhood to sell vegetables. Meanwhile, Haizi was already waiting at the entrance, eager not only to sell vegetables, but also to indulge in the large meat buns. Guo Jia had prepared 50,000 grain coupons for the rotund fellow to use when he set out to collect the vegetables. Haizi, now adept at selling vegetables, originally dealt in tobacco, and his business acumen served him well. The residents of the Tianqing Soda Factory's residential building had become quite familiar with Guo Jia and his companions. A tractor load of vegetables was unloaded, and both Guo Jia and Haizi were busy, hardly able to straighten their backs. The truckload of greens was quickly sold out, while the rotund fellow awaited the arrival of the second batch of vegetables. This is not a matter of Fatty and Zhang Xingli being lazy, but rather the harvest has become more time-consuming. As the autumn harvest season approaches, the quantity of vegetables from each household has noticeably decreased. To fill a tractor with vegetables that once required produce from 40 households now necessitates at least 50. While Guo Jia and Haizi awaited Fatty's arrival, Zhu approached with a dark-skinned man. With a flat-top haircut and a square face, he bore a striking resemblance to Zhu, standing roughly 185 meters tall. Guo Jia, has a truckload of vegetables sold out so swiftly? Zhu asked, glancing at the stacked empty baskets with disbelief. They had intercepted Guo Jia in the morning and had seen how much produce was on the vehicle. All returning customers contributed to the brisk sales. Guo Jia responded to Zhuzi and nodded towards the man he had brought along. Guo Jia, this is my elder brother, Zhang Long brother. This is Guo Jia. As I mentioned. Zhuzi introduced them to one another. Hello. Greetings. The two exchanged a brief handshake. I've also started calling you Guo Jia. Just call me Da Long. Everyone refers to me that way. Zhang Long spoke concisely. All right, then I shall call you Da Long. This way, we won't seem estranged. Guo Jia felt a surge of joy within him. This man was a retired Special Forces soldier, an absolute warrior, and now he would essentially be joining him. Zhuzi had likely mentioned that if they came, their primary role would be security, often accompanying him on outings. The salary was tentatively set at 150 yuan per month, with potential increases based on future profits and additional bonuses. Guo Jia quickly moved to the main topic. Da Long, with all due respect. Being a Special Forces soldier is inherently a perilous profession. Now that I require your services as a bodyguard, I believe I can fulfill that role. To be honest, even if the salary remains stagnant and there are no bonuses, I would still be satisfied. However, do you truly need to spend so much on hiring bodyguards for selling vegetables? This was something Zhang Long found difficult to comprehend. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for selling vegetables? Come, Da Long, Zhuzi, let us sit down. Right outside the residential complex with no formalities to adhere to. Guo Jia and the others simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Vegetable selling is merely a temporary endeavor. Our business will expand significantly in the future. Even venturing abroad for commerce isn't too far off. Given the current turbulent times, I require your protection when I am out and about. Guo Jia provided an explanation. I understand. Da Long nodded. Zhuzi then added, Guo Jia is in the process of accumulating initial capital. Once the principal amount is sufficient, that is when we can truly grow and strengthen our business. Zhuzi, what I admire most is your astute mind, Guo Jia praised, giving Zhuzi a friendly pat on the shoulder. If there are no issues, let us each return to prepare our introductions, and tomorrow we shall head to Guangdong province together. Guo Jia looked towards Da Long. All right. My brother and I will head back to draft the introductions. Where shall we gather tomorrow? Da Long inquired. Let us meet at the county bus station tomorrow. Guo Jia suggested after a moment of thought. Chapter 51. Your partner has arrived very well. We shall take our leave. Zhuzi and Da Long stood up, brushing off the dust from their trousers. Wait a moment. Don't rush off just yet. Guo Jia stood up and retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket. This is 100 yuan. You each take 50. When you return home, buy some necessities for your families. He continued. It's improper to accept money without having done any work. Come now, Zhuzi, let us not dwell on trivialities. We toil not merely for ourselves, but to ensure our families lead better lives. Consider this in advance on your wages. Take it. Guo Jia smiled as he pressed the money into Zhuzi's hands. Thank you, Brother Jia. Zhuzi accepted the funds. Were it not for the dire financial straits of his family, his parents frail and in urgent need of medication, Zhuzi would never have agreed to join Li in the act of ambushing. Li had promised that they would each receive 3 yuan once the job was done. This was Zhuzi's first experience with such an endeavor, and by sheer coincidence, their target was Guo Jia. Now that he had this job, Zhuzi would no longer need to engage in illicit activities. Meanwhile, Da Long was already married, facing hardships at home, and his own little family was no better off. His wife had given birth to a child, and the three of them lived frugally, barely scraping by throughout the year. Brother Jia, at first Zhuzi told me you were exceptionally righteous, but I was skeptical. Now, I am completely convinced. From now on, Da Long will follow you in all your endeavors. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure no harm comes to you, Zhang Long said, gazing at the 50 yuan Zhuzi had handed him, thumping his chest in assurance to Guo Jia. Both their families were enduring the toughest of times, and the money Guo Jia provided was truly life-saving. 50 yuan. It meant his parents could afford their medications, and his wife and child would have food to survive. This was merely the beginning. In the future, we shall amass great wealth, allowing our families to live in apartments and enjoy sumptuous delicacies. Guo Jia casually tossed out a grand vision. As a successful entrepreneur reborn after more than 40 years, the head of a trillion-dollar business empire, spinning dreams was second nature. In his previous life, Guo Jia and Zhuzi had met in 1994, yet Zhang Long had never worked under Guo Jia. All he knew was that Zhuzi's elder brother was a retired Special Forces soldier. However, after so many years, the rigors of daily life had dulled Da Long's edge. When Guo Jia sought to recruit him, he was met with a flat refusal. Fully aware of his diminished capabilities. Now, having returned to the past, Guo Jia had managed to win Juzi over a decade earlier than before and unexpectedly gained Zhonglong as well. The joy he felt was akin to winning the lottery. Brother Jia, they have already left. Why are you still gazing into the distance? Black Z joked as he noticed Guo Jia lost in thought. Huh. Guo Jia finally snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, Black Z, I am truly delighted to have met you all. Yes. It's evident you feel as though you've stumbled upon treasure. Black Z nodded. This was even more exhilarating than finding money, especially as he noticed Fatty approaching. Guo Jia pointed towards the entrance of the community, and Black Z rose from the ground, ready to unload and sell the second batch of vegetables. Hi Z. Soon you will be selling vegetables alone. I'll head back home to prepare an introduction letter and such, Guo Jia remarked. Just say you're going to find Sister Li Rou. What else could you say? You've changed, Jia Gu. After finishing his words, Haizi dashed away. Well done, Haizi. You certainly run fast. Guo Jia chuckled as he scolded lightly. He genuinely intended to return to find Li Rou. A round trip to the province of Yu would take more than 10 days, so he naturally wanted to share some tender moments before leaving. After a period of relentless pursuit, Li Rou finally agreed to date Guo Jia. Strolling along the little river at the village's edge, Guo Jia held Li Rou's small hand. And she did not resist. Guo Jia understood that this was akin to boarding the train before purchasing a ticket. In a sense, he should be grateful to Chen Suelian. However, he wondered how great Chen Suelian's psychological burden would be if she were to learn of his intentions. After unloading all the vegetables from the tractor, Guo Jia hopped onto the vehicle. Without needing a prompt from Guo Jia, the plump man voluntarily parked the tractor in front of the supply and marketing cooperative. Plump friend. You understand me best. Guo Jia was determined to shop at the cooperative, intending to buy more items for Li Rou, his grandfather, as well as uncle and fourth sister. Jia Gu, let me go with you. I've never been to Lixian. I heard the province of Yu is adjacent to Port City, particularly splendid, with foreign goods everywhere. Let me broaden my horizons. Throughout the journey, the plump man pleaded with Guo Jia several times. If you leave, who will drive the tractor? Our vegetable-selling business cannot pause. Guo Jia raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Goodness, who knew that being able to drive a tractor had its downsides? Previously, the plump man had always boasted about earning more than Zhang Xingli because of his tractor driving skills. Now, it was his turn to face the consequences. Fortunately, Zhang Xingli was not going either. After confirming with Guo Jia, the plump man's mood lightened a bit, burdened with numerous bags. Guo Jia and the plump man made several trips from the cooperative. The saleswoman, Li Hong, was calculating swiftly with her abacus. In total, they spent 102 yuan and 6 jiao. Those present secretly noted that Guo Jia was quite affluent. Some customers even began inquiring about which family this young man belonged to, hoping to marry their daughters to him. After parking the tractor at Guo Ying's doorstep, Guo Jia took charge of loading the items meant for Li Rou directly onto the flatbed cart. There were so many items that it was impossible to carry them all by hand. Meanwhile, the plump man moved the remaining goods into the house, which included rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and everything in between. Then, the plump man went to the neighboring village to find Zhang Xingli, continuing to load another cart of vegetables. Guo Jia pulled the flatbed cart to the fields where the workers were laboring, searching for Li Rou. Since everyone was busy working, it was unlikely to find anyone in the educated youth dormitory. Li Rou, your boyfriend has come to find you. Upon seeing Guo Jia approach, the female educated youths teased Li Rou. Since Li Rou often shared delicious food with everyone, she enjoyed the best rapport among them. Conversely, after the incident with the peach preserves, Chen Sulian was less favored by the group. Even Li Rou no longer offered her any good food. The heart of the latter was as cold as stone, incapable of warming. Now that everyone referred to Guo Jia as her boyfriend, Li Rou ceased to refute. With heartfelt acknowledgement of Guo Jia, Li Rou felt a sweet sensation in her heart as she listened to everyone's remarks. Oh my goodness, a whole cart of delicious food? Tianjing exclaimed, peering over in astonishment. My goodness, why don't I have such a partner? Zhou Xian added, exaggerating even further. You all will get your share. Once work is done, I'll have Li Rou distribute it to you. That's more like it. Guo Jia chuckled, shooing away a few onlookers, then turned to Li Rou and asked, May I borrow a moment of your time? I have something to discuss with you. Of course, just wait a moment while I ask the village chief for permission. Li Rou replied, her face blooming like a peach flower as she smiled shyly at Guo Jia before turning to seek out the village chief, Wang Fu, for leave. Chapter 52. Journey to Guangdong Province. Guo Jia pulled a flatbed cart while Li Rou followed behind, returning to the youth commune amidst envious gazes. With so much food and supplies, they needed to first deliver them to Li Rou's residence. To avoid gossip, Guo Jia did not enter the girls' dormitory. The items on the cart were all carried in by Li Rou in several trips. Li Rou felt immensely grateful for Guo Jia's consideration for her reputation, which only further indicated his deep affection for her. With the flatbed cart, they did not go to the riverside but stood before the dormitory instead. Guo Jia, didn't you say you had something to tell me? Li Rou, feeling a bit weary from moving the items, sat on the edge of the flatbed cart. Guo Jia longed to sit beside her, but knowing this was a youth commune with frequent passers-by, he refrained. Instead, he plopped down on the ground and began. I will be heading to Guangdong Province tomorrow and may not return for over 10 days. I want to be able to visit you during this time, so I bought you extra supplies. Don't hold back. Eat well, so you can maintain your health. Seeing a bit more fullness in Li Rou's cheeks brought Guo Jia great joy. This means you're getting the nourishment you need. With so much food, if you don't eat it, it might spoil. What a waste of money. Li Rou's heart swelled with sweetness. Feeding my wife is certainly not a waste, Guo Jia laughed. He enjoyed seeing Li Rou's shy demeanor. Stop joking. Li Rou glanced around, fearing someone might overhear. Yet, she felt no irritation, nor did she resist as she once did. It is indeed right to help those in need, but remember the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude and harboring resentment for grievances. Take someone like Chun Tzuoyan. You will never win her heart. Guo Jia did not oppose Li Rou sharing some snacks with her dorm mates, but he preferred that she keep the nutritional supplements, such as malt extract and milk powder, for herself. It was not that Guo Jia was stingy, rather. These nutritional products not only nourished Li Rou but also benefited the child she carried. Most illnesses in children stemmed from malnutrition, and Guo Jia needed to take precautions to prevent such occurrences. All right, I'll keep all the nutritional supplements for myself, giggling. Li Rou looked at Guo Jia and chuckled. The current Guo Jia resembled a child who had yet to grow up, eager to safeguard food for Li Rou. Why the sudden trip to Guangdong? It's so far, and the journey is quite perilous. Li Rou, filled with concern, inquired, I am planning to purchase several machines over there to return and make a profit. Guo Jia, deliberately withholding information, did not specify what kind of machines they were. Isn't selling vegetables quite lucrative? Why the need for machines? She asked, her curiosity piqued. What machines are you referring to? What business are you embarking upon? At that moment, Li Rou resembled an inquisitive child, asking one question after another. I told you not to speak of this outside. I intend to buy a few ovens in Guangdong Province. Guo Jia whispered mysteriously. Ovens? What purpose do they serve? Li Rou was bewildered. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I plan to make mooncakes to sell. Guo Jia articulated his thoughts. Mooncakes? That sounds promising. They're always in limited supply each year. One can never have too many, Li Rou immediately concurred. When husband and wife are united, their profits are substantial. Just look. This business is bound to be profitable. Guo Jia laughed heartily. Let us focus on serious matters, Li Rou said, playfully rolling her beautiful eyes at Guo Jia. This made Guo Jia smitten, exclaiming how lovely his wife was. After sharing a few playful words, Li Rou returned to her dorm, only to emerge shortly after, preparing some items for Guo Jia, including handkerchiefs and a small fabric pouch that could be carried close. She advised him, when it gets hot, use the handkerchief to wipe your sweat. Keep your money in the pouch, as there are many pickpockets on the train. Don't let them steal from you. Also, when in unfamiliar territory, refrain from being too quick with your tongue and avoid arguments. She was indeed a devoted wife, meticulously arranging everything for her husband's impending journey. All right, I will heed your advice, Guo Jia said, cherishing the handkerchief. Perhaps you should let Fatty accompany you. It's always good to have company. Li Rou remained uneasy. I have found 2 companions who practice martial arts to accompany me. You need not worry, she reassured him. Moreover, if you encounter any issues, reach out to Fatty or Zhang Shengli. They will assist you, as I have instructed them. Guo Jia too felt concerned for Li Rou. He certainly did not wish for any mishaps. What troubles could I encounter in Daling Village? It's you who must be cautious on the journey. Do not sleep too soundly at night. Until Guo Jia was about to procure the introduction letter, Li Rou kept offering her reminders. After several reassurances that they would be traveling together with 2 others to Guangdong Province, Li Rou felt somewhat at ease. The sensation of being cared for was indeed delightful. On the way to see the village chief, Guo Jia wore a constant smile. The introduction letter was easily obtained, with Wang Fu promptly stamping it with the village seal. In this era, traveling without an introduction letter was impractical, one needed it to take the train or stay at guest houses. Without it, moving about outside was exceedingly difficult. The following morning, Guo Jia boarded the tractor driven by Fatty, heading to the county town with the first load of vegetables. In the distance, Li Rou stood watching until the tractor vanished from view. Many villagers were present due to the vegetable collection, and Li Rou felt shy about sending Guo Jia off in person, so she could only watch from afar. Guo Jia was surprised that Li Rou had risen so early and thus did not glance toward the youth commune. At the Pear County bus station, Guo Jia, along with Zhuzi and Dalong, boarded a large bus to the provincial capital, Spring City. Subsequently, tickets for a train to Guangdong province were purchased at the Spring City train station, with the destination being the illustrious Yangqing. An ordinary hard seat was out of the question. The arduous journey would render one utterly exhausted, perhaps even in need of being carried upon arrival. Each ticket cost 50 yuan, and Guo Jia procured 3 hard sleeper tickets. For the common folk, this represented the pinnacle of comfort, a veritable luxury. As for soft sleepers, those were reserved for the esteemed leaders, a luxury that ordinary individuals could scarcely contemplate. Many rural dwellers might never venture beyond the mountains that birthed them, let alone embark on a train journey. Dalong, a retired special forces soldier, was no stranger to trains, yet for Zhuzi, it was an entirely new experience. From the moment they boarded the train, he was wide-eyed, taking in every novel sight. Observing Guo Jia as he effortlessly purchased tickets and sought their seats, Dalong felt a twinge of curiosity. Guo Jia seemed far removed from the image of a sheltered rural youth, exhibiting more worldly experience than Dalong, who had traversed the outside world as a soldier. When he posed this question to Guo Jia, the latter merely deflected with a vague response drawn from literature and periodicals. Upon their arrival at the Yangqing train station, Dalong and Zhuzi were further astonished to discover that Guo Jia could speak Cantonese. Listening to the lively chatter, even Zhuzi, with his keen intellect, felt somewhat bewildered. Had Guo Jia been unable to converse in Cantonese, they would have faced insurmountable challenges in both their endeavors and basic needs. Chapter 53. Yangqing Zhuzi had never witnessed such a scene in Lixian. He was utterly astounded. In the countryside, garments were predominantly blue, green, or gray. The traditional Zhongshan suit, military attire, and the ubiquitous people's clothes were the standard for rural inhabitants. However, upon reaching Yangqing, the streets were awash with vibrant attire. Flamboyant plaid shirts, bell-bottom trousers, and men donned suits, while women adorned themselves in exquisite floral dresses. Indeed, the clothing was striking, although Zhuzi claimed to pay little attention to the women's attire. Were it not for the relatively sparse presence of foreigners, one might easily mistake this place for Hong Kong. Leading Zhuzi and Dalong through the bustling streets, Guo Jia stood out conspicuously. The garments they had previously deemed acceptable now made them appear akin to scavengers. After some contemplation, Guo Jia guided the duo into a clothing store. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first equip oneself adequately. Just as a man is defined by his attire, one cannot present oneself poorly, lest they be viewed as an easy target for exploitation. The money spent on clothing would pale in comparison to the potential losses incurred from poor presentation. Guo Jia selected a formal suit, and it suited him remarkably well, instantly transforming him into a figure of authority. Initially, he intended to procure a pair of bell-bottom trousers for Dalong and Zhuzi, yet Dalong declined the offer. He asserted that as a bodyguard, one must maintain a tidy and sharp appearance, avoiding any semblance of disarray. The bell-bottoms, he remarked, resembled a broom, trailing on the ground and proving impractical. Ultimately, they chose denim jeans and floral shirts, which imbued them with a hint of the swagger associated with streetwise individuals. Now, their attire rendered them indistinguishable from the locals, prompting Guo Jia to lead Zhuzi and Dalong in search of a lodging establishment. As the day drew to a close, it became evident that shopping would have to wait until tomorrow. Moreover, they needed to rest after the exhausting days spent on the train. Fortunately, the guest house had a triple room available, which Guo Jia promptly reserved. Subsequently, Guo Jia took the 2 companions to savor the local delicacies. According to Zhuzi's suggestion, he intended to place the bag he was carrying in the guest house room. However, Guo Jia insisted that they keep it with them at all times, ensuring its careful watch. For within the bag lay bundles of cash. Guo Jia could not allow the bag to stray from his sight. The 10 yuan notes, which people affectionately referred to as Big Unity, represented the highest denomination in current circulation. A single bundle contained 100 notes, totaling 1,000 yuan. Guo Jia divided the money into 3 bags, wrapping them in his clothing for concealment. with each of them entrusted to carry one. Though Zhuzi was clever, he lacked extensive worldly experience and was oblivious to many matters. In contrast, Dalong was significantly more adept. As a special forces soldier, he had mastered numerous essential skills. Upon arriving at the food street, the trio indulged in various dishes such as fried rice noodles, rice rolls, wonton noodles, beef brisket with radish, and char siu buns. Devouring them all, they returned to the guest house, their bellies round with satisfaction. Brother Jia, this assignment is splendid. Not only can we explore, but we also get to relish the local cuisine. How wonderful. Upon entering their room, Zhuzi flung himself onto the bed, a look of contentment on his face. You better not do that next time. Stay home if you will, Dalong warned with a serious expression, moving to the window to survey the surroundings before inspecting the wardrobe. What is wrong, brother? Is something amiss? Zhuzi asked, sitting up. His skills had been taught to him by his elder brother, having trained since childhood. Dalong typically trained Zhuzi according to the rigorous standards of a special forces soldier, not for any other reason than to ensure his brother maintained good health. Hearing Dalong's reprimand, Zhuzi immediately sought to understand his misstep. We are here to accompany Brother Jia, who can enjoy the sights, but we cannot. Our duty is to ensure his safety. Look at how you were earlier at the food street, completely distracted by the culinary delights. If someone had intended to harm Brother Jia, would you have even noticed? Though Dalong had refrained from speaking during their time in the crowded street, he now pointed out Zhuzi's oversight. Hey, brother, it's not like I've undergone special training. And those delicious dishes were entirely new to me, hence my lapse in vigilance. Zhuzi scratched his head, smiling sheepishly, and admitted his fault. Furthermore, upon arriving in an unfamiliar place as a bodyguard, your first priority must be to assess the safety of your surroundings. Otherwise, you might not even realize how you met your demise, let alone protect others. Dalong continued his instruction. Oh, so you were checking whether we had any intruders in our room just now? Zhuzi responded, belatedly grasping the situation. What else could it be? Are you suggesting that you would simply feast and then collapse onto the bed for sleep? If someone intended to target you, that slumber could very well be your last. Dalong remarked, all the while thoroughly inspecting the entirety of the room. My dear brother, the knowledge contained herein is profound. You must impart more wisdom to me in the future. Zhuzi, without any semblance of disdain, listened intently. Previously, I primarily taught you the arts of combat. But now that you are working for Jiago, I shall share with you a wealth of other knowledge. Dalong maintained a serious demeanor, his expression revealing little. Thank you, elder brother. Zhuzi now realizes that being a bodyguard is not as simple as it seems. One must consider if one does not take care. Why would the employer spend money to hire you? Zhuzi is astute. He comprehends swiftly. Dalong, please continue to instruct him. Guo Jia observed the two with a smile. Zhuzi, always wearing a cheerful expression and laughing, contrasted with Dalong, who appeared perpetually burdened, as if everyone owed him a debt. Very well, Jiago, Dalong acknowledged. Then turned to Zhuzi, saying, Tonight, you will take the first half of the night, and I shall take the latter. We will alternate our watch. Without awaiting Zhuzi's response, Dalong retired to his bed, fully clothed, collapsing onto it in a weary heap. There is no need for excessive tension now. We are still inconsequential. At present, the only ones likely to take an interest in us are petty thieves. Dalong, you should remove your outer garments and shoes. It will alleviate your fatigue, Guo Jia suggested, as he propped the tables and chairs against the door. What are you doing, Jiago? Zhuzi inquired, perplexed. This place is unlike our rural home, especially at train stations and goose houses, where thieves abound. If one is not careful, one may lose valuable possessions without realizing it. Now we can sleep soundly. We will awaken at any disturbance. Guo Jia then climbed into his own bed. Zhuzi blinked, realizing he had learned yet another lesson. Initially, he believed himself quite clever. But upon entering society, he felt as naive as a blank slate. Dalong never removed his outer clothing, and it took several prompts from Guo Jia before he finally removed his shoes. Eventually, Guo Jia fell asleep, and when he next opened his eyes, the sun was brightly shining. Jiago, are you awake? Upon seeing Guo Jia's eyes flutter open, Zhuzi finally dared to breathe freely. Having been restrained by his elder brother's admonitions against disturbing Jia Ji's rest, this left him feeling as though he were drowning. Having previously idolized the life of a special forces soldier, now, having experienced the rules of such a lifestyle, his admiration had waned. When did you both awaken? I seem to have overslept. Guo Jia sat up and stretched. Chapter 54, The Great Classroom of Society. Allowing Guo Jia to stay up late was manageable, but rising early was a challenge akin to torture. I've been awake for a while. My elder brother wouldn't let me make any noise, and I nearly suffocated. Juzi promptly complained. Haha, there's no need for such dramatics. Dalong, you should relax a bit. Guo Jia encouraged him. That is not permissible. Bad habits are cultivated slowly. Dalong replied bluntly. Guo Jia chose not to press the matter further, recognizing that having such a disciplined bodyguard was indeed a blessing. Come, let us descend. I shall treat you both to breakfast. After freshening up, Guo Jia picked up his bag, and Juzi and Dalong gathered their belongings. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the hallway, filled with shouts and cries. Who has the audacity to steal my money? That was my entire fortune. As Guo Jia and his companions emerged, they spotted a figure slumped against the corridor wall, wearing a despondent expression. Soon, individuals from the various rooms began to trickle out, inquiring about the commotion. It turned out that the unfortunate soul who lost his money had only checked into the inn late at night, likely having attracted the attention of a thief or perhaps having slept too soundly. Upon awakening, he discovered that all his cash, 500 yuan, had vanished. This amount represented his entire savings from reselling clothing. He had scraped together this sum, having heard that selling garments could be lucrative. He intended to purchase stock in Yangcheng to sell upon his return, but now all had been pilfered. I distinctly locked the door before sleeping. How could a thief have gotten in? The man lamented repeatedly. Although he occupied a single room and had secured the door, was this not a mere formality for a thief? Fortunately, Brother Jia, you propped the door with a table yesterday. This thief truly is unrelenting, remarked a bystander, who had just received a vivid lesson. This incident reminded Guo Jia of Chen Lu, who could open the doors of grain stores and supply cooperatives, plundering the entire city overnight. Once Chen Lu emerged, Guo Jia resolved to inform him immediately that all tickets and permits had been cancelled. He could only imagine the expression on the old scoundrel's face. However, this was merely Guo Jia's mischievous inclination. In his previous life, he had developed a good rapport with Chen Lu. In this life, when Chen Lu emerged, Guo Jia was determined to guide him towards redemption and a fresh start. You were just stepping into the world, slowly learning, Guo Jia advised the bystander, before approaching the man who had lost his money. In this world, we are all friends. Here, take this 10 yuan, Guo Jia said, extending a bill of unity. The man, still bewildered, looked up, unsure of Guo Jia's intentions. Although the amount was modest, it could sustain him for several days if spent wisely. This would provide him the opportunity to seek employment and potentially rebuild his life. Alternatively, he could visit a relief station, register there, and receive a free train ticket home. Guo Jia pressed the 10 yuan into the man's hand. Whether to remain in Yangcheng to earn money or to return home was a decision only he could make. Thank you. My name is Li Donglai. I promise to repay you once I earn it, the man asserted, gripping Guo Jia's hand firmly. All right, when you rise again, you must treat me to a meal. Guo Jia replied in jest. This 10 yuan was merely a stopgap. He had no intention of reclaiming it. Brother, you must tell me your name. I will certainly repay you, Li Donglai insisted, his earlier despair now replaced by renewed determination at the sight of the 10 yuan. I am Guo Jia, he responded. Not initially inclined to share his name, but compelled by the earnestness in the man's gaze. This was no longer about the 10 yuan or the need for repayment. Revealing his name might bestow upon Li Donglai a sense of strength. Indeed, upon hearing Guo Jia's response, Li Donglai nodded earnestly, indicating that he had taken note. After checking out of the hotel, Guo Jia led Juzi and Dalong to a breakfast stall. This time, Juzi indulged in the delights of congee and boat porridge, along with shrimp dumplings and chicken cakes, feasting to his heart's content. However, he was now aware of the need to remain vigilant of his surroundings. He even spotted a thief attempting to pickpocket someone in the distance. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose not to intervene. His elder brother had advised him that during missions, one should avoid unnecessary complications as they could lead to unfavorable situations. It was essential not to regard oneself as a savior. The world would continue to turn regardless of any individual's absence. When there was no mission, one could step in to assist those in distress, but as a bodyguard, his focus must remain solely on protecting Jiago. Elbowing DeLong gently, Juzi informed his elder brother about the thief he had witnessed. Juzi, you acted wisely. When out in the world, it is better to refrain from adding to one's troubles. This is not selfishness. It is about sparing Jiago from unnecessary complications. DeLong affirmed, patting Juzi on the shoulder. He continued, this situation is distinct from Jia Ji's assistance to Li Donglai. Jia Ji's help is met with gratitude and will yield no adverse consequences. However, had you intervened with the thief, Morally, it would have been correct. Yet from a professional standpoint, it would have been erroneous. Offending a thief could invite retaliation, potentially dragging Jia into the fray. As a bodyguard, such occurrences must be avoided. DeLong was continually imparting wisdom to Zhuzi. I understand, elder brother. Zhuzi nodded in agreement. Just then, a loud voice broke through the air, drawing the attention of everyone at Guo Jia's table. Hey, you must be mistaken. Someone was trying to steal your wallet, and I was merely trying to help you. The voice belonged to the very individual Zhuzi had seen being pickpocketed, but now he was not confronting the thief. Zhuzi quickly relayed this to DeLong and Guo Jia. The apprehended individual continued to argue. You must be covering for him. I don't care. My wallet is gone, and you must return it to me. He clung tightly to the other person, exclaiming, I must have encountered the worst luck. I was just trying to help you, and now I'm being wrongfully accused. I will report this to the police and let them adjudicate. The aggrieved party was visibly furious. Am I afraid of you reporting me? My money is lost. I have no choice but to report it. They pulled and tugged at each other as they made their way to the police station. Elder brother, you were absolutely right. The real thief has long since fled. This wallet loser is absurdly clinging to the one who merely tried to offer a warning. Had I been the one to intervene, I would likely be the one heading to the police station now. Zhuzi lamented, shaking his head. Zhuzi as bodyguards. We cannot afford to think or act like the general public. You must study closely to refine both your thought processes and your approach. DeLong encouraged his younger brother. Understood, elder brother. Zhuzi nodded affirmatively. With you leading the way, we shall soon embark on our venture. Guo Jia remarked with a smile from the side. Rising to his feet, he declared, if we have dined sufficiently, it is time to attend to business. Sated, Zhuzi wiped the grease from his mouth. And DeLong followed suit, standing up as well. Guo Jia guided the two through the bustling streets. Presently, there were numerous vendors selling televisions and electric fans, while ovens were a rare sight. After a considerable stroll, Guo Jia finally halted in front of a shop. For within it stood an oven displayed alongside televisions and tape recorders. Seemingly indifferent, Guo Jia sauntered inside, feigning interest in a nearby television. Good sir, are you in the market for a television? I possess the finest selection in all of Yanqing. The shopkeeper, his hair as white as snow, approached with a genial smile. I would trust you as far as I can throw you. Guo Jia mused silently, recalling a classic phrase from his past life. Chapter 55. 5 ovens, good sir. I am not here to purchase, but rather to resell. Guo Jia stated to the shopkeeper. I had a feeling you bore the air of a person of great ambition. The elderly man immediately chimed in. Encountering a reseller, if a deal is struck, it could lead to substantial profits in the long run. You flatter me. It is you who is engaged in grand commerce. Surely, the samples displayed here are plentiful in your stockroom? Guo Jia crafted an image of himself as a prominent reseller. Absolutely abundant. In Yanqing, if I claimed to be second best, no one would dare claim the top. The white-haired man continued to boast. Next, Guo Jia pretended to inquire about the wholesale prices of televisions and tape recorders, engaging in a bit of haggling with the shopkeeper. You sell ovens too? It seemed as though he had only just noticed the ovens in the shop. Business is tough. Having a wider variety can lead to lower margins but greater sales. Can it not? The shopkeeper concurred, persistently emphasizing that he was not making a profit, hoping to prevent Guo Jia from negotiating too aggressively. How much for this oven? Guo Jia casually inquired. The retail price is 500 yuan, but for wholesale, the lowest I can offer is 300 yuan. The shopkeeper replied. Sir, I ordered a batch of televisions elsewhere today, and upon comparison, your prices appear generally elevated. Guo Jia smiled. How could that be? This is already my bottom line. The shopkeeper maintained his stance. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have considered procuring some items from you, perhaps even this oven. Once acquainted, I could source all my televisions from you in the future. Guo Jia shook his head and turned to leave. Hold on. Young brother, let us deliberate a bit more. In business, one must start high and negotiate down. The shopkeeper, realizing his potential loss, was eager to retain Guo Jia as a client. This oven can be yours for 900 yuan each. I will take a few to test the market response. Guo Jia proposed. Good sir, you truly drive a hard bargain. How could I possibly profit at that price? I can offer you 200 yuan. Take it, and I shall not profit from you. The shopkeeper feigned a look of great loss. Encountering one another is indeed a matter of fate. Priced at 1,000 yuan each, I shall procure 5 units initially. If it proves unfeasible, then so be it, I shall simply wander about. Guo Jia feigned intention to depart once more. Boss, this is untenable. I would incur a loss of 200 yuan for each unit. The shopkeeper wore a wretched expression. Oh, very well. I apologize for the disturbance. Guo Jia stepped towards the exit, with Zhuzi and Dalong closely trailing behind. Just as Guo Jia was on the verge of exiting the shop, the proprietor spoke again. All right. I will sell them at a loss, considering it a gesture of friendship. Do ensure to frequent my establishment in the future. The shopkeeper conceded. The oven was, after all, a slow-moving commodity, hardly comparable to televisions and tape recorders. Yet, at a selling price of 1,000 yuan, a margin of 30 yuan per unit could still be realized. Although the profit was modest, volume sales could be achieved, which was commendable for a slow-moving item. The shopkeeper instructed his assistant to retrieve 5 brand-new ovens from the storeroom. Guo Jia meticulously inspected each one. They were all 5-layered ovens, identical to the samples. He also paid 5,000 yuan in cash, a hefty sum indeed. The proprietor, being meticulous, counted the 5 bundles of cash repeatedly, confirming their accuracy before smiling and shaking hands with Guo Jia, welcoming him to return again, though the proprietor remained silent. Guo Jia understood that these were all gray market goods. At this juncture, it was indeed the season of such dealings. Televisions, tape recorders, and the like were all smuggled in from the port city, with significant profit margins involved. Guo Jia instructed Zhuzi and Dalong to hire a few rickshaws to transport the 5 ovens to the train station. He himself proceeded to purchase several packs of cigarettes to facilitate their boarding the train with the goods. The rules of the game were well known to Guo Jia from his previous life, and he navigated the process with ease. With the cigarettes paving the way, Guo Jia and his companions successfully brought the ovens aboard the train back to Chongqing. Upon disembarking, they transferred to a passenger vehicle bound for Lixian. At around 4 in the afternoon, the passenger vehicle arrived at the Lixian bus station, where Guo Jia and his companions alighted and unloaded the 5 ovens. Guo Jia instructed Zhuzi and Dalong to keep watch over the ovens while he ventured into several neighborhoods where vegetables were regularly sold, hoping to find Fatty and the others. At the glass bottle factory's residential building, Guo Jia encountered Fatty, who was just about to return home. They had recently sold their vegetables, and Haizi had already gone back. As it was the last batch of vegetables, Zhang Xingli was also seated in the rear compartment. Brother Jia, when did you return? Fatty exclaimed upon seeing Guo Jia, quickly halting the tractor. I just got off the bus. Come, let us head to the bus station. The goods are still there. Guo Jia replied, leaping into the rear compartment. What did you buy that requires a tractor for transport? Zhang Xingli inquired. Ovens, 5 in total, without the vehicle. We wouldn't be able to carry them back, Guo Jia answered. What on earth do we need so many ovens for? Fatty asked, glancing back while steering. Our next profitable venture relies on them, Guo Jia replied. Fatty, focus on the road. Drive carefully. I still have much work ahead of me, he teased with a laugh. No worries. I'm adept at driving the tractor. I've been on the road all day, Fatty boasted, demonstrating his driving skills with one hand on the wheel. Goodness. Fatty, if you keep this up, I might just get off, Zhang Xingli shouted from the back. Then you better get off right now. I didn't beg you to ride, Fatty retorted, as he and Zhang Xingli never missed a chance to bicker. All right, Fatty, focus on driving. You know well that arguing while driving is dangerous. Guo Jia quickly intervened, fearing that by the time they reached the bus station, the two would still be at it. Understood, Brother Jia, Fatty replied with a grin, casting a sideways glance at Zhang Xingli. Look at him. He doesn't even have the slightest attitude of contrition, Zhang Xingli protested to Guo Jia. Enough. Fatty, while you're driving. Don't let him distract you. Safety first, Guo Jia urged, attempting to rein in Zhang Xingli before the argument spiraled further. Did you hear that? Don't disturb me while I'm driving, Fatty teased as he turned back to Zhang Xingli. You're not the one driving. Zhang Xingli ground his teeth. Fatty, do you plan to give up driving altogether? Guo Jia feigned sternness. My apologies. Brother Jia, I was wrong. I promise to concentrate solely on driving from now on. Fatty shrank his neck, unafraid of anyone but Guo Jia. Noticing Guo Jia's displeased expression, he quickly admitted his fault. Fatty, you've been the only one driving. If you let your guard down, it'll be too late to regret when something happens. Guo Jia added another word of caution. I know, Brother Jia. You're just looking out for me. Sigh. You're even more nagging than my mother. You haven't been beaten in days, have you? Yes, Brother Jia. Give him a good thrashing. They laughed heartily. The tractor rattled swiftly toward the bus station. Zhuzi and Dalong helped load the oven onto the vehicle, and Guo Jia advised them to go home and rest. In this era, there were no high-speed trains, only the slow green passenger trains that made for a rather exhausting journey. Chapter 56. I don't like to eat once back on the tractor. Guo Jia instructed Fatty to drive to the hospital first. He wanted to check on his grandfather, having been away for several days, and see how his recovery was progressing. Moreover, showing himself to the elder would ease his worries. Upon returning from Yanqing, Guo Jia had also brought back some nice things. As soon as he entered the hospital room, he lifted the items he had bought for his grandfather. Grandpa, look what I brought back from Yanqing. Guo Jia began to showcase his gifts. Matai liquor? Have you lost your mind? You want a bottle, and you bought two? Grandpa Guo lamented, feeling the pinch. Is Matai good to drink? It must be, but it's just too expensive. Xiaojia. These two bottles could cover all the expenses for a New Year's celebration, Grandpa Guo remarked wisely. And you should save more money for when you marry. Uncle Guo Jiafeng chimed in, sharing in the concern. One bottle might make you two fight over it. 2 bottles is just right. Guo Jia joked, setting down the liquor and pulling out another item. Good heavens, Huazi cigarettes? We're just ordinary folks. Why would you buy such high-end cigarettes? This is a national brand. You bought a whole pack? Grandpa Guo's blood pressure began to rise. His grandson certainly knew how to spend money lavishly. Grandfather. All of this was purchased at the friendship store in Yanqing, and it was quite affordable. A box of Huazi cigarettes costs only 1 yuan, while a pack is merely a single large bill. Guo Jia placed a pack of Huazi cigarettes beside his grandfather and added, now that I can earn money, I wish to afford you a more comfortable life. He continued, and uncle, you should enjoy Huazi with my grandfather as well. Should we run out, we can always buy more. Allow me to smoke the tobacco that we cultivate at home, which is quite satisfactory. Guo Jifeng was reluctant to indulge in such fine cigarettes. You must learn to savor the pleasures of life. Otherwise, what is the point of my hard-earned money? Guo Jia remarked as he unwrapped the Huazi pack, retrieving a cigarette for both his grandfather and uncle, while he himself took one as well. Zhang Xingli had gone to see his mother and was not present, while Fatty was left downstairs to guard the car, which contained 5 ovens, an investment of 5,000 yuan, not to be taken lightly. As he lit the cigarette, Guo Jifeng felt a sense of conflict. The quality of the smoke made it difficult to indulge, yet not smoking felt like a waste as the tobacco burned away. Just smoke it. I fear that if I take 2 puffs, it will vanish, and I have yet to truly appreciate its flavor. Guo Jifeng pondered, look at your aspirations. Just smoke it as soon as you buy it, and if one is insufficient, light another. Guo Linggong displayed a generous demeanor, finishing off a considerable portion of his cigarette after just a few puffs. When speaking to his eldest son, he glanced at the opened pack, clearly indicating that once his current cigarette was extinguished, he would be inclined to light another. My uncle may have an extra one, but you cannot. Guo Jia promptly gathered the opened Huazi pack along with the other 9 boxes of cigarettes and handed them to his uncle, Guo Jifeng. He then stated, the doctor has advised against your smoking. My actions are a transgression. Uncle, please monitor grandfather's consumption. Only 1 cigarette per day is permitted. At that moment, Guo Jifeng was enveloped in clouds of smoke, unsure whether it was the quality of the Huazi or Guo Jia's words that pleased him more. Meanwhile, Guo Linggong, reclining nearby, appeared disheartened. Initially, he had hoped to take another deep puff, aiming to finish the cigarette in 3 breaths. Upon hearing his grandson's words, he was suddenly at a loss for what to do next. He found himself in a dilemma akin to that of his eldest son moments before. To smoke or not to smoke? If he refrained, the cigarette would continue to burn. Unable to resist any longer, Guo Linggong took another puff, though it was markedly less substantial than before. Grandson, could the restrictions be eased a little? Guo Linggong exhaled a plume of smoke, seeking to negotiate. Should I consult the doctor on your behalf? Guo Jia inquired with a smile. No, it would be better to limit it to just 1 a day, Guo Linggong sighed, casting a glance at Guo Jifeng, becoming anxious at once. He exclaimed, you prodigal child, this is Huazi. How can one expect to smoke another right after finishing one? At that moment, Guo Jifeng, who was about to reach for a second cigarette, was left bewildered. What is happening? Did you not just say 1 was insufficient, and that I should have another? He had intended to light the second cigarette right away, and still had a match left. On the way home, Guo Jia recounted the incident with his grandfather to Zhang Xingli and Fatty, who both erupted in laughter upon hearing the tale. In truth, Guo Jia did not merely purchase a pack of Huazi cigarettes and 2 bottles of Matai at the friendship store in Yanqing. Rather, he acquired a considerable amount, distributing among Fatty, Zhang Xingli, and Haizi, while also ensuring that Juzi and DeLong received their share. The remainder was reserved by Guo Jia as gifts for future occasions. In the world of commerce, one must cultivate connections, for without a solid foundation, success is elusive. On the train returning from Yacheng, Guo Jia and his companions donned fashionable attire and were burdened with 5 large suitcases, the contents of which remained a mystery, along with additional boxes containing liquor and cigarettes. Inevitably, they encountered a few unsavory characters. However, with De Long, a special forces soldier, and Juzi, who had been trained from a young age, they swiftly dealt with the pesky thieves, causing them to think twice about lingering in their carriage. Without hiring bodyguards, it would have been nearly impossible for Guo Jia to ensure the safe transport of such valuable goods alone, and robbery seemed a foregone conclusion. Upon returning to Daling village, Guo Jia eagerly rushed to the youth station. This time, Guo Ying refrained from teasing him, as she was busy sorting through the delightful items he had brought back. By the village's small river, Guo Jia held Li Rou's hand gently as they strolled forward. Li Rou, blushing, frequently glanced around, anxious about being seen. Noticing her nervousness, Guo Jia released her hand to help her relax. "Have you bought the ovens?" Li Rou finally found the courage to inquire, now free from the need to scrutinize their surroundings. "Indeed, I purchased 5 ovens, and next on the list are flour and other ingredients," Guo Jia confirmed with a nod. "Will we be able to do this? Do you know how to make mooncakes?" Li Rou expressed her concerns. "Fear not, making mooncakes is not a complex art. It can be learned swiftly. Moreover, many of the mooncakes we consume annually are merely last year's stock. The ones we prepare fresh will undoubtedly be of superior quality." Guo Jia explained with a reassuring smile. "Last year's stock?" Li Rou appeared puzzled. "Otherwise, why are the mooncakes we eat often so hard? Some are nearly impossible to bite into, requiring slow nibbling," Guo Jia queried. "Are you suggesting that only the stale mooncakes become hard, while freshly made ones are soft?" Li Rou quickly grasped the concept. "Precisely. Newly baked mooncakes have a tender and crisp exterior, offering a delightful texture. Our venture is bound to succeed," Guo Jia declared with confidence. Having established a substantial customer base through the sale of vegetables, promoting mooncakes would be a natural progression. Furthermore, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, it was customary for every household to indulge in mooncakes. "That sounds promising." Li Rou felt a slight alleviation of her worries. "Look what I brought for you." "All from the friendship store in Yancheng," Guo Jia exclaimed, raising the cloth bag in his hand. "You've been frivolous with your spending," Li Rou chided, though her gaze was fixed on the bag. "See, this is chocolate, these are cookies, and here are bell-bottomed pants." Guo Jia presented each item to Li Rou with enthusiasm. He even unwrapped a piece of chocolate, encouraging her to taste it immediately. "What is this? Why does it initially taste a bit bitter, yet swiftly transform into a silky sweetness?" Li Rou had never had the pleasure of tasting such delicacies in her childhood. All the delightful treats were reserved for her younger siblings, leaving her with nothing. This confection, known as chocolate, could be procured for you if you express a fondness for it. Upon hearing this, Guo Jia felt a pang of pain in his heart. No. That must be quite expensive. I do not have a taste for it," he replied. Li Rou's deceit was rather clumsy. Chapter 57. The threatening letter. While Guo Jia and Li Rou were indulging in sweet nothings, a cloud of despair loomed over the administrative building of Li County. The county head, Luo Anmin, was presiding over a meeting. For 2 consecutive days, all members of the leadership team had been absent from their homes. This situation stemmed from events that transpired 2 days prior. The Wang brothers, apprehended under the command of Luo Yuqing, were confined in a detention center. Due to the complexity of their crimes spanning multiple provinces, their cases had yet to reach the formal judicial process. Seizing the opportunity presented by their temporary detention rather than incarceration in a proper prison, the Wang brothers managed to escape. Initially, this incident would not have roused the county head and his leadership team. However, upon their escape, the Wang brothers quickly realized their lack of funds rendered survival impossible. Thus, they resorted to kidnapping and extortion, hoping to amass sufficient funds before making a discreet exit to freedom. They commenced their scheme by robbing several shops to procure materials for manufacturing explosives. Indeed, the explosives in their possession were homemade, which explained their lack of firearms. Once they had successfully crafted their explosives, the Wang brothers targeted Wei Mingyang, the factory director of the Li County sugar plant. The profitability of sugar factories across the nation was well known, leading the Wang brothers to view Wei Mingyang as a lucrative target. Even though he lacked personal wealth, his position allowed him to misappropriate company funds. Under the cover of night, while the night watchman was lax, They stealthily planted explosives at both the main entrance and the production workshop of the sugar plant. Simultaneously, they slipped a prepared, threatening letter through the gap in the door of the guardroom. When the guard awoke in a daze, he immediately noticed the letter lying on the floor. After reading its contents, a shiver ran down his spine, and he scrambled to find the factory director. However, it was still early, and the employees had yet to arrive. Wei Mingyang had not made his appearance. The guard hastily used the factory's phone to call Wei Mingyang's home. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is Wei Mingyang, he answered, just as he was about to leave for work. Director Wei, we have a grave situation. The guard exclaimed upon hearing Wei Mingyang's voice. Who are you, and what has happened? Speak slowly, Wei Mingyang instructed through the receiver. Director Wei, I am the guard at our factory. This morning, I suddenly discovered a letter in the guardroom. It states that starting today, our sugar plant will face a series of explosions unless we pay them 10,000 yuan, the guard reported, wiping the sweat from his brow. Are you certain this is not a jest? Wei Mingyang asked, his expression grave. If I had even 2 more lives, I wouldn't dare joke about this. The guard replied, trembling uncontrollably. Immediately intercept all employees arriving for work. Do not allow them entry into the factory. Ensure that all machinery ceases operation. Those who have already entered the premises must be promptly informed to evacuate the factory area. Keep the correspondence safe. I shall arrive at the sugar factory shortly. Wei Mingyang quickly made a decision. After hanging up the phone, he picked up the receiver again and dialed the Pear County Public Security Bureau, reporting the situation without delay. Regardless of the veracity of the threat, the matter concerning explosives was beyond the capacity of a mere factory manager to resolve. Before long, Wei Mingyang arrived at the sugar factory and was informed by the security guard about the letter. The contents were detailed, demanding that the factory prepare a sum of 10,000 yuan, after which they were to await further instructions. Should they fail to comply, a series of explosions would ensue, leading to countless casualties among the workers and significant financial losses, which would be of no concern to the senders. Upon receiving the report, Captain Luo Yuqing of the Criminal Investigation Team personally led a contingent to the scene. By this time, the factory workers had gathered outside to prevent panic, and the security room where the threatening letter had been received was temporarily sealed off. After conducting a thorough investigation and reading the threat, Luo Yuqing immediately thought of the Wang brothers, 2 fugitives known for their use of explosives, who had recently escaped from prison. The police were currently scouring the city for the pair. Luo Yuqing promptly conveyed his suspicions to his superiors, who took the matter seriously and instructed him to handle it with care. However, an hour passed without any further correspondence from the perpetrators. Wei Mingyang was increasingly anxious. Another hour elapsed with still no news. The factory workers were becoming restless, standing idly outside. Without work, they could not earn a living. Both Luo Yuqing and Wei Mingyang found themselves at a crossroads. With only a single letter to go on, it was untenable to continue waiting indefinitely. Surely, the factory could not remain idle forever due to an unsubstantiated threat. They began to suspect that it was merely a prank. If someone truly intended to extort them, they would surely issue another notification. After waiting another half-hour without incident, Wei Mingyang organized the workers to return to their posts. Luo Yuqing accompanied him inside to inspect the premises before preparing to withdraw his team, as they still needed to pursue the Wang brothers. With all available police forces dispatched throughout the county in search of the fugitives, there was a noticeable shortage of personnel. Just as everyone was entering the factory and preparing to resume work, the entrance was devoid of personnel. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated. Inside the factory, workers felt the building tremble. As they rushed out of the workshop, they found the factory entrance utterly devastated. Wei Mingyang emerged from his office, surveying the chaos, uncertain of what to do. Upon witnessing the devastation, Luo Yuqing and his team were no longer complacent. The threat had proven genuine. Thankfully, they had summoned the security guard to the manager's office for a statement. Otherwise, he would have been the first casualty of the explosion. The incident had occurred, and the workers could no longer be kept in the dark. They huddled together, none daring to approach the factory entrance. Luo Yuqing and his companions organized everyone to remain still, fearing another inadvertent encounter with explosives. Just as confusion reigned, a child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, dashed into the factory through the gaping entrance that had been obliterated. The peril was palpable. It was uncertain whether more explosives lay at the threshold. Upon seeing the child, Luo Yuqing disregarded his own safety and sprinted toward the little one. In a few swift strides, he reached the child, scooping him into his arms and hastily retreating from the entrance. Whose child could this be? Luo Yuqing initially presumed it to be the offspring of a worker from the sugar factory. Captain Luo, our factory does not permit workers to bring their children to work. Wei Mingyang interjected hastily. Luo Yuqing furrowed his brow. Uncle, I'm looking for my daddy. A man outside told me to give you this, the child explained. Pulling a letter from his pocket. Li Zi, go quickly, Luo Yuqing commanded upon seeing the letter. With remarkable speed, the officer named Li Zi darted outside, racing toward the factory's entrance. When the safety of public property and lives is compromised, soldiers do not contemplate their own safety. Captain Luo Yuqing exemplified this, as did Officer Li Zi. Without the countless guardians of the people who bravely advance, how could there be liberation for Huaxia and the people's claim to authority? How could the Huaxia nation stand proudly among the nations of the world? They are the staunchest support of the Huaxia people. Chapter 58. At last, I found you. Luo Yuqing entrusted the child to the nearby officer and swiftly opened the letter. The contents were clear. The recent explosion was merely a warning. From this moment forth, no worker at the sugar factory was permitted to leave the premises. All police were to vacate the factory immediately, and no one was allowed to approach. Entry and exit were strictly forbidden. Failure to comply would result in further explosions, with casualties at their own risk. Furthermore, the initial ransom demand of 10,000 yuan had escalated to 100,000. The entirety of the cash was to be assembled within a day, with a specified location for the money to be deposited by 10 o'clock the following morning. At that moment, Officer Li Zi returned, shaking his head. There was not a soul outside. Another officer learned from the child that a stranger had given him a piece of candy and instructed him to deliver the letter, deceitfully claiming that his father was within the factory. Misled, the child, unable to find his father, had believed the stranger and followed the indicated path into the factory. It was now evident that the assailant had maintained a distance. They must have vanished as soon as the child entered. The precision with which time was managed indicated that there was more than one individual involved, and someone must still be lurking nearby to monitor the situation. To avoid inciting the adversary, Luo Yuqing decided to adhere to the demands outlined in the letter. He first reassured the sugar factory workers not to panic, explaining that the intention was merely extortion, urging them to remain calm and await further instructions from the factory leadership. After conferring briefly with factory director Wei Mingyang, he hurriedly departed. Upon returning to the bureau, an immediate action plan was imperative, involving the safety of over 1,000 workers from the sugar factory. The bureau promptly reported to the head of Lixian, Luo Anmin. He convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on a solution. However, faced with the adversary's hidden maneuvers and the threat posed by the workers, the meeting struggled to yield any effective strategy. The stipulated sum of 100,000 yuan was to be handed over. Yet, should the adversaries demand more or resort to further intimidation, dire consequences were conceivable. As the leader of the county, Luo Anmin found himself restless. Also present was Luo Yuqing, the captain of the criminal police team and an eyewitness to the unfolding crisis. Observing his father's agitation, he recalled a prior conversation with Guo Jia. If there are any insurmountable issues for you or your father, Captain Luo, do seek me out. I will be around, selling vegetables in various neighborhoods. The memory of Guo Jia's words resurfaced vividly. Secretary Luo, I have information to report, Luo Yuqing declared, rising from his seat. At home, he could address Luo Anmin as dad, but in the workplace, formal titles were mandated, an insistence of Luo Anmin to ensure that his position did not afford his son any undue favoritism. Captain Luo, please share your thoughts. Let us analyze them together, Luo Anmin encouraged, as he always promoted open discourse, believing collective wisdom would lead to more effective resolutions. Under his leadership, Lixian had made remarkable strides in recent years, shedding its reputation as the poorest county in the province and earning numerous accolades from higher authorities. Secretary Luo, I previously mentioned that the apprehension of the Wang brothers was greatly aided by a person's insight. When I later expressed my gratitude to him, he mentioned that if there were unresolved matters concerning you and our criminal police team, we could consult him again. Luo Yuqing articulated his thoughts. Oh. Luo Anmin fell into contemplation. He had previously inquired about his son's encounter with the Wang brothers and learned of Guo Jia's extraordinary analytical prowess. Everything had unfolded precisely as he had predicted. Now, with his son suggesting that Guo Jia had left a message, it warranted serious consideration. However, given the stakes involved, with the lives of thousands at risk, Luo Anmin hesitated to place all his hopes on Guo Jia alone. Captain Luo, I entrust you to contact this individual immediately and explore any viable strategies, Luo instructed. First directing Luo Yuqing to seek out Guo Jia, followed by deploying police resources to monitor the location indicated by the extortionists, all while preparing the cash. The meeting had persisted through the night, and now at 8 in the morning, only 2 hours remained before the deadline set by the extortionists. The team dared not take risks, adhering strictly to the demands presented. Efforts were coordinated from multiple fronts. As Luo Anmin and the leadership of Li Xian aspired not only to safeguard the workers, but also to ensure justice was served upon the criminals. With only 2 hours to spare, Luo Yuqing, after obtaining Luo Anmin's consent, hurriedly drove his jeep to seek out Guo Jia. At that moment, Guo Jia was, as usual, seated on a plump tractor, selling vegetables in the county town. However, upon entering the town, Guo Jia noticed that scattered along the roadside were several other vendors selling vegetables. It was evident that others, having observed his profitable venture, were inspired to follow suit. This was an inevitability that Guo Jia could not thwart. With the advent of a market economy, the emergence of more individual entrepreneurs and small vendors was on the horizon. The nation was poised to enter a phase of gradual prosperity and rapid development. Rather than feeling disheartened by the increased competition, Guo Jia was, in fact, elated. Only within a flourishing environment could he truly showcase his talents. Yet, he was acutely aware of the tumultuous events that would transpire 2 years hence, in 1982. The Wunxing 8 Kings incident had led to the arrest or exile of 8 prominent private entrepreneurs, instigating a nationwide crackdown on private enterprises that left individual business owners trembling with fear. The nation was still in the early stages of reform and opening up, navigating a rocky path fraught with challenges. As long as he could successfully weather this storm, the transition to a fully fledged market economy would allow private enterprises to soar to great heights. Guo Jia pondered this conundrum. Yet he recognized that with no initial capital at hand, having just become a 10,000 yuan household and already spending 5,000 on an oven, his thoughts of the future were perhaps premature. The immediate priority lay in securing the raw materials for mooncake production, while acquiring 10 or 18 pounds of flour was manageable with money and grain coupons. Procuring large quantities posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, sugar, regarded as a strategic commodity, was even more difficult to acquire. Currently, the only official channel available to Guo Jia was through Luo Yuqing. As he sold vegetables, Guo Jia contemplated how to facilitate Luo Yuqing in bridging connections for the procurement of mooncake ingredients. His recent purchases of numerous Huazi cigarettes and Mutai liquor from the Friendship Store in Yanqing were also preparations for this matter. Even if Luo Yuqing could help, Guo Jia knew he would still need to offer gifts to the personnel at the flour and sugar factories. Just then, as Guo Jia was lost in thought, the sharp, jarring sound of brakes pierced the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. A few residents in the community, scattered about buying vegetables, quickly stepped aside upon seeing a police car approach, fearing that they might be implicated in any ensuing troubles. In the midst of this, Guo Jia's own vegetable sales were not faring well. "My Jiagu, at last I found you," shouted a figure descending from the jeep, even before reaching Guo Jia. "Captain Luo? What brings you here?" Guo Jia inquired, recognizing Luo Yuqing rushing toward him. Thanks to Guo Jia's intervention, Luo Yuqing had escaped sacrifice, though Guo Jia remained unaware of the other's future. "Jiagu, the Wang brothers have escaped from prison, and now their SA group engaging in kidnapping and extortion. In just 2 hours, if the sum of 100,000 yuan is not prepared and placed near the sugar factory's restroom, they will detonate the factory. Over 1,000 workers are trapped inside, and you must save them." Luo Yuqing, unconcerned by the onlookers, grasped Guo Jia's hand and spoke rapidly, as if firing a cannon, conveying the urgent situation. He had driven a police jeep and searched several communities before finally locating Guo Jia. With only 2 hours remaining until the deadline set by the extortionists, how could Luo Yuqing not be anxious? Upon hearing Luo Yuqing's words, Guo Jia nearly burst into laughter. Had it not been for the fear of misunderstanding, he would have laughed wholeheartedly at the absurdity of the situation. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him, presenting an opportunity to procure the ingredients for mooncakes. Furthermore, the news of the Wang brothers' escape was unexpected for Guo Jia. In his past life, he knew of the sugar factory being extorted, with threats involving explosives demanding a payout of 100,000 yuan. This had led to a bomb being detonated, resulting in the tragic loss of 15 lives and 21 injuries among the factory workers. It was only after the capture of the extortionists that the culprits, the Wang brothers, were revealed. The local police had suffered the loss of 8 officers, and the factory workers endured catastrophic casualties. As the top official of Lixian, Luo Anmin bore the brunt of the blame, resulting in his dismissal and subsequent decline. The loss of his son, Luo Yuqing, plunged him into despair, leading to his untimely demise. Now, with the Wang brothers having escaped, it indicated their involvement in this extortion once more. Guo Jia lamented the difficulty of altering the course of history. Was it possible for events to self-correct in just a few days? However, Luo Yuqing was alive and well. Was he not? Guo Jia's mind raced with these thoughts. Jiagu. Seeing Guo Jia silent, Luo Yuqing was growing increasingly anxious. Time was of the essence. Does Secretary Luo know? Guo Jia inquired. Yes, it was my father who sent me, Luo Yuqing swiftly clarified. Oh, I relayed everything you told me to my father. He added. Good, now take me to meet Secretary Luo, Guo Jia instructed, turning to signal Hazy to continue selling vegetables before climbing into the jeep. Luo Yuqing, eager to accelerate, drove the jeep at breakneck speed. They soon arrived at the compound. Secretary Luo, this is Guo Jia, Luo Yuqing introduced as they entered Luo Anmin's office. Hello, Secretary Luo. Guo Jia greeted him warmly. His intention in seeking out Luo Anmin, the top leader of Lixian, was deliberate. Guo Jia could have easily instructed Luo Yuqing on how to thwart the Wang brothers' malicious plans. However, nothing compared to personally informing Luo Anmin. This would establish a connection, placing Luo Anmin in his debt, allowing Guo Jia to wield considerable influence in Lixian in the future, of course, only for lawful and reasonable endeavors. Guo Jia understood that Luo Anmin was a man of integrity. Attempting to involve him in any illegal activities would be futile, as he would not hesitate to take drastic action against such proposals. Greetings, Comrade Xiaoguo. I didn't realize you were so young. Across the room, Luo Anmin extended his hand to shake with Guo Jia. In his heart, he marveled at Guo Jia's astuteness, as his son, Luo Yuqing, had dubbed him the contemporary Zhuge Liang. While one might assume he was well into his 50s or 60s, a closer look revealed Guo Jia to appear merely in his early 20s. Luo Anmin found this rather astonishing. Secretary Luo, I kindly request you to contact someone at the sugar factory immediately, Guo Jia stated, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. He recognized that his own personal calculations must be temporarily set aside. Saving lives was of utmost importance. Are you suggesting that the extortionists are the Wang brothers who escaped from prison? Luo Anmin's eyes brightened. If what his son had claimed was indeed true, Guo Jia's insight would prove invaluable. This extortion incident could potentially be resolved flawlessly. If the culprits were indeed the Wang brothers, then 2 pressing issues could be resolved in one fell swoop. Luo Anmin felt a profound sense of gratitude toward Guo Jia. The previous intervention that had spared his son from a deadly explosion in a jeep was already in immense favor. Should Guo Jia assist him once more? Luo Anmin could scarcely fathom how to express his thanks. The 1,000 workers at the sugar factory were at grave risk. Should a bomb detonate, the casualties would be incalculable. As the leader, Luo Anmin was acutely aware that he would bear the full brunt of the consequences. However, his primary concern lay not with his own fate, but with the safety of the citizens under his jurisdiction. It is indeed them. The elder brother is responsible for detonating the explosives, while the younger one will handle the ransom, Guo Jia confirmed with certainty. Secretary Wang, please call the sugar factory and have their director, Wei Mingyang, on the line immediately. Luo Anmin instructed his secretary with urgency. Secretary Wang, a man in his 30s, promptly began searching for the telephone number and dialed. Hello. Is this Director Wei of the Lixian Sugar Factory? Secretary Wang inquired as the call connected. This is Wei Mingyang. What can I do for you? The factory director, fraught with anxiety over the extortionist's next move, answered tersely, his patience wearing thin. This is the Lixian County office. Secretary Luo wishes to speak with you. Upon hearing Wei Mingyang's name, Secretary Wang swiftly passed the phone to Luo Anmin. Hello, Secretary Luo, this is Wei Mingyang. How may I assist you? Wei Mingyang stood up from his chair upon realizing he was speaking with the top authority. Although the phone connection prevented any visual acknowledgement, he felt compelled to show respect. Director Wei, I have someone here who may possess crucial information regarding the extortionists, and I will now hand him over to you for direct communication. His intentions align with mine, and I trust you will cooperate fully, Luo Anmin stated plainly, hoping to avoid any hesitation from Wei Mingyang, while also establishing Guo Jia's authority. Yes, Secretary Luo. Wei Mingyang responded with newfound seriousness, fully grasping the implications of Luo Anmin's words. Gratefully, Guo Jia nodded and took the receiver. Hello, Director Wei. My name is Guo Jia. He introduced himself succinctly. The person opposite was the director of the sugar factory. The creation of mooncakes necessitated his involvement, making familiarity essential at this juncture. Greetings, Comrade Guo Jia. I am Wei Mingyang. Aware of Luo Anmin's high regard for the individual, Wei Mingyang naturally did not underestimate Guo Jia. Director Wei, please arrange for the workers in the factory to exit the production workshop in an orderly manner. Ensure they maintain a safe distance from the main entrance of the production area. Keep as far away as possible. Our immediate objective is to apprehend the younger brother of the Wang siblings. Hence, the workers cannot leave the factory just yet, as it would alert the perpetrators. Guo Jia spoke deliberately, ensuring Wei Mingyang could comprehend each word. Chapter 60. From now on, you shall be my nephew. Comrade Guo Jia. Are you implying that there are explosives at the entrance of the production workshop? Wei Mingyang quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, Director Wei. Shortly, you may reassure the workers that the only explosives present are in this location. All other areas are secure. The reason for restricting their departure is to avoid alarming the culprits and to ensure the capture of all extortionists. Furthermore, do not attempt to locate the bomb. Wait for the professionals to handle its dismantling, Guo Jia reiterated with emphasis. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements and ensure that those monitoring from outside do not detect any inconsistencies. Comrade Guo Jia, do you have any further instructions? Wei Mingyang now regarded Guo Jia as a high-ranking official, speaking with utmost deference. Additionally, remove all flammable materials from the entrance of the production workshop to prevent any potential fire in the event of an explosion. Director Wei, your primary task now is to reassure the workers. There is only one site with explosives in the factory, even if the explosives at the workshop's entrance detonate. They must not flee the factory but instead remain in place. This will prevent the criminals from escaping in the chaos and also avert any potential stampede among the workers. Guo Jia meticulously strategized according to reports from a past life. In that previous existence, the police had apprehended the younger brother, intending to control him to gain leverage and ultimately neutralize the threat to the sugar factory. However, after a lengthy wait for the younger brother's return, the older Wang brother decisively detonated the explosives, leaving the arriving police stunned. Though they managed to extract information from the younger brother, it took considerable time. No one had anticipated the older brother's vigilance. Ultimately, while he was captured, the explosion claimed the lives of 15 individuals, leading to catastrophic losses for the factory. Very well, I will proceed with the arrangements. On behalf of all the employees of the sugar factory, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Wei Mingyang now had a clear direction and was no longer aimlessly wandering. He promptly exited his office to address the situation personally. In a short while, the workers in the production workshop began to evacuate in an orderly manner, moving to the warehouse furthest from the workshop. Watching the large quantities of flammable and explosive materials being relocated from the entrance of the production workshop, Wei Mingyang was drenched in cold sweat. The consequences of explosives being located there were too dire to contemplate. Meanwhile, Guo Jia instructed Luo Yuqing on where to apprehend the younger brother of the Wang siblings, as if he had witnessed it firsthand, providing precise locations. Without hesitation, Luo Yuqing proceeded to lead his team for the capture. According to the reports at the time, Guo Jia revealed the hiding place of the elder brother of the Wang brothers. Luo Anmin hurriedly informed the head of public security, urging him to dispatch personnel for the apprehension. Thus, a multifaceted operation commenced, while the Wang brothers, concealed in the shadows, remained oblivious. They had no inkling that a strategist was orchestrating their downfall from afar. Everything proceeded smoothly when the younger brother of the Wang brothers was subdued. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had not even reached the designated location to collect the money when he was suddenly tackled by an assailant. The elder brother, equally bewildered, had believed his hiding place to be well concealed, yet it had been discovered. However, before his capture, he detonated the explosives within the sugar factory. His crimes warranted 100 deaths. He merely wished to take a few down with him. Boom. The entrance of the sugar factory's production workshop erupted in an explosion, a wall collapsing under the force. Fortunately, all personnel had taken refuge in the farthest storage area, resulting in no casualties. The Wang brothers were once again apprehended, awaiting their fate, which was akin to a mere peanut. The public security officers entered the sugar factory, meticulously searching for explosives. The workers were granted a day off to recuperate, many opting to purchase lavish feasts to celebrate at home. In the county secretary's office, Luo Anmin grasped Guo Jia's hand firmly. Comrade Guo Jia, if I were to claim indifference towards my position, some might label me insincere. Yet today, had it not been for you, the workers of the sugar factory would have faced casualties. As secretary, I express my gratitude on behalf of the factory workers. As a father, I extend my thanks on behalf of Luo Yuqing and our entire family. Luo Anmin said, bowing deeply to Guo Jia. Guo Jia swiftly intervened, smiling as he replied, "It is our fortune to have an official like you in Pear County. I am merely fulfilling my duty. No thanks are necessary. Moreover, Yuqing and I are like brothers, so there is no need for gratitude." Guo Jia quickly sought to establish a closer rapport, unwilling to let a bow repay a favor. "Then from now on, you shall be my dear nephew." Luo Anmin laughed heartily. "Indeed, uncle." Guo Jia seized the moment, deftly engaging in camaraderie. Drawing from his own experiences, he shared a wealth of insights on matters concerning the people's livelihood and production, captivating the attention of the county's head, who frequently applauded in agreement. Meanwhile, Secretary Wang, stationed outside the office, contemplated whether to interrupt, having never witnessed Secretary Luo in such high spirits before. However, hearing the lively discussion within, he refrained from intruding. Internally, he resolved that the esteemed Mr. Guo Jia was not to be trifled with, and he would advise his acquaintances to foster goodwill with him, avoiding any offense. It was clear that many were eager to curry favor with Secretary Wang, not for his personal charm, but for his esteemed position as the secretary of the county. The principle that a seventh-rank official should not stand before a prime minister is well understood by all. Guo Jia, however, was unaware that his heartfelt conversation with Luo Anmin inadvertently constructed numerous bridges of convenience for himself. It is somewhat akin to the saying, "The flowers one plants may not bloom, while the willows one inadvertently inserts may flourish," but let us set that aside for now. Luo Anmin, an avowed atheist, could not explain Guo Jia's remarkable foresight, yet it did not shake his communist beliefs. Nevertheless, after listening to Guo Jia's discourse, Luo Anmin's perception of him shifted. Initially considering him a charlatan, he now recognized Guo Jia as an individual brimming with ideals and aspirations, particularly regarding the reform and opening up policies. Luo Anmin felt that Guo Jia articulated these concepts more comprehensively than what he had gleaned from provincial meetings, and in a manner that was both accessible and easily understood. Indeed, Luo Anmin harbored a fleeting illusion that perhaps Guo Jia had a hand in formulating these policies, for it was unfathomable why he was so well-versed in them. "Oh, little Jia, the nation is fervently promoting reform and opening up, encouraging individual enterprises. Private businesses in the south are sprouting like mushrooms after rain. I heard from Yuqing that you are currently selling vegetables. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. However, it must be legal and compliant. This is non-negotiable." Luo Anmin remarked, his tone becoming more familiar as he transitioned from addressing Guo Jia as Comrade Xiaoguo to Comrade Guo Jia, and finally to the affectionate little Jia. "Uncle, I do indeed have a request." Guo Jia's ulterior motives began to surface. "You sly one. You must have intended for Yuqing to bring me to meet you all along." Luo Anmin laughed heartily. Rather than being vexed by Guo Jia's immediate request, he found himself increasingly fond of him. With his own son serving in the military and now a criminal investigator, Luo Anmin felt a deep sense of pride. Now, having taken another clever and insightful nephew under his wing, he could not help but acknowledge that Guo Jia's unique perspectives left him enlightened and astounded. He expressed gratitude for the inspiration capsules sent by users, the urging talismans from the great Luo Celestial Palace's divine warrior Hagen, the bubble milk tea from the guitar enthusiast Hu Yi, and numerous other tokens of appreciation from various admirers. Chapter 61. Connecting with Luo Anmin. "Uncle, as the season for selling vegetables dwindles, I wish to explore other business ventures. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I am considering making mooncakes for sale." Guo Jia conveyed his intentions to Luo Anmin, noting the increasing number of vendor stalls lining the streets of the county town. "In this matter, you have indeed played a leading role. As autumn descends upon the farm gardens, it is time for the vegetables to be harvested. Your foresight in planning ahead is commendable." Xiaojia. Luo Anmin first expressed his approval of Guo Jia's ideas, acknowledging the merit in his response to the call for reform and opening up. "Is the intention to establish a private enterprise? If there are any difficulties, please voice them. I will do my utmost to assist you." As the head of Li Xian, Luo Anmin is well aware of the directives from higher authorities, which currently encourage the growth of private enterprises and the implementation of a dual-track system. He aspires to cultivate outstanding private entrepreneurs within his jurisdiction. "Uncle, I am not yet in a position to discuss business. My priority is to accumulate experience and, furthermore, to gather initial capital. Without financial resources, All aspirations remain mere talk, Guo Jia replied modestly. He continued, Uncle, I have already purchased an oven for mooncake production. However, I am currently unable to procure essential ingredients such as flour, sugar, and peanuts in bulk due to my limited capacity. Therefore, I seek your guidance. It is evident that government support is crucial for fostering private enterprises. For instance, Guo Jia wishes to produce mooncakes, yet lacks channels to procure even the most fundamental ingredients like flour and sugar, which hampers any further development. This is manageable. I will have Secretary Wang arrange a visit to the flour and sugar factory shortly, so you can negotiate directly with them for sourcing the raw materials, Luo Anmin resolved, determined to encourage private enterprises by providing a concrete solution. He envisioned Guo Jia taking the lead, much like before when he sold vegetables. Observing Guo Jia's success in selling produce inspired others to follow suit. Should Guo Jia establish a profitable private enterprise, it would undoubtedly attract even more imitators. Thus, the private sector would grow increasingly robust, fully aligning with the nation's call. I am immensely grateful, Secretary Luo. I plan to affiliate my mooncake workshop with a state-owned enterprise, ensuring we pay our fair share of taxes while also providing the villagers with an additional source of income. Guo Jia shifted his address from uncle to Secretary Luo as he broached serious matters. Recognizing that Luo Yuqing referred to him as Secretary Luo in official contexts, Guo Jia understood the need for distinction between public and private matters. That sounds feasible. Perhaps we can establish a food department under the sugar factory to produce mooncakes. Luo Anmin nodded, appreciating Guo Jia's pragmatism and his ability to navigate relationships with discretion. Thank you, Secretary Luo. Guo Jia understood that in this era, individual entrepreneurs must seek affiliation with collective or state-owned enterprises to establish factories. This approach primarily resolves the issue of hiring employees when affiliated with collective industries or state-owned entities. There are no employee quotas to meet. Without such affiliation, individual entrepreneurs are limited to hiring no more than 8 workers. Exceeding this number would constitute a violation, akin to capitalism. Additionally, affiliation with state-owned enterprises incurs a fee. In other words, taxes must be paid, otherwise, one risks being labeled as undermining the community and will face severe consequences. Ultimately, Luo Anmin instructed Guo Jia to directly consult Secretary Wang tomorrow, while today, Secretary Wang would first engage in preliminary discussions. Guo Jia did not delay Luo Anmin, for as the head of the county, there were numerous matters demanding his attention. After leaving the county courtyard, Guo Jia sought out Haizi as he needed to continue selling vegetables. Luo Yuqing and his team were already busy, having apprehended the Wang brothers, with many more tasks awaiting them. When Guo Jia arrived, he was picked up by a special vehicle, but upon his departure, no one came to see him off. He understood the situation, yet internally he grumbled that the next time he caught Luo Yuqing, he must insist on a meal as recompense. The county was not vast, and the distance to the neighborhood where Haizi sold vegetables was not far. Guo Jia arrived in just over 20 minutes. He happened upon Fatty, who was bringing in another load of vegetables, and Guo Jia called out to halt him, instructing him not to leave just yet. Brother Jia, what does Captain Luo want with you? Fatty inquired upon seeing Guo Jia return, while Haizi perked up his ears, listening intently as he sold vegetables. They had just managed to thwart a blackmail incident, which was now resolved. Zhang Xingli is still gathering vegetables at home. Isn't he? Guo Jia asked. Indeed. There was one final load to collect, completing the second round of vegetable collection from the surrounding villages. However, the supply of vegetables was dwindling, and the third batch would likely take several days to mature, Fatty explained. That is perfect. Once we finish gathering this last load, inform Zhang Xingli to cease further collection. We will no longer sell vegetables, Guo Jia stated. No longer selling vegetables? How will we earn money then? Fatty exclaimed, his eyes wide. At that moment, no one was purchasing vegetables, and Haizi had also moved closer. During Guo Jia's absence, Fatty had accumulated a significant amount of money, as he had been managing expenses for everyone. That day, Guo Jia returned to Daling Village and unloaded the oven at home. Fatty dashed back to his house and soon returned with a tightly held black cloth bag. In Guo Jia's absence, Fatty had managed to save over 5,000 yuan. This had caused his mother to remain indoors out of fear that someone might break in while she was away. Moreover, witnessing the profitability of selling vegetables, Fatty's parents wholeheartedly supported their son in working alongside Guo Jia. Now, Fatty was no longer idle and aimless. He was diligently selling vegetables from dawn till dusk and had earned a considerable sum. This aligned with Guo Jia's expectations, After spending 5,000 yuan on the oven, he had now recouped that amount and more, rejoining the ranks of the affluent. Ceasing vegetable sales does not imply we shall be idle. Rather, we are pivoting to a new venture, Guo Jia remarked, observing the eager expressions on Fatty's and Heizi's faces. Are we going to profit from those ovens? Heizi asked. Indeed. We will be making mooncakes soon, as the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, and there is a substantial profit to be made. Guo Jia pointed to the empty vegetable stall, noting the lack of customers. Many individuals have come to the city to sell vegetables, and given the stagnation in vegetable growth, it is futile to persist in this endeavor. It is wiser to explore alternative profitable projects. Well, whatever Brother Jia decides, I shall follow, Heizi promptly declared. Initially, he held a rather skeptical view regarding the sale of vegetables, believing it would not yield more profit than his previous endeavors in selling tobacco. However, as a substantial amount of cash began to fill his pockets, Heizi clung tightly to Guo Jia's thigh. Brother Jia, if we venture into selling mooncakes, we would be encroaching upon the business of the supply and marketing cooperative. Might we be deemed as disturbing the market and undermining collective supply? The plump fellow, now contemplating far-reaching implications, was no longer the naive youth he once was. Chapter 62. Treating Li Rou to a meal fatty. We are well aware of how the supply and marketing cooperative sells mooncakes. Each year, there is a fixed supply. Each household can only purchase 1 kilogram, and it is only available for 1 day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Many people miss the opportunity and end up without mooncakes for an entire year. Our venture would not infringe upon the cooperative in the least. On the contrary, we would extend the selling period for mooncakes beyond just the day of the festival, ensuring that everyone wishing to enjoy them has the chance, thereby providing convenience to the community. Furthermore, Secretary Luo has agreed to let me affiliate the mooncake workshop with the sugar factory. We are also a collective enterprise, thus operating on equal footing with the supply and marketing cooperative. Even if there is an impact, it constitutes a competitive relationship. The state is currently encouraging private enterprises and advocating for collective prosperity. By involving the villagers in generating revenue, we are responding to the national call. Guo Jia meticulously elucidated these points to Fatty and Heizi, ensuring their understanding so they could convey the message to others. Wow, Brother Jia is impressive. The top leader in Lixian has met with you? What do we have to worry about? Let's just do it. Fatty exclaimed, clapping his hands. Following Brother Jia, there's no doubt we will succeed, Heizi chimed in. When Fatty returned to fetch the last load of vegetables, he relayed this matter to Zhang Xingli. Throughout the journey to the county seat, Fatty struggled to convince this staunch representative of Marxist-Leninist thought. It was only after meeting with Guo Jia and receiving a thorough explanation that Zhang Xingli began to comprehend the situation. He silently reflected that adhering strictly to dogma was insufficient. One must adopt a developmental perspective on issues. Were it not for joining Brother Jia in selling vegetables, he would not have had the funds for his mother's medical treatment. Now, Zhang Xingli's mother had been discharged from the hospital and could walk normally again. Subsequently, the group split into 2 teams to sell vegetables simultaneously in 2 neighborhoods. Ultimately, they took nearly double the usual time to sell all the produce. It became evident to everyone that even without producing and selling mooncakes, the business of selling vegetables had reached its conclusion. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Guo Jia activated his buying spree, purchasing a roasted chicken for his grandfather and uncle, who were in the hospital and unable to prepare their own meals, relying solely on ready-to-eat food. Both grandfather Guo Linggong and uncle Guo Jiafeng were frugal individuals throughout their lives. Guo Jia had no expectation that they would indulge in extravagant meals at the hospital cafeteria. The money he provided would remain in their pockets, spent only on medical expenses and essential needs, with not a penny wasted. Guo Jia could only buy prepared meals, delivering delectable food directly to them, as letting it spoil would also be a waste, leaving no choice but to consume it. This situation led to Guo Linggong and Guo Jiafeng, the elderly father and son, wiping the grease from their mouths while lamenting Guo Jia's extravagant ways. However, the roasted chicken was indeed delicious. In addition, Guo Jia purchased a large carp weighing a full 3 pounds. In addition, I purchased a piece of beef, intending to prepare braised beef upon my return, along with several other meat dishes. There was no need to buy greens, as I already had plenty at home. Guo Jia informed the group, including Fatty, that he intended to host a sumptuous dinner, inviting everyone, along with Li Rou, to join him. Fatty could hardly contain his excitement. As a seasoned foodie, how could he resist such temptation? Over time, Zhang Xingli had undergone a significant transformation through his interactions with others, becoming less resistant to their generosity. In the past, he would have immediately opposed Guo Jia's invitation to dinner, but now he remained silent. It was Blackie who interjected that he would not participate, citing the difficulty of returning home after dining in Daling Village. Blackie, my entire ancestral home is just for me. Could I not accommodate you? Just come along. Guo Jia playfully urged. All right, thank you, Brother Jia. Blackie scratched his head, feeling somewhat reserved among the group. Guo Jia, Fatty, and Zhang Xingli were childhood friends from the same village, while he was not, creating a sense of distance and unworthiness in his heart. Blackie, after all this time, do you still not know us? Since Brother Jia has invited you, it signifies that you are trustworthy. We are all like brothers now. Do not see yourself as an outsider. Brother Jia is our elder brother, Fatty reassured him, patting Blackie on the shoulder. Understood, Brother Fatty. Blackie nodded earnestly. That's the spirit. I told you, despite our brief acquaintance. At that moment, Zhang Xingli joined in. He typically spent his time gathering vegetables in the countryside, while Blackie sold produce in the county, leading to their limited interactions. However, before Zhang Xingli could finish his thought, Fatty interrupted. Hold on. You, old scholar, are about to launch into another long-winded discourse. By the time you finish, the rooster will crow at dawn. Blackie, remember to avoid conversing with this fellow. He will wear your ears out. Fatty, are you looking for a fight? I haven't even finished speaking. Zhang Xingli retorted, unwilling to back down. And when will you finish? With all the delicious food Brother Jia has prepared, we might as well skip it. Fatty countered, rallying everyone to get into the vehicle. As he grabbed the tractor's lever, the engine roared to life, belching black smoke and drowning out Zhang Xingli's protests. Blackie, hop on. Ignore them. The tractor will take us to Daling Village. And their bickering will never end, Guo Jia advised, displaying his experience. Indeed, I see that now. Blackie wholeheartedly agreed, with the lively banter of the duo accompanying them. The tractor clattered back to Daling Village. Upon their return, they coincidentally timed their arrival with the end of the workday, prompting Guo Jia to promptly seek out Li Rou and invite her to dinner at the home of his sister, Guo Ying. If it were to return home, Guo Jia knew that Li Rou would not agree. At this moment, Guo Ying, the ever-illuminating presence, proved to be quite useful. I remarked, oh, the little ingrate. Couldn't you have consulted your fourth sister first? Your eyes are solely filled with our Li Jiqing. As Guo Ying spoke, she playfully poked Li Rou under the armpit. As they all walked back from work, the young women deliberately teased Li Rou. Alas, I must take my leave. I shan't linger with you all. Li Rou, feeling shy and self-conscious, decided to retreat. Fourth sister, I implore you. Guo Jia eagerly pleaded with Guo Ying standing nearby. If Li Rou were to return to the dormitory and not emerge, Guo Jia could not simply barge in. Rest assured, I shall ensure that Li Rou comes to our home for dinner, Guo Ying confidently declared before darting off to catch up with Li Rou. Being all girls, Li Rou and Guo Ying shared a reasonably good rapport, and Guo Jia felt reassured. Thus, he made his way to Guo Ying's home, where he busied himself with preparing carp, chopping meat, and harvesting vegetables. Guo Jia intended to showcase his culinary skills, as he was to take charge of the cooking that day. Dishes of braised beef, red-cooked carp, scrambled eggs with chives, and stewed green beans with meat were presented at the table. When Guo Jia served the food, he intentionally placed the heartier dishes right in front of Li Rou, provoking the others to cheer and tease. Li Rou, forcibly brought over by Guo Ying, felt her cheeks flush, unsure whether to sit or stand. It was only after Guo Jia and the others had enjoyed a few rounds of drinks and dishes that she began to acclimate to the atmosphere. Guo Ying sat beside Li Rou, constantly offering her future sister-in-law food, while Guo Jia ceaselessly gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 63. When they say you're drunk. You are indeed drunk. The meal was filled with joy and laughter, and the plump one, having shown restraint, ceased drinking early. He turned to He Zi and said, He Zi, since you don't often interact with Zhang Keisai, why not stay at his home tonight to strengthen your bond? I interjected, Fatty, my name is Zhang Xingli. How many times must I remind you not to misname me? Zhang Xingli stuffed another piece of beef into his mouth. Isn't that a compliment to your representation of Marxist-Leninist thought? He Zi, you ought to go and learn from the representative about this great ideology. I shall take my leave now. Jiago, I'm off. You and your sister-in-law may enjoy your meal at leisure. Fatty winked at Guo Jia, pretending to rise in a daze. Fatty, how can you just leave? I'm still not satisfied. Zhang Xingli mumbled, his mouth still full of braised beef. He Zi, assist your brother Zhang back. This fellow has drunk too much and is so stuffed he can hardly swallow, yet he claims he is not full. Fatty shot a knowing glance at Hazy. Originally, Hazy had hoped to stay at Jia Guo's house that night, not wanting to endure Zhang Xingli's lengthy monologue. If words could kill, Zhang Xingli would certainly be a master in that art, capable of tormenting someone to death. However, upon noticing Fatty's signal, he glanced at Jia Guo and Li Rou and immediately understood. Brother Zhang, you've had quite a bit to drink tonight. I'll help you home. Without further ado, Hazy rose and supported Zhang Xingli, preparing to leave. For the sake of Jia Guo's blissful life, Hazy had no choice but to put himself in harm's way. What is the matter? I've only had one drink. How could that be excessive? Zhang Xingli insisted, as the delectable braised beef continued to tempt him. You see, those who have indulged in excess often claim they are not inebriated, urging assistants to return home. The stout fellow waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Guo, I shall stay at your abode tonight. Do you welcome me? He addressed Zhang Xingli, though in his heart despair had taken root. How could I possibly refuse? Jia Guo, I shall escort Hazy away. Upon hearing Hazy's words, Zhang Xingli felt compelled to leave, casting a fierce glance at the braised beef before departing with Hazy in a somber fashion. What a worthless lot. All they do is feast. Once outside the courtyard, the stout man remarked to Zhang Xingli before turning to leave. Hey, I say, stout fellow, don't be in such a hurry. What do you mean by saying I only know how to eat? You are the true glutton. Zhang Xingli retorted, but the stout man had already dashed away. Despite his ample girth, he was surprisingly swift. All right, Zhang Guo, since the stout brother has vanished, let us return home, Hazy implored, grasping Zhang Xingli's arm. If he were to pursue the stout man and engage in a verbal spat, slumber would be the last thing on their minds that night. What is the meaning of this stout fellow's actions? Zhang Xingli lamented to Hazy. Zhang Guo, consider this. Jia Guo has been away from Daling village for over 10 days, and he has not exchanged any affectionate words with sister Li Rou. We have been overstaying our welcome. Did you not notice how the stout brother prevented me from staying at Jia Ji's home? Is he not creating an opportunity for Jia Guo? Who knows what fortunate events might unfold? Do you not agree? Hazy regarded Zhang Xingli with an expression familiar to all men. Goodness, the stout fellow is truly vile. The remnants of capitalism have corrupted his mind. Hazy, you are a promising youth of socialism. Do not emulate such individuals. Zhang Xingli continued his discourse. Zhang Guo, I am feeling rather fatigued. May we retire to your residence now? Hazy sensed the onset of his impending tribulations. Very well, Hazy, let me remind you, Marxism-Leninism teaches us. The two men ambled towards Zhang Xingli's home. You two carry on. I am weary and shall retire to my chamber for rest. Guo Ying, no fool, noted the hasty departure of the stout men and sought an excuse to slip away. Fourth sister, I too shall return to the educated youth point. Li Rou quickly stood up. If Guo Ying departed, only she and Guo Jia would remain at the dining table. As darkness enveloped the sky, Guo Ying urged, why not stay here for the night? Indeed, you should stay with fourth sister. It would be good company, Guo Jia chimed in support. No, I shall return to my dormitory. Li Rou dared not stay outside. The last time, intoxicated by Chun Suolian, she had spent the night on Guo Jia's Kong, and the following day her legs had trembled uncontrollably. She was not willing to risk it again. Seeing Li Rou's insistence to return to the dormitory, Guo Jia finally stood up. Li Rou, allow me to accompany you back to the dormitory. It is perilous out here in the dark. Very well. Li Rou's voice was barely above a whisper, and she furtively glanced at Guo Ying beside her. I shall retire now. I will clean the dishes in the morning. Guo Ying hurriedly departed. Guo Jia and Li Rou emerged from the room, walking side by side along the rural path. The sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, and the distant croaking of frogs filled the air. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness that dispelled the heat of the day. Li Rou, starting tomorrow, I shall cease selling vegetables and begin preparing mooncakes. With no one around, Guo Jia gently grasped Li Rou's small hand. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Li Rou did not shy away, allowing Guo Jia to hold her hand. During their 10-day journey to Guangdong province, she had often thought of him, worrying he might grow weary or hungry on the train, or that he might encounter danger and be bullied outside. Have you resolved the ingredient issues you mentioned? Li Rou inquired, gazing at Guo Jia's profile, which he found increasingly captivating. I assisted Secretary Luo, and all problems have been addressed. Secretary Luo has arranged for Secretary Wang to take me tomorrow to discuss matters directly with the sugar factory and the grain and oil store. Guo Jia briefly recounted the day's events. Guo Jia, Can you truly divine fortunes? Li Rou's curiosity veered slightly. Yes, I've perused some texts on the I Ching. After recovering from my recent illness, I've been able to make some calculations, Guo Jia replied earnestly. Then tell me, what does my future hold? Li Rou asked, intrigued. Once you marry me, you shall lead a life of great wealth and prosperity, filled with glory and happiness, Guo Jia proclaimed, adopting a somewhat mystical demeanor. Stop with the nonsense, Li Rou retorted, casting him a playful glare. I speak no falsehoods. I will ensure your happiness, I promise, Guo Jia said, looking deeply into her eyes. Now that we've arrived at the dormitory, I shall go in first, Li Rou said, darting away, her heart racing. This little lady has grown shy again, Guo Jia mused, shaking his head as he turned to head back. Jiagu? The next morning, Fatty arrived late at Guo Jia's courtyard, calling out at the entrance. He dared not come too early, fearing he might witness something inappropriate, which would surely prompt Guo Jia to chase him away. Why are you here so early today if you're not collecting vegetables? Guo Jia, still groggy from sleep, felt a twinge of irritation at being roused. Seeing Guo Jia emerge from the house, Fatty cautiously stepped inside the courtyard. Jiagu, did your sister-in-law not spend the night here? He mischievously inquired, glancing around the empty room. Get out of here with that nonsense. Guo Jia playfully swatted at Fatty. If I had known this, I would have come much earlier, Fatty exclaimed, slapping his thigh before adding with a chuckle, Jiagu, you really missed an opportunity. After all my efforts yesterday. Nonsense. A man should never claim he cannot succeed, Guo Jia shot back, casting a glance at Fatty. I've already succeeded. I just haven't spoken about it, Guo Jia thought to himself before beginning his morning routine. After preparing a pot of congee, he awaited the arrival of He Zi and Zhang Xingli to share a meal. Guo Jia had also set aside some cigarettes and alcohol purchased from the friendship store in Yanqing, intending to deliver them to the county later. Originally, Zhang Xingli planned to make breakfast at his own home, but He Zi had informed him that Guo Jia had previously invited them over for congee. Along with Guo Ying, a large group of them devoured the entire pot of congee, accompanied by a generous bowl of pickled vegetables. Sister, once I bring back the ingredients, you need not toil in the production team anymore. We shall craft mooncakes together, Guo Jia said, observing Guo Ying as she prepared to leave for work. Once all preparations were in place, Guo Ying resolved to contribute diligently for her family's sake, never resorting to deceit or shortcuts. The portly figure started the tractor, loading gifts onto it, while Guo Jia and others hurried to the county town of Li County. It was imperative that they did not keep Secretary Wang waiting, as that was a fundamental courtesy. By the time Secretary Wang arrived, Guo Jia was already waiting at the entrance of the county courtyard. After exchanging pleasantries, Secretary Wang proceeded to report to Secretary Luo in his office before coming out to escort Guo Jia to the Li County sugar factory. Initially, Secretary Wang intended to ride a bicycle, but seeing that Guo Jia and his companions were on a tractor, he decided to hop onto the tractor's rear compartment, accompanying them on their visit to several factories. He had observed Secretary Luo's unreserved admiration for Guo Jia and had already discreetly resolved to place Guo Jia in a position that could not be offended. Secretary Wang, these are some items I purchased a few days ago in Guangdong province at the friendship store in Yanqing. Do sample them, Guo Jia offered, producing 2 bottles of Moutai and a pack of Huazi cigarettes from the tractor's compartment, placing them before Secretary Wang. The remaining liquor and cigarettes were neatly packed in a basket and covered with a snakeskin bag. Certain items needed to be concealed to avoid awkwardness, akin to the alluring women on the streets whose voluminous clothing concealed their secrets. Everyone was aware of what lay beneath the fabric, yet the concealment allowed for a natural, unembarrassed interaction. No, I cannot possibly accept your gifts. Secretary Luo would surely admonish me. Secretary Wang hastily waved his hands. He had not anticipated Guo Jia would present him with a gift. Regardless of Guo Jia's relationship with Luo Yuqing or Luo An means appreciation for Guo Jia. Even if gifts were not exchanged, Secretary Wang would still assist Guo Jia in his endeavors. Yet here was Guo Jia, offering him gifts, 2 bottles of Moutai and a pack of Huazi cigarettes. Secretary Wang, I truly appreciate your efforts on my behalf. It would be remiss not to express my gratitude. Secretary Luo would not mind in the least. If you refuse, it would feel as if you regard me as an outsider. This is a bond between brothers, Guo Jia insisted, pushing the gifts forward once more. Very well, thank you. My dear Guo. Secretary Wang accepted the gifts and set them aside. The tractor rumbled on towards the sugar factory. Subsequently, Secretary Wang introduced Guo Jia to the heads of the sugar factory, grain and oil stores, and the supply and marketing cooperative, conveying Secretary Luo's intentions. Guo Jia successfully obtained procurement permits for flour, sugar, soybean oil, peanuts, and other ingredients necessary for mooncake production. After dropping Secretary Wang off at his residence before heading to the county courtyard, Guo Jia afforded Secretary Wang the opportunity to discreetly handle the liquor and cigarettes. Bringing them into the county courtyard openly would have jeopardized his future endeavors. Following this, Guo Jia instructed the portly driver to visit each factory to collect supplies. Since Secretary Wang still had work to attend to, Guo Jia refrained from loading cargo initially, instead securing permits from each establishment. Upon returning to the Li County sugar factory, the guards recognized them and granted them entry. Guo Jia retrieved 2 bottles of Matai and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes from the basket in the vehicle. Placing them into a snakeskin bag, he instructed Fatty, Zhang Xingli, and Haizi to load the goods while he proceeded to the factory director's office. As his workshop was to be affiliated with the sugar factory, Guo Jia presented an additional pack of Huazi cigarettes to the director. "Please, take a seat, Comrade Guo Jia." Upon seeing Guo Jia enter after knocking, Wei Mingyang, the director of the sugar factory, promptly rose. Earlier, Secretary Wang had escorted Guo Jia and made the introductions. Now that Guo Jia had returned, it was evident he had matters to discuss. "Director Wei, as this is our first meeting, I'm uncertain of your preferences. So I brought a few items at random. I hope you find them acceptable." Guo Jia placed the Matai and Huazi cigarettes from the snakeskin bag onto the tea table nearby. "Ah," Wei Mingyang exclaimed. While he occasionally indulged in Matai, Huazi cigarettes were an entirely different matter. These were not merely purchasable with wealth. They were reserved for provincial officials, and even then, in limited quantities. City officials were left with peony cigarettes, while those lower down the hierarchy had access to Daqianmin and Hongta Mountain cigarettes. At state banquets, foreign dignitaries were typically treated with Huazi cigarettes, leading to their designation as the national cigarette due to their esteemed status. They were exceedingly rare. Ordinary supply and marketing cooperatives could not offer Huazi cigarettes. They could only be procured at friendship stores, which were initially exclusive to foreigners. Over time, however, the policy relaxed to allow entry only to those possessing foreign exchange coupons, thus removing restrictions based on nationality. Guo Jia managed to enter the friendship store in Yangcheng by exchanging money for foreign exchange coupons in the nearby black market. "Oh, Comrade Guo Jia, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it," Wei Mingyang insisted. "The assistance you have provided to the thousands of workers at our sugar factory is invaluable. How can I accept such a gift from you? If gifts are to be exchanged, it should be from all of us at the sugar factory to you." Having concluded his work at the factory yesterday, Wei Mingyang had visited Secretary Luo to report on the situation, during which he learned that all of this was due to Guo Jia's efforts. Furthermore, Guo Jia intended to establish a food factory, and Luo Anmin had suggested that it be affiliated with the sugar factory. Wei Mingyang immediately agreed, signaling his intention to expedite the process. The implication was clear. If Wei Mingyang failed to understand, he would no longer be fit to serve as the factory director. Observing that Guo Jia did not leverage his connection with Secretary Luo to exert pressure, Wei Mingyang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The gift of such valuable Huazi cigarettes left him somewhat taken aback. One single Huazi cigarette was sufficient for him to boast to his old friends for quite some time. A sealed box of Huazi cigarettes could compel his acquaintances to do his bidding. Now, with 2 packs in front of him, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. "Director Wei, this is merely my duty. Moreover, my food factory is under the auspices of our sugar factory. We are all part of the same family. Under your astute leadership, we shall all contribute more to the nation and the people," Guo Jia complimented Wei Mingyang. "I extend my gratitude to Brother Wei." The manner in which Wei Mingyang addresses him has also transformed. "Brother Wei, have a cigarette." Guo Jia, seizing the moment, produced a pack of cigarettes and directly called him brother. Their relationship swiftly became more intimate, devoid of any awkwardness. With 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes laid before them, it was only fitting that Wei Mingyang would open one to offer to Guo Jia. However, Guo Jia was acutely aware of Wei Mingyang's reluctance. Thus, he simply retrieved an open pack of Huazi cigarettes from his own pocket, and the 2 lit up, subtly resolving the situation. Wei Mingyang couldn't help but admire Guo Jia's knack for socializing. This fellow was indeed capable. Chapter 65. Lest you stand out too much employing the same approach. Guo Jia cultivated a favorable rapport with Wu Dafu, the director of the grain and oil store, and Chu Qingyun, the head of the business department at the supply and marketing cooperative. These individuals were responsible for procuring the necessary ingredients for mooncake production, and Guo Jia naturally showered them with gifts. The matter had already received the nod from the county chief, and Secretary Wang had made the introductions. Guo Jia's attentiveness in presenting gifts delighted everyone, and their initial impressions of him were exceedingly positive. As Guo Jia distributed gifts, a tractor accompanied him to various locations to load supplies. By the end of the journey, flour, sugar, peanuts, and soybean oil had all been loaded onto the tractor. Fatty, Zhang Xingli, Haizi, Zhuzi, and Dalong were all covered in flour, resembling dough figures, their clothes and hair dusted white. Because Guo Jia was to meet with the heads of various departments and present gifts, he was the only one remaining somewhat presentable. Upon hearing from Guo Jia that all purchases were complete and they could return to Daling Village, Fatty exchanged glances with the others. In an instant, they seized Guo Jia and tossed him onto a sack of flour, pinning him down as they rolled him around on the white bag. "What on earth are you doing?" Guo Jia exclaimed as he emerged from the sack, now entirely covered in white. "Brother Jia, we've all turned into dough figures. It seems unfair for you to remain clean while we're all a mess." Fatty chuckled mischievously. "Fatty, you're done for. This suit of mine is quite valuable. You better wash it when we get back." Guo Jia leaped from the vehicle, chasing after Fatty. "I want to wear it anyway, so why should I wash it?" Fatty circled the tractor, fleeing, while Guo Jia struggled to keep up. "With that bulk of yours, even if the suit was lent to you, could you manage to button it?" Unable to catch up with Fatty, Guo Jia plopped down on the ground. Initially, he had been cautious about sitting in his suit, fearing it would get dirty, but with the state he found himself in now, he had no qualms. "Hey, Brother Jia, if Fatty can't wear it, I surely can." Zhuzi rubbed his hands together. "Scram, you have the audacity to say that. I brought you along to protect me. Yet you were the second to toss me into the flour sack after Fatty." Guo Jia patted the flour off his clothes, but it was futile, the more he tried. The larger the flour-covered area became. "Isn't this for your better protection? Now we all look the same, making it less likely for anyone to notice you. Otherwise, you would stand out too much," Zhuzi declared with a straight face, nonsensically justifying their actions. "Stop, stop, stop. Those are just remnants of my indulgence." Guo Jia extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, the leftovers of what he had distributed to the various heads, leaving him with half a box. He withdrew a single cigarette for himself and tossed the pack to the others. "You may indulge, for I have bestowed upon you a favor. Please enjoy." With that, Guo Jia placed the cigarette between his lips. "Allow me to light it for you," Zhuzi eagerly offered. "Lighting it now is futile. Your bonuses have vanished." Guo Jia inhaled deeply. "Fear not, Jiaga. Once we return, shall we make sweet pancakes or dumplings?" Haizi chimed in jest. "How can there be no concern, Haizi? That was indeed a bonus." Zhuzi promptly corrected him. "Indeed, it is your bonus, not mine." Haizi laughed as he scampered away. The group erupted into hearty laughter. "All right, let us not linger in jest. We should hasten back. Should rain arrive, we shall be in dire straits," Zhang Xingli remarked, glancing skyward. "Zhang Keisai, who knew you possessed the ability to observe the heavens?" The portly fellow teased from the side. "One need not be an oracle during the sultry days. A mere cloud heralds rain." Zhang Xingli rose to his feet. "Yes, Xingli speaks wisely. Our vehicle is laden with items susceptible to the rain. We must hurry back." Guo Jia also stood. Subsequently, the tractor, laden with goods and accompanied by the group, returned to Daling Village. Upon arriving at Guo Jia's ancestral home, the portly fellows took charge of unloading the cargo, while Guo Jia instructed that everything be stored in the western room of the main house. He typically resided in the eastern room. The granary was unsuitable due to the presence of rodents. Should these items fall prey to vermin, the losses would be considerable. Prior to heading to Guangdong Province, Guo Jia had sought out a carpenter in the village, requesting the assembly of several skilled craftsmen to create a batch of mooncake molds urgently needed. By now, it was likely that the mooncake molds were ready, and Guo Jia intended to inspect them. Once the unloading was complete, Guo Jia directed the portly fellows to drive around the neighboring villages. The aim was twofold: to amass a significant quantity of red and green adzuki beans for mooncake filling, and to recruit a number of young, robust women to partake in mooncake production. This task required physical strength, rendering older individuals less suitable. Men tended to lack the necessary finesse, making young women the ideal candidates. With a daily wage of 2 yuan, Guo Jia was confident that many would come forward to apply. After a bustling day, a considerable amount of red and green adzuki beans had been collected, and over 100 women expressed their willingness to assist in mooncake production. Noticing the crowd, Guo Jia informed everyone that instruction in mooncake making would commence the following day, with the most skilled individuals retained, with only 5 ovens available. It was impractical to accommodate everyone, thus, selection would be competitive. Now, all preparations were complete. Flour, bean oil, sugar, ovens, molds, and everything else necessary was at hand. Ready for work to commence the next day. Guo Jia was quite familiar with mooncake production. In his past life, he had crafted and sold them. Navigating the process with ease, he promptly prepared a large pot of syrup to be used the following day, as it was unwise to create it last minute. Once everyone had dispersed and the production team concluded their work, Guo Ying invited Li Rou to her home. There remained a fair amount of delectable food, and Guo Ying insisted that Li Rou join her for dinner that evening. Li Rou was also curious about how Guo Jia was preparing, so she half-heartedly followed Guo Ying. Upon entering the courtyard, she discovered Guo Jia reheating leftover dishes, and her face flushed with embarrassment, realizing she may have been too forward. Li Rou, have you finished your work? Dinner will be ready shortly. I'll stir-fry another dish, Guo Jia said. Initially, he intended to consume the leftovers to prevent waste. But upon seeing Li Rou, he felt compelled to prepare some hearty dishes anew. What's the matter? Is your 4th sister no longer a topic of conversation? And Li Rou, have you finished your work? Guo Ying teased playfully. Oh dear, not the 4th sister. Li Rou attempted to clarify, but found herself at a loss for words. Well, you two seem to be in perfect harmony. I feel quite pitiful. I suppose I'll have to eat more meat to compensate for my emotional wounds. Guo Ying continued to jest. As for Guo Jia, Guo Ying knew her cousin was thick-skinned as a city wall, rendering her jest harmless. Indeed. Upon noticing Li Rou's shyness and her struggle to articulate herself, Guo Jia quickly intervened. 4th sister, you should eat less meat. Otherwise, if you gain weight, you might struggle to find a suitable husband. Following his remark, he burst into laughter. How dare you, Guo Jia? Who are you to say I won't find a husband? If I were to announce it, suitors would line up from the village head to the village tail, and our doorstep would be trampled, Guo Ying exaggeratedly claimed, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. After preparing a fresh dish of stir-fried green peppers and meat, Li Rou insisted on not making any more, as there were plenty of leftovers. The group sat down to enjoy their meal, while Guo Jia recounted the day's developments. Thank you all for your encouragement, comments, and small gifts. Without saying more, I shall add updates. After dinner, Guo Ying retired to her room early, creating a private space for Guo Jia and Li Rou. Guo Jia, you should change out of that suit. It's too dirty. I'll watch it for you. Today, Li Rou was in no hurry to leave, feeling as though being near Guo Jia was akin to jumping into a flour sack. That's wonderful. I was just contemplating how to wash it. Guo Jia scratched his head, as laundry was not his favorite task. Dressed in a tank top and loose shorts, he simply removed his suit. Li Rou, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze as she took the clothing, unable to meet his eye. I'll fetch some water, Guo Jia exclaimed, rushing to draw water from the large tank into the wash basin, all the while grinning foolishly at Li Rou. You're an adult now. How did you end up like this? And that suit is new. You shouldn't wear it for work. Li Rou feigned complaint, but her tone was laced with affection, as she shook the suit to dislodge the flour clinging to it. You have no idea. It's all because of those guys. I was wearing my clothes just fine, but I put this on to meet with the heads of various factories. Unexpectedly, once all the goods were loaded onto the truck, those rascals pinned me against the flour sack and rubbed me all over. Guo Jia expressed his plight with a comically pitiful demeanor. Giggling, Li Rou covered her mouth in amusement as she sat on a small stool beside the wash basin. Guo Jia, displaying his keen awareness, brought over the soap and placed it next to her feet. The term refers to soap, a name commonly used by the local populace. In the 1960s and 1970s, people would wash their clothes by the riverbank or at the pond. Young women and newlywed brides would gather in groups, carrying wooden basins and washboards to clean their garments. At that time, laundry detergents and even soap were scarce. Typically, people used soap pods as a substitute for detergent to cleanse their clothing. Some even resorted to using the ash from the hearth after cooking, although careless individuals sometimes found hidden embers within the ashes that would leave holes in their clothes. By the 1980s, soap became a household staple, and people began to use it for laundry. They would first scrub the clothes in water, and then Li Rou would apply soap to the fabric, gently rubbing it in. Guo Jia remained nearby, observing her with fascination. Occasionally, when Li Rou swept a loose strand of hair from her forehead, a small bubble of soap would cling to her hair. Li Rou, when will you receive the official order to return to the city? I want to marry you right away, Guo Jia exclaimed, captivated by the beauty before him. If you keep talking like that, I won't wash your clothes anymore. You'll have to do it yourself. Li Rou, a shy girl, was quick to dismiss him. No more of that. I'm just anxious. Guo Jia quickly relented, appreciating the time spent with her while avoiding the chore of washing clothes. I heard from Tianjing and the others that it seems to be happening soon, Li Rou whispered, her gaze fixed on the garments in the basin. Too shy to meet Guo Jia's eyes. Really? That's wonderful. When you return to the city, I'll accompany you to propose directly. Guo Jia laughed heartily. Keep your voice down. What if someone hears us? Li Rou urged, tugging at his sleeve. At that moment, Guo Jia, filled with excitement, stood up and gestured animatedly. Why would I worry about being overheard? I plan to invite everyone in our village to our wedding. And of course, all your friends and family must come too. We'll make it a grand celebration. He envisioned that joyous day. Lower your voice. My parents don't know about this yet. I need to discuss it with them first. Li Rou replied anxiously. Having always followed her parents' wishes, she felt hesitant to take the lead. You're right. I was too hasty. You go back to the city first, talk to your parents, and then send me a telegram. Writing a letter takes too long, Guo Jia said, as if Li Rou were leaving for the city the very next day. All right, once I've spoken to them, I'll send you a telegram, Li Rou promised. After finishing the laundry, she wrung out the water and shook the clothes again to prevent wrinkles once they dried. It's settled then. I must work hard to earn money for the furniture and appliances we will need for our wedding, Guo Jia said, taking the clothes from Li Rou and hanging them on the line. He added, I've heard that weddings in the city now require the new 4 essentials instead of just the traditional 3 turns and 1 sound. Rest assured, Li Rou, whatever others have, I will ensure you have too. You won't be at a disadvantage. I have already expressed that I am indifferent to those matters. As long as 2 individuals share mutual affection, everything else becomes secondary. Li Rou is not a materialistic woman. She possesses her own viewpoints. I certainly shall not treat you poorly. My desire is to make you the happiest woman in the world. Guo Jia grasped Li Rou's hand, initially intending to kiss her. He refrained due to being in Guo Ying's courtyard, as Li Rou did not consent. Should Guo Ying witness this, it would be quite embarrassing for her. After washing Guo Jia's clothes, Li Rou mentioned her intention to return to the youth commune's dormitory. Night had completely fallen, and Guo Jia escorted Li Rou home. Along the way, Guo Jia shared his future aspirations, his face alight with hope. However, Li Rou secretly thought that Guo Jia's ambitions were somewhat grandiose. Yet, she did not voice any doubt. Instead, she encouraged him to proceed steadily. Goals may be set high. As long as one strives toward them, the achievement itself is secondary. The distance to the dormitory was not far, and it seemed they had exchanged little conversation before arriving at its entrance. Guo Jia watched Li Rou enter the dormitory before turning back to his own home. The next day, Guo Jia was in the courtyard making final preparations when a series of bicycle bells suddenly echoed from the entrance. Have you truly gone to purchase bicycles? Guo Jia inquired, gazing at the row of new bicycles at the gate. The group, Fatty, Haizi, Zhuzi, and Dalong, each held a bicycle in hand. It turned out they had discussed buying the bicycles the previous day. This was their dream. Now that they had the means, it was time to realize that dream. Of course, each one of us bought one from the supply and marketing cooperative. Just watching me ride that bicycle nearly drove the salesgirl named Ding Xiang mad. Fatty exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. One would think the salesgirl would be delighted to sell so many bicycles at once. Why would she be angry? Guo Jia questioned, perplexed. Come on, it's Fatty we're talking about. He deliberately went to irritate Ding Xiang. Zhang Xingli chimed in from the side. Among them, only Zhang Xingli had not purchased a bicycle, having spent all his earnings on famine relief and medical expenses for his mother. Xingli, why didn't you buy one? If you lack funds, I can cover it for you. Guo Jia quickly offered upon noticing Zhang Xingli's lack of a bicycle. Don't worry about me, Jiage. I must earn the money myself to buy this bicycle, Zhang Xingli declared with a spirited demeanor. Indeed, that Ding Xiang is always cheering him on. Fatty teased, adopting a high-pitched voice. Enough. We are all comrades. What is wrong with encouraging one another? Zhang Xingli retorted, engaging in a playful argument with Fatty. Chapter 67. Commencement. Fatty and the others pushed their bicycles into the courtyard, neatly arranging them in a row. They were brand new and particularly eye-catching. Jiagu, you cannot imagine the sensation we felt riding our new bicycles down the street. Everyone turned to look at us. It was exhilarating. Fatty recalled, still brimming with excitement. I can attest to that. One person turned to gaze at us and crashed into a telephone pole. Zhang Xingli surprisingly agreed with Fatty. Well, it was worth it for me to ride back with you. The stout individual gestured a thumbs up towards Zhang Xingli. Four brand-new bicycles stood side by side on the street, and Guo Jia mused that the spectacle resembled a future convoy of Rolls-Royces. It was indeed a remarkable sight, as a few young men engaged in playful banter. Villagers from nearby hamlets gradually arrived at Guo Jia's courtyard for the mooncake-making recruitment. Fortunately, the old residence boasted a spacious yard. Otherwise, accommodating such a crowd would have been quite challenging. Today, Guo did not attend work at the production team. She had requested leave early in the morning from the village chief, Wang Fu, to assist her cousin Guo Jia in maintaining order and welcoming the guests. The attendees were familiar faces from the surrounding villages, all of whom shared a common bond. Despite their roles as applicants for labor, Guo Jia and his companions did not adopt an air of superiority. All right, it seems everyone has arrived. I shall now begin teaching you how to make mooncakes, Guo Jia announced after noticing the influx of people had ceased. Although he spoke loudly, many of the villagers, primarily young women, continued to giggle and chat, as they were naturally inclined to gather and converse. Everyone, please quiet down and pay attention, Guo Jia called out, stepping onto his stool to elevate his voice. At that moment, the courtyard fell silent, all ears eager to hear his words. I have only 5 ovens, yet there are at least 100 of you here today. Thus, we cannot accommodate such a large number. Therefore, we must select the best candidates. Those who learn quickly and demonstrate superior craftsmanship will be prioritized for employment. Do not be disheartened if you are not selected. Should we find ourselves short-staffed later, you will be the first ones considered. Guo Jia reiterated this to ensure understanding, as it had been mentioned before, and the crowd accepted it without resentment. Now, observe closely as I demonstrate, shortly. You will have the opportunity to try your hand at it. Let us begin with boiling the syrup. Guo Jia signaled for the stout man to bring out a bag of sugar from the west room, and the sight made everyone's eyes widen with excitement. The sugar was allocated based on supply, with each person receiving a fixed amount. How could Guo Jia possibly bring home an entire bag? Ladies, we have established a food factory, which is a subsidiary of the Pear County Sugar Factory. All processing materials have been sanctioned by the county officials, Guo Jia explained briefly, preempting any potential mischief. He scooped some sugar into a pot and added water proportionately before commencing the syrup boiling process. In this era, devoid of advanced technology and intricate techniques, the products were made in their purest form. Boiling syrup required considerable time, and once prepared, it needed to cool. Hence, while the syrup continued to boil, they would utilize the previously prepared syrup to proceed. Guo Jia was well-versed in all the steps and had naturally made prior preparations. Next, he mixed the alkali water with the syrup and cooked oil, stirring them together until well combined. The following task was to knead the dough for the mooncake crust. Pay close attention, as our first assessment today is the dough kneading. Whoever excels will pass this initial stage, Guo Jia continued, retrieving flour and beginning the kneading process while explaining the crucial details that required attention. Once Guo Jia had kneaded the dough, he instructed everyone to wash their hands, allowing them to experience the texture of the well-kneaded dough. Subsequently, the participants dispersed to commence their tasks. The dough basins were all brought by the individuals themselves, as Guo Jia's home could not possibly accommodate hundreds of bowls, a fact he had communicated beforehand. The rationale behind selecting dough kneading as the initial challenge was rooted in Guo Jia's meticulous consideration. For instance, when boiling syrup, if inexperienced hands were to take charge, a mishap could render the sugar unusable and irretrievable. In contrast, kneading dough is accessible to all. Should the mixture of alkaline water and syrup be excessive, the dough would become too soft. However, this could be remedied by adding more flour. Conversely, if there were insufficient mixture, the dough would turn excessively hard. Yet additional mixture could be incorporated to rectify it. Guo Jia was adept at salvaging these situations, ensuring that nothing went to waste. Next, all applicants began scooping flour to knead the dough. After Guo Jia's thorough inspection, of the more than 100 candidates, only 63 were deemed qualified. This initial stage eliminated over 40 individuals. While the dough rested, Guo Jia commenced the preparation of the mooncake filling. The 5-nut filling, being the most popular, was crafted first, utilizing primary ingredients such as peanuts, sunflower seeds, and sesame seeds. These assorted nuts were blended together, and once the dough had rested adequately, individual dough pieces were formed and rolled out. The 5-nut filling was then encased within and pressed into molds for shaping. Guo Jia continued to produce several more. informing everyone that this constituted the second round of assessment. Those who could create mooncakes swiftly and to a high standard would be retained, while those who fell short would be eliminated. The participants attentively observed Guo Jia's technique. After this round of scrutiny, only 40 individuals remained qualified. The finished mooncakes were placed in the oven, undergoing several processes such as egg wash before they emerged, steaming and fragrant. The sound of eager swallowing filled the courtyard. Those who had been eliminated remained, their eyes fixated on the golden, glistening mooncakes. Each participant was given a mooncake to sample. However, Guo Jia advised against immediate consumption, suggesting they wait a few hours for the mooncakes to absorb oil, achieving optimal flavor. After his instructions, he instructed the others to distribute the mooncakes. Although not selected, the eliminated participants still received a mooncake, leaving them delighted as they returned home. The 40 individuals who were accepted were even more elated, not only enjoying mooncakes, but also earning a substantial daily wage of 2 yuan once work commenced. Guo Jia had procured large ovens from Yangqing, each comprising 5 tiers. Each tier could accommodate 40 mooncakes, allowing a single oven to bake 200 mooncakes at once. With 5 ovens operating simultaneously, one could produce 1,000 mooncakes in a single batch. The process of applying the egg wash and baking, combined with the baking time, totaled approximately 20 minutes. In other words, a single oven can steadily bake 2 batches of mooncakes within an hour, yielding a total of 400 pieces. Consequently, 5 ovens can produce 2,000 mooncakes in the same time frame. Traditionally, mooncakes were packaged in sets of 4, weighing approximately 500 grams. During the 1980s, these delicacies were relatively thin and were commonly wrapped in paper, adorned with a square piece of colorful paper on top, rendering them particularly attractive. Furthermore, the weight was not referred to as 500 grams, but rather as 1 pound of mooncake. Chapter 68. Selling goods as the Mid-Autumn Festival approached each year. Every household was entitled to purchase 1 pound of mooncakes, redeemable with a ticket on the day of the festival. There was no opportunity to acquire more or to buy them after the festival had passed. Guo Jia picked up a freshly baked mooncake to examine it. Presently, its color and appearance exhibited no discernible flaws. As for the taste, that could only be assessed after a few hours when the oil had settled. However, given the mature formula ratios, the flavor was undoubtedly superb. Guo Jia then instructed the 40 recruits to master each step of the process. The notion of safeguarding the technique was entirely unfounded. Guo Jia merely recognized that with the Mid-Autumn Festival nearing, the sale of vegetables was also coming to an end. Moreover, the number of vegetable vendors in the county had increased, making it challenging to earn significant profits. Transitioning to mooncake production was intended to generate quick revenue, as this product would not be consumed year-round. During times of scarcity, demand might surge, but Guo Jia understood that once supply was abundant, mooncakes would not be a frequent purchase. Regarding the next year's Mid-Autumn Festival, if he still relied on mooncake production for income, it would indicate that Guo Jia was not a competent reborn individual. A business that could only be sold once a year would hardly yield substantial profits. He aimed to establish a year-round enterprise. Based on individual strengths, Guo Jia subsequently delineated specific roles. Some would be responsible for boiling syrup, others for dough preparation, and others for mooncake production. As operations fell into a rhythm, Guo Jia contemplated visiting the packaging factory in the county to custom order a batch of mooncake gift boxes. The mooncakes produced at home, 5 stacked together equating to 1 pound, would be wrapped in oiled paper, making them accessible to the general public. Minor imperfections, such as irregular shapes or slight edge abrasions, would not deter the average consumer, who tended to be less discerning. However, some individuals pursued perfection and demanded high standards, predominantly among the affluent. Guo Jia's decision to commission mooncake gift box packaging was aimed at catering to this demographic. Additionally, those who needed mooncakes as gifts would find the presentation of gift boxes more prestigious. By housing flawless mooncakes within these boxes, he could command a higher price, ensuring satisfaction for both buyers and sellers. Upon returning from work, Li Rou eagerly approached Guo Jia, wishing to see whether the mooncakes had been successfully crafted. Guo Jia presented her with a mooncake that had achieved the requisite standards after resting. She took a bite of the red bean paste filling, and the soft, glutinous sweetness was delightful. Li Rou's large eyes sparkled, curving into crescent moons. Guo Jia remarked that the crust of this mooncake was exceptionally crisp, unlike the particularly hard varieties he had encountered in the past. As Li Rou savored each bite, she expressed her delight, affirming the success of their mooncake production, which promised to be a commercial triumph. Guo Jia brimmed with confidence. The mooncake he had previously gifted to everyone had also reached its moment of indulgence. With eager hands reaching out to taste it, the five-nut filling burst with flavor, compelling each person to crave another bite, creating an irresistible allure. Many claimed that these mooncakes surpassed all others they had previously tasted by several folds. United in effort, they acknowledged that their daily wage of 2 yuan paled in comparison to the 2 kilograms of mooncake each would receive as a bonus during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Those who excelled in their tasks would also be rewarded with additional bonuses. Guo Jia, ever the visionary, enthusiastically painted grand prospects, sharing his aspirations with fervor. Wonderful, they exclaimed. Guo Jia, tomorrow my sister-in-law will introduce you to a match. To which he playfully retorted, do not speak carelessly. Li Jiqing is indeed Guo Jia's intended. Oh, I was unaware, replied another. Li Jiqing, do not take this to heart. The enthusiastic chatter among the 40 young women and wives they had hired was palpable. The following day, Guo Jia entrusted his sister, Guo Ding, to oversee the mooncake production at home while he, along with his robust companion and Zhang Xingli, drove a tractor to the county town to sell the mooncakes made the day before. Meanwhile, Haizi, Zhuzi, and Dalong would converge in the county town to join them in their sales endeavor. It was evident that such a large group selling together was impractical. Guo Jia swiftly devised a plan, splitting into 3 groups of 2, starting with the neighborhoods frequented by vegetable vendors, where they had an established rapport with the residents. At the Tianqing Soda Factory's residential complex, Guo Jia chose to remain with Dalong to sell mooncakes. After unloading a portion from the tractor, his companion drove to the next neighborhood. As Dalong was not particularly chatty, Guo Jia took it upon himself to guide him. Haizi and Zhuzi formed their own pair, selling mooncakes at the sugar factory's residential area. The duo of the lively Fatty and Zhang Xingli, known for their banter, kept the atmosphere light, trading playful jabs while remaining in good spirits. Once they nearly finished selling in one neighborhood, Fatty would return to collect everyone, heading to the next 3 neighborhoods. Despite the initial day of mooncake production, the 40 newly recruited workers were still getting accustomed to their tasks, managing to produce only a limited quantity. After completing sales in over 10 neighborhoods, they found themselves with no stock left. Although they referred to it as a mooncake, the packaging contained 5 pieces, totaling 3,000 packages, or 3,000 G. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, these mooncakes were in high demand. People were eager to purchase, whether 1 or 2 G at a time. For the numerous neighborhoods, 3,000 G of mooncakes was not a substantial amount. Previously, during the planned economy era, mooncakes were uniformly produced and sold by state-owned enterprises. To ensure supply for the Mid-Autumn Festival, production would commence months in advance. This resulted in a lack of freshly baked mooncakes available for purchase. Often, leftover mooncakes from the previous year would take precedence in sales, with only after clearing out the old stock would new offerings be made available. Under the regime of unified purchasing and marketing, once the Mid-Autumn Festival passes, mooncakes are sealed away, reserved for sale the following year. Consequently, over the years, the common folk find it exceedingly difficult to savor freshly made mooncakes, resorting instead to consuming a year's worth of stockpiles. Biting into these mooncakes feels akin to gnawing on iron. They are hard and unyielding. Nevertheless, each household is limited to a mere pound of mooncakes, prompting a fervent scramble to purchase them. Should one fail to buy, they must wait until the next year to indulge. In contrast, the mooncakes crafted by Guo Jia and his team are freshly baked, utilizing only genuine, high-quality ingredients. Coupled with Guo Jia's mastery of a refined recipe, these mooncakes emerge soft, sweet, and delightfully flaky. Residents from various neighborhoods who taste them are left in rapturous praise. The mooncakes that require persistent chewing bear no comparison to those sold by Guo Jia. On the inaugural day of sales, Guo Jia adopted a strategy of selling to acquaintances first. Having previously established rapport while selling vegetables, he was well known among the residents. He allowed the residents from a dozen nearby communities to be the first to sample their mooncakes. Simultaneously, Guo Jia informed everyone that they would soon set up a fixed stall on the main streets, ceasing their visits to the neighborhoods. This approach would enhance their visibility and ensure that everyone would come to know of the mooncakes crafted by Guo Jia. Stationing themselves at a fixed location would yield greater sales than wandering through the neighborhoods, enabling them to welcome customers from all directions. Chapter 69. Gift boxes. The mooncakes were in short supply, and with time still on their side, Guo Jia instructed Fatty to drive the tractor to the blacksmith shop. There, he commissioned a few iron stands that could be assembled and disassembled. This way, when not in use, they could be dismantled and bundled onto a bicycle. When needed, they could be easily assembled into a simple table, serving as a display for the mooncakes during sales. Next, they would disperse to sell the mooncakes. Guo Jia mused that having a group of people clustered around a single tractor was a waste of manpower. After arranging to pick up the stands the following morning, Guo Jia visited the supply and marketing cooperative. He bought a bicycle for Zhang Xingli, costing 120 yuan. Brother Jia, there's no need to buy this for me. I'll save up and buy one myself, Zhang Xingli protested vigorously. Guo Jia paid him no mind and had Fatty assist in taking the bicycle out of the cooperative. Outside, Guo Jia produced a stack of money, distributing 120 yuan each to Fatty, Haizi, Zhuzi, and Dalong. He then declared, starting tomorrow, each of us will have a stall. And we'll scatter to sell mooncakes, occupying the busiest streets in Lixian County. Your bicycles will be regarded as provisions from our food factory, reimbursed for the purpose of selling goods. Guo Jia smiled at the group. Wow, a 120 yuan bicycle, fully reimbursed? Zhuzi exclaimed in shock. No need to be so surprised. The bicycles belong to the food factory, Haizi said with a chuckle, dousing Zhuzi's excitement with cold water. Is that so, Brother Jia? Zhuzi turned to Guo Jia. The bicycles remain yours. Do we really need to split hairs over this? I have earned money. How could it be without you all? Guo Jia struck the pillar lightly. Magnificent. Haizi exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up, having anticipated that Jia Ge would bestow a bicycle upon them, teasing Zhuzi earlier on purpose. Who is Jia Ge? He is our esteemed elder brother. The chubby one approached with a cheeky grin, eager to flatter. Stop, cease the flattery and speak of serious matters, Guo Jia commanded. Silencing the group, he continued, Victory, Haizi, Zhuzi, Dalong, and I shall each set up a stall tomorrow to sell mooncakes. The chubby one will operate the tractor, responsible for restocking us. Though the bicycle could carry some mooncakes, its capacity was limited. Thus, Guo Jia instructed the chubby one to load the tractor with mooncakes and replenish stock wherever sales run low. Jia Ge, how about I practice driving the tractor and let the chubby one sell mooncakes? DeLong suggested from the side. He was not particularly articulate, and the idea of selling mooncakes intimidated him. DeLong, whether you sell many or few is inconsequential. Did I not teach you when we sold together earlier? Just quote the price when someone inquires. Whether they buy is entirely up to them. With time, you'll grow accustomed to it, Guo Jia encouraged. DeLong was not adept at driving the tractor. Carelessly allowing him to operate it would likely result in mishaps. Starting the tractor and reversing it posed risks, as the gear lever could easily injure someone. Very well. My hands are meant for labor. Selling goods truly is a challenge. DeLong shook his head. Once all instructions were given, Haizi, Zhuzi, and DeLong returned home. Guo Jia sent the chubby one off to the packaging factory. The mooncake gift boxes ordered yesterday were ready for collection. The factory had few orders at present, and upon Guo Jia presenting a sample, they had commenced production. The group loaded stacks of flattened cardboard boxes onto the vehicle. These gift boxes were designed to be folded along pre-made creases, forming a base to hold the mooncakes. Adorned with vibrant illustrations of Chang'e ascending to the moon, the center featured a golden mooncake design radiating light. The overall aesthetics were striking. Jia Ge, how did you come up with such brilliant ideas? Zhang Xingli, seated in the back, remarked while examining the boxes. With diligence and keen observation, anyone can achieve this. Guo Jia replied with a smile. Zhang Xingli had improved significantly. He who once only spoke of Marxism-Leninism had now embraced the joys of life. Jia Ge, are you planning to categorize the mooncakes into 2 tiers? The chubby one inquired while maneuvering the tractor. I appreciate your insight. You see through matters clearly. The mooncakes wrapped in paper will be sold to the general public, while those in gift boxes will naturally be reserved for the affluent, Guo Jia explained with a grin. Goodness. Jia Ge, are you aiming to redistribute wealth? The chubby one burst into laughter. Absolutely, Guo Jia replied with a mischievous smile. Zhang Xingli observed Guo Jia and then the chubby one, feeling slightly out of sync with the conversation. The cost of this gift box amounts to a mere 10 cents. And naturally, Guo Jia intends to recoup this expense. Upon arriving at Daling Village, Guo Jia and his companions moved the cardboard gift boxes into the upper room, cautious of both rain and mice. Fatty, you and Zhang Xingli ride your bicycles to retrieve those individuals we previously dismissed. I suspect we are short-handed, Guo Jia instructed. Over 100 candidates had applied yesterday, yet only the most exceptional 40 remained. Given the sales performance of the mooncakes today, Guo Jia realized that 40 workers were woefully insufficient. Should the demand for mooncakes persist, He contemplated implementing a round-the-clock shift system, ensuring that while the workers rested, the machines would not. All right, Brother Jia, let us move on. Stop dawdling, Fatty replied, calling out to Zhang Shengli. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengli was busy polishing the newly purchased bicycle, which had gathered dust during the return trip in the tractor's rear compartment. Huh. Oh, fine, he said after giving the bicycle another wipe. What are we doing, Fatty? Zhang Shengli queried as he caught up with Fatty. Darn it, I don't know what we're doing. Why did you agree earlier? Fatty retorted, heading home to fetch his own bicycle. You were my focus. I was preoccupied with the bicycle, Zhang Shengli chuckled, following closely behind. Give me a ride home. And I'll tell you, Fatty said as he plopped down onto the bicycle's rear seat. Fatty, you're quite heavy. Perhaps we should refrain from riding, Zhang Shengli lamented. Isn't the purpose of buying a bicycle to ride it? What, do you plan to carry it instead? Fatty laughed heartily, refusing to dismount. That's not the case. I was merely considering that the bicycle is newly acquired and hasn't been properly broken in yet. Carrying a heavy load could damage it. Zhang Shengli continued to persuade him. What nonsense. It's not like this is a motor vehicle. Fatty scoffed, but soon his expression shifted. Well, Zhang Shengli, since I just purchased this bicycle, how can you expect me to carry you home? Aren't you worried that my bicycle hasn't been broken in yet? No. Listen to me. Zhang Shengli realized he had spoken too much. Just hurry and ride. You rascal. Fatty interrupted, thinking that if their bicycles were not properly broken in, then neither should be in good condition. As brothers, we must share the burdens. A chapter has been added. My gratitude extends to everyone for the gifts. Thanks to the user who stealthily sent 2 urging tokens and a like, alongside one for love. I appreciate the bubble tea from the user, as well as the 2 flowers and 3 love tokens from Guo Jia. Special thanks to Chuan Jiang, whose commentary on reading novels is akin to dining on excrement, for the love token sent during afternoon tea. Heartfelt thanks to all who urge for updates, comment, and read this book. Chapter 70. Increasing personnel. Guo Jia had no time to spare listening to the bickering between Fatty and Zhang Shengli. He approached his sister. Xiao Jia, how were the mooncake sales today? Guo Ying inquired upon seeing Guo Jia return. Sister, we sold out of the mooncakes we had prepared. I instructed Fatty and the others to bring back the candidates we did not hire yesterday. Guo Jia ladled a scoop of cool water and drank it eagerly. Slow down. Why are you drinking so hastily? Guo Ying, despite being his cousin, had always cared for Guo Jia, as they had grown up together. Indeed. It is essential to recruit more people, she nodded and continued. Today, everyone has essentially become proficient in their tasks. The mooncakes are being produced more quickly and efficiently. The rate of defective products has gradually decreased, with nearly all being of acceptable quality. Guo Ying also mentioned the situation at home. Guo Jia entrusted her with the management of the 40 employees, and naturally, she needed to oversee everything meticulously. That is reassuring. The process of making mooncakes is not particularly challenging and can be learned quickly. Guo Jia felt immense joy upon hearing that the 40 employees had become skilled workers. Fourth sister, once those 60 additional workers arrive, let the current 40 serve as mentors, pairing each with 1 or 2 newcomers to teach them as they work. This way, the new recruits will quickly adapt. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, our 5 ovens are already at full capacity. If we hire more people, they will only be able to prepare the dough as we cannot bake anymore. Guo Ying replied. Fourth sister, how many mooncakes can the 5 ovens produce in an hour? Each baking tray holds 40 mooncakes, and with 5 layers, that totals 200. With 5 ovens, we can bake 1,000 mooncakes at a time. We can bake twice an hour, yielding a total of 2,000 mooncakes. The employees had become adept, reaching the limits of the oven's capabilities. Guo Ying was a competent manager, fully aware of the operations. Then we shall divide these 40 workers into 2 groups of 20. The 60 individuals that Fatty and the others are bringing in can be divided into groups of 30, alternating shifts, allowing the ovens to operate continuously for 24 hours. Guo Jia contemplated. With 20 skilled workers in both the day and night shifts, we can ensure the quality of the mooncakes while also training newcomers. Xiao Jia, this could indeed double our output, but with so many mooncakes, will you be able to sell them all? Guo Ying inquired. Fourth sister, as the mid-autumn festival approaches. If we do not produce them in advance, the demand will surge on the day of the festival, and we will be unable to keep up with the orders. Guo Jia elucidated. By the way, if any of the newcomers are particularly inept at making mooncakes, we can assign them the task of brushing the dough with egg wash. Allowing others to focus on different tasks, Guo Jia suggested, concerned that Guo might struggle with flexibility. That is indeed a feasible solution. Not only does brushing the egg wash require a few workers, but packaging the mooncakes also needs manpower. If there are individuals who truly cannot make mooncakes, I will have them do this tomorrow, Guo nodded, having learned a valuable strategy from Guo Jia. Skilled workers should not be tasked with these menial procedures, thus allowing them to dedicate more time to mooncake production, while those lacking skills could handle the simpler tasks. Fourth sister, take a look at this. It is the mooncake gift box I ordered. Each box can hold 4 packs of mooncakes, totaling 20 pieces. Guo Jia retrieved a folded gift box from the upper room and presented it to Guo for inspection. The gift box is truly exquisite. Encasing the mooncake within elevates its status significantly, far surpassing the humble paper wrapping. Guo perused the gift box repeatedly, reluctant to part with it. Sister 4. It costs merely a dime for one gift box. How could it not be splendid? Tomorrow, please ensure that the employees responsible for packaging maintain strict quality control during the assembly of the gift boxes. Subpar items with frayed edges must never find their way inside. This is intended for the upscale market, Guo Jia emphasized. Now, do we still require a paper wrap for each mooncake priced at 5 yuan? Or should we place 20 mooncakes directly into the box without wrapping? Guo inquired with urgency. A single gift box can accommodate 20 mooncakes. By omitting the paper wrap, we could save on 4 sheets. Little savings accumulate to a significant sum, Guo Jia explained. We will still use paper wrapping before placing them in the gift box. These expenses will be accounted for, so Sister 4 need not worry. Guo Jia chuckled, noting that Sister 4 still possessed a mindset akin to that of a smallholder. Her vision not yet broadened. Oh, by the way, what is the selling price of the mooncakes per pound today? Guo suddenly remembered to ask. You may take your time to guess. I will reveal it upon my return, Guo Jia replied, stepping outside. Are you purposely tormenting me? Guo retorted. Observing Guo Jia making a face at her before adding, You're off to find Li Rou, aren't you? Beware, I might inform her to ignore you tomorrow. Sister 4, previously, your kind words were effective, but now, even your negative remarks hold no sway, Guo Jia teased, attempting to provoke Guo. How ungrateful of you. This is akin to abandoning a loyal companion. Guo shouted indignantly. Nay, I am no beast of burden. She added defiantly. Sister 4, you may call me a steed instead. Haha. Guo Jia's laughter echoed as he disappeared from sight. Just wait, I shall catch you, Guo declared. Hands on her hips in frustration, Guo Jia playfully bantered with Sister 4, then hastened off to the youth labor site. Guo, robust in stature, knew that should she catch him, a few kicks would be inevitable. Li Rou, if you're feeling fatigued from work in the production team, you need not continue, Guo Jia gently said, holding her hand by the little river at the village's edge. Her small hands, though diminutive, were already calloused. The directive for our return to the city is imminent. If I do not engage earnestly now, I may miss the first batch of quotas, Li Rou lamented. To return to the city, one must labor diligently. While Guo could abstain from the production team to assist Guo Jia, Li Rou did not have that option. Yet, deep down, she yearned to aid Guo Jia. Very well, endure a few more days. Once we successfully return to the city, you shall have no obligations thereafter, Guo Jia promised. Even upon returning, one must work. How else shall we sustain ourselves? Li Rou countered, embodying a positive spirit. I shall support you, once we are wed. Your sole responsibility shall be to grace our home with your beauty, Guo Jia asserted promptly. You always manage to utter the most peculiar phrases. It is quite entertaining to hear, Li Rou responded with a soft giggle. However, I still wish to contribute in some way. Idleness at home renders life devoid of meaning. She added, gazing at Guo Jia with eyes full of affection. She understood that Guo Jia had her best interests at heart and did not wish to burden her. Very well, when the time comes, you shall be the mistress of the house, overseeing the entire enterprise, Guo Jia declared with an exaggerated flourish. At present, their food factory was merely a subsidiary, and to speak of a conglomerate seemed premature. Li Rou had now learned to jest with Guo Jia, her former reticence gradually dissipating. Do not fret, my dear. In the future, everything will come to fruition, Guo Jia said, his gaze tenderly fixed upon Li Rou. Yet, she glanced around, checking for onlookers. Guo Jia's call of my wife was something she would not oppose, provided it remained unheard by others. Chapter 71. The mooncake. How did the mooncakes fare today? After exchanging sweet nothings, the couple turned to more pressing matters. Yesterday, we produced a total of mooncakes, but today, there simply aren't enough to sell in the county town. The enthusiasm for purchasing is exceedingly high, Everyone who has tasted them has praised their quality. Guo Jia replied. That's splendid. At last, I can breathe easy, Li Rou thought, aware that Guo Jia had invested 5,000 yuan in an oven, a substantial sum indeed. Should the mooncakes fail to sell, it would result in significant losses. My dear, can you guess how much we sold today? Guo Jia delighted in sharing his joy with Li Rou. Then you must tell me the price per pound for the mooncakes. Li Rou teased, suppressing a laugh. 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound. As soon as Guo Jia spoke, he realized his mistake and reached out to tickle Li Rou's armpit. Oh, you're trying to trick me, she exclaimed playfully. I am not. Li Rou laughed and darted away. Guo Jia, hesitant to pursue her for reasons he dared not articulate, called out from behind. Don't run too fast. Be careful not to fall. Guo Jia's excessive protectiveness sometimes struck Li Rou as overly dramatic. When had she become so precious that even running could pose a risk of falling? Guo Jia. I recall that every year the supply and marketing cooperative sells mooncakes for 1 yuan and 43 cents per pound. Why have you raised the price? Won't people find it expensive and refrain from buying? She inquired as Guo Jia caught up. Every year, the mooncakes are supplied by the cooperative, and families receive only 1 pound of mooncake tickets, which must be presented to purchase them. For the past few years, the price has remained at 1 yuan and 43 cents per pound, and with the grain ticket, they could take them home. Thus, everyone is well aware of the mooncake prices. They won't find our price exorbitant. People are quite astute. Our mooncakes require no tickets, and when calculated, they are cheaper than those from the cooperative, Guo Jia explained with a smile. Why do you say that? It's clearly 7 cents more expensive. Li Rou remarked with her sparkling eyes, now adorably round from a bit of baby fat. Consider this. Each year, families are allotted only 1 pound of mooncake tickets. And without tickets, they cannot make a purchase. Those who wish to enjoy more mooncakes must buy tickets from others. In the black market, mooncake tickets can fetch at least 30 cents each, and during shortages, they can skyrocket to 50 cents. Our mooncakes require no tickets. You can purchase as many as you desire. Is an additional 7 cents truly excessive? Behind closed doors, everyone may well be proclaiming it a bargain. Perhaps even thinking me a fool, Guo Jia elucidated. You are indeed a fool, haha. Li Rou chuckled, recalling the days when Guo Jia was rather foolish himself. My heart aches, I am wounded. Guo Jia clutched his chest, displaying an expression of agony. All right, I shall not jest at your expense any longer. At this moment, the two were seated upon a weathered log, laid horizontally before them. The relentless passage of time had stripped the bark from the gnarled tree, revealing a pristine, milky white trunk. Li Rou gently tugged at Guo Jia's clothing. If you do not massage my heart, the pain shall persist. Guo Jia grasped Li Rou's small hand and placed it upon his chest. You are merely fabricating a tale. Your heart does not truly ache. Hence I shall not grant you a massage. Li Rou, fearing the implications of such intimacy and the possibility of being discovered, refrained from agreeing. If you refuse to massage me, then I shall massage you. Guo Jia wore a playful, mischievous expression. No, I shall massage you instead. Li Rou's heart raced with trepidation. Reluctantly, she began to massage Guo Jia's chest, her ears turning crimson. She thought to herself, how could she allow such a rogue to massage her? Guo Jia, on the other hand, reveled in the sensation, akin to a cat being pampered by its owner, his eyes brimming with delight. Earlier, Li Rou had jokingly called Guo Jia a fool, which prompted him to reminisce about someone else, the founder of Fool's Melon Seeds, Guo Jia. This legendary figure had amassed a fortune of 1 million yuan as early as 1976. His wealth so abundant that it needed to be spread out to dry under the sun. Could one not aspire to emulate such success, even from afar? It is important to note that 1 million yuan in the 1970s would equate to a formidable goal in contemporary times, as spoken of by Jian Lin. Today, they had sold a total of 500 yuan? After some playful banter, Li Rou recalled this detail and widened her eyes in realization. Although mooncakes are typically priced by weight nowadays, they are often sold in standard packages, with 5 mooncakes constituting a pound. Guo Jia and his companions also packaged their mooncakes in bundles of 5, and customers would commonly purchase them by the pound or 2. Thus, 3,000 pounds at a price of 1 yuan and 50 zhao per pound would naturally yield a total of 500 yuan. Truly, she is a knowledgeable young woman. My wife possesses a sharp intellect, calculating figures with remarkable speed. Li Rou's words interrupted Guo Jia's reverie as he reached out to ruffle her hair. How much flour do you bring home at a time? You sell so much in a single day. Li Rou pondered the figure of 3,000 pounds. Finding it somewhat inconceivable, The filling of a mooncake outweighs the crust. Although it may seem like 3,000 pounds of mooncakes, approximately 2,000 pounds consists of fillings made from red beans, peanuts, and various grains. Additionally, there are white sugar, water, and soybean oil, meaning the actual amount of flour is less than 1,000 pounds. Guo Jia elaborated on the proportions of various ingredients. Currently, premium flour costs 5 jiao per pound, more expensive than peanuts and red beans. A delectable mooncake filling is universally adored, and by increasing the filling, one can conserve more premium flour, thus earning greater profits from mooncake sales. In matters of commerce, Guo Jia is particularly adept at meticulous calculations. Observing Guo Jia's earnest demeanor, Li Rou found herself captivated and, without further thought, inquired, "What is the final cost of producing 1 pound of mooncake?" However, as Li Rou spoke, she felt somewhat abrupt, for this was indeed a matter of commercial confidentiality. She quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, you need not disclose it. I was merely inquiring." For an outsider, such information would undoubtedly be sensitive, yet for her, it was different. She was his wife, and everything could be shared. Guo Jia gently took Li Rou's hand, cradling it in his palm. Considering the costs of sugar, soybean oil, labor, and electricity, the expense of producing a single pound of mooncake hovers around 78 cents, which can be rounded to 80 cents. Each pound sold yields a gross profit of 70 cents, and today, they sold a total of 3,000 pounds, resulting in an approximate profit of 2,100 yuan. Guo Jia was candid with Li Rou, revealing everything. "My goodness, you earned 2,100 yuan in a single day? That means in 5 days, you'd be a millionaire." Li Rou found it hard to believe. In the city, an ordinary worker earns a monthly salary of 36 yuan. To accumulate 2,100 yuan, that worker would need to toil for 583 months, nearly 5 years of wages, without spending a single cent. Guo Jia's daily earnings equated to 5 years of an ordinary worker's salary. "My dear, this is just the first day. We haven't even reached our full sales potential yet. I plan to set up multiple stalls to sell simultaneously, which will surely increase our profits. Besides, we already achieved millionaire status before heading to Guangdong province," Guo Jia added, delivering another blow of astonishment that left Li Rou feeling dizzy. "Making so much money, isn't it illegal? Could it be dangerous?" Li Rou's concern resurfaced. "Fear not. We are operating strictly within the regulations set by higher authorities. We are not breaking any laws," Guo Jia reassured her. Although internally he was contemplating the necessity of extricating himself before 1982. China was navigating uncharted waters. It was now 1980, and in 2 years, the notorious 8 kings of Wenqing would face imprisonment or flee. Guo Jia was determined to avoid a similar fate. Little did Guo Jia know that at that very moment, someone was conspiring to report him, intending to send him to prison. Chapter 72. The informant. This person was Chun Tzuolian. Guo Jia had established a food factory, employing young women from the surrounding villages to produce mooncakes. Chun Tzuolian seethed with resentment. She had previously heard that he had hired 40 workers, and now he intended to recruit 60 more. Chun Tzuolian would not stand idly by. At that time, there was a stipulation that any individual employing more than 8 workers outside of a state-run entity would be classified as capitalist, which was illegal. Guo Jia, not satisfied with 40 employees, audaciously aimed to expand to 100. She had to report him. He must be made to serve a lengthy sentence. After work, while Li Rou was out enjoying tender moments with Guo Jia, Chun Tzuolian was meticulously preparing her plans. The next day, she intended to take leave to travel to the county seat, where she would meet Zhao Yong, and together they would report Guo Jia. During a previous visit to the hospital, she had overheard Zhao Yong mention his connections with the police. With such a splendid opportunity to imprison Guo Jia, it would surely be an effortless endeavor. Furthermore, Zhao Yong had already sent word to Chun Tzuolian that he had been discharged from the hospital. Now, it would be much easier for Zhao Yong to facilitate their plans. The following day arrived. Guo Jia, the stout fellow, and Zhang Shengli loaded all the mooncakes produced yesterday onto the vehicle. The workers had become adept, laboring for 12 hours, and after deducting an hour for lunch, they had crafted an impressive quantity of mooncakes, totaling 400 G. Were it not for the fact that the stout fellow drove an Oriental Red 28 tractor, it would have been impossible to transport such a heavy load. The Oriental Red 28, manufactured by the Spring City Tractor Factory, is located in the provincial capital of Guo Jia's province. This 2-cylinder tractor boasts 28 horsepower and a nominal load capacity of 25 tons. However, in practice, it can often haul more to avoid wasting fuel costs. The well-regarded Tianjin Iron Bull 55, recognized for its long-distance capabilities, cannot match the speed of the Oriental Red 28 on the highway. Yet, it does have its drawbacks. Starting the tractor can lead to the handle striking one's chin or temple, which is why the stout fellow, despite his usual jovial demeanor, approaches the task with utmost seriousness and caution. Had Guo Jia not previously liaised with the flour and sugar factories, the materials transported home by tractor would have proven insufficient. Due to the substantial demand, Guo Jia instructed each factory to dispatch their goods directly to Daling Village. Guo managed the receiving of goods at home. With the county leader, Li Rou, facilitating arrangements, they were able to pay for the goods up front and settle the accounts later, alleviating any concerns. Upon arriving at the county's blacksmith shop, Guo Jia and his companions loaded the custom-made iron frames onto the vehicle. After reuniting with Haizi and the others, the stout fellow drove the tractor to various bustling street corners, unloading some mooncakes at each stop while leaving one person behind at each location. Thus, Zhang Shengli, Haizi Zhuzi, Dalong, and Guo Jia established 5 stalls in total, effectively covering the vibrant districts of Lixin County. The time had come for them to sell mooncakes. No tickets were required. The mooncakes were still a feast for the senses, boasting enticing colors, flavors, and aromas. Furthermore, having already promoted their delectable offerings in over a dozen neighborhoods the previous day, word of their delicious mooncakes had already spread. In a time when information travels swiftly, the buzz had reached far and wide. And now everyone knew of the exquisitely tasty mooncakes available at a reasonable price. Shortly after setting up their stalls, Guo Jia and his companions found themselves surrounded by eager customers, as the allure of delicious food was irresistible in an age of scarcity. Noticing that the tractor still held numerous boxes of mooncakes, the stout fellow had a sudden inspiration. He drove the tractor back to the stalls, unloading more boxes and reserving some for himself. He then sought out another corner, opened one side of the tractor's rear compartment, and set up a 6th stall directly on the vehicle, ensuring the mooncakes would sell even faster. Meanwhile, Chun Zulian walked to the Lixian garment factory community. Zhao Yong's father, Zhao Danian, serves as the sales manager at the Lixian garment factory. Since Zhao Yong had not returned to Daling Village after being discharged, he must have gone home. Indeed, Chun Zulian spotted Zhao Yong, who was taking a stroll for his recovery. She hurried over and leapt into his embrace, unabashedly expressing her longing, now that she was officially his partner. Upon encountering Chun Zulian, Zhao Yong was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly masked his surprise. He willingly embraced Chun Zulian, even indulging in a tender nuzzle. However, as Zhao Yong had anticipated, his younger brother remained utterly unresponsive, as if he were solely preoccupied with the mundane task of releasing water, indifferent to all else. Recently, Zhao Yong had persistently sought assistance from Wu Gu, yet to no avail. Now, he was completely disheartened. His resentment towards Guo Jia and Li Rou ran deep, penetrating to the very core. Zhao Yong, I have obtained incriminating evidence against Guo Jia. Since you are acquainted with the police, shall we report him? Chen Suelian nestled in Zhao Yong's embrace for a brief moment, finally spoke. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Yong's earlier array of expressive facial reactions had gone unnoticed. What? Guo Jia has committed a crime? What on earth is happening? Zhao Yong, inwardly cursing Guo Jia and Li Rou's ancestors, perked up at Chun Zuelian's revelation. Nothing would bring him greater joy than the misfortunes of Guo Jia and Li Rou. Consequently, Chun Zuelian recounted how Guo Jia had recruited a large number of workers for his food factory. Over 100 people? Is Guo Jia courting disaster? I shall see how he manages to turn this around. Zhao Yong ground his teeth in fury. Previously, he had enlisted the help of his good friend Shou Fa from the police department to deal with Guo Jia, but encountered the criminal investigation team leader, Luo Yuqing, resulting in a dead end. Subsequently, he had spent money hiring the likes of Li, a local troublemaker, to confront Guo Jia, only for Li to sustain a fractured bone, achieving nothing while seeking compensation from Zhao Yong instead. Now, hearing that Guo Jia was recklessly heading into danger himself, Zhao Yong felt no sympathy. Employing more than 8 workers constituted capitalism. How audacious was Guo Jia to hire over 100? Zhao Yong, accompanied by Chun Zulian, headed straight to the police station. Even without the connection of his good friend Zhou Fa, Guo Jia could not evade justice. Zhao Yong, what brings you here? Zhou Fa, puzzled by Zhao Yong's visit after their previous encounter, inquired. Brother, I have crucial matters to report. Zhao Yong, upon seeing Zhou Fa, chose not to dwell on past grievances, recognizing that offending an official was not worth the potential loss. With someone familiar to assist him, the situation seemed more manageable. Brother, if this pertains to Guo Jia, I advise against it for your own good, Zhou Fa cautioned, lowering his voice. After all, they had grown up together, and he felt it necessary to offer a warning. Guo Jia had a strong relationship with Luo Yuqing and had even saved his life, later assisting in resolving a blackmail incident that had left Luo Anmin, their superior, at a loss. Who could possibly challenge Guo Jia now? No. I am here to report that someone in Daling Village has constructed a factory without authorization and employed over 100 workers. This is a clear instance of capitalist resurgence. Zhao Yong realized he could not directly mention Guo Jia's name, as it might lead to suppression. Thus, he vaguely referenced Daling Village without naming any individuals. Such a thing exists? Zhao Yong, you cannot be lying. Zhou Fa's expression turned grave. I would never dare to lie. Her name is Chun Tzuelian, a sit-down youth from Daling Village. She witnessed everything with her own eyes, Zhao Yong asserted, pulling Chun Tzuelian forward from behind him. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. They all reside in the same village and have employed over 100 individuals. Such a secret is impossible to conceal. At first, Chun Tzuelian was somewhat apprehensive. However, upon reflecting on how Guo Jia had tarnished her reputation, her animosity quelled her fears, and she felt unperturbed even in the presence of the man wearing a large cap. Please wait a moment. I must report this. I will promptly lead a team to Daling Village, and you shall assist in identifying the individuals. Zhou Fa immediately departed to consult with the director. Hey Zhou Fa, wait. Must we go? Zhao Yong attempted to call out to him, but Zhou Fa had already hurried away. Employing 100 people is no trifling matter. If handled adeptly, it would undoubtedly earn him significant accolades from the director, which Zhou Fa was certainly keen on. At this point, Zhao Yong's efforts to intervene were futile. What are you afraid of, Zhao Yong? What can Guo Jia possibly do to us? Besides, once the police arrive, Guo Jia will be behind bars. What can he do then? Chun Tzuelian wore an expression of schadenfreude. While that may be true, there is always a possibility of unforeseen consequences. Zhao Yong remained uneasy. At this juncture, overthinking was of no use. Chun Tzuelian's thoughts were consumed by visions of Guo Jia in prison and Li Rou's dire plight. The director was also taking this matter quite seriously, as Zhou Fa led a team, collaborating with personnel from relevant departments, deploying 3 jeeps to Daling Village. Meanwhile, the 400 pounds of mooncakes delivered by tractor were divided into 6 stalls and sold simultaneously throughout the county. Each stall had an average of over 700 pounds. With customers purchasing 1 pound each, it would take only a little over 700 patrons to clear the stock. However, most individuals opted to buy 2 or 3 pounds instead. Traditionally, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the purchase was limited to 1 pound. Now, however, there were no restrictions, leading to a surge in consumerism. With the festival approaching, buying a few days in advance was not deemed excessive. What if they ran out later? The Supply and Marketing Cooperative had imposed a limit of 1 pound. Furthermore, those who purchased the mooncakes on the spot claimed they were 1,000 times tastier than those bought in previous years from the cooperative. People tend to follow the crowd. As more individuals gathered, the more they rushed to buy, resulting in rapid sales of the mooncakes. The conditions at the 6 stalls were quite similar, with Dalong suffering the most. Naturally reticent, he was overwhelmed by the throngs of people bombarding him with questions, which nearly drove him to despair. However, over time, Dalong gradually adapted and no longer blushed as he had at the beginning. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Guo Jia and his companions had sold out of all the mooncakes, leaving only a few gift boxes. These were brought at Guo Jia's behest. He knew that ordinary citizens would not purchase them, aiming instead to showcase that they possessed such gift boxes. In the eyes of the common folk, the identical mooncakes, now adorned with colorful boxes, which had originally cost 6 yuan for 4 pounds, 20 pieces, were suddenly priced at 8 yuan. What is this? Is the box lined with gold? Naturally, the common people would not buy them. They viewed it from their own consumption perspective, without considering the additional uses of the gift boxes. Due to the cessation of vegetable sales and the absence of piecework wages, coupled with the fact that they are all seasoned veterans, Guo Jia decided to provide Haizi, Zhuzi, Dalong, and others with a salary identical to that of the others, amounting to a monthly sum of 150 yuan, with bonuses being supplementary. These individuals are the foundational pillars of his future commercial empire, and Guo Jia is unreserved in his financial support. If one wishes to spur a horse to run, one must provide it with ample fodder. The hefty fellow, due to his need to operate a tractor, receives an additional subsidy of 50 yuan per month, with all fuel expenses for the tractor fully reimbursed by Guo Jia. On the first day of mooncake sales, Guo Jia granted each individual 120 yuan for bicycle expenses, which is considered a bonus. This gesture made it clear to Haizi, Zhuzi, and the others that their fixed monthly salary is merely one component of their total income. Their future bonuses will significantly exceed their base salary. The hefty fellow, however, harbored no such thoughts. The amount of money mattered little to him, as long as he was aligned with Brother Jia. Guo Jia produced a wad of cash and distributed a note to each person. Today, each individual receives a 10 yuan subsidy to purchase some meat to replenish their energy. As tomorrow will be more exhausting than today, everyone should return home to rest. The hefty fellow should stay behind to assist me with some matters. Guo Jia had recruited another 60 individuals yesterday, now dividing them into 2 shifts, black and white. Tomorrow's mooncake production will be twice that of today, which will naturally result in greater exertion during sales. All right, let us head back. Haizi, Zhuzi, and Dalong, who do not reside in Daling village, rode their bicycles home. Zhang Xingli, having acquired a new bicycle, naturally wished to ride it more and chose to cycle home instead of taking the tractor. Brother Jiao, where are we headed? The hefty fellow inquired upon noticing that everyone else had departed. There are still more than 10 boxes of gift mooncakes. I intend to deliver them to various households. Guo Jia replied as he hopped onto the back of the tractor. The hefty fellow quickly grasped the situation. If these gift boxes were intended for a single recipient, Guo Jia could manage them alone. However, to distribute them among multiple families, assistance was required. It would be rather inappropriate to arrive at someone's home carrying over 10 boxes, leaving one behind while taking the rest. Such an act would undoubtedly cause discomfort. Therefore, someone needed to remain at the stall to assist Guo Jia, enabling him to take one gift to one household and then retrieve another for the next. Brother Jia, where shall we go first? The hefty fellow asked as he started the tractor. Let us first visit Luo Yuqing's home, Guo Jia responded. Brother Jia, you have saved Luo Yuqing's life, and he is also a brother. It seems inappropriate for you to be the one delivering gifts, the hefty fellow remarked, feeling comfortable enough to voice his thoughts. When I said we were going to Luo Yuqing's home, that was merely an excuse. In truth, I am delivering gifts to his father, Luo Anmin. However, as he is a high-ranking official in the county, he would naturally not accept anything from us common folk. It is merely a diplomatic approach, Guo Jia elucidated. Isn't it rather insufficient to only send mooncakes? Shouldn't we stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some milk powder or other items? The hefty fellow suggested. My friend, the type of gift one presents must be tailored to the recipient. Some individuals require us to provide expensive items sold at the cooperative, while others appreciate local specialties, preferably those that are homemade. In the case of Secretary Luo, gifts of this nature are most appropriate. Bringing homemade mooncakes to share, he would certainly accept them. However, if accompanied by something like malt extract, he would be disinclined to keep any of it. Guo Jia was constantly mentoring the chubby one, urging him to grow swiftly. In his previous life, Guo Jia had guided the chubby one through countless trials and tribulations, learning from each misstep. Now, reborn with the wisdom of past experiences, Guo Jia was determined not to allow the chubby one to develop at a sluggish pace. He aimed to hasten his growth. Not only the chubby one, but also Haizi and Zhuzi would receive the same treatment. Although Guo Jia had no prior interactions with Dalong and Zhang Xingli in his previous life, that would not hinder him from providing guidance in this one. Having become familiar with Luo Yuqing, Guo Jia knew where he resided. Carrying 2 boxes of mooncake gift boxes, he arrived at Luo Yuqing's home, where he was greeted by Luo Yuqing's mother, Li Wan, the wife of Luo Anmin. Luo Anmin had numerous matters to attend to at work, and as the captain of the criminal police team, Luo Yuqing was often away from home. Chapter 74. The Order. Although Guo Jia had heard Luo Yuqing mention his address within a certain neighborhood and building, he had never visited before and thus had never met Li Wan. Hello, may I ask who you are? Upon opening the door, Li Wan saw a stranger at her doorstep and hesitated to invite him in. You must be Auntie. I am a good friend of Yuqing's. My name is Guo Jia. I've had the privilege of hearing Uncle Luo's teachings at the county committee. Guo Jia nodded at Li Wan, offering a warm smile. Ah, it's little Jia. Come in, please. Your uncle has been praising you for your insights and talents. You are truly a promising young man, and Yuqing speaks of you constantly. I have long wanted Yuqing to invite you over, but that rascal is always busy with assignments. Upon learning that he was Guo Jia, Li Wan immediately relaxed her guard and welcomed him inside. After all, he was her son's savior. Auntie, both my uncle and my brother Yuqing are dedicated to serving the people. I have brought some of the mooncakes I made at home for you to taste and to provide valuable feedback, so our food factory can improve. Guo Jia extended the 2 gift boxes he was carrying. Oh no, that won't do. Uncle Luo has made it quite clear that we cannot accept gifts from anyone. Li Wan quickly attempted to return them. As the head of the county, it was no surprise that many would offer gifts. However, Luo Wanmin had strictly forbidden his wife and children from accepting gifts from outsiders. Auntie, Uncle Luo himself acknowledged me as his nephew, and Yuqing and I are like brothers. It would be disrespectful for a nephew to visit without bringing something. His restriction on gifts only applies to outsiders. We are family, and that does not count. Besides, these mooncakes are homemade, not something purchased, so they do not qualify as a gift. Guo Jia, initially intending to present the mooncakes to Luo Yuqing, now spoke of them as a treat for Auntie, insisting on their familial bond, which made it difficult for Li Wan to decline further. To refuse would imply a denial of Guo Jia's earlier words, suggesting he was not considered family. Yet, Guo Jia was the man who had saved her son's life and had also assisted her husband, Luo Wanmin, in resolving significant issues. Li Wan found herself at a loss. Naturally, Guo Jia would not allow her to remain in a state of distress for long. He then spoke, Aunt, I shall take my leave for now. I will visit Uncle's home another day. Xiao Jia, stay for dinner before you depart. Aunt will prepare a few dishes. As Li Wan spoke, she reached for her scarf. Aunt, let us save that for another day. I want to accompany Yu Cheng to sample your culinary skills. I have heard him praise your cooking often. You won't be able to chase me away then. As Guo Jia continued to speak, he stepped out of the room. Very well. Do come over more often in the future, Li Wan replied, not insisting on his stay. As a woman alone at home, she found it rather inconvenient to have both Guo Jia and herself in the same space. After bidding farewell to Li Wan, Guo Jia reunited with Fatty and they headed to the sugar factory in Pear County. Their next destination was to see Director Wei Mingyang. Guo Jia, what brings you here? You cannot do this. In the director's office, Wei Mingyang was taken aback to see Guo Jia presenting him with 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, You have assisted the sugar factory immensely. It is only right that I show my appreciation. Wei Gu, my food factory operates under the sugar factory's auspices. That is the greatest assistance I could ask for. Otherwise, if I employ more than 8 people, I would be forced to eat cornbread inside. Guo Jia chuckled, continuing. These are mooncakes crafted by our food factory. I brought them for you to taste. If you enjoy them, I shall bring more tomorrow. As he spoke, he opened one of the gift boxes and pulled out a packet of mooncakes. At that moment, Wei Mingyang happened to feel a bit hungry. He accepted the package, tore off the wrapping, and took a bite of the mooncake. The words 5 nuts were clearly visible on the surface. With a single bite, he was met with a thin crust and generous filling, brimming with peanuts, walnuts, and more, delivering an explosion of sweetness. So delightful, crispy, and utterly delicious. With that first bite, Wei Mingyang found himself unable to stop. You should try some as well, he suggested, but then reconsidered. Never mind, you probably have plenty at home. I shall keep these for myself. With a wife and children at home, I might not have enough to share. Wei Mingyang no longer regarded Guo Jia as an outsider. Having finished one mooncake, he reached for another. Wei Gu, since you love them so much, I will bring you more tomorrow, Guo Jia said with a smile. You can bring more, but I must insist on payment. Otherwise, I cannot agree. Given this packaging, it must not be inexpensive, Wei Mingyang replied after swallowing the piece. If you eat more, how much can you possibly consume? If I charge you, it would diminish the bond we share as brothers. However, if you intend to use them as a mid-autumn gift for the factory workers, then I shall charge you every penny, Guo Jia revealed his ulterior motive. The unexpected twist did not faze Wei Mingyang, who was intrigued by Guo Jia's suggestion. Oh, I must say, that is quite a good idea. These mooncakes are perfect for mid-autumn gifts. But since they are for our own workers, you cannot charge too much. Wei Mingyang took Guo Jia's suggestion quite seriously. For distributing benefits, we do not require gift boxes. Simple packaging will suffice. Just like what is inside the gift box. 1 kilogram in paper packaging for $1.50. No mooncake vouchers needed, Guo Jia responded with a smile. He presented gifts to various relevant factories, driven by this very intention. Quite reasonable, indeed. With a workforce of 365 at the sugar factory, that amounts to £2 per person. The quality must match what I am currently enjoying, haha. Wei Mingyang appeared to jest, yet he expressed his thoughts candidly. Rest assured, Brother Wei. The quality will be identical. Just let me know when you wish to receive them, and I shall ensure they arrive 2 days in advance, Guo Jia confidently affirmed. A total of 365 individuals receiving £2 each results in an order of 730 pounds. If delivered too early, they would assuredly be consumed by the Mid-Autumn Festival. Hence, it would be best to send them the day before. Wei Mingyang glanced at the mooncake box before him. Having already devoured 2 pieces, given his current state of satiation, he considered that an ordinary worker could easily consume a pound of mooncake. Very well. I will ensure they arrive on the eve of the festival. But as you understand, my brother, one must wait for the rice to cook. Guo Jia feigned poverty immediately. In this era, credit is abundant, and Guo Jia was not in the business of extending it. If funds were available, he would provide mooncakes. If not, the discussion would be moot. Regardless, mooncakes were not a concern for sale, as Guo Jia merely sought to enhance his sales volume. You know, without engaging in business, the heavens do not favor you. Go consult the accounting department and leave your bank account details. I shall arrange for a transfer shortly. Wei Mingyang laughed heartily, remaining unperturbed. Guo Jia's actual circumstances were evident. With thousands of pounds of mooncakes, he would require payment upfront to procure the necessary materials. Little did he know that Guo Jia was already a hidden affluent individual, unbeknownst to outsiders. Chapter 75. Factory Closure Employing the Same Strategy. Other suppliers of raw materials for Guo Jia, such as the grain and oil station, under his gentle persuasion, designated his mooncakes as Mid-Autumn Festival benefits to distribute to their employees. Even Chu Qingyun, the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, upon receiving the mooncake gift box from Guo Jia, personally ordered 100 boxes. The cooperative itself sold mooncakes, and Guo Jia understood that securing an order from Chu Qingyun would be challenging. However, given that the factory director Wei Mingyang, grain shop director Wu Dafu, and all others received Guo Jia's mooncakes, it was inconceivable that Chu Qingyun would be left out. Yet, Chu Qingyun's order of 100 gift boxes took Guo Jia by surprise. Brother Guo, your mooncakes are simply delightful, far superior to those we have in our cooperative. As you know, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I must make my rounds. How much do these mooncakes cost? I shall settle it now, Chu Qingyun stated after tasting Guo Jia's mooncakes. The supply and marketing system is extensive and intricate. Chu Qingyun, in his position as the head of the business department, naturally needed to maintain relationships regularly. The 100 gift boxes of mooncakes were indeed intended for gifting. Brother Chu, I will deliver the 100 gift boxes to your home tomorrow. Let us not discuss money. We are brothers, Guo Jia insisted, eager to cultivate connections. Although the 100 boxes represented a considerable sum, he was willing to part with them. That won't do. I shall not accept even 1 box, Chu Qingyun replied with utmost seriousness. Upon realizing that the other party was genuine, Guo Jia contemplated for a moment and suggested, how about I sell it to you at cost price? Chu Qingyun had only recently met Guo Jia, having been introduced to him by Secretary Li Rou through Secretary Wang. Guo Jia surmised that Chu Qingyun wished to offer a gift, but lacked the audacity to do so, as he was uncertain about the precise nature of the relationship between Guo Jia and Secretary Li Rou. Should Guo Jia insist on presenting a gift at this moment, it would indeed place Chu Qingyun in an awkward position. However, if the deal was made at cost, it would allow Chu Qingyun to save a substantial amount, effectively reducing the gift's value to a manageable sum that he would be more willing to accept. That sounds agreeable. I must express my gratitude to you, Brother Guo. Chu Qingyun responded readily upon hearing Guo Jia's proposal. Previously, when introducing the mooncake gift boxes, Guo Jia had indicated a price of 8 yuan per box. Now, he offered them to Chu Qingyun at the price of 6 yuan each, which delighted Chu Qingyun immensely. Saving 2 yuan per box meant that for 100 boxes, he would save 200 yuan, an amount equivalent to 4 or 5 months of his salary. For Guo Jia, selling the mooncakes at their original price resulted in a minor loss, only covering the cost of the packaging for 100 boxes, which amounted to 10 yuan. Thus, a mere 10 yuan expenditure yielded a favor worth 200 yuan for Chu Qingyun, a remarkable profit. Following this transaction, Guo Jia secured several thousand kilograms of mooncake orders from various factories and returned to Daling Village with a sense of fulfillment. Initially, Guo Jia intended to share the day's joy with Li Rou and his sister Guiying. However, upon arriving at his doorstep, he was met with an eerily quiet scene where the bustling atmosphere of mooncake production was conspicuously absent. Only Li Rou and Guiying were seen pacing anxiously outside the gate. Upon hearing the tractor's approach, They hurried over. Li Rou, why are you here before finishing work? Tonight we shall celebrate. I have wonderful news. Guo Jia exclaimed. Sister, where are the workers from the food factory? Why has production ceased? We still have mooncakes left to sell. Guo Jia jumped down from the tractor, joyfully conversing with the two women. Xiao Jia, look. Our food factory has been sealed. Guo said, her eyes red, pointing towards the gate. Li Rou stood beside her, her expression filled with concern. Following Guo Ying's gesture, Guo Jia finally noticed the seal affixed to the gate of their ancestral home. Sister, Li Rou, do not panic. Please explain what has transpired, Guo Jia reassured them. What significance do these two torn papers hold? They can simply be removed. Upon hearing Guo Ying's account of the factory's closure, Pengzi leapt from the tractor, intent on tearing down the seal. Stop, Guo Jia commanded sharply. Brother Jia. Pengzi, visibly upset, halted promptly. Pengzi, have I not taught you to remain calm in such situations? That seal carries legal weight. If you tear it down, even if you are in the right, you may find yourself in the wrong. First, turn off the tractor. The noise is excessive. After advising Pengzi, Guo Jia turned his attention back to Guo Ying. Sister, please elaborate on the situation. It is as follows. We were all working diligently in the yard when, suddenly, 3 jeeps arrived, and numerous uniformed personnel disembarked. Chun Tilian and Zhao Yong were among them, and it was indeed the two of them who had summoned the police and other officials, accusing us of employing an excessive number of workers, claiming that it was a resurgence of capitalism. Guo Ying briefly recounted the events that transpired. Did you not inform them that we are a subsidiary of the Lixian sugar factory? Guo Jia inquired. I did mention it and even showed them our documentation and credentials. However, Zhao Yong and Qin Sualian adamantly insisted that our documents were forged, asserting that if the police did not intervene, they would escalate the matter. Guo Ying replied. On what basis can they seal our food factory based solely on their word? Pengzi shouted angrily. In the end, the police decided to temporarily seal the factory, refraining from confiscating any items until a thorough investigation could be conducted. Guo Ying stated, Guo Jia, is there any discrepancy in our food factory's documentation? Li Rou, who was nearby, asked. All documents are in order, and they were personally expedited by the head of Lixian County. It's possible that my request to Secretary Luo for urgent processing led to a misunderstanding among the subordinate staff of the relevant departments, Guo Ying explained. When did they come to seal the factory? Guo Jia asked. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Guo Ying recalled. That must have been when Chun Tilian observed our situation and went to the county town to conspire with Zhao Yong to report us, Guo Jia deduced. Brother Jia, Pengzi, you're back? I heard from my mother that our food factory has been sealed. Zhang Xingli exclaimed as he dismounted his bicycle, panting heavily. After parting ways with Guo Jia and the others in the county town, he had gone to the supply and marketing cooperative as suggested. Now that his mother had recovered and they had settled all debts from the famine, he wished to buy some meat to improve their quality of life. However, he returned home later than expected and hurried over upon hearing about the troubles at the food factory. That wretched woman and that insufferable eunuch, I will not spare them. Pengzi spat angrily. Pengzi, do not act recklessly. Breaking the law carries consequences, and that is the act of a fool, Guo Jia cautioned Pengzi. He then added, Sister C, you and Li Rou should return home and wait. The old residence has been sealed, and standing here is of no use. He first sent Li Rou and Guo Ying home to alleviate their worries. Chapter 76, Elevation. Once Li Rou and Guo Ying had departed, Guo Jia turned to Zhang Xingli and said, Victory, ride your bicycle to find Zhuzi and Dalong. Instruct them to teach Zhao Yong a lesson in civility. But be careful not to reveal your identity. Brother Jia, Zhang Xingli hesitated, but upon seeing the seal on the door and reflecting on his mother's recovery, he swallowed his words, nodded, and said, All right, I will go now. Zhang Xingli turned his bicycle around and rode towards the village where Zhuzi and Dalong resided. Zhang Xingli, this time I admire you. This is the kind of action a real man should take. Pengzi shouted at Zhang Xingli. In the distance, Zhang Xingli wobbled on his bicycle and shouted back without looking. Pengzi, get lost. I've been a man since the day I was born. Kiki, the rotund man chuckled. Teasing Zhang Xingli was the greatest joy of his life. Brother Jia, how shall we deal with that wretched woman, Qin Sualian? He declared, let it be known. Though I am a rogue, I would never lay a hand on a woman. The rotund man felt a surge of anxiety. Zhang Xingli had been dispatched to confront Zhuzi and Dalong, to handle that scoundrel Zhao Yong. Left with Qin Sualian, Brother Jia could not possibly let her off the hook. The rotund man feared that Guo Jia might compel him to confront Qin Sualian, So he preemptively sealed the door, preventing Guo Jia from speaking. Look at you. As if I were the sort to strike women, he retorted. Guo Jia's playful jibe was abruptly interrupted by the rotund man. No, Brother Jia, don't flatter yourself. Over the past 3 years, every time you've acted foolishly, you've not only struck women, but even children. The rotund man burst into laughter and dashed away. Ever since he had heard Guo Jia intended to deal with Zhao Yang, his spirits had lifted. When I catch you, it won't be during my moment of folly. Focus on the task at hand. You handled Chen Zuilian. Seeing the rotund man evade him, Guo Jia made no attempt to pursue. Brother Jia, why don't you allow me to take care of Zhao Yang, while Zhang Xingli deals with Chen Zuilian? The rotund man wore a face as sour as a bitter melon. He insisted he would never raise a hand against a woman. Who suggested you confront Chen Zuilian? Have you considered alternative methods? Guo Jia beckoned. At your command, Brother Jia. The rotund man scampered over. As long as he was tasked with confronting Chen Zuilian, he was willing to explore any means of retaliation against her. Let us employ the 2 most skilled women in our village at 2 yuan each per day. They can follow Chen Zuilian around, hurling insults wherever she goes. She has deprived everyone of their livelihood. I'm sure many would be eager to insult her without pay, let alone for a salary. As Guo Jia spoke, he produced a large bill and handed it over. The rotund man retrieved 2 yuan from his pocket and placed it alongside the bill. We must ensure they insult her for 3 consecutive days. I'll prepare more if needed. He chuckled with a sinister grin, relishing the thought. He was an expert at insults. No one in Daling Village could best him in that regard. Likewise, he knew precisely who else in Daling Village was adept at verbal sparring. Naturally, he intended to recruit the 2 most formidable women, aside from himself. Rotund man, return the tractor. Let me borrow your bicycle for a moment. Guo Jia climbed into the tractor's rear compartment. Knowing Guo Jia was likely headed to address the factory closure, the rotund man started the tractor and headed home. He then sought out the 2 most notorious women for insults, while Guo Jia rode his bicycle to the county office. Xiao Jia, what brings you here? Aren't you selling mooncakes? In the county secretary's office, Luo Onmin inquired upon seeing Guo Jia and her. Secretary Luo, I apologize for taking up your valuable time. With your assistance, the food factory under the sugar plant has been successfully established. Now, over 100 housewives from Daling Village and surrounding areas have found employment, earning 2 yuan a day, thus improving their livelihoods. Guo Jia spoke in formal rhetoric. Stop, stop, stop. Do you really think I have nothing to do? I have a meeting shortly, Luo Onmin chided with a smile. Uncle, I'll keep it brief. The food factory has been shut down. The reason is that someone reported the food factory for excessive staffing, claiming it to be a resurgence of capitalism. Guo Jia approached with a smile, stating that the expedited processing of various permits does not necessarily guarantee uniform information, which is now evident. This was anticipated by Luo Onmin. Uncle, I am selling mooncakes in the county town, and the staff at home informed me that the factory is to be sealed for investigation. If this proceeds step by step, by the time everything is clarified, I fear the Mid-Autumn Festival will have long passed, rendering the production of mooncakes unnecessary. Guo Jia expressed his concerns. If everything were to follow the normal procedure, and considering potential delays due to the absence of relevant personnel, it could take 5 to 8 days to resolve this matter. Xiao Wang, come over here, Luo Onmin called out after a moment of contemplation. Secretary Luo, what is your command? Wang, the secretary, hurried in, nodding with a smile at Guo Jia in a gesture of acknowledgement before the senior leader. There has been an issue with the food factory I assisted Guo Jia with a few days ago. You and Guo Jia should handle it. Communicate the specifics with him. I have a meeting to attend. With that, Luo Onmin exited, pen and notepad in hand. Understood, Secretary Luo. Apologies for the added trouble. Both Wang and Guo Jia said in unison. Xiao Jia, the nation is currently navigating uncertain waters. The development of private enterprises requires not only the perseverance of outstanding individuals like you to take the lead, but also substantial support to safeguard your endeavors. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. Matters concerning the people's livelihood should never be deemed an inconvenience, despite the time being past working hours. Luo Onmin hurried off to his meeting. Guo Jia watched Luo Onmin's retreating figure, which appeared slightly stooped, yet his words resonated powerfully in Guo Jia's mind. The long hours of desk work had given Luo Onmin a somewhat hunched posture, yet at this moment, he appeared remarkably upright in Guo Jia's eyes. The prospect of saving a public servant devoted to the welfare of the people felt immensely worthwhile to Guo Jia. At this moment, he realized it was not merely about personal gain. Luo means words instilled in Guo Jia a profound sense of responsibility. Was his rebirth solely to rectify personal regrets? To prevent his grandfather from passing away too soon, to alter Li Rou's tragic fate, and to ensure a better future for his daughter? These thoughts floated through Guo Jia's mind. No, they were too narrow. His perspective was too limited. While it was indeed crucial to rectify past grievances, it must not be confined to the warmth of home and family. One must also harbor a sense of national responsibility. If there is no prosperity for the larger family of the nation, how can one expect happiness within the smaller family? If one could rewrite history, then merely seeking comfort for one's own household would be lacking in vision. A surge of strength filled Guo Jia, for at that moment, he had clarified his ultimate direction. Guoladi? Seeing Guo Jia standing silently, facing the direction in which Secretary Luo had departed, Wang tentatively inquired. I apologize, Brother Wang. I was lost in thought, Guo Jia quickly responded. Do not presume that just because a leader favors you, you can act with impunity and disregard all else. Often, it is the seemingly insignificant individuals who can bring about momentous changes. Guo Jia was acutely aware of this truth. Chapter 2. 3 individuals subsequently. Secretary Wang accompanied Guo Jia to address the issues at the food factory. All procedures were conducted lawfully and in compliance with regulations, and soon all problems were resolved. Zhou Fa was aware that the food factory not only belonged to Guo Jia, but was also an affiliated enterprise of the Pear County Sugar Factory. Personally overseen by the top leader, he harbored an intense desire to see Zhao Yong thoroughly punished. Determined to distance himself from Zhao Yong as much as possible, he believed that he would eventually be harmed by him. Zhou Fa had initially thought this operation might earn him a commendation. However, after Secretary Wang explained the situation and departed, the director berated him soundly. Not daring to delay, Zhou Fa immediately drove back to Daling Village to remove the seals from the food factory. Guo Jia expressed his gratitude to Secretary Wang and hurried home to notify the night shift workers to commence operations. He had not only the mooncake orders from various factories to consider, but also his own sales to manage, necessitating an acceleration in production. A police jeep roared into Daling Village, drawing the attention of the villagers. As the jeep halted in front of Guo Jia's ancestral home, curiosity piqued, and they gathered closer. With the house sealed off, they wondered if arrests were imminent. Officers, is there another matter at hand? Guo Ying, having heard the news, approached to inquire. With Guo Jia absent, she naturally assumed a leading role. Indeed, after our investigation, we have determined that your mooncake factory is an entirely legitimate enterprise under the Pear County Sugar Factory. We are here to remove the seals and extend our apologies. Zhou Fa stated, bowing slightly to Guo Ying. That's quite all right, Guo Ying replied, flustered by the formality and waving her hands dismissively. Officers, does this mean the factory can resume operations? She asked. Absolutely. You may commence work at any time, Zhou Fa proclaimed, turning to address the gathered crowd. True gold fears no fire. The food factory operates within the bounds of legality, so everyone can confidently follow Guo Jia to prosperity. In this moment, Zhou Fa sought to bolster Guo Jia's reputation, finding solace in the thought that Guo Jia was indeed his savior. Had it not been for Guo Jia, he would have perished during the previous incident involving the Wang brothers attempting to blow up the jeep. Yet, he recalled the earlier attempt to shut down Guo Jia's vegetable stall, deeming it speculative profiteering, and now, the closure of Guo Jia's food factory was labeled as a resurgence of capitalism. Although both instances were instigated by Zhao Yong, Zhou Fa felt a sense of indebtedness to Guo Jia. After exchanging a few words, Zhou Fa and the others departed in the jeep. At that moment, the plump fellow arrived, having been delayed while seeking out the 2 most quarrelsome women in Daling Village. Plump fellow, take the tractor to notify the night shift workers to commence work immediately and bring them over, Guo Ying commanded upon seeing him. Understood, fourth sister, the plump fellow exclaimed, squeezing into the crowd before turning back to run. His antics drew laughter from the surrounding villagers. You shameless vixen, always enticing men, one teased. Indeed. I heard she sneaked into Er Xiao's house at midnight, but fortunately, Guo Jia recovered, thwarting her schemes. A cacophony of scornful remarks echoed from a distance, utterly unpleasant to the ears. The crowd, initially gathered at the gate of Guo Jia to observe the spectacle, now found themselves entertained anew. Chen Suelian marched ahead, her hands clasped over her ears, trailed by 2 middle-aged women, each with a trace of froth at the corners of their mouths, evidently having exchanged numerous harsh words. Stop your insults. If you continue, I shall inform the village chief, Chen Suelian declared, originally intending to seek out village chief Wang Fu. However, upon encountering the throngs obstructing her path, she was compelled to halt and engage in a verbal spar with the two women behind her. "Go ahead and seek him. We fear neither the village chief nor the township head nor the county magistrate," Wang Sa retorted, hands firmly on her hips. "Indeed. Have we mentioned your name? Must we remain silent?" Li Sa shot back, her gaze piercing. The middle-aged women, masters of verbal combat, possessed the vigor of youth and the audacity to hurl colorful barbs. Particularly when it came to slander. "You are being excessively oppressive." Chen Suelian, who had endured taunts since the youth cadre point, was now on the verge of tears. How could an unmarried young woman withstand the relentless barrage from two seasoned adversaries? "Huh. You would rather take leave and forego your work points just to rush to the county to slander Guo Jia's food factory," Wang Sa scoffed, spitting on the ground. "Many from our Daling village work at Guo Jia food factory, each earning 2 yuan daily. Are you attempting to rob everyone of their livelihood?" Li Sa chimed in. "You are slandering us with blood on your lips." Chen Suelian observed the shifting expressions of the onlookers, realizing she had stirred the crowd's ire. "You, who so often flaunt before Zhao Yong, have you returned to seek him again now that you cannot penetrate Guo Jia's premises?" Wang Sa remarked. "Zhao Yong is no saint either, conspiring with Chen Suelian to deprive everyone of their earnings. Yet some people, clinging to a man devoid of merit, display such shamelessness." Li Sa added, erupting into laughter, which was echoed by the surrounding villagers. "Do not take your oppression too far." Chen Suelian felt her composure crumbling. She felt akin to a monkey, the crowd encircling her in mockery. "What were you thinking when you were enticing men?" Bah. Wang Sa's vitriol was inexhaustible. "And yet, when you wish for everyone to suffer, you do not consider your own oppressive actions." Li Sa followed suit, their banter relentless. If the rotund man were to witness this, he would surely erupt in laughter, deeming the expenditure worthwhile. Rumors circulated that he intended to pay them 2 yuan each to berate Chen Suelian. Wang Sa and Li Sa insisted on extending their endeavors for the remainder of the day. With daylight still lingering, they saw no reason to idle. And thus they set off to scorn Chen Suelian, viewing it as a means to alleviate their own frustrations. Their wages would commence the following day. Thus, the two women made their way to the girls' dormitory at the youth cadre point, hurling barbs from outside. Although they did not name her explicitly, it was abundantly clear that the target of their ire was Chen Suelian. Following the incident with the canned peaches, all the female youth in the dormitory had ceased conversing with her. Even Li Rou has abandoned her. Now, some individuals have come to berate Chen Suelian, and everyone is amused by the spectacle. It seems never-ending. In a fit of anger, Chen Suelian resolves to seek justice from the village chief. However, Sister Wang and Sister Li leisurely follow behind, incessantly hurling insults. They continue until they reach the old residence of Guo Jia. Everyone disperse. "We need to work in the fields tomorrow." At that moment, the village chief, Wang Fu, approaches. "Village chief," Chen Suelian exclaims, rushing toward him, startling Wang Fu into retreat. "This woman is no good," she cries. "Village chief, they have been incessantly berating me. Won't you intervene?" Chen Suelian sobs uncontrollably. "But we never mentioned her name." Sister Wang interjects. "She simply took it upon herself to feel targeted. Who can she blame?" Sister Li chimes in succinctly. They are a perfect comedic duo, one supporting the other jesting. Upon seeing Sister Wang and Sister Li, Wang Fu shudders. In Daling village, aside from the hefty fellow, no one is unafraid of these two. They may not excel in any endeavor, but when it comes to verbal sparring, they are certainly among the top contenders. If the hefty man were present, he would undoubtedly slick back his cropped hair and declare, "I am a legend you shall never surpass." Chapter 78, Psychological Torment, Chen Jiqing. Let us not even discuss whether they are insulting you. Shouldn't you first engage in some self-reflection? You feigned illness to request leave, claiming you needed to visit the county for medical treatment, yet you conspired with Zhao Yong to report to the police. If there were indeed issues at Guo Jia's food factory, it might be acceptable, but take a look. Just moments ago, the police personally removed the seals and declared in front of everyone that the food factory operates legally and compliantly. Your commotion has wasted an entire day's work for the factory, resulting in lost earnings for everyone involved. Why is it that you cannot recognize your own mistakes? The village chief, Wang Fu, wore an expression of disappointment mixed with frustration. The image of Chen Suelian and Zhao Yong leading a large group of uniformed officials, reveling in their triumph, was still vivid in his mind. Now, with the addition of Sister Wang and Sister Li's comments, the villagers harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Chen Xin. Faced with the accusatory gazes of the crowd, she dared not confront them head-on. With a tone of feigned grievance, she lamented, "Village chief, I was merely embodying the spirit of Marxism-Leninism, fearing that Guo Jia represented a resurgence of capitalism. I acknowledge my error for reporting without thorough investigation. I shall return and compose a reflection." Chen Zuilian thought to herself that by demonstrating a sense of righteousness and voluntarily admitting her fault, what could they possibly do to her? I hope you learn from this experience and do not repeat the same mistake, the village chief replied, feeling powerless. It was reasonable for Chen Zuilian to report the excessive hiring at Guo Jia's establishment, now that the truth had come to light, and the other party had admitted their fault and agreed to reflect upon it. He felt there was little he could do. Well then, I shall return to write my reflection, Chen Zuilian declared, turning to leave, her heart filled with resentment. She could not fathom why those two women pursued her with such fervor, but she was certain it was somehow linked to Guo Jia. This grudge, she vowed, would one day be repaid. As Chen Zuilian prepared to depart, Sister Wang and Sister Li hastily followed her, igniting their quarrelsome banter once more. His sister-in-law suggested that they should return home, as they needed to rise early for work the next day. This behavior was disturbing everyone's rest. As the village chief, he felt compelled to intervene. Though he did not name anyone specifically, it was clear to all but the foolish what was transpiring. "Old Wang, what is this? You oversee our work quotas, yet you also meddle in our private lives?" Wang's wife directly confronted Wang Fu, exclaiming, "You oversee everything, yet you even dictate our most natural functions?" Li's wife was a perfect foil. "Everyone disperse," Wang Fu declared, hastily taking his leave. These two were not to be trifled with. Observing Chen Zuilian seizing the opportunity to slip away, and with the hour growing late, Wang's wife spoke up. "Tomorrow we shall resume work. Let us sit next to her and berate her all day." "Indeed, but if I struggle to rise in the morning, do not forget to call for me," Li's wife replied. "It's just 2 yuan a day. I doubt you'll fail to awaken," she added with a laugh. The others returned to their respective homes, while Wang and Li discussed matters before parting ways. Compared to the mental torment endured by Chen Zuilian, Zhao Yong fared far worse, suffering physical degradation instead. Zhang Xingli rode his bicycle to inform Juzi and Dalong of the situation. Before Juzi could respond, Dalong had already stepped outside. While he might not excel in sales, he was adept at fighting. Upon learning that it was Guo Jia who had instigated the situation, they felt emboldened. They tore off a rag to cover their faces during their endeavor. Cycling towards the county town, Zhang Xingli called out, "Wait for me." He was taken aback by their enthusiasm. It seemed they were more exhilarated by the prospect of violence than by the prospect of earning money. "Xingli, don't go. You should return to Daling village," Juzi advised. "No, I must assist you." Zhang Xingli was still trying to grasp the situation. "If you accompany us and are caught, it will expose our plans," Dalong bluntly stated. Juzi glanced at his elder brother, recognizing that some traits were immutable. He chose not to press the issue further, believing that with time, everyone would come to appreciate straightforwardness. So you feared I would hinder you." Zhang Xingli finally understood. "Then I shall not accompany you. Please exercise caution," he shouted from behind. "Zhang Xingli, do you need a megaphone?" Dalong retorted angrily. Zhang Xingli quickly covered his mouth and nodded in submission. "Go on, brother." "Understood. Xingli, you return home swiftly," Juzi urged, tugging at Dalong. All right. Zhang Xingli turned his bicycle and departed, for Dalong's gaze was frightening. One who had taken a life might possess such a stare. Upon reaching the county town, they sought out Haizi, who was familiar with Zhao Yong's residence. The three secured their bicycles in a concealed spot before proceeding to the entrance of Zhao Yong's home. The challenge was how to lure Zhao Yong outside. "Brother Juzi, Brother Dalong, wait here for a moment. I have a plan," Haizi said before walking away. Shortly after, Haizi returned, leading a throng of children. Beside the pillar, Dalong and the others observed as Haizi distributed a piece of candy to each child, issuing further instructions. Subsequently, all the children began to gather small stones from the ground. Haizi aimed specifically at the window of Zhao Yong's house, launching 2 stones with precision. He then hastily ducked away. Crack! Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Who on earth could be responsible for this? From the shattered window, a head emerged. Who else could it be but Zhao Yong? A group of children was throwing stones and playing downstairs, prompting Zhao Yong to rush down. Being on the 2nd floor, he arrived in mere seconds. Before he could confront the children at play, Dalong, hidden by the entrance of the building, struck him down with a swift chop to the neck. When Zhao Yong regained consciousness, He found himself lying in a forest. His hands and feet were bound, and his eyes were covered. Yet, he could feel the dry twigs and fallen leaves beneath him. Bang! Ouch! Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a kick landed on his back. It dawned on him that he had been rudely awakened. There was a commotion. Someone seemed to have noticed he was awake. At that moment, a voice, strained and high-pitched, reached Zhao Yong's ears. He quickly held his breath, feigning unconsciousness to ascertain the identity of his captors. The voice continued, still strained. "Let's wake him up with water." Zhao Yong heard a new voice, one that was coarse and clearly not the original speaker's. Fear gripped him. He was likely in the clutches of kidnappers. His father was the sales manager at a garment factory, which surely had its perks. But why would they target him? Moreover, why hadn't they inquired that his father favored his elder brother? If anyone were to be kidnapped, it should have been Zhao Ying, the elder son. What if his father refused to pay the ransom, leaving them with no choice but to harm him? The more he pondered, the more terrified he became, causing his entire body to tremble. Chapter 79. Physical torment, but big brother, there is no water nearby. The third voice, while also not the original, had a different tone from the previous two. This was it. He was undoubtedly in the hands of kidnappers, and they were working as a group. Zhao Yong silently lamented his fate. How foolish. Everyone just needs to relieve themselves, and we'll have water. These words jolted Zhao Yong into a sitting position. Spare me, I'm awake. Though he couldn't see, he nodded fervently. Do you know what you've done? The high-pitched voice inquired. Nearby, DeLong and Hazy stifled their laughter, covering their mouths as they watched Juzi mimic the voice of a woman. It turned out to be Juzi, along with Hazy and DeLong. After DeLong knocked Zhao Yong unconscious, they transported him to a forest outside the county on a bicycle. Along the way, it appeared as if a few young men were merely drunk, with one slouched on the back seat while the other pedaled, seemingly inconspicuous. Once they reached the woods, Zhao Yong was blindfolded and bound. DeLong proclaimed that his palm strike could render a person unconscious for an entire hour. Initially, Hazy was skeptical. However, after toiling away in the woods and witnessing that Zhao Yong remained oblivious, he was thoroughly convinced. Once everything was prepared, a few kicks were administered, and Zhao Yong's state was indeed quite dire. It was not until the third kick that he finally exhibited any reaction, leading to the current circumstances. I understand. Zhao Yong nodded fervently. Although Juzi stood towards the east, he kept bowing and paying respects to the south. It seemed that his eyes were truly blindfolded. Upon hearing Zhao Yong's acknowledgement, Juzi exchanged glances with Hazy and DeLong. Could it be that this young rascal had guessed their intentions? Before Juzi could utter another word, Zhao Yong pleaded once more, Brothers, I truly have no money. Binding me is futile. If you must kidnap someone, you should go after my elder brother Zhao Ying. He is the favored one of my father. Or better yet, just capture my father directly. That would be more efficient. I am merely a neglected grandson, unloved by my maternal grandfather, and of no concern to anyone. Zhao Yong lamented with great emotion. However, the performance of his eyes remained unseen, concealed beneath the blindfold. He was undoubtedly at the level of a seasoned actor. The trio of Juzi, Hazy, and DeLong, observing from the side, were left agape. This certainly exceeded their previous understanding. They had encountered toothless individuals, but had never witnessed such shamelessness. To safeguard his own well-being, he would forsake both father and brother. Could one sink any lower? This revelation led Zhu Zi and the others to comprehend that Zhao Yong regarded them as kidnappers. This was advantageous. They could enjoy a good beating without suspicion, which was quite pleasant indeed. The brothers were all altruists, unrecognized in their benevolence. For such a contemptible wretch, administering a beating could be seen as a righteous act. The lad was rather clever. Zhu Zi continued to feign a sinister grin. Brothers, if you release me, I shall divulge to you the hour my elder brother finishes work and the alley he traverses. Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, it seemed that Zhao Yong had gained their trust, and he eagerly continued, Boss, I rushed out today and forgot to bring the bag for the money. What should I do? Zhu Zi maintained his charade. DeLong nearly burst into laughter at his side. Struggling to contain his amusement, he spoke in a deep voice. The ransom is too substantial. It can't be carried by hand. Perhaps we should postpone for another time. Excellent. Then, brothers, let us plan for next time. Remember to kidnap my brother, or perhaps just go straight for my father. Zhao Yong replied hastily, sensing that these so-called robbers were rather dim-witted, akin to fools. All right, let us save it for next time. Indeed, next time we shall capture your brother. Zhu Zi and He Zi replied, stifling their laughter. Then I kindly request that you untie me. I assure you I will not report to the authorities. Zhao Yong now felt emboldened. Encountering a band of foolish kidnappers was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, do you understand the principle that thieves never leave empty-handed? Zhu Zi continued to mock Zhao Yong. I understand. But you brothers are men of great undertakings, not mere thieves. Zhao Yong, exasperated, acknowledged that these fools had quite a few rules indeed. What great undertakings? Thieves steal money and goods. We kidnappers take people. We all share the same heritage. Ha ha ha. The pillar could hardly suppress his laughter. While He Zi had already retreated to a distance, Long, who was generally a serious man, was also thoroughly amused by his comrades today. I still have a triangular coin of 1 yuan in my pocket. Here, take it, my brothers. Zhao Yong felt utterly humiliated. What kind of bandits were these? With such intelligence, how had they managed to avoid trouble for so long? What on earth? Are you foolish? Didn't you just say you forgot to bring the money bag? Where are you going to put the money? The pillar remarked, giving Zhao Yong a kick. Ouch! The sudden blow to his ribcage sent a sharp pain through Zhao Yong, likely fracturing a rib. Big brother, please stop. I was wrong. Zhao Yong was not only in pain, but felt as if he might die. Was 1 yuan in triangular coins really so much? Even if it were all converted to 1-cent coins, it wouldn't amount to much, would it? But now, Zhao Yong dared not retort and hastily begged for mercy. Second brother, that was a clever move. Forgetting to bring the money bag warrants a beating. After all, a thief should not leave empty-handed. Long's boisterous voice echoed. He Zi returned at that moment. What followed was a cacophony of sounds, mingled with Zhao Yong's cries for mercy and the occasional sound of bones cracking. While Zhao Yong was unconscious, they could still strike him, but he would not feel any pain. They needed to wake him up first to administer a proper lesson. This was precisely why Long and the others went to the trouble of dragging Zhao Yong into the woods instead of simply dealing with him downstairs. They were naturally afraid of attracting the attention of nearby residents and wanted to enjoy themselves without restraint in this desolate area. After the trio of the pillar, He Zi and Long had thoroughly beaten Zhao Yong, he, without a doubt, lost consciousness once more. They untied the ropes binding his hands and feet and carried him to the roadside. Then, they made their exit. They certainly did not want to cause a fatal incident. Eventually, someone passing by would surely awaken him. As for what would happen to Zhao Yong next, that was his own affair. A return to the hospital was inevitable. It was merely a matter of whether it would be for 1 month or 2. Brother Long, does your hand not hurt? He Zi inquired as they walked. His own hands were still numb. Beating Zhao Yong was quite cathartic, but his hands were also in considerable pain. Not at all, there's a technique to it. I'll have your brother the pillar teach you in the future, Long replied, not one for many words, and thus would not personally instruct He Zi. However, the pillar, having acquired the wisdom, would surely pass it on to his younger brother. Indeed, when He Zi turned to look at the pillar, he saw no trace of pain on his face. It seemed he was the only one suffering. Hee, brother pillar. He Zi drew closer. Ahem, is your mouth a bit dry? The pillar immediately straightened up. Here, brother pillar, smoke this. I'll light it for you. He Zi eagerly reached into his pocket for a cigarette. No. We don't need that, except for Huazi. I cough with anything else. The pillar spoke the most elegant words while engaging in the most unprincipled behavior. He Zi was about to pull out a pack of Hongtao Mountain when he heard the pillar's words and instead reached for another pack in his pocket. Huazi. His expression was filled with profound sorrow. Chapter 80. That hits hard, my friend. This is a gift from Brother Jia upon his return from Guangdong province. While the others have long since exhausted theirs, only He Zi has been more frugal, still possessing half a box. Typically, he takes out a cigarette, inhales its aroma beneath his nose, and then lights a cheaper one. Now, however, Zhu Zi is directly extorting him. Yet, for the sake of learning, He Zi must endure. He produces a cigarette and hands it to Zhu Zi, without even retrieving the box from his pocket. He then takes out a Hongtao Mountain cigarette and offers one to Dalong. Before lighting one for himself, Dalong gestures toward He Zi but remains silent, prompting Zhu Zi to repeatedly check the cigarette in his hand. Fearing He Zi might trick him with the Hongtao Mountain. Brother Zhu Zi, the cigarette is lit. Why not say a few words? He Zi continues to bow his head submissively. It's quite simple. All you need is to follow along. Zhu Zi explains while gesturing, quickly imparting the knowledge to He Zi. How about it? Simple enough, right? Hand it over. After finishing his lesson, Zhu Zi attempts to show off, but before he can complete his sentence, the small half of the cigarette he was holding vanishes. He Zi has darted off and taken the remainder of the cigarette in one swift motion, then revels in exhaling smoke rings. Wow, Haizi, you have no sense of honor. Zhuzi reacts belatedly, while Dalong bursts into laughter nearby. You taught me a trick, I return the favor, and we're even. Haizi makes a funny face at Zhuzi. This way, he has minimized his loss, having effectively reclaimed about a quarter of the cigarette. What did you teach me? Haizi's question leaves Zhuzi dumbfounded. It's like teaching a disciple and starving the master. After speaking, Haizi dashes away, with Zhuzi hot on his heels. As Guo Jia rides his bicycle, he finds it difficult to match the speed of a jeep, especially since he takes a moment to converse with Secretary Wang. By the time Guo Jia returns to Daling Village, eager to inform Guo Ying that Fatty and the others are resuming their night shift, he finds his courtyard already bustling with activity. Well done, fourth sister. You didn't even need me to remind you to get started, Guo Jia remarks, nudging the ladder with his foot and parking the bicycle aside. Of course, since you've entrusted me with managing this food factory, I must ensure everything runs smoothly. Guo Ying replies confidently, pleased that the factory can resume operations. And I brought these people here with my tractor. Otherwise, we wouldn't be moving this quickly. Fatty also comes over to claim his share of the credit. Good job, everyone. Bonuses for all, Guo Jia says with a smile. Guo Ying turns back to her work on making mooncakes, while Fatty pulls Guo Jia aside. Brother Jia, I spoke to Sister Wang and Sister Li from our village. I heard they just went to confront Chinsu Alien. Unfortunately, I was busy fetching the workers and didn't see it myself, Fatty whispers. Good work. Has Xingli returned? Guo Jia inquires. He probably hasn't returned. Otherwise, he would have been here by now, Fatty responds. Brother Jia, Fatty, you're both here. Has the seal been lifted? Zhang Xingli calls out as he arrives at the gate. It was lifted long ago. Come on over. Fatty waves him over. As Zhang Xingli walked towards the courtyard, he spoke loudly, only to be silenced by the hurried approach of the stout fellow who covered his mouth. Are you foolish? Don't you realize there are people around? The stout man whispered urgently in Zhang Xingli's ear. It was at that moment that Zhang Xingli belatedly recalled something. Guo Jia cast a knowing glance and promptly returned to the east room. Zhang Xingli wheeled his bicycle into the courtyard, parking it beside the stout man's. And together they slipped into the east room. Zhang Xingli animatedly recounted the events involving Zhuzi and his companions. It turned out that Zhuzi, Dalong, and Haizi had not permitted Zhang Xingli to accompany them, fearing he would hinder their efforts. However, Zhang Xingli was not at ease and decided to wait at the entrance of Zhuzi's village for their return. He listened intently as Zhuzi and Dalong recounted their experiences before hastily returning to Daling Village, not even bothering to go home first, but heading straight to Guo Jia's place. Well, Zhang Xingli, you got involved too? Is this still the representation of our Daling Village's Marxist ideology? The stout man teased after hearing the story. I didn't even go. So how could I get involved? This is all based on what Zhuzi and the others told me, Zhang Xingli replied. Goodness. You speak with such enthusiasm without having been there, as if you were right in the midst of it all. I truly admire your eloquence. The stout man exclaimed, giving Zhang Xingli a thumbs up. Stop mocking me. Zhuzi and the others were worried I'd slow them down and wouldn't let me go, Zhang Xingli admitted, feeling somewhat sheepish. If he had indeed gone, he was uncertain whether he would have engaged physically. Most likely, he would not have. All right. It seems Zhao Yong will be spending some time in the hospital, so he won't have the opportunity to trouble us again. As for Chinsu Alien, a few days of scolding from Wang Sa and Li Sa should quiet her down considerably. We can steadily focus on making and selling mooncakes. Guo Jia remarked after listening to Zhang Xingli's account. Chinsu Alien is simply odious. If she were a man. Just wait until I land a left hook followed by a side kick. The stout man demonstrated with exaggerated gestures as he spoke. Enough. It's time to rest. We need to rise early tomorrow to sell mooncakes. The day shift may be affected, but the night shift can still produce a lot. Guo Jia stood up, urging the stout man and Zhang Xingli to return home. But I'm not even tired. What time is it? Zhang Xingli glanced at the wall clock and scratched his head. You, of all people, are destined to remain single your entire life for not understanding this. The stout man tugged Zhang Xingli towards the door. What's wrong? As if you have a wife. We're both equally matched, so don't criticize one another, Zhang Xingli retorted, annoyed that the stout man kept bringing up old wounds. You're only saying that because it's early. Guo Jia wants us to go back, so he can cozy up to Sister Li Rou. Can't you comprehend that? The stout man exited the room. Only you would guess such things. Always thinking about the useless. Guo Jia followed him out. Guo Jia, if I'm mistaken, then you should return inside. We don't need you to see us off. The stout man joked, pushing Guo Jia back into the room. Goodness. So that is how it is, Zhang Shengli exclaimed, slapping his thigh, realizing he had been slow to catch on. Get lost. You may come and go as you please. Yet I shall no longer visit the youth point. The dormitory is likely to be locked soon. It has already been surmised, and Guo Jia no longer pretends. He pushes past the portly fellow and takes off running. Behind him, the rotund man and Zhang Xingli erupt in exaggerated laughter. The villagers in the courtyard, busy making mooncakes, turn their attention, and Guo Ying rushes over to inquire. Upon realizing that the portly man and Zhang Xingli are deliberately teasing Guo Jia, she chuckles and asks, "While Guo Jia is off wooing, what merriment do you two bachelors find? Do you not feel a hint of sorrow?" As she speaks, she playfully pokes their foreheads with her fingers. "Sister Four, you ought not to be so heartless." The jovial expressions on the faces of the portly man and Zhang Shengli vanish immediately. Laughter erupts again in the courtyard, this time from Guo Ying and the young women crafting mooncakes. Chapter 81, the West Square by the small river at the village entrance. The chorus of frogs fills the air. Guo Jia holds Li Rou's delicate hand as they stroll along the riverbank, a place they frequently visit. "Guo Jia, have you resolved matters at the food factory?" Li Rou inquires gently, her concern for him evident. The incident involving Chun Zuolian and Zhao Yang's report, compounded by the urgency of certain documents, remains unbeknownst to the related personnel. "Everything is fine now," Guo Jia assures her. "The night shift is currently in production, and there will be goods available for sale tomorrow. We shall not face shortages." How many mooncakes can be produced in a night? The warmth radiating from his palm brings a comforting glow to Li Rou's heart. The night shift, just like the day shift, calculates 11 hours of work, yielding approximately 400 pounds. Guo Jia tightens his grip on Li Rou's hand and adds, "Can you guess how much I made today?" 600 yuan. Without hesitation, Li Rou gleefully responds, bursting into laughter. "You're playing tricks." It dawns on Guo Jia that he had asked a rather foolish question. While working in the production team during the day, I had already calculated this, eagerly awaiting your inquiry. Li Rou beams with pride. "Li Rou, in just a few days, I shall earn enough to become a household with a 10,000 yuan income. Our good days are fast approaching." Guo Jia yearns to provide happiness for Li Rou and their unborn daughter. The anguish of loss that he experienced in his previous life lingers in his heart. "I do not desire immense wealth. Merely a mutual affection between us and a wise, obedient child would suffice." Li Rou's face flushes with warmth as she speaks from the heart, a sentiment she would never have dared express otherwise. "Today, meeting with Secretary Luo left a profound impression on me. Even after working hours, he remained in his office, diligently attending to matters. He resolved my issues swiftly, only to rush off to a meeting. Despite this, he earns a fixed salary. His efforts do not alter his pay, which remains the same. In contrast, I sold 400 pounds of mooncakes today. As we calculated previously, the gross profit is 70 cents per pound. Thus, in one day, I earned 3,080 yuan, more than Secretary Luo makes in an entire year. Previously, I had thought it was sufficient to focus solely on the prosperity of our small household. However, it is imperative to uplift the entire Daling village and beyond, helping more individuals escape poverty and enjoy a blissful life. Guo Jia gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with determination. "I support you," he asserted, "for this is the duty of every individual." Furthermore, the newspapers continually emphasize the importance of allowing a portion of the populace to prosper first, enabling them to assist others in achieving wealth, ultimately realizing the dream of shared prosperity. In Li Rou's eyes, Guo Jia's stature grew ever more impressive. This is the essence of a responsible and accountable man, the kind of partner she yearns for. If circumstances allowed, they would linger by the riverside, envisioning their future and discussing their dreams. Alas, the dormitory had a curfew, and Guo Jia reluctantly escorted Li Rou back, filled with longing. Upon returning to the old residence, Guo Jia found himself the subject of playful teasing from the sisters-in-law working in the courtyard. Ultimately, it was Guo Ying who intervened to ease the tension. Retreating to the east room, Guo Jia freshened up and climbed onto the Kong to rest. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. He had already calculated the daily requirements for flour, grains, and sugar, among other essentials. Guo Ying would manage the logistics of when each factory would deliver their goods. Lacking a telephone, Guo Ying could only communicate through the drivers of the delivery trucks, who were all from the respective factories, ensuring that messaging was no issue. Due to some newly baked mooncakes not having sufficient time to rest, on the following day, they could only load 3000 Jin onto the truck. Nonetheless, this was unavoidable. as Jin Suelian and Zhao Yong had caused a minor disruption at the food factory, though the impact was minimal. Listening to the relentless taunts and insults from Wang Sa and Li Sa directed at Jin Suelian within the work crew, Guo Jia reflected on Zhao Yong, who should have already been admitted to the hospital. His anger began to dissipate. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, profit was paramount, and there would be time later to address those matters. The 3,000 gene of mooncakes, including a portion for the heavier ones, were divided among 6 stalls for sale. Everyone was aware that today would only be a half-day's work. The tractor made its way to the county town, unloading in sequence at various locations. Each stall received 500 gene of mooncakes. Once sold out, the iron frames were dismantled and secured to bicycles, allowing everyone to gather at a designated spot. Guo Jia's stall was situated near the West Square, which boasted a significant footfall. In Pear County S-Town, there are 2 squares where people typically gather for leisure and entertainment. The trend of square dancing had yet to take hold. Otherwise, the area would be filled with the sounds of the vast horizon is my love and the most shining ethnic style, captivating all in attendance. Currently, the square attracted both the elderly and the young alike. In a corner of the square, Guo Jia began assembling the iron frame, followed by opening a box of mooncakes and arranging them atop. Since it was the same stall location as the previous day, it wasn't long before a crowd gathered. Many had been unable to purchase mooncakes the day before. Observing the boxes beside Guo Jia, it was evident that the stock was even lower than before, prompting eager patrons to jostle forward, fearful of missing out. Please, do not push. We will sell out today, and I will return tomorrow. Rest assured, everyone will have the opportunity to buy mooncakes. The words of Guo Jia have been uttered countless times. Nearby, a vegetable vendor, calling out to attract attention, gazes enviously at Guo Jia. Both are engaged in trade. Yet how is it that one flourishes so remarkably? His cousin's sister-in-law's brother's cousin resides in the sugar factory community and mentioned that vegetables sell exceptionally well, prompting him to venture into this line of business. However, upon arriving in the county town, he discovered that the gatekeepers at various community entrances barred his entry. Little did he know that one must offer cigarettes to the guards. Over time, these gatekeepers have been spoiled by Guo Jia, treating him like royalty. Numerous vendors line the streets, and with an abundance of vegetables, those left unsold under the scorching sun wilt, making them even harder to sell. While Guo Jia was bustling with activity, a few students, both boys and girls, scaled the back wall of a high school not far from the West Square. Sun Shumi, shall we go play at the square? One male student inquired. Ma Xiaohu, what's so interesting about that place? Why do you always want to go there? Sun Shumi retorted, rolling her eyes. Indeed, she is the second daughter of the Sun family, sister to Sun Shuqin, currently in her 3rd year of high school. However, none of them are particularly studious. Seizing the opportunity to sneak out while the teacher attended a meeting and classmates engaged in self-study, Ma Xiaohu harbored feelings for Sun Shumi and was pursuing her. His fondness for the square stemmed from his association with a local gang leader who frequented the area. Encountering him would surely earn him prestige in front of Sun Shumi. Sun Shumi, if you accompany me to the square, I'll treat you to the delicious food sold there. What do you say? Ma Xiaohu persisted, attempting to entice her with culinary delights. Tiger brother, I want to eat too, chimed in one of Ma Xiaohu's little followers, licking his lips. For heaven's sake, how many times must I say it? Call me brother Xiaohu or Ma Ge. Don't call me tiger brother, you're not even a tiger. Can't you tell the difference? Ma Xiaohu poked his finger at the boy's forehead. All right, brother Xiaohu. The teacher often says I'm clumsy. The follower quickly corrected himself. Good grief. I'm done with you. You can go wherever you please. I'm only taking Sun Shumi with me. Ma Xiaohu nearly choked on his frustration. Ever since the last time they visited Guo Jia's grandfather, Guo Linggong, and failed to secure any funds, elder sister Sun Shuqin and younger brother Sun Dahua attempted another visit. However, the younger brother was soundly thrashed by Guo Jia, and the elder sister was rejected on the spot. The Sun family found themselves cut off from their financial resources. The family's living expenses for 5 members now solely depended on elder sister Sun Shuqin's meager monthly wage of 20 yuan from her temporary job. Forget about eating meat. They now dare not even consume rice, subsisting on porridge instead. Fortunately, it was Guo Jia who initiated the breakup, sparing the Sun family the burden of returning the betrothal gifts and dowry items. Otherwise, their situation would have been even more dire. There has long been an unwritten rule in the village. If the woman calls off an engagement after it has been established, all gifts and items given by the man must be returned unconditionally. However, should the man propose the dissolution of the engagement, then the woman is not obliged to return any gifts or dowry items. This can be regarded as a form of retribution for the man's decision to withdraw from the marriage. However, considering the circumstances, all the money has been spent. Aside from the bicycle, everything else has been sold off. With the Sun family initiating the annulment, Guo Jia is left with nothing. What can he possibly do? Sun Shumi remains utterly unperturbed. The Sun siblings have always adhered to their unreasonable principles. Upon hearing that Ma Xiaohu intends to treat her to delicious food, Sun Shumi readily agrees. After all, it was Ma Xiaohu who made the offer, and everyone has heard it. If he spots something delectable in the square and fails to buy it for her, he will be nothing but a coward. Sun Shumi exhibits the demeanor of a young delinquent. With a lazy disposition and an insatiable appetite, she embodies the essence of the Sun family. She is even less industrious than her elder sister. Regardless of her shortcomings, Sun Shuqin still manages to work as a temporary employee at the factory, earning money every month. In contrast, Sun Shumi neglects her studies at school and uses her homework as an excuse to avoid household chores. Previously, she would go to Guilingong each month to retrieve money, directly spending it at the supply and marketing cooperative without saving a single cent. Now, as she notices Ma Xiaohu's lingering gaze, she remains indifferent. With Guo Jia severing ties with the Sun family, Sun Shumi can only devise her own means to satisfy her cravings. Some boys in her class occasionally take advantage of her, but she doesn't mind as it often leads to treats. After all, she is not lacking in physical form. What is the concern? Certainly. Ma Xiaohu swallowed hard. Being in his adolescent years, especially among male classmates, he felt an overwhelming desire. Dispersing his entourage, Ma Xiaohu led Sun Shumi to the nearby West Square. He silently hoped to encounter his well-connected acquaintance. If Sun Shumi were to see him with such a figure, she would undoubtedly perceive him as someone of influence. Ma Xiaohu fantasized about Sun Shumi throwing herself at him. After wandering for a while, he failed to spot his contact. Sun Shumi, on the other hand, noticed that the square was filled with vendors selling persimmons and cucumbers, devoid of any appetizing options. Thus, Ma Xiaohu and Sun Shumi meandered toward Guo Jia's mooncake stall. However, at that moment, Guo Jia's stall was surrounded by throngs of people, making it impossible to discern what was happening inside. Sun Shumi anxiously tapped her foot. If this stall did not offer delicious food, then her outing with Ma Xiaohu would have been in vain. Therefore, she was determined to find out what was being sold. Ma Xiaohu, didn't you claim to be exceptionally clever? I was thinking of peeking inside that stall at the back. Do you have a plan? Sun Shumi pointed toward Guo Jia's stall, unaware that the crowd was gathered around the once naive individual. Well, let me think. Ma Xiaohu gazed at the encircling crowd, feeling somewhat challenged. However, having boasted in front of Sun Shumi before, it was imperative that he made an effort to uphold his illustrious image. Give me a moment, and I'll devise a plan, he declared while surveying the surroundings. As he spotted a shop selling coffins in the distance, an idea struck him. Sun Shumi, just watch. I will soon compel these people to part the way for me. Ma Xiaohu, brimming with confidence, could not resist the urge to show off before taking action. Let us see you actually pull it off first. Sun Shumi was far from convinced. Just you wait. Ma Xiaohu boldly approached the outskirts of the crowd, gathering his thoughts. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Everyone, please make way. I wish to see my father one last time." His voice was heart-wrenching, as if he were genuinely on the brink of mourning his father. This outburst startled Sun Shumi, causing her to jump up in alarm. She quickly distanced herself from Ma Xiaohu, not wanting anyone to assume they were together. This was not mere foolishness, it was pure insanity. The crowd surrounding Guo Jia's stall, engrossed in purchasing mooncakes, turned to look upon hearing the cries. They saw an individual crawling forward, sobbing uncontrollably, and promptly made way. Who would block such a pitiful soul from bidding farewell to his father? That would be a sin. Thus, the crowd halted their activities, creating a pathway that led directly to Guo Jia's stall. Guo Jia, drawn by the commotion, locked eyes with the crawling Ma Xiaohu. What the hell? A son this big? As his father, I must have grown him in a greenhouse. He certainly doesn't match my age, Guo Jia remarked, noticing that the other was not much younger than himself. What do you mean, grown in a greenhouse? Is his father really that young? The surrounding mooncake buyers speculated. Ma Xiaohu successfully reached the stall and, upon realizing it was selling mooncakes, stood up and reached for a package. How much for these mooncakes? $1.50 per pound, Guo Jia replied, somewhat dazed. Ma Xiaohu's antics left Guo Jia utterly bewildered. Amidst the frenzy of eager buyers, there existed such a clever ruse. All right, I'll take a pound. Ma Xiaohu declared, ready to pay. Hand it over. Get lost. Move to the back of the line. Stop pretending to be my father. The people around quickly surged forward, snatching the mooncakes from Ma Xiaohu, tugging at his hair, and kicking him. Ultimately, the already standing Ma Xiaohu emerged from between their legs, bruised and battered. He truly exited just as he had entered, his face and body marked by the ordeal. Chapter 83. Watching Guo Jia profit was more distressing than losing money herself. Sun Shumi, I've done my best. These people are too ruthless. Ma Xiaohu lamented, his hair disheveled. I'm going back. I don't feel well. Sun Shumi, initially delighted to see mooncakes for sale, had hoped Ma Xiaohu would buy her some. The sugary treats were plentiful and undeniably enjoyable. However, upon recognizing the vendor as her elder sister's former partner, that foolish man, her expression instantly soured. Who would have imagined he had improved? What infuriates me the most is that after recovering from his foolishness, he immediately ceased providing financial support to his family and even called off his engagement with his elder sister. Listening to Guo Jia incessantly announce to the customers that mooncakes are priced at 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound, while he continues to stuff his pockets with wads of cash, is more distressing than losing money myself. Just moments ago, Ma Xiaohu managed to disperse the crowd, and Sun Shumi noticed that there were quite a few large boxes beside Guo Jia. It is estimated that there are at least 300 to 400 pounds of mooncakes. I do not know how much he can earn, but if sold out, he would at least pocket 500 to 600 yuan. That is a substantial sum. The monthly wage for my elder sister's temporary job is merely 20 yuan, totaling 240 yuan a year, provided she works every single day without a break. Observing the fervor with which people are purchasing, Sun Shumi has no doubt that the mooncakes will sell out, but rather that there will not be enough to meet the demand. This implies that the money earned by that foolish man in a single day is equivalent to her sister's salary for 2 years. All of Sun Shumi's good spirits evaporated, and in a huff, she turned to leave. Hey, why are you leaving so abruptly? Don't you wish to eat mooncakes anymore? Ma Xiaohu originally intended to buy another pound of mooncakes. Suddenly, seeing Sun Shumi utter a few words before departing, he hurriedly pursued her. Don't follow me. I told you I'm not feeling well. Remember to ask the teacher for a leave of absence for me. I'm going home now. Without looking back, Sun Shumi walked away from the square, heading home, leaving Ma Xiaohu scratching his head, perplexed about how he had offended this aunt. Looking back at the mooncake stall, Ma Xiaohu felt a pang of desire and considered purchasing a pound for himself. Just as he contemplated squeezing back in line for mooncakes, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Li Rou. Ma Xiaohu rushed over. Meanwhile, Li had sustained an injury when a hefty individual struck him, resulting in a fractured arm. Guo Jia had given him 20 yuan for medical expenses, and Li had then extorted 30 yuan from Zhao Yong. In an attempt to save some money, Li had spent 2 days in the hospital receiving anti-inflammatory injections before being discharged. He now sported a red string around his neck, supporting his arm encased in a cast. Bored, Li wandered around the square. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out to him and turned to see who it was. Who are you? Li could not recognize this young boy. Li Go, a while back you came to our school to mediate a situation, and I was the one who attended to you. Ma Xiaohu quickly recounted the events from a few days prior, hoping to jog Li's memory. Oh, now I remember. It's you. Li nodded. Li Go, what are you up to? And how did you get injured? Ma Xiaohu inquired. His eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the cast on Li's arm. The aura of a leader shines through even an injury. Ahem. Well, you see. Li glanced at his arm, knowing he couldn't reveal that he had been struck down. That would be too humiliating. A few days ago, a group of kids saw me alone and surrounded me. What else was there to do but fight? There were more than 10 of them, and just me alone. But in the end, I managed to take them all down. However, lacking any weapons, I ultimately sustained an injury to my arm. It is merely a minor wound, and I shall recover in a few days. Li boasted with unrestrained bravado, much to the admiration of Ma Xiaohu, who was thoroughly impressed. Li Go, you are truly remarkable. Taking on over 10 opponents and emerging victorious is nothing short of extraordinary. Ma Xiaohu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Feeling a bit hungry, he pondered where to find a bun shop nearby to satisfy his appetite. Exhausted from his boasting, Li desired to take advantage of the Navi youth. I know. Li Go, follow me, and I shall treat you to some meat buns. In truth, there was a breakfast shop conveniently located diagonally across from Guo Jia's mooncake stall. Li was aware of this and intentionally made such a remark to prompt Ma Xiaohu to treat him. Ma Xiaohu eagerly invited Li into the breakfast shop. They ordered 5 meat buns, and with the remaining money, he purchased a cup of loose white liquor. A full bottle of liquor was beyond his means, as his pockets were not deep enough. Noticing the displeasure on Li's face, Ma Xiaohu quickly said, Li Gu, I don't have much money on me, so you'll have to endure this meal. Li grunted, devouring the buns and sipping the liquor. While he appeared to be a reluctant guest, inwardly he was quite pleased. Ever since his arm was broken, he could no longer engage in petty theft, and his standard of living had deteriorated significantly. It had been several days since he had tasted meat. Today, with a fool treating him, he was determined to feast heartily. These buns are quite to my liking. Pack me 5 more for dinner, he declared. With remarkable speed, Li finished his meal, belching loudly as he picked his teeth with a toothpick, all the while scheming to extract a bit more from his companion. All right then, Ma Xiaohu thought, reaching into his pocket, realizing that he was about to exhaust all his funds. Yet he could not refuse, and reluctantly returned to the owner to order another 5 meat buns. Li, noticing the dissatisfaction in Ma Xiaohu, nonchalantly remarked, You want to be eating these buns for free today? You can come to me for assistance in the future. After saying this, Li picked up the packed buns and began to leave. Li Gu, where can I find you? Ma Xiaohu inquired, his mood lifting at the thought that his expenditure might not be in vain, that perhaps it would yield some benefit, as mooncakes wouldn't cost him a pound of flesh. I often frequent the black market and the bus station. You can find me in either of those places. Li replied, satisfied and full, as he walked away. Ma Xiaohu, wearing a broad smile, accompanied him out of the breakfast shop. Once Li had gone a distance, Ma Xiaohu casually glanced back at Guo Jia's mooncake stall. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. Aside from the stall owner organizing his boxes on the ground, there was no one else around. What a peculiar situation. If he were to buy mooncakes now, he wouldn't have to jostle at all. However, Ma Xiaohu felt in his pockets and realized he didn't even have enough to buy a pound of mooncakes. Boss, can I purchase a single mooncake? He asked, unwilling to give up, hoping to buy one to sample before asking his parents for money upon returning home. If they refused, he would resort to crying, throwing a tantrum, or even threatening to hang himself, a tactic he had learned from his mother. It was a method that never failed. This is not the case. Guo Jia looked up, initially wanting to say that it was that son. But he immediately swallowed his words. Not a good idea, although the other party had just called him father. It seemed that the father he referred to was on the verge of collapse. It would be better not to take advantage of this. Chapter 84, Destroy him. He wouldn't even be able to sell by the pound, let alone have any leftovers. Guo Jia pointed to the empty boxes scattered around and remarked, What the heck? In such a short time, they were all sold out? Ma Xiaohu gaped in astonishment. He encountered someone returning home to visit family, and that person bought 100 pounds of mooncakes all at once. Guo Jia did not elaborate further. The iron racks were dismantled, tied together, and secured next to the bicycle, while the large cardboard boxes were flattened and stacked, also tied to the back seat. Mounting the bicycle, Guo Jia set off to rejoin the others. The bicycle he rode belonged to a plump man, who operated a tractor and had no need for a bicycle. The reason Guo Jia provided each person with a bicycle was precisely for this purpose, flexibility. Whenever they finished selling, they could pack up and leave at any time. Suddenly, Ma Xiaohu remembered that he had skipped class and hurried back to school. Sun Shumi had even asked him to help request a leave of absence. It seemed today was going to be a disaster. At the Sun household, Sun Shumi returned home. Her mother, blind, was a burden she could hardly bear. Her younger brother, Sun Dahua, had long since dropped out of school, wandering aimlessly outside and rarely returning home. Meanwhile, her fourth brother, Sun Dagua, was still in elementary school. Yet he knew nothing and consistently ranked at the bottom of his class. Sun Shumi went straight to the inner room and lay down on the heating bed. Has the second child returned? Why aren't you at school? Her blind mother, Song Xia, inquired. Why are you so concerned? I feel unwell. So I asked for leave and came back, Sun Shumi replied impatiently. Is it a cold? That cannot be, the blind Song Xia muttered. Sun Shumi chose to ignore her. Until the eldest sister, Sun Shiqin, came home from work and saw Sun Shumi lying there. Before she could even speak, Song Xia said, The eldest is back. Quickly check on the second child. She says she feels unwell. As a mother, despite her blindness, she had spent the entire day worrying. She is just pretending. She is reading a comic book right now, showing no signs of illness. Sun Shuqin tossed her work uniform onto the heating bed, angrily asking Sun Shumi, Why are you at school when everything seems fine? Do you know how much your tuition costs? The mention of tuition made Sun Shuqin feel frustrated. She had the potential to attend university, Yet due to family circumstances, she could not take the college entrance examination. Later, with the monthly allowance from Guo, her younger siblings could continue their studies. However, the third child had dropped out, the second was not studying diligently, and the fourth child was hopeless in his studies. Now that Guo Jia had severed ties and called off the engagement, it would be difficult to gather enough funds for their tuition next semester. Big sister. I wasn't feeling well, but after lying down at home for a while, I feel better now. Sun Shumi dared not confront her elder sister, Sun Shuqin, as she would need to rely on her for money in the future. The days of flaunting her authority at Guo Linggong's place were long gone. Now that you feel better, why aren't you cooking? Must I bear the burden of every task? After laboring throughout the day at the factory, I find myself utterly exhausted. Indeed, I am your elder sister, but you are no longer a mere toddler. Shouldn't you contribute to the household chores? Sun Shuqin felt a wave of despair wash over her. Why is life so arduous? After toiling all day, I return home only to wash clothes and prepare meals. Sister, I am not feeling well. I stand and I become dizzy. Sun Shumi realized that her previous excuse lacked careful consideration. Please, spare me your pretense. I have witnessed it far too often. If you do not cook today, then do not expect to eat tonight. Sun Shuqin plopped down on the edge of the Kong, simmering in her frustration. Sister, the state of our home is all due to that foolish man. Can you guess what I saw when I returned today? Sun Shumi recalled Guo Jia, addressing her elder sister Sun Shuqin. What did you see? Upon hearing Guo Jia's name, Sun Shuqin too was reminded of him. He was once a handsome young lad, renowned as a prodigy throughout the region. How did he become foolish? And how has he returned to his senses? Sun Shuqin felt a twinge of anger. If Guo Jia had not become foolish, would she have ignored him? Especially since they had decided to marry at the end of that year? Since he has become a simpleton, she would certainly not marry him. Who would what a fool? He was perfectly capable of assisting her with chores and gathering firewood, yet now that he has regained his senses, he has callously called off the engagement and ceased providing financial support to their family. Where could a girl like me, who has the potential to attend university, find such a match? When Guo Jia returns, remorseful, I shall ensure he is made to suffer. The bride price must be renegotiated, and it ought to be increased. Sun Shuqin resolved in her heart. As Sun Shumi continued to recount what she had seen, Sun Shuqin merely responded absent-mindedly. I saw that foolish man. He is selling mooncakes for 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound, and people are clamoring to buy them. Sun Shumi exclaimed. What? He is selling mooncakes? Isn't that something only the supply and marketing cooperative can sell? Furthermore, it is not yet the Mid-Autumn Festival. Sun Shuqin pulled her thoughts back to the present. Right at the West Square, there were layers of people surrounding him. I saw he had at least 300 to 400 pounds of mooncakes. Given the throng, they are sure to sell out. A glimmer of envy shone in Sun Shumi's eyes, but it was overshadowed by greed. 500 or 600 yuan. How splendid it would be if it all were to come to me. If the engagement had not been called off, at the very least, our family could enjoy mooncakes, plenty of them. Where did Guo Jia acquire such wealth? Those mooncakes must have cost a considerable sum. Sun Shuqin felt skeptical. Sister, how can you be so naive? Guo Jia called off the engagement precisely because he has found a lucrative opportunity, fearing he would have to share it with our family. Sun Shumi gritted her teeth. Could it be? Sun Shuqin's expression darkened. Sister, he has discovered a way to earn money and wishes to sever ties with you and our family. We cannot allow him to do this. Sun Shumi, contemplating the wealth Guo Jia now possessed, felt a pang of bitterness. That money ought to belong to the Sun family. He should promptly hand over all his earnings to his elder sister, and then the Sun family can purchase whatever they desire. However, now that Guo Jia has already broken off the engagement with me, according to custom, he has not requested the return of the betrothal gifts and the dowry. What more can we do? Sun Shuqin expressed a sense of powerlessness. How could such a wonderful girl like her be spurned? She was regarded as the most promising candidate for university, a veritable seedling of academic excellence. With so many options available, he claims to break off the engagement. Yet one can refuse. Alternatively, if he wishes to sever ties with the Sun family, we too could devise a way to ruin him. Sun Shumi's eyes glinted with malice. Am I to beg for a reversal? To plead with Guo Jia not to break the engagement? I would never stoop so low. That is absolutely out of the question. Sun Shuqin shook her head repeatedly. She was a proud peacock. How could she possibly bow her head? Then let us ruin him, preventing him from flaunting himself. Sun Shumi understood that her elder sister would never plead with Guo Jia. Silence, shouted Song Xia, who, although unable to see, was not deaf. Have you all lost your conscience? My blind mother, Song Xia, struck the edge of the Kong with the wooden stick she used to navigate to the toilet. The Guo family has not treated us poorly. When your father fell ill, they did not demand the engagement be rescinded. Guo Jia has gone to great lengths to assist us through our difficulties. You, the second child, keep calling him an idiot. Is it not true that Guo Jia's efforts to gather wild vegetables for our family's sustenance led to his injury? Show a little decency. And you, the eldest. After Guo Jia's accident, you have been indifferent. Is that how one ought to behave? And that ungrateful third child, always out gallivanting and acting like a rogue, taking advantage of Guo Jia's condition to bully him. How despicable. As for me, your blind mother. Well aware that you exploit Guo Jia's condition to deceive him into working for our family, I feigned ignorance. I do not wish to marry Guo Jia, yet still seek to swindle old hero Guo for support. It is not blindness of the eyes, but rather blindness of the heart. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. With a mother like this, what kind of good children can one expect? After the death of Sun Shuqin's father, Songxia's tears had dried up, but today they flowed anew. Mother, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Sun Shuqin rushed to comfort her. Meanwhile, Sun Shumi stormed out of the room and slammed the door shut. Were it not for this blind old woman being her mother, she would have long since unleashed a torrent of curses. To swindle money from old hero Guo was not for her sole benefit. The delicious food purchased was enjoyed by the entire family. Deceiving Guo Jia into working for the Sun family, the benefits were shared by all. Yet now, they turned their ire upon her. Sun Shumi found her mother utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, Guo Jia remained oblivious to the melodrama unfolding within the Sun family. He sought out his friends, who had also sold out their stock of mooncakes. Due to the disturbances caused by Chun Zulian and Zhao Yong, a whole morning was wasted. Before noon had even arrived, all the mooncakes were gone. Brother Jia, what shall we do next? Fatty inquired. Isn't there a box of gifts already prepared at home? Fatty, you should drive the tractor back and fetch it, Guo Jia contemplated. Brother Jia, with such an exorbitant price for that gift box, who would purchase it? Hazy interjected from the side. Normally, 4 pounds of mooncakes wrapped in oiled paper sell for 6 yuan, but I priced the ones in the gift box at 8. Indeed, the mooncakes inside are of superior quality. Not a single one is flawed, yet such a markup seems excessive. Not only Hazy, but Zhang Xingli, Zhu Zi, and DeLong shared similar sentiments. Only Fatty held a different perspective. Since Brother Jia has set the price this way, there must be logic behind it. We shall execute the orders as commanded. Who will accompany me back? There are plenty of gift boxes at home to load. Fatty initiated the tractor. I'll ride back with you. Zhang Xingli leaped onto the tractor's rear compartment. Though they bantered, they worked in perfect harmony. I knew it. Eventually, my charisma would sway you. And you would revere me. Fatty chuckled at Zhang Xingli. Ugh, your words are truly repulsive. Worship you? I shall wield the socialist iron whip and lay you low. Zhang Xingli shot back. If you do not revere me, why the eagerness to board? I see Hazy still wishes to join. Fatty winked at Hazy. Thank you. Brother Fatty. Hazy promptly chose to distance himself. Let Hazy come aboard. I shall disembark. Zhang Xingli, seated in the compartment, attempted to rise. Fatty, however, revved the tractor and sped away. Too late. You best remain seated. Fatty accelerated further. Ouch. The sudden jolt sent Zhang Xingli sprawling backward in the compartment. You clumsy oaf. You knocked me. You owe me. Zhang Xingli sat up, unrelenting in his grievance. That was the compartment, not me. Take it up with the compartment. Fatty kept his gaze forward, but continued to provoke Zhang Xingli. It matters not if you don't pay. I'll have Brother Jia deducted directly from your wages. This matter cannot be settled for less than 2 yuan. Zhang Xingli grasped the compartment's side, as if that would lessen the tractor's bumps. I must check for damages, otherwise. You'll still owe me. Fatty exclaimed, that's infuriating. You glutton, enough? Brother Jia said not to disturb you while driving. You should be grateful he saved you. Zhang Xingli found himself at a loss for words, creating an escape for himself. Fatty remained silent, his response a stone on the road. Skillfully, he maneuvered the tractor to avoid a rock, but the rear wheels rolled over it. Bang! The iron compartment emitted a jarring noise. Ouch! You did that on purpose. This isn't over. Zhang Xingli lamented from the rear compartment. This sudden jolt caught him off guard, and he felt the impact keenly. Zhang Xingli, is your mind not quite sharp? The journey ahead is fraught with pitfalls and uneven terrain, and there are plenty of stones along the way. The portly fellow chuckles mischievously. Oh, the rotund one, you've truly outdone yourself. Zhang Xingli, no longer a fool blindly pursuing a singular path, has learned to adapt. This is indeed the right approach. Ahead lies the broad thoroughfare leading to Daling Village, a smooth and even road. The portly fellow, oblivious to the idiom's meaning, merely employs it to appear more cultured. Zhang Xingli refrains from further comments, opting to argue his case only after disembarking from the tractor. Guo Jia observes the amicable departure of the portly fellow and Zhang Xingli and sets about scouting locations. Ultimately, he selects several promising spots, one at the bus station, another beside the state-run restaurant, and yet another at the state guest house. These venues are frequented by the affluent and influential, while ordinary citizens seldom venture far from home, thus avoiding the bus station unless necessary. The meals at the state-run restaurant are exorbitantly priced, far beyond the means of the average person. Furthermore, the state guest house caters specifically to visiting officials and various itinerant traders. Guo Jia's intention with the mooncake gift boxes is to redistribute wealth from the rich to the poor, naturally focusing on the elite. Once the portly fellow has transported the mooncake gift boxes, Guo Jia and his companions set up their stalls at the chosen locations. As anticipated, these spots are bustling with wealthy patrons. With the persuasive power of their eloquence, these affluent individuals are eager to indulge. Guo Jia even instructs the portly fellow and the others to offer a slice of mooncake for free tasting to the esteemed clientele contemplating the gift boxes. Being wealthy, none would begrudge a mere morsel of mooncake. However, those who sample the delicacies find themselves unable to resist the allure of their wallets, declaring the mooncakes simply divine indeed. They can afford such luxuries. Chapter 86. The gift boxes begin to sell. Such delectable mooncakes, when taken home, are sure to garner favor with one's family. If shared with superiors at work, surely one's career would ascend. Haha. As Guo Jia promotes the mooncakes, he seems to be speaking to himself. Yet, while the speaker may be unaware, the listeners take heed. Those traveling far and staying at the state guest house are primarily office workers from various organizations. Hearing Guo Jia's remarks, they reflect and find truth in his words. Consequently, what began as a mere intention to procure a gift box for their own households transforms into a mental tally of whom to gift within their hierarchy. Presenting delightful mooncakes to superiors this mid-autumn festival would indeed be a splendid idea. The gift box costs 8 yuan, while 2 boxes of mooncakes total 16 yuan, a price point quite acceptable to the elite. The product is not only delicious but also elegantly packaged, perfectly timed for the approaching festival. Thus, they choose it. The affluent begin purchasing in quantities of 4 or 8 boxes. Guo Jia has imparted the same sales techniques to the portly fellow and his companions. At the entrance of the state-run restaurant, comrades who had been inebriated stumble out, arm in arm, upon noticing a nearby mooncake stall, spurred on by the casual remarks of a plump individual. One of the lesser-ranked individuals declared his intent to purchase 2 boxes of mooncakes for his esteemed companion, resolute in his decision despite any attempts to dissuade him. The recipient of the mooncake gift boxes, equally vocal, assured that he would take good care of his brother in the future. Meanwhile, at the bus station entrance, a pillar stood guard as dignitaries from Lixian County concluded their affairs and prepared to depart. Prompted by the pillar's enthusiastic reminders, many rushed to buy numerous gift boxes of mooncakes before their buses left. Their intention was to curry favor with their superiors upon returning to their workplaces, ensuring that their future endeavors would proceed smoothly. Guo Jia, stationed at the state-run guest house, welcomed predominantly those visiting Lixian for business. He instilled in them the notion that regardless of the purpose of their visit, presenting 2 boxes of premium gift mooncakes would undoubtedly yield fruitful results. Consequently, dignitaries departing Lixian would invariably purchase mooncake gift boxes, while newcomers were equally inclined to do so. Meanwhile, local dignitaries, emerging from the state-run restaurant, indulged in extravagant purchases fueled by spirits. The plump individual managed to secure over 200 gift boxes, successfully selling more than 100. At a retail price of 6 yuan for 4 pounds of mooncakes, coupled with a 10-cent cost for the packaging, Guo Jia sold them at a premium price of 8 yuan. This arrangement allowed him to earn an additional 1 yuan and 90 cents for every 4 pounds sold, resulting in an extra profit of over 200 yuan from the sale of more than 100 gift boxes, equivalent to over 5 months' wages for an ordinary worker in the county. In a world driven by profit, Guo Jia was not one to hoard wealth. After selling the gift boxes, he distributed a bonus of 10 yuan to each worker. With a base salary of merely 5 yuan per day, this bonus was twice their standard earnings, invigorating the team's morale. Particularly, Zhang Xingli, who had endured many hardships in the past, found himself somewhat euphoric with newfound wealth. There was no longer talk of Marxism or Leninism. Instead, The prevailing sentiment echoed the benefits of reform and the correctness of developing private enterprises. The mooncake gift boxes were fundamentally aimed at redistributing wealth, and selling them out completely each day was an unrealistic expectation. With fewer than 100 gift boxes remaining, Guo Jia and his associates returned to Daling Village. Coinciding with the end of the workday for the production team, the sound of tractors echoed as they entered the village. The villagers, having finished work, gathered in a cluster, obstructing the path. The plump individual had no choice but to halt the tractor. Zhang Xingli also approached to witness the commotion. As the tractor engine fell silent, Guo Jia, seated in the cargo area, heard a cacophony of curses and cries emanating from the crowd. Soon after, Chen Suelian emerged from the throng, her hair disheveled, clothing torn, and her face, streaked with dirt, bore clear trails of tears. Desperate to escape the scene, she was pursued by two women relentlessly hurling insults, none other than Wang Sa and Li Sa. Today, they had deliberately positioned themselves next to Chen Suelian as part of their plan. With their hands busy, their mouths were equally active, exchanging barbs like a comedic duo, creatively berating Chen Suelian without ever naming her directly, igniting a fiery rage within her. At last, after enduring a long day of labor, Chen Suelian could no longer restrain herself and took action. Wang and Li, both in their 30s, were in the prime of their strength, and it was evident that Chen Suelian stood no chance against them. After a brief struggle, she suffered a significant defeat and recognized the disparity in their capabilities. It was clear that she could neither outfight nor outcurse them. Seizing an opportune moment, she attempted to escape back to the youth dormitory to hide. Wang and Li's objective was to berate Chen Suelian for 3 consecutive days, as the rotund man had promised them 2 yuan for each day's effort. Thus, they followed closely behind her, hurling insults. The rotund man watched with amusement, signaling to Guo Jia to instigate further mischief, allowing her to experience the repercussions of her actions. He was quite pleased with Wang and Li's performance and intended to reward them with an advance on their wages once the coast was clear. Truly a bargain. "Let us go, my friend, and bring the gift boxes inside," he instructed. Guo Jia, observing Chen Suelian's dismal state, felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, on Zhao Yang's side, Haizi had covertly visited the hospital that morning and reported back that the injured party was bandaged like a mummy, with his cousin Zhao Gang providing care. This news brought laughter to everyone for the entire day, and upon returning that evening, Chen Suelian was treated to an additional dessert. "Excellent!" exclaimed Guo Jia. As Chen Suelian made her escape, the villagers blocking the road dispersed. The rotund man restarted the tractor and drove back to Guo Jia's ancestral home. Together with Zhang Xingli and Guo Jia, they unloaded the mooncakes from the tractor's rear compartment and brought them inside, as the rainy summer days made it unsuitable to leave them outside. With no interference from the food factory, operations proceeded smoothly. The staff grew increasingly adept, producing mooncakes with almost no defects. Now, when it came to packing gift boxes, there was no longer a need for the meticulous selection process. They could simply pack them directly. Guo Jia entrusted the necessary funds for inventory to Guo Ying, reserving them for payment to the delivery personnel the following day. The remaining funds were deposited directly into the bank in Lixian County by Guo Jia. After several consecutive days of selling mooncakes, it was essential to remain vigilant. The crackdown had not yet begun, and the atmosphere was not entirely tranquil, inevitably drawing the attention of some individuals. To avert any unforeseen incidents, Guo Jia ensured that the proceeds from mooncake sales were consolidated only when the group was together and subsequently deposited into the bank. With formidable allies like Dalong and Zhuzi, along with the rotund man, Haizi, and Zhang Xingli, Guo Jia felt confident in safeguarding the money during deposits. Daily heart-to-heart conversations with Li Rou were indispensable. After a simple meal, Guo Jia hurried to the youth dormitory where he purchased some nutritional supplements and fruits for Li Rou. Hearing that they had sold over 100 gift boxes that day brought her immense joy. Initially, she had doubted that such expensive gift boxes would sell at all. Now, reflecting on Guo Jia, it seemed that everything he undertook turned to success. In Li Rou's eyes, Guo Jia was increasingly becoming an extraordinary figure. Chapter 87. Sun Shumi's extortion. Sun Shumi had been relentlessly scolded by her mother at home, while her elder sister, Sun Shuqin, constantly assigned her tasks. The next day, she hastily left for the county school, unwilling to remain at home any longer. However, with her pockets empty, she found herself unable to purchase anything. Never before had she considered that Guo Linggong would withhold money from her. The monthly 40 yuan she received was always indulged in with abandon. Now, however, the family found itself devoid of any surplus funds. Unwilling to accept her fate, Sun Shumi altered her course mid-journey, forsaking the school for the West Square. She intended to seek financial assistance from Guo Jia. Brother-in-law, what is this all about? Why have you erected a steel framework? Indeed. Upon Guo Jia's arrival at the West Square, the portly individuals had yet to deliver all the mooncakes intended for him. Yesterday's quantity had been sufficient for 2 shifts, and today's mooncake supply was double that. Typically referring to him as too full, Sun Shumi today addressed him as brother-in-law. One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. I am not your brother-in-law, so refrain from such titles. Upon recognizing Sun Shumi, Guo Jia suspected she was lacking in resolve. Her intentions were as transparent as a weasel paying New Year's respects to a hen. How could I not be your brother-in-law? It is a matter of parental decree and matchmaking. You are betrothed to my elder sister. Sun Shumi intended to advocate for her elder sister's retraction of the engagement, believing it to be a daunting task. And what of it? I have publicly announced my withdrawal from the engagement to your family. I have conveyed this message once and reiterated it to Sun Shuqin in person. Guo Jia set aside his work, pondering the purpose of Sun Shumi's visit. That simply cannot be. Can one just annul an engagement at will? Since your engagement to my elder sister in 1977, 3 years have elapsed. My sister has not abandoned you despite your foolishness. Now that you have recovered, you wish to withdraw? How shall we account for the 3 years you have wasted? You must compensate my sister. Sun Shumi commenced her argument, invoking the principles of her family. Firstly, my falling into foolishness was not by my choosing, but rather a consequence of foraging wild vegetables for your family. Morally speaking, your elder sister's acceptance of my condition was entirely warranted. Secondly, since my recovery, I have regained memories from the past 3 years and have come to recognize the vile nature of your family. Thus, I must retract the engagement. Furthermore, according to our long-standing customs, as the male party, my withdrawal from the engagement, along with the dowry and customary gifts, has not been reclaimed, which is entirely reasonable. It is your family that caused my foolishness for 3 years. How can you demand compensation from me? Should it not be I who seeks recompense from your family? Guo Jia remained calm and unperturbed, as if discussing the affairs of another. Foraging wild vegetables was your own choice. Our family did not compel you. Your fall was due to your own carelessness. My sister was at the bottom of the hill, and it was not she who pushed you. Your foolishness is your own affair. What concern is it of our family? Oh, do you expect that if you had perished, our family would owe you a life? Sun Shumi persisted in her unreasonable stance, firmly believing she bore no fault. Initially, some bystanders, upon hearing her words, presumed Guo Jia to be an ungrateful individual. They began to murmur and criticize him, branding him as a contemporary chinshimi, an epitome of ingratitude. As the conversation between Guo Jia and Sun Shumi deepened, the onlookers began to grasp the situation at hand. It became evident that this woman hailed from a family lacking in propriety. Were she to endure a similar misfortune, she would certainly confront the matter head-on. How could she possibly have the audacity to seek compensation? For the sake of your family. That young man has been left in a state of confusion. What more do you desire? Were it not for a stroke of divine fortune, whereby the young man recovered on his own, would he not be condemned to a lifetime of folly? The crowd resumed their judgmental whispers directed at Sun Shumi, echoing the scorn they had previously directed at Guo Jia. Indeed, I was once blind to the true nature of your siblings. Hence, I shall annul the engagement and sever all ties with you. As for the compensation for the 3 years I suffered due to my condition, let it be dismissed out of consideration for the elderly blind woman in your family who still possesses a semblance of conscience. However, this shall be the extent of my generosity. I will no longer regard her welfare. Additionally, there are other debts that require settlement, Guo Jia stated with utmost seriousness. The siblings of the Sun family arrived once more, embodying the essence of shamelessness, oblivious to the distinctions of past and present. In a previous life, when Guo Jia ventured to the county to engage in trade as a vendor, Sun Shumi had also caused disruption. She had summoned her boyfriend to rally a gang of ruffians who waylaid Guo Jia. At that time, only Guo Jia and her companion were present, unarmed and vulnerable, resulting in a brutal beating at the hands of a dozen assailants. All the money they possessed and unsold goods were seized, having been granted a second chance at life. Upon seeing Sun Shumi approach again, Guo Jia recognized that the cycle of torment was about to recommence. Meanwhile, her companion, Fatty, was being held back forcefully by Zhang Shengli. Otherwise, Fatty would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against Sun Shumi. The notion of not striking a woman was now lost on him. He understood only that there comes a time when one can no longer endure. You have wasted my elder sister's 3 years. Compensation is a must. 100 a year, no? 200 a year, totaling 600 for 3 years, not a penny less. Sun Shumi, hands on her hips, calculated that Guo Jia might have earned a considerable sum yesterday and sought to extort it all at once. Humph, Guo Jia scoffed. If that is your stance, let us calculate this properly. I hereby declare my intention to annul the engagement and forfeit the bride price. However, since my condition began, the monthly sum you have deceitfully taken from my grandfather must be returned unconditionally. At 40 yuan a month, over nearly 3 years, that amounts to over 1,000 yuan, which you must now reimburse me. Guo Jia extended her hand, armed with the memories of her past life. She understood that the Sun siblings were the type to squander every gain they acquired. Yet, they were devoid of funds at present. Even if she demanded the money they had swindled from her over the past 3 years, they currently possessed nothing. Even if they were to lose their very lives, they would still lack monetary means. Guo Jia had refrained from broaching this matter until now, but witnessing Sun Shumi's unrepentant shamelessness mirrored that of her past life. She resolved to pursue the recovery of her lost funds. I have never sought money from your family. What is this talk of deceit? Sun Shumi retreated a couple of steps, her gaze flickering. You have been deceiving my grandfather in Daling village every month, and the villagers have all witnessed it. They will testify on our behalf. Guo Jia fixed a fierce gaze upon the other party, causing Sun Shumi to retreat a couple of steps in fear. You are speaking nonsense, Sun Shumi exclaimed before turning and fleeing. Guo Jia's stare was so intense it felt as though it could consume a person. It was truly terrifying. Guo Jia then quietly instructed the still-present fatty and the others. Today, let us unload more mooncakes here and fewer at your end. Once you've sold your mooncakes, regroup with me from a distance and refrain from revealing yourselves. I suspect that someone may attempt to ambush us after the sales. Chapter 88. Prepare for contingencies. Just moments ago, Fatty and the others had delivered goods to Guo Jia, who was aware that Sun Shumi would assume they were merely the mooncake suppliers, and she would likely harbor no suspicions. Based on the developments of his previous life, Sun Shumi would return and seek vengeance against him, venting her frustrations. Indeed, in his past life, Guo Jia and Fatty had endured a severe beating, losing all their cash and goods, forcing Guo Jia to start from scratch. Transitioning from 1 to 10 may be effortless, but moving from 0 to 1 is fraught with difficulties. Later, when Guo Jia had amassed wealth and sought to retaliate against Sun Shumi, he discovered that she had already been apprehended during a crackdown for her illicit activities, becoming a cautionary tale and suffering the consequences. This left Guo Jia and Fatty bereft of any opportunity for revenge. Now, however, things were different. Guo Jia had returned with a second chance at life, eager to rectify past grievances, including avenging himself against Sun Shumi and the Sun siblings. In this present moment, Guo Jia's words commanded respect and obedience. Originally, each stall was allocated an average of over 1 for 100 pounds of mooncakes, yet Guo Jia received over 900 pounds, leaving the other 5 stalls short by 100 pounds each. This enabled everyone to sell their mooncakes before Guo Jia, allowing them to arrive early at the West Square where he was stationed. As the tractor departed to unload for others, Guo Jia continued assembling the iron framework. A multitude of large cardboard boxes were neatly stacked, filled with mooncakes. At the state-run restaurant, the bus station, and the government guest house, Guo Jia had enlisted 3 sharp-minded young men from the village yesterday. He assigned each to guard a location, providing them with simple scripts. With the groundwork laid for promotion the previous day, the tractor arrived in the county, first delivering gift boxes to these 3 sites. Guo Jia paid each of the 3 young men a daily wage of 2 yuan, bringing them great joy. This approach was also a gesture to Zhuzi, Haizi, and others, signaling that Guo Jia regarded them as brothers. In Daling village, Shen Suelian could no longer endure the relentless verbal assaults from the 2nd and 3rd ranked in the village's gossip hierarchy. With tear-stained eyes that resembled 2 blood-red peaches, she rushed to village chief Wang Fu to request leave. Wang Sa and Li Sa had been subtly maligning Shen Suelian, and Wang Fu was aware of this. However, while they were vocally attacking her, they were still diligent in their tasks, leaving Wang Fu with no valid grounds to reprimand them. Additionally, Shen Suelian had indeed become a source of annoyance to many, as the entire village of Daling regarded her with disfavor. Shen Suelian aspired to establish a food processing factory, yet many villagers were employed there, perceiving her venture as a threat to their livelihoods. Consequently, they regarded her as an adversary. If not for this, Wang and Li, The wives would not have attacked her yesterday, and the villagers would not have merely stood by, observing the altercation. Village chief, please grant me another day off. I truly have matters to attend to in the county, Chen Zulian pleaded earnestly. Chen Jiqing, I can allow you a day off. But you must refrain from actions that could harm the interests of others. Since you have come to our Daling village, consider it your second home. If everyone can escape poverty and achieve a better life, it should bring you joy as well. Wang Fu admonished her, concerned that she might report them again. Village chief, I genuinely need to attend to my own affairs. Please approve my leave. Chen Zulian bowed repeatedly, pleading. Very well, Wang Fu ultimately consented, with tears streaming down her face. Chen Zulian departed from Daling village, making her way toward Lixian County. She intended to find Zhao Yong and persuade him to marry her as swiftly as possible. She could not bear to remain in the hellish existence of Daling village for even a moment longer. With tear-filled eyes, Sun Shumi took more than 3 hours to reach Lixian County. The insults from those two wretched women had rendered her unable to eat or sleep, significantly diminishing her health. The arduous 10-kilometer mountain path left her utterly exhausted. Upon arriving at the garment factory complex, she found Zhao Yong's home empty. Inquiring downstairs, she learned that Zhao Yong had been hospitalized, beaten to the brink of death. Such was the nature of the community, everyone worked at the same factory. Any incident in a household quickly became the gossip of the neighborhood. Whether it was a child's academic achievement, a daughter-in-law's mischief, or a man's transgressions. Both good and bad news were relished in conversation. Zhao Yong had been hospitalized recently, but his parents remained tight-lipped, leading the community to speculate about the situation without knowing the specifics. When Zhao Yong was discovered in a near-death state by a resident of the complex, the news spread like wildfire, akin to the detonation of a hydrogen bomb. No one in the community was left unaware. As the tale passed from mouth to mouth, a minor injury would be exaggerated into a grave affliction. Given Zhao Yong's dire condition upon discovery, rumors circulated that he had received a critical illness notice, with life hanging by a thread. Upon hearing this, Chen Zuelian nearly fainted. She had hoped to ascend from her current state through Zhao Yong. But what would she do if something were to happen to him? Ignoring her fatigue, she hurriedly made her way to the central hospital of Lixian. Zhao Yong had been treated at this very hospital before, and she presumed he would be there again. After inquiring at the nurse's station, she learned his exact room number and entered. The last time she had visited, she had brought 2 jars of canned peaches, but this time, her hands were empty. She truly had no money left. Zhao Yong, are you all right? She exclaimed as she rushed to his bedside. Standing beside him was Zhao Yong's cousin, Zhao Gang. Zhao Yong was indeed not well regarded at home, and the person attending to him due to his injury was none other than his father, Zhao Dania's nephew. What brings you here? Zhao Yong lay on the hospital bed, appearing quite serious, yet the injuries were not to his internal organs. The most concerning injuries were the fractures in his arms and legs, making movement quite cumbersome. Sister Cui Lian, you and my brother take your time chatting. I'll step out for a bit. Upon noticing his cousin's partner had arrived, Zhao Gang quickly concocted an excuse to vacate the single patient room, granting the two some privacy. Chen Cui Lian merely hummed in acknowledgement, choosing not to pay Zhao Gang any further mind as she turned to Zhao Yong. I came to your neighborhood looking for you, and they told me you were on the brink of death. It truly frightened me. Zhao Gang, having exited the ward, scoffed quietly to himself, thinking, this Chen Cui Lian, one might think she is some high-ranking official in the county. Here I am, being polite and greeting her. And she just snorts in response. What a character. A man who's lost everything, and yet she clings to him so fervently. What could she possibly be after? Zhao Gang mused, having learned only from previous care that his cousin had lost his manhood. If he were to discover that Zhao Yong had also lost his virility, his perception of Chen Cui Lian would surely shift even more dramatically. What could she possibly hope to gain? Was she resigned to a life of mourning while still alive? Chapter 89. Brother Tiger at the mooncake stall run by Guo Jia and others. The moment the mooncakes were displayed, each participant plunged into a frenzied buying spree. The mooncakes diminished at an astonishing rate, leaving a collection of empty boxes beside each stall. Meanwhile, Sun Shumi hurriedly returned to school. The more she recalled Guo Jia's demeanor, the angrier she became. Consequently, she sought out Ma Xiaohu. Haven't you been wanting to pursue me? If you assist me in accomplishing something today, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Sun Shumi stated directly, consumed by her desire for revenge against Guo Jia. Her hatred had clouded her judgment. Really? Don't mention just one task. If you become my girlfriend, I would gladly assist you with 10. Ma Xiaohu could hardly believe his ears, his gaze lingering on Sun Shumi, unable to suppress a gulp. I need you to beat someone up, breaking both their arms and legs. Sun Shumi replied with venom. At that moment, she was oblivious to Ma Xiaohu's lustful stare. Who are we targeting? Ma Xiaohu pondered, weighing the feasibility of the task. It's the person selling mooncakes at the West Square yesterday, Sun Shumi responded. What could a mere street vendor have done to offend you? Ma Xiaohu relaxed. A small vendor likely had no connections, and he could easily find someone to handle the matter. Moreover, the vendor posed no significant threat. That person is Guo Jia, who was once my older sister's partner. He first turned into a fool after a fall, but somehow, he recovered and rejected my sister. He wasted 3 years of her life. I must give him a severe lesson. Sun Shumi aimed to portray herself as the aggrieved party. Such an ungrateful wretch deserved punishment. Besides, he had bullied my sister-in-law, which was tantamount to bullying me. I could not allow that to stand. As Ma Xiaohu spoke, he reached out to embrace Sun Shumi, seeking to take advantage of her. Let us discuss this after you've completed the task at hand. That Guo Jia is currently selling mooncakes at the West Square. Sun Shumi deftly evaded him. Since Ma Xiaohu had yet to assist her in resolving her matters, she certainly would not allow him to gain the upper hand. Fine, just wait. I'm going to find someone to teach him a lesson right now. Ma Xiaohu promptly sought out a few of his companions and, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, scaled the back wall and jumped down. The distance was not great. After a brief walk, he arrived at the West Square. In the same spot as yesterday, Guo Jia was energetically peddling mooncakes. Observing the numerous empty boxes, Ma Xiaohu realized that today's sales were exceptionally strong. The crowd at the West Square was quite substantial, with many eager buyers. He refrained from confronting Guo Jia immediately, should an enthusiastic bystander report him to the authorities. Escape would be impossible. The only viable strategy was to wait until Guo Jia departed the West Square and reached a less populated area, where he could then corner him and deliver a good thrashing. Perhaps he could also win over the fair maiden in the process. With this plan in mind, Ma Xiaohu began to monitor Guo Jia's sales from a distance. As he watched the boxes being tossed aside, an idea suddenly struck him. A pound of mooncakes costs 1 yuan and 50 cents. 10 pounds amount to 15 yuan, and 100 pounds totals 150 yuan. Observing those empty boxes, each capable of containing 100 pounds of mooncakes, he surmised that Guo Jia must have a considerable sum of money in his wallet. Since he intended to break Guo Jia's arms and legs anyway, why not also seize the cash from his wallet? A few hundred yuan would suffice for an extended period of indulgence. In the past, having merely 2 or 3 yuan in his pocket led his followers to regard him as wealthy. If he were to possess a thick wad of cash, it would surely incite envy among his companions. Initially, Ma Xiaohu contemplated enlisting the aid of Li Rou, but upon witnessing Guo Jia's gradually swelling wallet, he opted to forego that idea, knowing that even the mere 3 yuan he had was being exploited by Guo Jia. He realized that bringing in Li Rou would mean losing any claim to the funds in Guo Jia's possession. Regardless of Guo Jia's prowess, he was but one man. While Ma Xiaohu had 4 or 5 companions, success in overpowering Guo Jia was assured. Consequently, Ma Xiaohu became even more eager than Guo Jia to see all the mooncakes sold, as this would allow him to secure a greater sum of money. However, with nearly 2,000 pounds of mooncakes to sell, it was hardly a swift endeavor. At noon, Ma Xiaohu still purchased several pounds of mooncakes from Guo Jia to satisfy the hunger of his companions. This served 2 purposes. It filled their stomachs and facilitated Guo Jia's sales. With no conflict having commenced, Ma Xiaohu felt no trepidation in buying mooncakes from Guo Jia. At the Central Hospital of Pear County, Chun Zulian conversed with Zhao Yong for a while, recounting her tragic experiences in Daling Village. Tearfully, she implored Zhao Yong to marry her at once, expressing her desperation to leave Daling Village behind, even for a single moment. Zhao Yong, possessing a meticulous mind, upon hearing Chun Zulian's tale and reflecting on his own situation, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Initially, he had assumed he was dealing with a group of intellectually challenged abductors, but upon further contemplation, he realized the truth was far more complex. This must be the handiwork of Guo Jia and his associates, a retaliation for the report made against his food factory by him and Chun Zulian. Guo Jia is truly despicable, seeking vengeance without delay. Just after the report was made, he was immediately subjected to a brutal assault, engaging in underhanded tactics. They should brace themselves. Retribution will surely come. However, with his body battered and bruised, he could only wait until his discharge from the hospital to address the situation. Regarding Chun Zulian's declaration of wanting to marry him, Zhao Yong pondered internally. He could not allow outsiders to revel in his disgrace. A complete failure would be a tremendous humiliation. If he were to marry Chen Zuelian, it would serve as a form of protection against ridicule. As long as she remained silent, who would dare question his masculinity? Zhao Yong believed that nothing was more persuasive than a show of strength. If he could instill such fear in Chen Zuelian that she trembled at the sight of him, then he could dictate the narrative. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Yong readily acquiesced to Chen Zuelian's request, instructing his cousin to convey the message to his father, Zhao Danian, to facilitate Chen Zuelian's relocation from Daling village for their marriage. Upon hearing Zhao Yong's agreement to marry her, Chen Zuelian was nearly overwhelmed with joy. As her aspirations were on the verge of realization, entering a wealthy household, she envisioned a future filled with comfort and indulgence. Little did she know the true intentions lurking in Zhao Yong's mind. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the last pound of mooncakes from Guo Jia's stall was purchased. Not only Guo Jia, but even Ma Xiaohu, who had been observing from a distance, let out a sigh of relief. Finally sold out. Now you should leave, right? Ma Xiaohu felt that the bulging pouch of coins Guo Jia carried was beckoning him. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Guo Jia has finished selling his mooncakes. He is likely to depart from the West Square, and we must seize the opportunity, Ma Xiaohu instructed his followers. Understood, Tiger Brother, came the response from a small follower. How many times must I say it? Either call me Brother Ma or Tiger Brother. Do you understand? Ma Xiaohu's mouth twitched in frustration. Got it, Tiger Brother. The small follower quickly covered his mouth, realizing his mistake, yet the words had already escaped. Oh no, don't hit me, Tiger Brother. I was wrong. And you still dare to speak.